A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly felling a tree so vast that it would require 3 individuals to encircle it, igniting it in flames. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the mountain's summit, sending rocks flying in all directions. It was as if this force was a response to the preceding thunder. A fiery glow ascended skyward, the shockwave nearly dispersing the clouds above. The current time is 21:35. An unusual lightning phenomenon has been observed atop the central South Mountain. The melodious voice of the broadcaster emanated from the television, accompanied by footage captured by a satellite. The images revealed a scene of devastation at the mountain's peak, where a vague silhouette seemed to roar defiantly at the sky. This form appeared to be anything but human. Oh dear, the world is about to change. Even the central South Mountain has become a haven for monsters. The incident with the wild man attacking tourists in xianxia still lacks a definitive explanation, remarked a girl, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Little sister, why do you concern yourself with such matters? The Egyptians claimed that the earth would face a cataclysm in 2012. Yet here we are in 2013, and nothing has transpired, a man replied, setting aside his book to ruffle the girl's hair affectionately. Brother, I've told you countless times not to mess with my hair. Not everyone is like you, engrossed in fantastical novels all day. Moreover, the news of the earth facing catastrophe may not be entirely unfounded. Mount Everest has reportedly descended by nearly a meter. What a startling revelation. The girl adjusted her disheveled hair, stretched languidly, and then stepped outside. Regarding his younger sister, Lu Meng found himself utterly at a loss. Her temperament had remained unchanged for 18 years, particularly her fervent musings on the supernatural, which left him, an avowed atheist, speechless. Lu Meng set aside the fantasy novel he had been engrossed in and stepped onto the balcony. The oppressive weather today was stifling, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Fortunately, the air conditioning at home provided some relief. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom how he would manage to sleep tonight. Meng, you must hurry to Zhongshan Street. Some ruffians are bullying me. I can't stand it any longer. You need to be quick. Just as Lu Meng was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was one of his underlings. With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Meng reflected on how this subordinate had a knack for trouble. Having withdrawn from the underworld for over 2 years, he seemed never to find peace. Had he known it would come to this, he might have reconsidered his departure. Lu Meng was a local from Central South, 27 years old and unmarried. He had dropped out of school at 18 to carve out a life for himself in society, rising to the position of leader by 20, commanding nearly 100 followers. By 23, he had claimed dominion over all territories in Zhongshan Street. By 25, Central South was entirely under his control. However, just as his influence was poised to extend into the provincial capital, tragedy struck. Lu Meng's parents perished in a car accident. In their final moments, they grasped his hand and said, "Son, your parents named you incorrectly. We never imagined you would become such a rogue. I hope you can promise us that you will withdraw once we are gone." As Lu Meng hesitated, his parents had already drawn their last breaths. Having been a dutiful son since childhood, he naturally heeded their wishes and withdrew from the underworld. Yet when it comes to the underworld of central and southern China, none could rival Lu Meng. I tell you, my elder brother is Lu Meng. You little rascals dare to lay a hand on me? You must be tired of living, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. One of Lu Meng's subordinates roared defiantly. Bah, what rogue are you speaking of? I've never heard of him. The central and southern regions today are not the same as 2 years ago. Brother Ma, you may have stepped back from that business, but you don't allow us to partake either. Are you trying to ruin our livelihoods? What is Lu Meng? Just a washed-up leader. This is now Brother Nan's domain. Whatever Brother Nan wishes to do, does he need your meddling? The business these petty thugs referred to was the trade of number 4. During his reign, Lu Meng had never dabbled in such affairs. However, the profits from number 4 were too enticing for others to resist. Ha! It seems I have truly stepped away from the underworld and kept a low profile. Father, I have achieved it. I have truly achieved it. A flash of light cut through the atmosphere as Lu Meng made a grand entrance, clad in a black trench coat and wielding a blood-stained machete. You've killed someone. Lu Meng is killed. Upon witnessing their companion fall, the thugs erupted in cries of alarm. Upon closer inspection, however, their faces bore no signs of panic. Suddenly, a figure wearing black sunglasses pulled a desert eagle from his coat, and with a thunderous bang, the gun discharged at this moment. Lu Meng realized that it was too late to evade his fate. He could only watch helplessly as the silver bullet from the desert eagle pierced his forehead. Strangely, he felt no pain at such close range. His brain had turned to mush. I am about to die, Father. I shall soon follow you. My heart swells with joy at the thought of seeing you again. However, my little sister will have to endure the solitude of this world alone. Yes, my sister I cannot leave just yet. Lu Meng cried out in frustration before succumbing to a profound unconsciousness. Within an expansive estate, a group of adults surrounded the bed where a young boy lay, their faces etched with concern. Master, the young master has been in a coma for 3 days. We can only provide him with a little water each day, and his condition grows increasingly frail. An elderly man with a goatee lamented as he felt the boy's wrist, shaking his head helplessly. Do not anger the master, we are powerless. A group of guards outside the door quickly knelt in submission. Get up. How have I taught you to ensure Meng's safety? And yet, this calamity has befallen us. It appears I, Lu Kaishan, have been in obscurity for far too long. Lu Kaishan cast a glance at his son before striding out. Am I not dead? Surviving a bullet to the head from a desert eagle? Either that gun is faulty, or my fate is indeed remarkably resilient. Lu Meng opened his eyes, only to find the people around him utterly strange. Ah, the young master has awakened. The young master has awakened. Quickly, inform the master the young master has finally come to. The old steward exclaimed as he heard the boy speak from the bed. Can you lower your voice? What if you frighten my son? Can you bear the consequences? A beautiful woman suddenly erupted in anger, her voice rivaling that of the butler. My son, you have finally awakened. Heaven truly has opened its eyes. The woman's expression changed with astonishing speed, at least in Lu Meng's view. It was almost instantaneous. Just moments ago, she was furious, and now tears streamed down her face. Lu Meng was utterly bewildered. Could this woman be his mother? How could that be possible? His mother had long since passed away. Moreover, where exactly was he, and how had he ended up here? His mind raced to piece together the events leading up to this moment. It seemed that just before his demise, he had thought of his younger sister. She was only 18. How could she survive in such a harsh society? He had no desire to die. Yet amidst that storm, it felt as though an unseen force had yanked him from his body. What transpired next was a mystery. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the scene before him. Mother, I'm quite hungry. Could you please prepare something for me? Seeing the woman's sorrow, Lu Meng instinctively called out mother, as his stomach grumbled in protest. Of course. Butler, quickly prepare a light meal. Ha! I knew it. No matter how useless my son Lu Kaishan may be, he is certainly not destined for an early demise. At that moment, Lu Kaishan strode in with a hearty laugh. Lu Meng scrutinized the man approaching him. Could this truly be his father? Was it possible that he had traversed realms? You impudent brat. Whenever I urged you to practice, you always found excuses. Now you understand the pain, don't you? This world is one governed by martial prowess. Only those who possess formidable strength can act as they please. Take good care of yourself. I have matters to attend to, and you are to look after the young master. Lu Kaishan turned to leave, yet Lu Meng caught a glimpse of moisture at the corner of his father's eye in that fleeting moment. It seemed that his seemingly indifferent father actually cared for him more than he had expected. Unlike the tales that depicted a son as a worthless wastrel with an apathetic father, this was a true bond of kinship, one that Lu Meng had not felt in a long time. Indeed, He had traversed into a world of martial artists. It appeared he was quite fortunate to have experienced this phenomenon of transmigration. With closed eyes, he attentively absorbed everything around him, drawing from the gray mist that he had consumed. This continent is known as the Dragon Martial Continent, a society where martial skills reign supreme. The Liu family is a mercenary clan, and under his father Liu Kaishan's lineage, it has thrived for nearly 3 centuries. As for the intricacies of the divisions, postnatal, such knowledge eluded Liu Meng. The most formidable experts in Wulong City are the 7 great martial sovereigns, and his father is one among them. Though Wulong City sounds imposing, it is merely a remote border town. From the memories of the former Liu Meng, he knew that the concentration of vital energy in this small city was exceedingly low. Young Liu Meng was merely a first-level martial artist. Setting aside his lack of qualifications, the primary issue lies in his utter oblivion towards diligence. A child of 5 or 6 tends to be preoccupied solely with play. The arduous nature of martial arts practice was certainly not to the liking of Liu Meng in his previous life. However, the present Liu Meng is a stark contrast. He is now imbued with an insatiable curiosity about the world around him. The reverence accorded to martial artists, does this not echo his desires from a past existence? Had it not been for the supremacy of law in his former life, he would not have withdrawn from the martial realm so prematurely. Chapter 2. Sensation of Qi. The night was tranquil, broken only by the sounds of cicadas and the footsteps of patrolling guards. Liu Kaishan had increased the number of guards to protect the Liu family's only legitimate male heir. Although this son was physically frail and unlikely to achieve great martial prowess in this lifetime, he remained the sole progeny of the family. Menger, you should rest now. Tomorrow, Mother will come to tell you stories. If you need anything during the night, just call the guards outside. Liu Meng's mother, Xianxia, stood up to tuck the blanket around him. She found it curious that her son had developed such an interest in the tales of warriors. Was it possible that the pain he endured had led him to a deeper understanding? She shook her head. After all, he was still young, and it was natural for a child to be mischievous and inattentive. Following this incident, he would surely come to realize that only the strong could shield themselves from harm. As he watched his mother depart, Liu Meng felt a stirring in his heart. This was the essence of maternal love, a love he had lost for several years. Though she was not his biological mother, through their observations and conversations since that day, Liu Meng had gradually acclimatized to his current identity. His father, Liu Kaishan, despite appearing carefree, was far from superficial. Liu Meng could discern the flickers of wisdom that occasionally sparkled in his father's eyes. Perhaps his father's seemingly casual demeanor was a fade. In truth, it was implausible for his father to be genuinely carefree. Who could cultivate to the level of a congenital martial master without being a genius? Moreover, his father was only 37 years old. A congenital martial master at 37 was indeed a rarity within 100 miles. Brother, since I have inherited your body, I shall honor our parents well. As long as I, Liu Meng, draw breath, I will ensure no one harms them, he murmured to himself, feeling a surge of clarity in his mind. He understood somewhat. After all, he had not read those time-traveling novels for naught. The previous Liu Meng's lingering attachment dissipated, revealing a profound concern for his parents. Since he had vowed to care for them, that attachment had vanished. Liu Meng had indeed suffered a significant injury. His head had nearly been cracked open. Yet, this world was wondrous. The energy-infused medicines could heal wounds in merely 3 days. In his previous life, such healing would have taken no fewer than 2 to 3 months. This miraculous world was precisely the platform Liu Meng needed. Regrettably, his little sister would have to endure a solitary existence on Earth. He hoped the heavens would safeguard her well-being, for then he could rest easy. The night had grown deep, and it was likely around midnight. In his previous life, Liu Meng had dabbled in martial arts, but those were merely external techniques, serving only to strengthen the body without significantly improving it. Here, however, the methods were different. They could genuinely transform one's essence. Take his mother, for instance. Though she was 35, she appeared as a young woman in her 20s. This was the advantage of internal cultivation, which could slow the aging of cells. It was akin to the legendary hermits of the past, many of whom lived beyond 100 years. The most renowned among them was Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Tai Chi. who reportedly lived to the age of 137 before passing away peacefully. However, 137 years was an easy feat on the dragon martial continent. Even an ordinary person could easily live past 80. This was due to the abundant life energy in this world, which fostered a thriving martial culture. In contrast, by the mid-Qing dynasty, the life energy on Earth had already begun to wane. Since that time, no one had been able to cultivate internal techniques. The eras depicted in martial arts novels typically predated the Ming dynasty. Now that he had arrived here, he could cultivate internal techniques. External skills, no matter how formidable, were merely superficial without the support of powerful internal energy. Lu Meng retained some memories of the previous Lu Meng. The techniques were of little use to him now, as he was merely a first-level martial artist, having just entered the realm of sensation of qi. To cultivate internal energy, one needed to reach at least the 4th level, the realm of a warrior. With decent aptitude, it was not unusual to achieve warrior status before the age of 12. The previous Lu Meng had practiced the family S-fire technique for 3 years and had only reached the sensation of qi level, truly a sign of poor aptitude. The sensation of qi involved perceiving the world's life energy, while ordinary people could sense it. Having a technique to assist in this endeavor significantly enhanced one's ability to perceive it. Moreover, according to the technique's guidance, the absorbed life energy would better transform the body. Lu Meng quietly followed the technique's description, opening his mind to perceive the world's life energy. He could sense tiny specks of light, the essence of heaven and earth. Life energy was indeed subtle, resembling tiny spirits of nature. Yet, after about 5 minutes of sensing, Lu Meng reluctantly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of nausea as if his head had been struck by a hammer. It seemed the life energy was rejecting him, injuring his spirit. Clearly, he had been too greedy. There were rules to cultivating martial arts. One must first strengthen the muscles and skin before focusing on the dantian energy. Currently, he had not yet developed his muscles and skin, yet he sought to connect with life energy through sheer will. Lu Meng smiled wryly, realizing his affinity for life energy was quite poor. The previous Lu Meng had even less affinity for it. Moreover, his playful nature made it a mystery how he had even managed to cultivate a sense of qi. He closed his eyes and rested for about half an hour before once more engaging in the technique to comprehend the life energy. This time, he sensed greenish specks of light, which he recognized as wood energy. He felt a unique connection to this wood energy. Could this be the reason for Lu Meng's slow cultivation speed? Although he practiced the fire technique, why could he sense so much wood energy? Suddenly, his eyes flew open. He realized the reason for the previous Lu Meng's slow progress. It was late now, and he should get some proper rest. Tomorrow, he would ask his mother. Although she was not a congenital master, she was still a 9th-level martial artist. As dawn broke, the roosters crowed throughout the Lu household, and the family began their daily activities. Lu Meng opened his eyes as a maid brought in fresh water to wash his face. His mother arrived, sitting beside him with concern. "Mother, last night, I attempted to sense life energy, and I found that my sensitivity has greatly improved. However, I discovered that the life energy I sensed was different from what was recorded in the technique." Lu Meng finally voiced the question that had occupied his thoughts all night. "Haha, it seems my son has turned misfortune into fortune. What kind of life energy did you sense? Do share with mother. After all, I am also a skilled martial artist." Xianxia replied, her excitement palpable. "I sensed 2 times. The first time, I encountered a mix of chaotic light points. The second time, I sensed green light points, yet I was only practicing the fire technique." Lu Meng recounted his experiences, hoping for insight from his mother. "What did you say? You could sense light points? Have you had such an experience before?" Zhang Xuyin suddenly stood up, her eyes wide as she stared at the small figure on the bed, undeniably her son. Yet, her son's aptitude and innate spirit had been deemed nearly non-existent. How could a single head injury lead to such a significant transformation? Seeing his mother's astonishment, Lu Meng was at a loss for words. Wasn't he sensing life energy supposed to be like this? From his mother's expression, it seemed he was perceived as an anomaly. Had she discovered something unusual? Little did he know that in the early stages of sensing qi, it was rare for anyone to perceive a fixed single attribute of life energy. Even the so-called geniuses in major sects could only sense single attribute life energy once they reached the warrior level. Furthermore, the attributes of elemental energy can only be discerned at that particular time. During the sensing period, one can merely perceive the existence of vital energy, accompanied by a vague understanding. It is evident that vital energy and air are fundamentally distinct. Xianxia's innate talent surpasses her son's by a significant margin, yet she could only sense the attributes of vital energy upon reaching the 5th level at the age of 13. How is it that her son, at such a tender age, can already perceive the attributes of vital energy? Ha ha ha, my son, you truly are a prodigy. It seems that those so-called miraculous doctors were merely mediocre. I always believed my son could not possibly be a failure. In the past, you were indeed too playful. Had you diligently practiced, you might have advanced to a warrior before the age of 10. Upon hearing her son's words, Xianxia instantly recognized his extraordinary talent. What parent does not wish for their child to be a dragon among men? Even though many esteemed figures have proclaimed Lu Meng to be a failure, destined for no greater achievement than that of a warrior in this life, Lu Kaishan and his wife still hold onto the hope for a miracle, wishing for their son to attain greater heights. Even achieving the rank of a martial artist would allow him to thrive in the bustling Five-Dragon City. Chapter 3. Lu Kaishan arrived and seized Lu Meng's wrist. A thread of true energy entered his body, but he found that his son's cultivation had not changed at all. Lu Meng was born with deformed meridians, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate smoothly. However, he found some solace in the fact that there was a seed of primordial energy in his son's dantian. This indicated that, despite his shortcomings, Lu Meng could eventually become a martial artist. At the very least, he could live a life free from peril. Yet, the words spoken by his wife earlier extinguished his original hopes. My son has a seed of primordial energy in his dantian. This means he will certainly become a martial artist in the future. However, the congenital deformity of his meridians will bring him endless trials in his cultivation. Lu Kaishan released Lu Meng's wrist with a heavy sigh and stepped outside. Father, please wait. I have something to say. Seeing his father about to leave, Lu Meng hurriedly called out. Although his meridians were deformed, it did not mean there was no way to rectify them. But, what is it? Lu Kaishan urged. Hurry and speak, my child. If there is but a glimmer of hope, your father shall not yield. Lu Kaishan turned quickly, a yearning light shining in his eyes. You're quite perceptive for your age, my son. It seems I, as your father, have failed in my duties, often preoccupied with business and rarely spending time with you and your mother. His father practiced a fire attribute technique, which was only slightly less destructive than that of the lightning attribute. Moreover, as a congenital martial master, he could assist in unblocking Lu Meng's meridians. However, nourishing the meridians was a significant challenge. Lu Meng knew of a method not from the dragon martial continent, but rather from the martial arts novels of xianxia. Although he had never practiced internal energy cultivation, he had read extensively about it. The most crucial aspects for a cultivator were the dantian, qi-si, and purple palace, followed by the meridians throughout the body. If the qi-si and purple palace were not connected, one's achievements would be severely limited. If the meridians were blocked, entry into the martial arts world would be arduous. The issue of blocked meridians was mentioned multiple times in novels. He had noted that one must break through before establishing oneself. Surviving great tribulations without succumbing would surely lead to future blessings. The wisdom of 5,000 years had already provided methods to unblock meridians. I have considered what you said, but I lack the most crucial pill, the Easy Sutra Cleansing Pill. This small place, Five-Dragon City, simply does not have such a medicine. The large cities may have it, but it is beyond the Lu family's means to procure. Unless Lu Kaishan did not finish his thought, he knew that obtaining such a pill would undoubtedly be quite challenging. Father, I once read that it is possible to achieve this without such a pill, but it requires a congenital master to nourish the meridians. Your technique does not suit this purpose, and the one who unblocks the meridians must also be at the warrior level. Suddenly, Xianxia stood up, her eyes shining brightly. Actually, Menger need not be anxious. Your mother is a martial artist of the highest caliber. Moreover, the technique I practice, the Qingmu Gong, is specifically designed to nourish the body. Yes, how could I have forgotten that? Lu Kaishan exclaimed. Your mother possesses excellent aptitude. She will surely enter the congenital realm within 10 years. By then, my son will likely be able to successfully draw in energy. Ha ha. Who could then say my son is worthless? Father, you say mother practices a congenital technique, and it is of the wood attribute? How splendid. Heaven has not forsaken Lu Meng. Lu Meng suddenly burst into wild laughter, feeling as if fortune had smiled upon him. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? You all may leave for now. I will call upon you when necessary. Zhang Xiun dismissed the others, leaving only the three of them in the room. Madam, do you truly intend for Manger to practice the Qingmu Gong? It is known that its offensive power is inferior to the Liuhua Gong. What does it matter? At the very least, Manger can accumulate primordial energy. If he truly possesses the legendary congenital wood physique, then the Qingmu Gong is tailor-made for him. Who knows? He may succeed in unblocking his meridians without enduring too much hardship. It was evident that the technique xianxia practiced had its limitations. But what about the Emu sect? How will you account for this in the future? Although it is merely a third-rate sect, it is not something the Liu family can disregard. On the Dragon Martial continent, there was no division of nations. Various sects held dominion over significant portions of the land. The Emu sect, as Liu Kaishan described, was merely a third-rate sect. Zhang Ziyun's maternal family. The Qingmu Gong was a cherished heirloom of the Emu sect. For over a decade of marriage, Zhang Ziyun had never intended to pass on her techniques. For the sake of my son, I cannot concern myself with such matters. If he truly possesses the wood physique, the sect will surely nurture him diligently and will not discard his techniques. She completely disregarded the sect's rules for the sake of her son. Liu Kaishan furrowed his brow. He could not fully endorse his wife's words. The sect techniques on the Dragon Martial continent were strictly governed. The transmission of core techniques was traditionally reserved for inner disciples. Anyone who practiced these techniques before becoming an inner disciple would be pursued by the sect's law enforcement. The penalties range from the loss of martial skills to death. Do not worry, my lord. Although I have married into the Liu family, I am still a member of the Emu sect. As a former inner disciple, I have the right to recommend someone for entry into the sect. In the future, can my son not follow in your footsteps in commerce? A first-level warrior can sense the attributes of primordial energy. Even among second-rate sects, he would be considered a prodigy. If our sect fully supports Manger, perhaps the Emu sect could become one of the renowned second-rate sects. Though she had been married into the Liu family for over a decade, Zhang Ziyun's heart still longed for her sect. Indeed, this is not out of the question. Although the world of commerce offers broad experiences, it has its limitations. Should my son enter the sect, he may one day surpass our generation. Let us proceed as you wish, my dear. Today, I still have business to attend to. In this world, escorting goods is akin to the ancient escort agencies of Earth, referred to as mercenaries. While the Liu family was a family of mercenaries, they also thrived in their own business ventures. Among the weapon manufacturing industry in Five Dragon City, the Liu family was the most specialized. Their inherited Liuhua Gong greatly benefited weapon forging, far surpassing others in mastery of heat. Mother, please tell me about the sect divisions on the Dragon Martial continent. In the past, I was naive, believing that the Liu family could reign supreme in Five Dragon City. I did not realize how short-sighted I was. Liu Mang suppressed his inner turmoil and closed his eyes. Actually, you are still young. It is no fault of yours not to pay attention to these matters. Since you wish to enter the martial world, let me enlighten you. The Dragon Martial continent is vast, and even congenital masters find it challenging to traverse the entire realm. The true rulers of the continent are the various sects, with no distinction of nations. The most powerful sects are known as the four divine spiritual sects: Qinglong sect, Baihu sect, Huofeng sect, and Xuanwu sect. The authority of these four sects has never been challenged. Following them are 36 super sects, perfectly aligning with the number of the heavenly stems. These 36 sects traverse the land, controlling the 36 blessed lands of the Dragon Martial continent. Their disciples' cultivation levels are no lower than that of congenital martial masters. Next are the 72 first-rate sects, whose strength may not match that of the super sects, but they are still among the elite. They occupy 72 blessed lands and wield significant influence on the Dragon Martial continent. While their combined strength may not surpass that of the super sects, they are still colossal entities. There are 108 second-rate sections. Although they are only second-rate, many resources are unavailable to third-rate sections. Most importantly, within the second-rate sects, there must be at least 2 or more individuals who have surpassed the congenital realm. The Emu sect is a third-rate faction. Yet among the multitude of such sects, it ranks within the top 20. The sect boasts over 108 martial masters, with more than a dozen experts surpassing that rank. In fact, one of the esteemed elders is on the verge of transcending the innate realm. Thus, it seems that my mother's lineage is indeed noble. Yet, why did she marry my father? He is merely a mercenary leader. How could her sect have approved of such a union? Liu Mang had gained some understanding of the power dynamics in the continent. Had my talents been extraordinary, the sect would never have consented to my marriage with your father. Alas, I was ambushed when I first entered the Emu sect, and my greatest achievement in this life has been to attain the rank of martial master. Therefore, at your father's earnest request, the sect reluctantly agreed to this marriage." Reflecting on past events, xianxia could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. "Oh, is that so? Then please impart the techniques to me, mother. I have no desire to languish in bed all day. With the assistance of the Qingmu technique, I shall recover more swiftly." At this moment, Lu Meng's thoughts were solely focused on regaining his health as quickly as possible, not for any reason other than to engage with martial arts. Without internal energy and a comprehensive martial system, he would indeed become a mere shell of his former self. Having arrived in this world, he could not afford to live a life of mediocrity. The envy reflected in his mother's expression when she spoke of those above the martial master rank had a profound impact on Lu Meng. Who does not yearn for immense power? Who does not aspire to dominate the world? In his previous life, Lu Meng unified the central and southern regions. In this life, he is destined to unify the Longwu continent. In Lu Meng's view, achieving such a feat transcends humanity. It deserves to be termed divine. Chapter 4. Not for the chicks. Time flowed swiftly like a fleeting horse, and 10 days had passed. Lu Meng no longer lay in bed. His injuries had completely healed. The nourishing effects of the Qingmu Gong were indeed remarkable. In the Lu family's martial arts arena, a group of young individuals practiced various martial arts forms. Lu Meng stood before a heavy stone lock, gripping its clasp tightly. A high-pitched sound escaped his lips, and his small face turned crimson. A vein on his forehead bulged, resembling an enraged dragon. Upon hearing this sound, the practicing middle-aged men paid little attention, for it was not the first time they had witnessed the young master in such a state. The 50-kilogram stone lock was nothing for these warriors. Yet for a mere 6-year-old, it was a formidable challenge. It is known that lifting a weight of 100 jin requires a full effort from an adult. Without employing internal energy, it is exceedingly difficult. For a child of 6 to attempt lifting such a stone lock seemed utterly impossible. In everyone's minds, the young master Lu Meng was overly eager for success. It was customary for martial artists in the Dragon Martial Continent to commence their training with weights of 10 or 20 jin. However, Lu Meng held a different perspective. In his previous life on Earth, the potential of the human body had been analyzed to perfection. He had once read an article about a frail woman who, when her son faced an oncoming truck, could miraculously summon the strength to lift the vehicle. Of course, such an exertion of potential came at a great cost. The woman succumbed the very next day. Yet, Lu Meng would not follow that path. At least in this world, the price would not be as steep. Internal energy is a wondrous thing, incomprehensible to those who have never experienced it. If that woman from the previous life had cultivated internal energy, perhaps her demise would not have come so swiftly. At the very least, the stimulation of potential through internal energy is far less harmful to the body. On the 78th attempt, though the stone lock remained unmoved, Lu Meng felt his strength had significantly increased. He wiped away his sweat and descended from the martial arts arena. At this point, he did not require martial skills. He merely sought to enhance his energy sensitivity and improve his physical condition. This body's constitution was exceedingly poor, even inferior to that of his former self. He could hardly comprehend how, in a world abundant with energy, his physical quality could be so lackluster. He truly wondered how lazy the former Lu Meng must have been. "Dear master, you must be exhausted. The lord and lady are already waiting for you in the hall for dinner." The steward hurried over, presenting Lu Meng with a clean towel and water. "Steward, you are too kind. How could I trouble you so?" Lu Meng replied, genuinely apprehensive of the elderly man. This was part of the memories that lingered in little Lu Meng's mind. The old steward was no ordinary individual. Among the 100 or so members of the Lu family, half of their resources came from his father, Lu Kaishan's mercenary group, while the other half stemmed from the family's weapon forging. "Master Lu, come and sit. You seem to be in good spirits lately. The Qingmu Gong truly suits you. I estimate that in just 2 to 3 months, your physical quality will reach that of a level 2 warrior." Lu Kaishan, a congenital martial master, was astonished by his son's transformation. It had only been 10 days of practicing the Qingmu Gong, yet such significant changes had already occurred. It seemed his son's aptitude was not lacking, merely that he had been indulging in playfulness before. "Indeed, I have been more diligent, training my strength daily, and I have chosen the most challenging routines." Lu Meng nodded, yet he was reminded by his father, "But you must take care not to overexert yourself. That could hinder your physical development." Xianxia served Lu Meng a bowl of congee, affectionately ruffling his hair, her eyes filled with love. Feeling the warmth of his parents' concern, Lu Meng's heart melted entirely. This was familial love. The adoration from his parents made him forget his past identity. Only his worries for his sister remained hidden deep within his heart. From this moment forth, he was Lu Meng, the son of the Lu family in Wulong City. Father, mother, do not worry, I am aware of my limits. As long as I adjust accordingly, there will be no issue. Lu Meng smiled reassuringly at his parents. Go on, but do take care. I have arranged for your Uncle Quan to accompany you. Lu Kaishan did not restrict Lu Meng from venturing out, but insisted on having a reliable person by his side. Uncle Quan, the steward who instilled in Lu Meng a sense of wariness, was indeed that individual. Rest assured, my lord and lady, I, the old servant, will accompany the young master and ensure he does not stray far. The old steward suddenly exuded an aura of authority. He too was a congenital martial master. In Lu Meng's eyes, this elder appeared even more formidable than his father. It seemed this steward was truly extraordinary. As Lu Meng stepped beyond the gates of the Lu residence, he marveled at the world around him. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, fearful that the old steward might discern something amiss. Master, look, this is your favorite dish, tofu pudding. I used to often buy it for you. Would you like to try some now? The steward halted at a roadside stall selling tofu pudding. Ah, Lu steward, young Master Lu, what brings you both here today? Shall I prepare 2 bowls as usual? The elderly vendor was evidently familiar with the duo. Ha ha ha, old Wang, how fares your business? Today, the young master is in a good mood and wishes to take a stroll. I merely accompanied him for leisure. Hello, Uncle Wang. I had a hearty breakfast today, so I shall pass on the tofu pudding. Uncle Quan, let us visit Xiaofang Mountain. I have heard that it boasts scenic views and abundant energy. Lu Meng had not come to the city to wander aimlessly. He had a purpose. Wulong City was a small border town with scarce energy. However, 3 miles outside the city lay an entrance to Xiaofang Mountain. Based on his past experiences, he knew that only in the depths of the mountains could one find rich reserves of energy. Old Wang, let us continue our conversation another day. With that, Lu Quan waved goodbye to the vendor and led Lu Meng away. He recognized that the young master had been diligently working and had recently begun practicing the Qingmu Gong. Xiaofang Mountain was lush with vegetation and abundant in wood energy. They called for a carriage, and Lu Quan personally drove it towards Xiaofang Mountain. Wulong City was indeed small. In just 5 minutes, they had exited the city gates. Lu Meng gazed out the carriage window, captivated by the scenery that was incomparable to earth. The wildflowers along the roadside bloomed vibrantly, and the grass was lush and thriving. The crops on either side of the road flourished as well, a testament to the wondrous energy of this place. The food here contained traces of energy within it. Master, we have arrived. This is the entrance to Xiaofang Mountain. Once we pass this barrier, we shall enter the mountain. The carriage came to a halt, and Lu Quan gently roused the drowsy Lu Meng. The pace of the carriage was hardly commendable. Despite covering only a few miles, it had taken an hour. Of course, Lu Quan had intentionally slowed down, as his reason for the outing was merely to relax, not to rush. Oh, so this is the entrance to Xiaofang Mountain? I have heard there are demons within. Lu Meng recalled that numerous mercenaries would venture into the mountains to hunt so-called demon beasts, surviving by selling their materials. Legends of demons did exist, yet most of what people encountered were demon beasts. These creatures were far more formidable than ordinary beasts, and higher-level demon beasts could even take on human forms. However, within 100 kilometers of Wulong City, the highest level of demon beast was only 5 or 6. This was due to the proximity to the city, where higher-level demon beasts had long been hunted down by human experts. Even 5 or 6 level demon beasts were considerably stronger than human warriors. In the realm of spiritual beings, the innate conditions of demon beasts far surpassed those of humans. Yet, they had their shortcomings. Their intelligence was exceedingly low. Unless they reached a level of transformation into human form, they were not much different from wild animals. As Lu Meng walked, he was filled with boundless reflections. The old steward's eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise. Could it be that the young master possesses such vast knowledge? Was he perhaps concealing his true capabilities all along? It is worth noting that many have sought to pilfer the Lu family's wealth in Wulong City. Despite the Lu family's formidable status, there exists only one legitimate male heir in the younger generation, Lu Meng. This situation is precarious. Should any danger arise, the old servant would bear significant responsibility. Young master, you may proceed with your cultivation. I shall safeguard you. Lu Quan was utterly unwilling when he heard the young master suggest he leave. Since the recent attack, Lu Quan has been diligently reinforcing the security measures to protect Lu Meng. If the estate itself posed such risks, how much more perilous could it be in the relatively unsafe Xiaofang mountain? Meanwhile, Lu Meng's true nature began to emerge. He was determined to forge his own path to strength, unwilling to rely on others for support. Nor did he desire to remain a fledgling beneath the wings of a mighty eagle. Chapter 5. Unexpected joy to be a person among people, and to be a king among ghosts. This was Lu Meng's motto in his previous life, and now, in this realm, he must adhere to this principle even more fervently. His father is formidable, yet Lu Meng understands that this is not the pinnacle of his journey. The reason he withdrew from the martial world so early in his past life was due to a lack of a loyal and devoted entourage. Now that he has arrived in this place, he must not repeat the same mistakes. He must cultivate a loyal following, and Uncle Quan can serve as their chief instructor. As Uncle Quan's figure completely vanished from sight, Lu Meng shook his head. It was premature to dwell on such thoughts, especially considering that he was only 6 years old. Moreover, his father had already nurtured a portion of his own faction. Crossing that barrier, Lu Meng found it peculiar that no one was guarding this area. After all, this was Shaofeng Mountain, not just any ordinary forest. The mountain stretches for miles, and if high-level demon beasts were to attack Wulong City, countless innocent lives would be thrown into turmoil. Continuing deeper into the mountain, Lu Meng walked for half an hour before discovering a small depression. The area was not large, merely 3 or 4 square meters, surrounded by trees that required several people to embrace. Not a single ray of sunlight penetrated this serene spot. It was indeed a splendid place, perfectly shielding him from the sun's fierce flames, which are the most intense fire in the mortal realm. While at home, he struggled to comprehend the essence of wood energy, as the sunlight often disrupted his focus. Sitting cross-legged, he placed his hands over his dantian and began to channel the Qingmu Gong. He once again sensed the vibrant green energy particles, far more abundant than when he practiced at home. Strands of wood energy enveloped him, drawn in through his skin and entering his body via his mouth and nose. This could be seen as a form of energy absorption, though it was not the true essence absorption. The genuine absorption involves utilizing the dantian as a gravitational source to substantially absorb energy and nourish one's body and bones. The energy acquired through breathing does not significantly alter the body. It merely enhances lung capacity and invigorates the heart. Wood energy symbolizes the vitality of all living things, providing the best nurturing effect for the body's meridians among all forms of energy. Given Lu Meng's current atypical meridian condition, wood energy is the most suitable for his recuperation. Unfortunately, this was not innate wood energy. As he continued to circulate the first layer of Qingmu Gong, he finally achieved a small cycle after completing 72 circulations. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already noon. The results were indeed promising. He now possessed at least 60 pounds of strength. He was steadily approaching the minimum threshold required for a level 2 warrior. This was the first time Lu Meng had successfully completed 72 small cycles. Thanks to the abundant wood energy in this locale, the circulation operates on a basis of 9 as the ultimate number. It remains unclear whether this is mere coincidence or due to their shared cosmic origin. His training here closely resembles the records found in Earth's Taoist scriptures. In fact, the most basic requirement for energy absorption is to complete 9 cycles. In his previous life, Lu Meng had merely achieved 9 cycles, possessing only 30 pounds of strength at the age of 6. This was a result of his own laziness. Had he applied himself as he did now, his achievements would have been far greater. After all, 3 years had passed, and he had only reached the first level. However, this was also due to the violent nature of the fire technique, which caused unbearable pain after just 9 cycles. Transitioning to the Qingmu Gong, he endured the pain to complete 18 cycles on his first attempt. Otherwise, the injuries to his head would not have healed so swiftly. After 5 days of complete adaptation, he began to challenge himself to complete 36 cycles, finally achieving this yesterday evening. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astounded. 36 cycles mark the initial stage of a level 2 warrior, while Lu Meng's current achievement of 72 cycles serves as the benchmark for advancing to a level 3 warrior. The energy naturally absorbed from 72 cycles is exponentially greater than that from 36 cycles. Alas, this abnormal meridian is a source of frustration. According to the techniques described, he should have already advanced to a level 3 warrior. However, Due to the peculiarities of his meridians, the energy cannot penetrate effectively, only improving his flesh. Otherwise, he would be on the verge of crossing the threshold into martial prowess. Lu Meng felt a sense of helplessness. Continuing this way was not a viable option. Was he truly destined to take a risk? Just as he exited the depression, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. Could this be the movement of demon beasts? It was quite possible, as summer often sees increased activity among such creatures. Moreover, judging by the energy fluctuations, it appeared that two demon beasts were engaged in combat. Carefully sensing the energy waves, Lu Meng stealthily moved eastward. He hoped it was indeed two demon beasts fighting. If fortune smiled upon him, he might acquire some valuable materials or demon cores. After all, demon cores are highly coveted treasures. The texts he had read mentioned that concocting the xianxia Dan requires cores from level 7 demon beasts. Of course, even higher level cores are needed. But for Lu Meng at present, a level 7 core would be perfectly adequate. Demon cores are crystallizations of a demon beast's power, and only those of level 4 or above possess cores. Furthermore, not every demon beast produces a core. Finding one among 10 is already considered fortunate. There is no record of higher-level cores in the texts he had studied. After all, the Lu family is merely well-regarded in the small Wulong city, and it is understandable that the available literature is limited. After traversing approximately 400 to 500 meters, Lu Meng finally pinpointed the source of the energy fluctuations. To his surprise, it did not stem from demon beasts, but rather from two individuals. Moreover, Lu Meng discerned that these two were at least level 8 martial masters, indicating they were at the channeling level. The terms for the 9 levels of postnatal cultivation are merely colloquial. According to the techniques recorded, this should collectively be termed foundation establishment. It is upon this foundation that concepts such as energy perception, energy absorption, and channeling arise. The classifications of warriors, martialists, and martial masters remain shrouded in mystery as to when they originated. These are skilled individuals, and not just ordinary experts. Judging by their attire and combat skills, they are not from Wulong City. But why are they here, engaged in such fierce combat? Lu Meng was less than 50 meters away from the scene of their duel. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, oblivious to the presence of an onlooker. One was clad in purple, while the other donned black, both appearing to be around 30 years of age. After evading an attack, the purple-clad warrior swung his soft weapon, a meteor hammer, targeting the black-clad man's vulnerable spot. This truly opened Lu Meng's eyes. This was what one would call a rogue, and a highly skilled one at that. Zhao Yunlong, you are truly despicable for attacking my weak point. I see that from Yunmen. You are all nothing but lowly scoundrels, unworthy of being part of the 108 second-rate sects. The black-clad man, Long Ming, seethed with rage, leaping 3 meters away to hurl curses. Ha ha ha. Long Ming, are you out of your mind? As long as it leads to a kill, any tactic is permissible, even if it means threatening your family to force you into suicide. As long as the goal is achieved, it matters not. Be wise and hand over the innate Dan and xianxia Dan, and I may spare your family a chance at life. Zhao Yunlong, do not be so arrogant. I swear I will cleave you in two today. Eliminating you serves the righteous path. I am merely executing heavenly justice. Upon hearing the threat to his family, Long Ming's killing intent surged. Although those few pills were precious, he could not bear to trade his family's lives for them. However, there was no choice. These two items were personally designated by the enforcement hall master of Tiananmen. Listening to their conversation, Lu Meng felt a surge of excitement. Truly, fortune favors the bold. What he needed most was precisely the xianxia Dan. With this pill, his constitution could be improved. As for the innate Dan, it is a treasure that aids in entering the current realm. Even offering 100,000 gold would not guarantee its acquisition. One must recognize that in a city like Five Dragon City, which boasts a population of nearly 200,000, there are but a few innate martial sovereigns. It is imperative to acquire these two items. I must devise a plan to launch a surprise attack on these individuals. However, their formidable prowess necessitates a patient approach. Lu Meng hurriedly steadied his agitated heart, fully aware that this was not the time for haste. Observing the two combatants, it was evident that a life-and-death struggle was inevitable today. The most favorable outcome would be one death and one grievous injury, allowing for the safe acquisition of the items without any subsequent complications. In an instant, the two fighters became locked in a fierce struggle. Their weapons were discarded, and they resorted to a brawl, akin to two farmers who knew nothing of martial arts. exchanging punches and kicks in a reckless manner. This spectacle elicited a chuckle from Lu Meng. Surely, even if their inner energy was depleted, they could not be reduced to such a state. Perhaps they were simply exhausted from long travels? Huh. Zhao Yunlong, you shall pay with your life. At that moment, Long Ming seemed to have been infused with a surge of vitality, suddenly unleashing an overwhelming force. His fist was now a mere 5 centimeters from Long Ming's temple. Chapter 6. Ruthless and unyielding apologies for my tardiness today. Fortunately, I was well prepared, or else it would have been a grave offense. I hope those who come across this book will take a moment to show their support. Let us proceed with the updates, and I sincerely hope you all enjoy it. The abrupt turn of events left Zhao Yunlong utterly flustered. After a grueling chase and battle spanning over 200 miles, their stamina had nearly equalized. Yet, how could Long Ming suddenly unleash such fury at the last moment? You may go. Wasting a great xianxia pill on you would still be worth my life. Zhao mused. At that moment, Long Ming's strength surged beyond what it had been in his previous normal state. He could even feel the very fabric of his heaven and earth bridge beginning to tremble. Impossible. You are merely an inconsequential disciple. How could you have obtained a great xianxia pill? Zhao Yunlong found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, yet he refused to succumb so easily. His master had assured him that he would achieve the innate realm within 3 years. Once he ascended to the level of an innate martial sect disciple, his status would far surpass that of an outer court intern. The thought of dying at the hands of a fellow intern, Long Ming, filled him with unrelenting resentment. Haha, let us see how long you can evade. During their exchange, Zhao Yunlong managed to roll to the side and narrowly avoid the attack. Long Ming remained undeterred. He was invigorated and had restored over 50% of his internal energy. Brother Long, please, have mercy. I understand my mistakes. Rest assured, I will not trouble your family. I beg for your forgiveness. Zhao Yunlong's fear was palpable, though a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Spare you? That is not beyond possibility, contingent upon your response. Long Ming halted. His intentions to spare Zhao Yunlong were not genuine. He simply wished to relish the thrill of the hunt. Speak, Brother Long. I will comply with any request if you grant me my life. Zhao Yunlong pleaded, throwing himself at Long Ming's legs, desperately begging for mercy. It's quite simple. I will cripple your dantian, ensuring you can never threaten my family again. With a swift kick, Long Ming sent Zhao Yunlong sprawling. At that moment, he felt a rush of exhilaration. But as he kicked him away, Zhao Yunlong suddenly produced a bamboo tube from his robes and hurled it at the advancing Long Ming. Ha ha ha, Long Ming, you fool. Taste the feast I've prepared for you. Upon seeing the tube, Long Ming instinctively dodged, but the distance between them was too minimal. The suddenness of the attack caught him off guard. He never anticipated that Zhao Yunlong had such a trick up his sleeve. The bamboo tube contained wudu san, a poisonous smoke crafted by an alchemist. As the wax seal broke, it was evident that Zhao Yunlong had inhaled some of the toxic fumes. But the most severe impact was upon Long Ming, as the toxic smoke invaded his mouth and nose. The wudu san was not exceedingly potent. What made it truly terrifying was its sentience, infiltrating through every orifice, leaving those below the innate realm with no chance of escape. Zhao Yunlong, even if I perish, I will ensure your destruction. Ignoring the poison, Long Ming lunged at his adversary, leaping and delivering a brutal kick to Zhao Yunlong's dantian. Ah, you are truly vicious. Long Ming, die? Just die? With his dantian shattered, Zhao Yunlong coughed up blood. The agony drove him into a frenzy. He seized a branch and thrust it violently into Long Ming's left eye. Ha ha ha, what a my demise. You shall still be crippled, and my family will remain safe. Zhao Yunlong, I shall await you in hell. Long Ming's face twisted in madness as he collapsed, laughter echoing in the air. At this moment, Lu Meng felt a surge of adrenaline and rushed forward. He had awaited this opportunity, taken aback by the extent of their conflict. Could it be that traversers possessed an extraordinary fortune, as depicted in novels? Although Zhao Yunlong's dantian was ruined, there still lay the possibility of restoration. Yet, witnessing the current situation, genuine fear gripped him. Until Long Ming's explosion of power, he had not truly felt terror. After all, he had wudu san at his disposal. Now, however, his trump card had been fully revealed. The moment he laid eyes on the boy's gaze, his heart clenched. Those eyes resembled a wolf's, ravenous and bloodthirsty, akin to a starving wolf in a frozen wasteland. Mr. Zhao, I believe you are mistaken. You are now akin to a pile of mud, while I, though merely a child, am your only lifeline. You should be pleading with me, not issuing commands. Ignoring Zhao Yunlong, Lu Meng began to rummage through Long Ming's lifeless body. His intent was not to merely observe, but to gather spoils. While other trinkets held no value, 2 specific potions were essential. The Yijing Shisui Dan was perfect for his use, while the Xiantian Dan would be beneficial for his mother. If she could ascend to the innate martial sect, his own meridian issues would swiftly resolve. As for the requirement to reach the warrior level, that was of no concern to him at present. With a few additional days of practice, stabilizing the operation of the 72 meridians would pave the way for his own breakthroughs, allowing the innate energy to enhance his physique significantly, thus raising his future potential. My dear young brother, you surely hail from a prestigious family. My master is an elder from the Yunmen Outer Sect, a peak innate martial sect powerhouse. If you could present those 2 elixirs to him, he would undoubtedly take you under his wing. Upon seeing Lu Meng pocket the elixirs, Zhao Yunlong's anxiety surged. His chance of restoring his Dantian hinged entirely upon those 2 potions. What are you talking about? I didn't see anything. But you are utterly incapacitated now. Remaining here would only serve to feed the beasts. Allow me to grant you a swift end. Lu Meng brandished Long Ming's hefty axe, advancing step by step towards the bloodied Zhao Yunlong. You cannot do this. I am a scion of a great sect. If you kill me, I swear, even if I flee to the ends of the earth, Yunmen will not let you escape. Terrified, Zhao Yunlong desperately retreated, but Lu Meng's response was chillingly resolute. Since you have stated it so, I shall leave you no chance. Remember this, the one who slays you is Lu Meng. In 2 swift strides, Lu Meng brought the axe crashing down. A piercing scream rang out as the heavy axe, combined with Lu Meng's strength, cleaved Zhao Yunlong in 2. It was a tragic end for an 8th-level martial artist, meeting his demise at the hands of a mere 1st-level warrior. Lu Meng discarded the axe, breathing heavily as he sank to the ground. His hands trembled incessantly. While this was not his first act of killing, the weight of slaying a disciple of a grand sect unsettled his heart. Fortunately, they were in a secluded area, away from prying eyes. Now, his only task was to erase all traces. After a few minutes of searching, he found only 2 iron plates and a tome bound in animal hide. He lacked the time to examine them thoroughly and simply stuffed them into his belongings. As for how to dispose of the bodies, the only solution that came to mind was incineration. In a dense forest, the risk of wildfires was high, yet a great blaze would obliterate all evidence. Environmental concerns were far from his thoughts. He retrieved a fire starter and gathered some dry leaves and twigs to cover the bodies. With a crackling sound, the flames ignited, consuming the foliage in an instant. Lu Meng, wielding a great axe and a soft weapon known as the meteor hammer, sprinted rapidly towards the outskirts of Xiaofang Mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Quan had already arrived at the fence surrounding Xiaofang Mountain with a horse-drawn carriage. He noticed black smoke billowing from the forest and immediately felt a sense of foreboding. The young master was still cultivating within the mountain. It was imperative that no calamity befell him. It is well known that those sects are more concerned with their reputation than the lives of their outer disciples. Furthermore, the 2 extraordinarily valuable elixirs would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly. Alas, how did Xiaofang Mountain catch fire? This is dire. If the beasts were to riot, it would devastate countless crops. What can be done? A fire in such a dense forest is beyond the capabilities of just a few of us to extinguish. We should wait for the flames to subside before we venture in to assess the situation. As these words reached Lu Meng's ears, he could only manage a helpless smile. Even if there were a glimmer of a solution, he would never set fire to the forest. However, he harbored no regrets. Even if it meant igniting the entirety of Xiaofang Mountain, he would stand resolute in his decision. Chapter 7. Truly remarkable treasures. Here lies the Wang family, a significant lineage within the realm of Wulong City. If the Lu family represents the foremost dragon, then the Wang family stands as the vigilant lion. Clearly, any matter that causes him to furrow his brow signifies a considerable dilemma. While other families may merely fret over their inability to access the materials from the inferno in the Xiaofang Mountain Forest, for the Wang family, it is a most vexing predicament. After all, the Wang family is ostensibly the lord of Wulong City. Swiftly, they dispatched additional personnel to quell the flames, ensuring that no innate beasts would be provoked. They also sought to uncover the cause of the fire, pondering who might possess the audacity to ignite such a blaze. After half an hour of contemplation, the possibility of a natural fire was dismissed. Could it be the Lu family, attempting to unleash beasts upon the Wang family by setting the fire? News arrived today that the Liu family's infamous young master and the old steward, Liu Quan, had ventured out. Were they the culprits? Further inquiries were warranted to ascertain if any members of the Liu family had been near the scene and whether they had crossed the barrier. At this moment, the head of the Wang family genuinely suspected the Liu family's involvement. The three prominent families of Wulong City simultaneously dispatched individuals to investigate. Liu family members were indeed present, yet they were not there to discern the cause of the fire. Rather, they sought Liu Meng. Zhang Ziyun, fearing her son's disobedience, rushed to join the fray. Although she was aware that her son had changed considerably, the curiosity of youth often led them into mischief. However, she quickly regained her composure. She was acutely aware of the old steward's prowess. In all of Wulong City, to injure someone under the old steward's protection was unfathomable. Yet, if the old steward was unharmed, how had her son sustained injuries? Menger, what has transpired? Who has harmed you? I shall ensure their lineage is eradicated. Zhang Ziyun burst into the study, grasping Liu Meng with concern. Liu Meng cautiously inspected the doors and windows, which were securely fastened, before retrieving an ancient tome from his bosom. The beast's skin cover was somewhat yellowed, indicating its age. This is my discovery from Xiaofeng Mountain today. Mother and Uncle Quan may take a look. Liu Meng seated himself, lifting a teacup for a sip. What tome is this? How could such a thing be found in Xiaofeng Mountain? Zhang Ziyun gasped upon seeing the inscription on the cover, her mouth agape in astonishment. Liu Meng, however, remained unfazed. After all, his mother was a disciple of a sect and was familiar with the origins of this technique, so it was no surprise to her. Uncle Quan, too, widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it truly worthy of such astonishment? It is merely a technique from a second-rate sect. What is so extraordinary? Liu Meng casually produced 2 porcelain vials, pouring out their contents. One was a vivid crimson, the other pure white, emanating fragrances that were intoxicating. Even an innate master like Liu Quan could not resist inhaling deeply. This is the essence cleansing pill, and this is the innate pill? Good heavens, am I dreaming? Such precious items. How did you come by them, young master? Liu Quan rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming he had not misjudged. Liu Meng placed the pills back into the porcelain vials, watching as their alluring scent gradually dissipated. He felt his body reveling in the fragrance. However, to preserve the efficacy of the pills, he had to stow them away. Subsequently, he recounted the events of the morning, omitting the part about having taken a life. He feared causing his mother distress and believed that the more individuals aware of it, the greater the risk of the information leaking. Even amongst trusted kin, one could never guarantee against slip-ups. It seems the heavens favor my son. Keep these items well. There is no need to present them to your father. I shall decide to bestow these 2 pills upon you, hoping you may soon ascend to the rank of innate martial master. Remember, the younger one is when entering the innate realm, the greater the potential for future accomplishments. Zhang Ziyun felt a wave of relief upon realizing the origins of these items were secure. Mother, I shall take the essence cleansing pill. But the innate pill is for you. I wish to rely on my own strength to reach the innate realm, without external aid. Liu Meng pressed the vial containing the innate pill into his mother's hands while concealing the essence cleansing pill within his own garments. That simply cannot do. Your foundation is already weak, and this pill is perfect for your use. I am over 30 and can afford to wait a few more years. Zhang Ziyun insisted, resolutely pushing the vial back to her son. Liu Meng, realizing he could not sway her, suggested she pass it on to his father, Liu Kaishan. After all, keeping such treasures with him felt perilous. Master, please keep this technique for yourself, since you wish to avoid relying on external forces to ascend to the innate realm. This technique is exceptionally suited for you. However, remember to keep its existence a secret from others. The old steward handed over the book, his eyes filled with envy. Regrettably, the nature of the technique did not align with his own attributes. Otherwise, he too might have aspired to break through to the innate martial master level. Uncle Quan, what precisely is this technique? Could it truly belong to a superlative sect, given that it is merely a trinket of a second-rate sect? Liu Meng gazed quizzically at his mother and the old steward, as he had yet to peruse the text. While it may not be from a super sect, it is indeed a technique cultivated by an individual who transcended the innate level a millennium ago. If you and your mother were not from a sect, you would be unfamiliar with it. I suspect that individual from the second-rate sect stumbled upon it by chance. Zhang Ziyun elaborated, and Liu Meng was finally moved. This technique is called the Lingyan Huomu Gong, a creation of a master who transcended the innate level 1,000 years ago. Though this master was not of the highest caliber, he was quite renowned in the Longwu continent, ranking among the top 10 recluses of his time, his terror-inducing awe. The reason for this master to create a technique was due to his dual attributes of wood and fire. He once observed the techniques of 36 super sects and, at the pinnacle of his life, devised this poorly named yet immensely powerful technique. The 5 elements of heaven and earth thrive in a perpetual cycle. However, to possess a dual attribute constitution is exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather amidst the mundane. While we cannot ascertain if you possess the dual attributes of fire and wood, the advantages of this technique for you are inexpressible. Now, hurry and change your clothes. Let us dine in the hall. Xianxia went to fetch several sets of clothing before turning to leave. Lu Meng's face flushed with excitement. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him at last. With the issues of the pills resolved, and now the technique secured, how could one not marvel at the benevolence of fate? Was his good fortune in this new life truly so pronounced? Meanwhile, not far from the Lu residence, the head of the Wang family was in a furious uproar. His subordinates had spent an hour investigating, yet uncovered naught. They had spotted the old steward and the young master of the Lu family, but they had not crossed the barrier. Given his understanding of that young Lu lad, this seemed plausible. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. But what exactly was amiss, he could not fathom. Father, do not overthink it. That young Lu lad could not possibly stir such chaos. Moreover, there are not many high-level beasts in Xiaofang. We in Wulong City need not fear them. The speaker bore a striking resemblance to the head of the Wang family, appearing around 16 or 17, yet exuding remarkable competence. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. Ah, however, perhaps you are right. I have indeed been overly anxious. Has the fire been contained? What of the other 3 families? Have there been any developments? The head of the Wang family sighed upon hearing his son's words. Rest assured, father, the fire has been brought under control. No beasts have perished, and not a single mercenary has been harmed. It is likely that a few hunters inadvertently ignited some dry branches. Wang Hao brought a chair for his father and took a seat opposite him. Chapter 8. The hidden currents of Wulong. A day had passed since the great fire at Xiaofang Mountain, and discussions surrounding the event had gradually diminished. However, the atmosphere in Wulong City grew increasingly tense. There were 2 primary concerns: the fear of retaliation from the beasts and the apparent intentions of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families of Wulong, to take action against the Lu family. It was common knowledge that although the Wang family was the nominal authority in Wulong City, the Lu family held the highest esteem and was the true hegemon. The Lu family had existed long before the establishment of Wulong City. Founded 256 years ago, this place was once merely a border town. With improved transportation, the Lu mercenary group established its headquarters here, with 2 innate martial masters securing their dominance over the town. Over the following decades, the town flourished. The 5 prominent families, Lu, Wang, Li, Shui, and Feng, jointly invested and sought permission from the Huoyun sect to construct what is now known as Wulong City. The name, symbolizing the 5 families as 5 mighty dragons, reflected their absolute control over life and death in the region. Regrettably, time had eroded the once strong ties among the 5 families. The Feng family had completely declined over the past 2 centuries, leaving only 4 families remaining. In recent years, the Lu family had focused on commercial development, leading to a depletion of direct male heirs, while collateral branches had dispersed. This situation presented an opportunity for the Wang family, the second most powerful, to consider subduing the Lu family. The other 2 families maintained a watchful stance, having rebuffed multiple attempts by the Wang family to form an alliance. They understood that if the Wang family failed in their endeavor against the Lu family, they could face their own demise. Damn it. Those 2 old fools refused to join forces against the Lu family. I swear, one day, I will make them disappear completely. The head of the Wang family seethed with anger at his son's words. Father, they lack the foresight. My plan is to eliminate them first. Within 3 days, a senior innate martial master from Huoyun sect will visit our house. I will invite him to act. Wang Hao's expression was inscrutable, as if the sky were falling and it had no bearing on him, though a flicker in his eyes betrayed his intentions. A hidden serpent remains motionless before striking its prey, but once it attacks, it is guaranteed a swift kill. Your idea is indeed commendable, but do you believe the Lu family will allow us to devour those 2 families? The head of the Wang family recalled how the Lu family had staunchly defended the Feng family during their downfall. Had it not been for the great beast tide that coincided with the Feng family's demise 30 years ago, their clan would not have been annihilated. The mere mention of the great beast tide made the head of the Wang family shudder. At over 40 years of age, he had been but a child during that catastrophic event. Although he had not directly experienced the battle, the memories of the war between humans and beasts lingered in his mind, sowing seeds of fear. Murder is not the cruelest act. Even torture pales in comparison. The true horror lies in witnessing one's own body devoured piece by beasts. Even without personal experience, one can imagine the agony of such a death. Frankly, Father, we need not concern ourselves with the Lu family. The current strength of their direct line does not pose a threat to us. We can swiftly eliminate the upper echelons of the other two families. By the time the Lu family mobilizes for assistance, we will have already secured our victory. Would they dare to confront us then? Wang Hao remained impassive. However, do not underestimate the Lu family's foundation. That Lu family's woman is an inner disciple of Imu's sect. Although she has married Lu Kaishan, she has not severed ties with her sect. The head of the Wang family understood his son's ambitions. How could the Wang family lack a backing in a world governed by the strong? In this predatory society, how could one survive for centuries without a formidable ally? Our current support comes from the Huoyan sect, albeit tenuous. Yet the Lu family has the prestigious Imu sect as their backing. Would the Huoyan sect sever ties with a secular family over such a matter? Father, have you forgotten? The reason my senior brother visits our humble Wulong city is quite significant. If we proceed as planned, would we not have to fear the Lu family acting against us? Wang Hao suddenly rose, whispering a few words to his father, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, sending shivers down one's spine. It is indeed my Hauer who thinks ahead. As long as we fan the flames from the sidelines, great achievements await us. The head of the Wang family rejoiced internally, realizing that the plan could indeed be executed successfully, leading the Wang family to dominance in Wulong City. In the Li family, one of the four prominent families of Wulong City, the atmosphere was tense. Martial practitioners of varying ranks moved in and out, indicating preparations for an impending threat. In a secret chamber, two middle-aged men conversed in hushed tones. Brotherly, it appears the Wang family truly intends to take action against the Lu family. Do you think there is a chance for us to benefit from their conflict? Xue Ping felt a surge of excitement, recognizing a potential opportunity for the resurgence of the Xue family. Your enthusiasm is commendable, Xue brother. But do you believe these two families will engage in mutual destruction? Li Yuan scrutinized Xue Ping, perceiving him as somewhat naive. This man still harbored grand ambitions without a clear understanding of their own limitations. Does Brotherly truly think we must forever remain under their oppression? For years, my Xue family has struggled under their weight, barely able to breathe. This golden opportunity lies before us. Why not seize it? Xue brother, are you suggesting I could fare better than you? Though we divided the Feng family's assets back then, we are still lacking compared to those two families. What are they? They are merely bandits and lowly mercenaries, while our two families emerged from a noble lineage. Are we not superior? Indeed, Brotherly understands well. Although our clan no longer oversees us outsiders, we share the same roots. Who are those two families to suppress us? If you are willing, I have a plan that could work. Li Yuan perked up at Xue Ping's words. This old schemer was far from ordinary. His business acumen was unparalleled in Wulong City. However, as a commercial family, their martial prowess was somewhat lacking. Yet when it came to schemes and stratagems, only the Wang family could compare. Please, Xue brother, share your thoughts. If this can truly be accomplished, I am willing to join forces with you to achieve something great. No one wishes to remain perpetually inferior, yet growth and strength are not easily attained. If one merely relies on scattered forces, then anything is possible. However, with hundreds of mouths to feed, rashness can lead to ruin. In the Lu family mansion, within Lu Kaishan's study, he sat in contemplation, gazing at the innate elixir before him, feeling as though everything was surreal. How could his son be so fortunate, finding such a treasure on his first outing? But the elixir lay before him. Disbelief would change nothing. Manner, since this elixir is yours, you should keep it. It will be invaluable when you ascend to the innate realm. Father, I have made my decision. I will not rely on external items to enter the innate realm. While the innate elixir is beneficial, it is not without its drawbacks. Advancing to higher realms after relying on pills can be exceedingly challenging. He had studied the cultivation method and broadened his horizons considerably. Previously, his goal had been to enter the innate realm as swiftly as possible, after which he would no longer fear anyone in Wulong City. Yet now he saw a broader world. The small Wulong City was merely a stepping stone for him. Very well, I support your decision. However, the most pressing issue at present remains the resolution of your meridian concerns. With the acquisition of this innate elixir, your mother can securely ascend to the realm of the innate martial sovereign. At that juncture, with the two of us safeguarding you, absolute certainty can be assured. Lu Kaishan was in high spirits. With his son's predicament resolved, the burden he carried was finally alleviated. There's no need for my father to worry. I have discovered a solution, Lu Meng declared. I intend to alter my cultivation method, and upon advancing to the rank of warrior, I will utilize the essence cleansing pill derived from the I Ching. Lu Meng declined his parents' assistance, fully aware that modifying his meridians would inevitably affect their own cultivation levels. Currently, Wulong City was far from tranquil. The Lu family might encounter unforeseen changes. Moreover, the factions of Yun and Tianyun might very well direct their ambitions towards Wulong City. Should that occur, the diminished combat capabilities of the two innate martial sovereigns within the family would have a profound impact on the Lu clan. That simply cannot be allowed. Enhancing your meridians without proper support is exceedingly perilous. Should your entire network of meridians rupture, your future would be irrevocably compromised. Upon hearing Lu Meng's audacious intentions, Lu Kaishan abruptly rose to his feet. Rest assured, father. Without absolute confidence, I would never wager my future so recklessly. Just prepare the elixirs needed for replenishing my vital energy and repairing my meridians. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Lu Meng comforted his father a few more times before taking his leave. He intended to enter seclusion, sensing that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. However, he knew that he could not afford to advance just yet. He must first revise his cultivation technique, commencing from the fundamentals to ensure a safer and more stable progression. Chapter 9. The family treasure power is the essence. Strength is the means by which an individual can attain all their desires. This is the conviction that currently resides within Lu Meng. He yearns for immense power. Chaos is imminent in Wulong City, and the Lu family cannot remain detached from the turmoil. At present, his strength is merely comparable to that of a novice warrior. However, in terms of genuine capability, he might still hold his own among martial artists. Regrettably, this meager strength is insufficient for self-preservation, let alone aiding his family. Upon exiting his father's study, he made his way directly to the backyard. A small river flows into the estate from outside, and beyond the high walls lies a small hill. This marks Lu Meng's second visit to the backyard. His first was to absorb with elemental energy. This time, however, he had no intention of merely completing his 72 cycles before departing. Instead, he resolved to cultivate anew the Lingyan Huomu skill. There is a patch of barren land on the small hill that he previously discovered, devoid of any vegetation. Moreover, when the sun rises, it emanates wisps of purple energy, accompanied by an intensely high temperature. Had it not been for his body's recuperation over the past month and a half, he would not have dared approach that area. He had once witnessed a snake slither past, only for it to disintegrate in an instant. When he had dared to stand there himself, he found he could endure only a minute before his feet were blistered. This place is indeed mysterious. However, after dedicating the past 2 days to studying the Lingyan Huomu skill, he had not returned to test it. He had inquired with his father, who professed ignorance of this peculiar spot and even inspected it himself, finding nothing amiss. This only intensified Lu Meng's curiosity, and today he was determined to uncover the secret of this enigmatic land. If it truly poses no harm to his body, cultivating here would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. As Lu Meng approached, he noticed the familiar purple energy rising once more, though the temperature seemed markedly lower than before. Yet, glancing at the sky, he realized that there was less than an hour until noon. Could it be due to the weather? After contemplating for a moment without clarity, he decided to proceed. Closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, he discovered only that small area was intensely heated, while beyond it, the wood elemental energy was abundant, albeit within a modest range of only 2 to 3 square meters. Stepping beyond that boundary, he noticed that both fire and wood elemental energies were significantly thinner. Clearly, this area is best suited for his solitary cultivation. Thus, he resolved to make the most of it. Lu Meng approached the barren patch and sat cross-legged. He relaxed, directing his energy towards his dantian, taking several deep breaths while positioning his tongue against the roof of his mouth and gazing at his nose. Images of cultivation routes flashed through his mind like a film. Time passed swiftly, and in just 40 minutes, he had discerned a pattern. The purple energy was most vigorous at dawn. With his current strength, he could sustain it for no more than a minute. Yet, as the sun ascended higher, the purple energy diminished, allowing for longer endurance. After a brief rest, he took out some provisions to satiate his hunger. Lu Meng returned to the barren land. Beginning his practice of the Lingyan Huomu skill, the human body corresponds to the 5 elements. The liver is wood, and the heart is fire. This is a consensus among the inhabitants of the Dragon Martial Continent, as well as a conclusion drawn from traditional Chinese medicine. The route of the Lingyan Huomu skill traverses the liver and heart meridians. The 5 elemental meridians are the conduits of human energy, the very source of all power. The sage who devised this skill possessed a profound understanding of the 5 elements, sparing Lu Meng many detours. The first layer of the skill requires reaching 18 cycles, precisely corresponding to 18 acupoints. After completing a full cycle, joy spread across Lu Meng's face. This technique is astoundingly simple to initiate, and the speed of energy absorption has nearly doubled. Although he had only completed 1 cycle, it equated to the energy absorbed from 3 cycles of his usual Qingmu skill. The wood and fire energies entered his dantian, with part absorbed by the energy seed for storage, while the remainder enhanced his muscles and bones, expelling impurities from his body. Yet, the sensation was far from pleasant, akin to countless ants crawling within him, an unbearable tingling. Nevertheless, he must persevere. The essence of cultivation lies in maintaining momentum. To halt would lead to failure and significant harm to the body. Half an hour elapsed, and the sun had reached its zenith. The intense fire elements rained down, yet were absorbed by a veil of faint purple energy. After practicing for over an hour, he completed the first layer. The liver and heart meridians were interconnected at 18 primary acupoints, though he had yet to achieve full energy flow through the meridians. At this stage of energy perception, achieving such a feat speaks volumes to the skill's miraculous nature. After loosening his limbs with a series of punches, Lu Meng felt his strength had increased by at least 5 pounds. Indeed, this advanced technique yields remarkable results. Once he attains 80 pounds of strength, he will be able to contend with a 5th-level warrior. However, to truly vanquish an opponent, one must possess ample combat experience and skill. Given how effortlessly he has adapted, it is only natural that his physique aligns with this technique. No wonder the texts proclaim that those with wood and fire attributes excel in training with the corresponding techniques, achieving twice the results with half the effort. Even with my irregular meridians, I am able to progress so smoothly. As a 2nd-level warrior, I possess the capacity to challenge 4th and 5th-level warriors, which brings Lu Meng a profound sense of satisfaction. Though he celebrated his breakthrough, Lu Meng's exhilaration was fleeting. He recognized his current fragility. What value do these achievements hold? The original creator of the wood-fire technique ranks among the top 10 hermits, having transcended the innate realm entirely. While absorbing elemental energy replenishes his body's expended resources, the sensation of thirst compelled him to pause. He returned to the riverbank and was startled by his reflection in the water. Is this truly me? My face is darker than that of an African. Thankfully, no one is here to witness this. Stripping off his clothes, he plunged into the water with a splash. The refreshing sensation surged through his brain. How delightful! It has been ages since I felt this invigorated. Lu Meng closed his eyes, relishing the coolness. At this moment, his mind was strangely tranquil, as if he were the only being in existence. Meanwhile, the barren land where he had previously sat suddenly erupted with a surge of purple energy, rushing into his body. The energy entered through the Baihui point, settling within his mind. Lu Meng remained entirely unaware of these changes. At that moment, his spirit felt as though it had entered a realm of vibrant colors. Here, there was nothing but swirling hues of 5 colors. Among them, the red, green, and yellow felt most familiar, and these luminous points seemed to possess consciousness, dancing joyously around his soul. It was as if they were little sprites, enticing him to reach out and touch them. Alas, he was merely a spiritual entity at present. Yet, upon harboring this desire, the luminous points appeared to resonate with him even more. Incredible! I have entered the realm of human energy perception. My son truly is a genius. Concerned for his son, Lu Kaishan ascended to the tower in the backyard. Those of innate capabilities possess the sensitivity to perceive elemental energy, allowing him to discern Lu Meng's current state. In a person's life, One only receives a chance for human energy perception upon transitioning from the acquired to the innate. Should one succeed in entering this state and gain the recognition of the essence of elemental energy, they will ascend to the innate realm. The innate elixir merely enhances the affinity between the individual and elemental energy, imparting a glimpse of innate understanding. The primary materials for this elixir are the cores of innate beasts and the 5 elemental spiritual herbs. Chapter 10. Rapid advancement in this space. The abundance of primordial energy is astonishing. If I could cultivate here for a month, it would be equivalent to 3 years in the outside world. Lu Meng felt a surge of pride, desperately wanting to absorb this essence of energy. However, being in a spiritual state rendered him powerless. In an instant, Lu Meng sensed his soul had transcended, transforming into something different, acquiring a semblance of form. Without entering the realm of innate spirits, one cannot comprehend the essence of vitality and spirit. Without entering this realm, it is impossible to enhance one's soul state with the essence of primordial energy. Lu Meng's current state is intrinsically linked to his transmigration. In his previous life, just as his soul was about to dissipate, it was instantaneously devoured by his own spirit. This resulted in Lu Meng's ability to sense the elemental properties of energy even at the first level. Though his immersion in primordial energy was brief, Lu Meng's mental power was ejected. When his spirit returned to his consciousness, he executed a graceful maneuver, landing on the shore. With a triumphant cry, a cacophony of birds took flight and beasts scurried away. That feeling of being innate was undeniable. Indeed, it was an innate sensation. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that I, Lu Meng, could achieve such an innate understanding and complete the cycle of the 27 heavenly orbits. My realm is now firmly established as a level 2 warrior. Lu Meng clenched his fists and struck a nearby rock formation. With a resounding crash, a fist-sized hole was created in the blue steel rock. His strength had once again broken through, now nearing 100 pounds. Lu Meng truly possessed the potential to contend with a level 5 warrior, with an 80% chance of defeating his opponent. The exhilaration lasted only a few minutes before his heart returned to tranquility. The souls of his 2 lives had thoroughly merged into one, and now his mental power could rival that of a peak martial artist. Once the issue of his malformed meridians is resolved, his cultivation will soar. Upon realizing this, his heart surged with excitement once more. He had only just begun to establish the 2nd layer, yet he now possessed the capacity of a peak warrior. If he could channel his vital energy into his weapon, he would indeed be a true peak warrior. The meridian diagram of the 3rd layer requires connecting 9 points to form a small cycle of 5 and 9, allowing one to truly possess the strength of a peak warrior. What about the completion of the 3rd layer? Could it possibly lead to the realm of martial masters? The internal energy of a martial master is nearly twice that of a warrior. The energy absorbed at the warrior level can only reside in the dantian, limited to the operation of techniques. In contrast, a martial master can form a cycle, absorbing energy autonomously through their meridians. Though the quantity may be lesser, it can turn the tide in battle. Ah, how overly ambitious I have been. Attempting to leap to level 4 in one go is akin to trying to slay a beast with a mere fork. As Lu Meng felt the rising temperature and the strain on his body, he once again leaped out of that barren 3 square meter space. Indeed, you now possess at least the strength of a peak warrior. Try to see if you can channel your internal energy into your fists according to the diagram of the 3rd layer. Just as Lu Meng began to sense the power within his body, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Haha, it matters not who I am. What is significant is your formidable spirit. This firewood technique is tailor-made for you. I am weary. You should promptly awaken your father. Hey, who are you? Where are you? Can you come out for a meeting? Lu Meng discerned that the owner of the voice must be extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, how could he transmit his voice directly into Lu Meng's mind? Even an innate martial master could not achieve that. After calling out in vain, Lu Meng could only shake his head in resignation. If the other party truly existed beyond the realm of martial masters, it was only natural for them to be reluctant to meet him. Upon reaching the back door, Lu Meng discovered his father, Lu Kaishan, collapsed on the ground. It seemed that the individual truly exceeded the innate martial master. Even his father, a formidable expert, had been silently knocked unconscious. Father, what has happened? Please awaken. Lu Meng squatted down, vigorously shaking Lu Kaishan, nearly throwing him against the wall. Yet, after this effort, Lu Kaishan finally opened his eyes and sprang up. As Lu Kaishan regained consciousness, a gust of wind swept toward Lu Meng. In that moment, He had no means of defense and could only roll on the ground to evade it, though he was still struck in the chest by a fist. A spurt of blood erupted as Lu Meng grimaced in pain. Though he had managed to avoid the blow, the force still carried a weight of 120 pounds. Moreover, his father, in a fit of anger, nearly scorched his hair and clothes with the fire attribute energy. Cough, cough, cough. Why is my father so enraged? He didn't even check who it was before attacking. Had I not just experienced some enhancement, that blow would have sent me to accompany the king of hell for tea. Lu Meng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with his father's assistance. Just now I was unaware of who had knocked me out. I thought it was an assailant. Well, I shall certainly be more cautious next time. Are you all right, Meng? Lu Kaishan's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had almost harmed his son. It's nothing serious, just a bit of tightness in my chest. Father, how long have you been here? His father had good intentions, fearing an ambush while he practiced, hence his protective presence. Not long, perhaps just an hour before I fainted. Looking at the sky, I have been unconscious for nearly 3 hours. Who could be the expert that attacked me? Lu Kaishan rubbed his head, unable to fathom how he had been knocked out. Well, my father can be as cunning as a fox at times, yet just as oblivious as a fool at others. He is acutely aware that the person who spoke to him earlier must be the one who rendered him unconscious. Yet, how that individual managed to do so remains a mystery beyond his comprehension. Such an expert is someone to be gazed up at, not someone Lu Meng could hope to meet at this moment. Enough pondering those matters. My strength has significantly increased. In the entirety of Wulong City, there are likely few who can reach this level at my age. Father, will you not reward me in some way? Lu Meng knew his father could be stubborn, yet he was unsure how to explain the voice's owner if his father inquired. Menger, what reward do you desire? Whatever I can provide, I shall not hold back. Lu Kaishan responded promptly, though a hint of doubt lingered in his eyes. As the father and son conversed while walking, Lu Meng felt a fluttering in his heart. His father was indeed cunning, skillfully extracting information from him. However, he cleverly diverted the conversation with various excuses, ultimately leaving him without any reward. In truth, Lu Meng did not seek material rewards. He merely wished to borrow the family's innate martial arts, the open mountain palm. Yet, his father adamantly insisted he must wait until reaching the innate stage before granting him access. This left Lu Meng feeling exceptionally frustrated. He could not utilize the advanced martial arts, yet longed to glean from their strengths to compensate for his weaknesses. She rubbed her eyes again, carefully confirming that the little fellow before her was indeed her son, yet he appeared strangely like a little girl from another family. Menger, what is this? Could it be that you have cultivated the woodfire technique and reached the realm of a level 4 warrior? Xianxia was aware of the technique's extraordinary nature. Yet given her son's unresolved meridian issues, how could he possibly advance so swiftly? It has only been 3 days, and he has already overcome a significant hurdle, advancing 3 levels. Reflecting on her own experience, she had only been a level 2 warrior at the age of 6, having trained for a year while her son had trained for 3 years to reach level 1. Ha ha ha. One need only consider whose son he is. When I had him, I was already an innate martial master. My son, Lu Kaishan's offspring, is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Lu Kaishan felt immense pride, as his son had finally shed the label of being useless and had become an undeniable talent. What are you so pleased about? Is this your doing? If not for my excellent guidance, could our son have reached such heights? Quickly go wash your hands and face, as it is time for dinner. Butler, please have the kitchen prepare a few more dishes. Chapter 11. Unheeded dogs. The news of Lu Meng's elevation in prowess spread like wildfire throughout the Lu family. The family martial practitioners, who had watched him grow up, displayed expressions of astonishment. The young master had inflicted self-harm, yet achieved remarkable strength, now comparable to the apex of martial warriors. Such progress in such a brief span of time. Truly, the young master is a prodigy. After all, who could forget whose son he is? How many from the Li and Shui families have reached the pinnacle of martial arts by the age of 6? If the young master can ascend, why can't we? Even if our innate talents are lacking and our sensitivity to energy is slow, the young master endures tremendous pain with each breakthrough due to his flawed meridians. If he, so precious, can withstand it, why can't we? Little did anyone know that Lu Meng's rise in power ignited a fervent wave of training within the entire Lu household. Upon learning of this, Lu Meng helplessly remarked that it wasn't he intentional, truly not intentional. Father, have you not ventured out lately? The household's mercenaries are currently working diligently. After completing his training, Lu Meng joined his father at the dining table and discussed family matters. The household servants and guards, reliant on the Lu family's formidable presence, felt that possessing a modicum of strength sufficed. After all, their innate capabilities had led to a stagnation in their martial progress well into their 30s. Many had long since resigned themselves to this lifestyle. "Father, I sense unrest in Wulong City," Lu Meng exclaimed, "in the past 3 days. I've noticed the Li and Shui families mobilizing personnel from afar. Moreover, representatives from both families have been frequenting Xiaofang Mountain." Lu Meng cast a disdainful glance at his father, thinking him overly frugal. After the last elevation in rank, he received no reward, and now, as the entire family toiled due to his influence, not even a word of praise was forthcoming. This world truly is disheartening, and human hearts are inscrutable. However, the Li and Shui families were not the only ones causing concern. The Wang family also remained restless. Should I take action today to remind them who truly wields power in Wulong City? The dining hall only had 4 chairs, reserved for family meals unless guests were present, one of which was always occupied by the steward, Lu Quan. This arrangement revealed the unusual bond between Lu Kaishan and Lu Quan. Having spent nearly a month in this realm, Lu Meng had yet to decipher the nature of their relationship. Nevertheless, he noted that Lu Quan had never contradicted his father's wishes. "Uncle Quan, the Wang family is the rightful steward of Wulong City. Is that not sufficient for their appetite?" Lu Meng had recently discovered subtle signs pointing to the Li and Shui families while feeling somewhat vexed. Yet, if the Wang family were indeed plotting, they could be exceedingly discreet. While the Wang family held authority, their strength was still inferior to that of the Lu family. Although each family publicly claimed only one innate martial artist, the Lu family boasted 3. The Wang family had 2, while the Li and Shui families each had 1. However, the Lu family's other innate martial artist was stationed far away in a branch family. Lu Kaishan refrained from elaborating further. The attendees were well aware of the implications. In this current state of parity, could the Wang family remain unperturbed? Though the Lu family did not officially govern Wulong City, their foundational strength far surpassed that of the Wang family. One innate martial master could easily counter 10 martial masters, particularly those of the 8th and 9th ranks. Even if their strengths were comparable, it was unlikely they would dare to initiate conflict, unless they had external assistance, potentially from an innate martial master. "Uncle Quan, quickly take the token to Qingyun Mountain and summon my senior brother." Xianxia abruptly rose, tossing a green wooden token to Lu Quan. As Lu Quan hurried out, Lu Meng suddenly stood. He realized that the recent deaths at Xiaofang Mountain had caused this commotion. After all, innate elixirs were exceedingly precious, not readily available even among second-rate sections. "Father, I shall visit the Wang family. It has been ages since I last saw my friend. I miss him dearly." The friend Lu Meng referred to was Wang Yuan, the 3rd son of the Wang family, a fellow who had often clashed with young Lu Meng. Lu Kaishan had previously suspected that Wang Yuan might have played a role in the recent troubles, given that he was the only one to have had a quarrel with Lu Meng prior to the incidents. "Do not rush, my son. Finish your meal first," Zhang Ziyin chided, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. Lu Meng, however, paid no heed and proceeded directly to the Wang family estate. The Wang residence was far more opulent than the Lu family's, adorned with gilded bronze lions at the entrance. Were this the 21st century on Earth, such adornments would likely be stripped for profit. Yet here in Wulong City, few dared to disturb the Wang family's domain. "Stop! Who dares to intrude upon the Wang family estate?" Lu Meng was intercepted by 2 guards at the entrance. "Why should I announce myself to you? What are you but a hound of the Wang family? I demand to see Wang Yuan. Step aside." Infuriated by their audacity, Lu Meng unleashed a kick. The guards recognized Lu Meng but feigned ignorance, believing him to be a mere waste. Little did they know, Lu Meng had ascended to the pinnacle of martial warriors. With a resounding crash, the guard, a mere 4th-rank martial artist, collided with the wall, his spear clattering to the ground. Blood spurted from the guard's mouth as his complexion turned ashen. "Why you wretched fool, how could you possess such strength? I despise being labeled a waste," Lu Meng declared defiantly. "Today, I shall vanquish you at the gates of the Wang family and see what they dare to do about it." Like an arrow, he lunged forward, striking the guard in the dantian. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow to the guard's head, for at that moment, a figure emerged from the estate. It was Wang Hao, the eldest son of the Wang family. Lu Meng was no stranger to him. He was renowned as the most talented youth in Wulong City, having reached the 7th rank at merely 17 years of age. Rumor had it he had become a disciple of an outer elder from the Cloud Gate. Lu Meng, you dare to assault my family's servant at our doorstep? Do you not understand the principle of not striking dogs in the presence of their master? Wang Hao arrived too late to prevent his subordinate's defeat. Is that you, Brother Wang? Your hound has been unruly, so I took it upon myself to discipline him. Since you have graced us with your presence, I shall show you some courtesy. Lu Meng deftly flicked his foot, sending the guard's body crashing into another. In that instant, he swiftly retreated to a distance of 3 paces from Wang Hao, rendering any surprise attack impossible. Wang Hao's pupils constricted, astonished by Lu Meng's extraordinary agility and speed. Even with his own 7th rank martial prowess, he could not match such swiftness without tapping into internal energy. Could it be that this boy had received some extraordinary enlightenment? Lu Meng felt a surge of tension. His trump card had been revealed. The flowing cloud step, a technique from the Cloud Gate, was now on display. Wang Hao, being a disciple of an outer elder from the same sect, would he discern any hints of its origin? In truth, Lu Meng had overestimated Wang Hao's insight. He was merely a mediocre disciple of low standing, not significantly superior to the guards of the Lu family. Techniques, such as the flowing cloud step, were beyond his experience. Lu Meng, how dare you raise your hand before me? It seems that your family has indulged you greatly. Today, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of Uncle Lu. Wang Hao was truly enraged. This young fellow had the audacity to act in his presence. Although he did not incapacitate the other individual, he certainly spat several mouthfuls of blood. Was this not a slap in Wang Hao's face? He had never before endured such a resounding affront. Consumed by fury, Wang Hao struck without granting Lu Meng a chance to retort. With a swift punch, accompanied by a whisper of wind, a cerulean glow shimmered upon his fist. Lu Meng had long anticipated this shift. Since words had failed him, he would resort to action. The water-based technique he wielded perfectly countered the assault. While water extinguished fire, it also nourished wood. The wood could fuel the flames. And Lu Meng was not necessarily destined to succumb to him. With a fluidity akin to flowing clouds, he unleashed his agility, pivoting from his original position and springing upward. Suddenly, he executed a powerful kick, concentrating all his strength into his right leg. The impact sent Lu Meng crashing to the ground, rolling twice before his toes trembled slightly. Wang Hao, on the other hand, staggered back 2 steps, his fist marked only by a footprint. Indeed, he had made significant gains in strength, boasting at least 120 pounds of physical power. Coupled with his internal energy, he possessed nearly 400 pounds of force. How could this be possible? Wang Hao had not fared well under the force of that kick. He had hastily thrown his punch, utilizing only 30% of his internal energy. What a formidable Wang Hao he was, possessing at least 600 pounds of immense strength. And he had likely employed no more than 30% of his internal energy to assist him. This stark contrast exemplified the difference between a martial master and a warrior. Had he fortified himself with internal energy, Lu Meng realized he would be utterly outmatched. Chapter 12. Night Raid, Part 1. Who dares to act recklessly before the Wang family gate? They must truly be tired of living. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, a plump boy swaggered out from the main entrance. This individual was none other than Wang Yuan, the 3rd son of the Wang family. I wondered who it was, and lo and behold, it was young Master Lu. I am curious what brings you here today. Young Master Lu? To seek torment at my hands. Lu Meng cast a glance at Wang Yuan, recognizing that this fellow's physique could indeed bully the previous version of himself. A first-level martial artist, while claiming to be a warrior, was merely an ordinary person capable of sensing vital energy. At best, he possessed a slightly superior physical constitution compared to a farmer. Lu Meng, now weighing barely 40 to 50 pounds and standing less than a meter tall, faced this chubby lad who must weigh around 100 pounds and stand about 1 meter tall. He could easily crush his former self, and it was clear he would be at a disadvantage. Wang Sanshao, your Wang family is one of the prominent clans in 5 Dragon City. How can your servants lack even the slightest sense of propriety? And your elder brother? To think he would refuse me at the door and even dare to lay hands on me. Does the Wang family truly believe they can dominate 5 Dragon City? Lu Meng's eyes danced with mockery. This little chub was merely a 2nd-level martial artist, and it was evident from his movements that he relied on external strength. There was no comparison to himself, not even to his former self. He couldn't fathom how such a wastrel could repeatedly gain the upper hand over him. Perhaps the previous Lu Meng had indeed been too mischievous and had paid too little attention to martial arts. Upon reflection, the previous Lu Meng's behavior was likely tied to his status as a wealthy heir. In Five Dragon City, who wouldn't he greet a member of the Lu family from afar? Even a servant would feel a sense of superiority. Furthermore, based on a month of interactions, it was clear that his parents' indulgence had reached a point where they would acquiesce to his every whim. This was the fundamental reason why many heirs from affluent families squander their fortunes. This is the Wang family, not your Lu family. Even if my family's servants know their manners, it depends on who they are dealing with. A waste like you is simply unworthy. Shut your foul mouth and get out of my sight. Wang Hao interrupted his brother's impending words, addressing Lu Meng. Brother Lu, I admire your prowess. Since you wish to play with my younger brother Wang Yuan, let us converse in the courtyard. Lu Meng felt a chill. This fellow harbored murderous intentions. However, no matter the circumstances, he had survived through tough times. There was no need for Wang Degu to worry. I merely wished to take Wang Yuan for a stroll. Wang Hao could only nod helplessly. After all, it wasn't the right moment to sever ties with the Lu family. If a murder were to occur in the streets, the Lu family would undoubtedly retaliate against the Wang family with fervor. In such a scenario, the Li and Shui families would be the ones to benefit. Watching his elder brother turn to leave, Wang Yuan's expression darkened with resentment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Wang Yuan, let us venture outside the city. We are already well acquainted with everything within. I have heard that the small Fang mountain outside the city has been bustling lately. Shall we go take a look? Lu Meng smiled, stepping forward to grasp Wang Yuan's arm and giving it a firm squeeze. Lu Meng, release me quickly. You're killing me. The sound of a pig being slaughtered erupted forth. The three mighty attendants immediately drew their blades, glaring fiercely at Lu Meng. The three brothers were incensed. It was the first time anyone had so insulted them. Yet, they dared not act, for in mere minutes, dozens of onlookers had gathered at the Wang family gate. Unless they could slaughter everyone present, their peak martial artist skills would not suffice to eliminate dozens in an instant. If even one person escaped, it would spell disaster for the Wang family. Young Master Lu, do not think that your meager strength allows you to act with impunity. Rest assured, my third young master will settle this matter with you one day. With a few huffs, the three departed with Wang Yuan in tow. The crowd dispersed as they saw the Wang family members leave, with no spectacle left to witness. It would be folly to linger at the Wang family gate and invite trouble. Lu Meng pushed through the crowd, finally exhaling in relief. Although his plan to sow discord between the Wang brothers had not come to fruition, he had at least gathered some valuable intelligence. His purpose for this outing had been achieved. As for Wang Hao's murderous intent, he paid it no mind. With his agility, Wang Hao couldn't guarantee a single lethal strike. However, when the next confrontation arose, Wang Hao must be eliminated. He posed too great a danger. This individual was genuinely perilous. Gifted with exceptional talent and intelligence, he possessed a cunning as deep as a river. Should such a person be allowed to grow unchecked, the other members of the Lu family would find themselves in jeopardy. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate Wang Hao at the earliest opportunity. Upon breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, one could significantly absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth to strengthen their meridians. During this process, the body's acupoints would be unblocked. Only once the acupoints were cleared could vital energy flow through the meridians. A peak warrior could infuse their weapons with vital energy, but could not apply it to their own bodies, as forcibly injecting vital energy into unprepared meridians would damage the meridian structure. Lu Meng withdrew a porcelain vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and poured a pill into his mouth. This was the essence cleansing pill from the Book of Changes, and it was time to use it. Although he had previously considered using the pill to advance to warrior status, the effects of the firewood technique were beyond imagination. As the pill melted in his mouth, it transformed into a stream of red energy that coursed down his throat, wreaking havoc throughout his body. A faint metallic taste filled his mouth as blood trickled from the corners of Lu Meng's lips. Once the medicinal properties entered his body, they aggressively impacted his major meridians. The 12 primary meridians were violently damaged by the potent medicine, only to be swiftly repaired by the very same force. The pain and itchiness during this process overwhelmed Lu Meng's mind. Lu Meng's will was formidable, yet he could not help but cry out in agony. Blood seeped from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, twisting his face into a grotesque mask of suffering. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and droplets of blood fell to the ground from his skin. At that moment, the barren land around him had grown significantly less vibrant. However, An abundance of fire and vital energy surged into his meridians, aiding the medicinal force in both destruction and restoration. After 2 hours, the 12 primary meridians were fully restored, yet only a third of the pill's potency had been consumed. Lu Meng could now introspectively observe and control the flow of the medicinal energy. He breathed a sigh of relief, calming himself to begin mobilizing the vital energy within his dantian to assist the medicinal force in impacting the 8 extraordinary meridians. Although it remained excruciating, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Once the 8 extraordinary meridians were restored, he would ascend to the rank of martial master. As previously mentioned, the distinction between a warrior and a martial master, though subtle, was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Warriors could only absorb and infuse vital energy into their weapons, while martial masters could channel it throughout their entire being. At that point, fists and feet would become instruments of death. Time passed leisurely, and the sun had completely lost its light and warmth. Darkness gradually enveloped the earth. Outside Lu family's back mountain, 3 figures lay hidden among the trees, holding their breath in fear of being discovered. Elder brother, do you think that kid can cultivate in this place? Can we trust the Lu family to allow him here? Rest assured, the Lu family's informants have thoroughly investigated. This Lu family lad comes here almost every day to train. I wonder what peculiarities this place holds. If Lu Meng could see these 3, he would recognize them as the 3 peak martial artist guards of the Wang family, the Ada brothers. But what, one might wonder, were these 3 doing at the Lu family during the night? Chapter 13, Night Raid, Part 2. The human body comprises 12 primary meridians, alongside 8 extraordinary vessels, totaling 20 principal channels. Within these channels, there are 409 acupoints, akin to switches that govern the flow of vital energy. Lu Meng has now successfully restored the 12 primary meridians. By unblocking the corresponding acupoints, he can ascend to the realm of a martial artist. Once the extraordinary vessels are fully repaired, he will be able to circulate through 36 celestial cycles. In this critical moment, a mist of white vapors began to emanate from the crown of Lu Meng's head. This was the cold, energy being expelled from his body, purged by the potency of the medicinal herbs and vital energy. The restoration of the extraordinary vessels was instantaneous. However, the medicinal energy did not dissipate. Rather, it permeated his bones and cellular tissues. A resounding boom echoed in his mind as Lu Meng's body swelled with explosive power. The medicinal energy erupted in a cataclysmic release, obliterating and then mending every cell within him. This was the essence of the I Ching's marrow washing, cleansing his entire being, meridians, bones, and flesh, transforming him completely. In that moment, Lu Meng truly experienced rebirth, his body brimming with explosive strength, capable of exerting 200 pounds of force with a mere gesture. At that juncture, he could effortlessly absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth at any time, even without the need for cultivation. Years of accumulation could elevate him to the 8th level of martial artist. Should he successfully unblock all 54 acupoints, he would naturally reach the pinnacle of martial prowess. In the Dragon Martial Continent, unblocking 108 acupoints and opening the Ren and Du meridians would grant one the title of innate martial master. The most basic of martial masters is merely one who has unlocked these channels, possessing strength only slightly superior to that of a peak martial artist. Yet, this slight difference is monumental. A martial artist, in combat, ultimately exhausts their energy faster than they can replenish it, unless aided by external forces. In contrast, an innate martial master opens all 108 acupoints during battle, allowing them to replenish their expended vital energy while engaging in combat. Although the replenishment may be minimal at lower levels, even this modest restoration can sway the tides of battle. Moreover, the strength and intensity of their vital energy are quintuple that of a martial artist, providing protection to their internal organs and significantly reducing unnecessary damage. At this stage, the primary function of an innate master is the ability to heal internal injuries. Brother, shall we make our move? As the tumultuous waves of vital energy subsided, it was evident that the young man had completed his training. Prepare yourselves. Tonight's operation must succeed without fail. Otherwise, the young master will not take kindly to our failure. 3 figures leapt forth like agile cats, landing soundlessly, demonstrating their proficiency in lightness techniques. Moreover, their control over their vital energy had reached an impressive level of mastery. Having undergone his transformation, Lu Meng stood tall, his fists clenched. He felt the explosive power surging within him and yearned for a worthy opponent to engage in a vigorous battle. Yet, he understood that the martial artists within his family would not fight him with their full strength. If he were to encounter Wang Hao again, defeating him would be a simple task. Even if it came to killing him, it would not prove difficult. Very well. Tonight we shall infiltrate the Wang family estate and confront Wang Hao. This intention had not arisen impulsively. He had contemplated it earlier in the day. With a swish, 2 streaks of blue light suddenly pierced the night sky, aimed directly at Lu Meng, who was deep in thought about his infiltration plan. Sensing the wind behind him, Lu Meng deftly executed his flowing movement technique, swiftly evading the attack. However, as he turned, a radiant blade of energy sliced toward his chest. With no other option, he leaned back, narrowly avoiding the strike. He then delivered a powerful kick to a nearby tree, utilizing the explosive force to roll away. This near-fatal blow had been evaded with remarkable ease, yet the assailant, realizing their attack had missed, followed up with a second strike. This blow aimed directly at Lu Meng's face, intending to catch him off guard. However, Lu Meng's reaction speed exceeded their expectations. He pushed off the ground with his heel and glided away like a skater. Indeed, what remarkable skill! Young Master Lu is truly impressive. In just a month's time, he had attained the strength of a 7th-level martial artist. It seemed he had concealed his true abilities during the day. The 3 assailants surrounded Lu Meng, their intentions clear. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the 3 hounds of the Wang family. Lu Meng declared, unperturbed by his encirclement. With my newfound strength, I shall take you 3 on today. Despite being surrounded, Lu Meng displayed no signs of panic. As soon as he spoke, he channeled his vital energy into his fists and launched a sudden attack against Ascent, the one who appeared to rely on external forces. It was evident that he was bolstered by the crossbow strapped to his back. If Lu Meng's suspicions were correct, the 3 arrows that had nearly struck him moments ago had been fired by this very man. Had it not been for his recent surge in strength and the cleansing of his soul by vital energy, he might have already met his demise. This realization filled him with loathing. The 3 men were momentarily taken aback by Lu Meng's boldness in countering their attack, astonished by his apparent combat experience. Ascent, not particularly adept at close combat, was now vulnerable. Lu Meng seized this fleeting moment, leveraging his agility to eliminate the archer. With his skill, breaking free from their encirclement was easily within his grasp. Ascent, a seasoned fighter, was no match for the likes of the privileged young masters. Having seen bloodshed, he possessed an acute sense of danger. Realizing that evasion was futile, he could only manifest his vital energy to shield himself, striving to minimize his injuries. With a resounding thud, Lu Meng retreated, successfully escaping the encirclement. Ascent, struck by Lu Meng's blow, staggered back several paces. Blood spewing from his mouth, a clear indication of severe internal injury. Old 3, are you all right? Ada asked, alarmed as he saw Ascent clutching his abdomen, lying on the ground in silence. In a fit of rage, he swung his blade toward Lu Meng, a flash of deadly intent gleaming in the air. Air rushed to assist Ascent, discovering that he had merely experienced a jolt to his core, causing a disruption in his vital energy. Fortunately, he was not severely harmed, though his combat effectiveness had diminished significantly. Rest for now, brother. Allow us to avenge you. Warriors are known to repay grievances swiftly, while kindness is remembered for the future. It was only natural for the 2 older brothers to be enraged at the sight of their siblings' injuries. Air drew his blade in a flash, creating a flurry of slashes in conjunction with his brother's assault on Lu Meng. In the face of their frenzied onslaught, Lu Meng had little choice but to evade. The previous strike had nearly cleaved his chest, and he was grateful for his swift and adaptable movements, narrowly escaping further injury. Nevertheless, his shirt had been torn open. With Air joining the fray, Lu Meng found himself somewhat overwhelmed. His lack of battle experience paled in comparison to these 2 seasoned fighters, who had emerged from countless battles. However, his fluid movement technique compensated for this deficiency. What a cunning little brat. Do you really think you can escape my grasp? Ada shouted. Endless blade technique, 100-fold blade assault. He unleashed a torrent of strikes, each one more relentless than the last. Despite nearly 100 attempts, aside from the previous tear in Lu Meng's clothing, he had achieved little else. Enraged, Ada finally revealed his true martial prowess. The endless blade technique was designed for group attacks, serving as the ultimate counter to swift movement techniques. No matter how quickly one evaded, a single blade's graze would severely disrupt their agility. Upon hearing his brother invoke the 100-fold blade assault, Air promptly retreated 3 paces, pulling Ascent behind the safety of a tree. Just as he steadied himself, a bright flash suddenly pierced through his chest from behind. Ah! A gasp escaped his lips, followed by a spray of blood. The light vanished from his sight. Innate martial master, condensing energy into weaponry. Cultivation. So you have been here all along. Air's words faded as his gaze dimmed. Haha, my son seeks to break through his cultivation, as his father. How could I not keep watch? You petty scoundrels dare to launch a sneak attack on my son. You are truly courting death. Cultivation revealed his imposing figure. And Air's words were met with nothing but a disdainful smile. With a swift motion, he extended one hand, releasing a powerful suction force from his palm. A startled cry escaped Ascent, who had been injured by Lu Meng, as he was firmly grasped by the neck. The star-sucking captor. What is your connection to the star-sucking sect? Ascent, held aloft by Cultivation, suddenly felt a jolt in his dantian, as his vital energy was instantaneously drained. Cultivation, what of it if you have slain my 2 brothers? Today, I shall extinguish the last scion of the Lu family. Ada's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a roar, his figure accompanied by a massive blade of light, hurtling towards Lu Meng. Witnessing Ada's desperate charge ignited a fire within Lu Meng. He swiftly channeled his energy, pouring the essence of his dantian and all his inner strength into his fists. He aimed to pierce through the chaos, transforming defense into offense. With a mighty cry, Lu Meng unleashed a dual radiance of blue and red that flickered upon his fists. The 2 elemental energies intertwined, their attributes merging in this perilous moment, a feat he achieved by sheer happenstance. Thunderous explosions erupted as both figures were flung away. Yet, Ada bore a gaping wound in his chest, his eyes vacant and devoid of light. Lu Meng, on the other hand, was riddled with countless minor wounds, as though he had been subjected to a torturous execution. Chapter 14. Unintentionally entering the source space at the critical moment. The power that Lu Meng unleashed was more than double that of his initial breakthrough into the innate realm. The residual potency of the medicine was completely concentrated in his fist, synergizing with his true energy. When he made contact with the 1,000 chaotic blades, a surge of purple energy suddenly emanated from his mind, enveloping his internal organs and meridians. Thus, as he navigated through the deadly blades, what he beheld was the terrified visage of Ada. Ada could not fathom how this young boy had accomplished such a feat after all. The 1,000 chaotic blades was an innate martial art. Even an initial innate martial sovereign would be unable to traverse through it. In the moment of his astonishment, his chest was pierced instantaneously. The overwhelming force propelled his body away, while the residual might of the 1,000 chaotic blades sent Lu Meng flying, fracturing his sternum. Indeed, my life is remarkably resilient. I was but a hair's breadth from having that broken bone pierce my heart. This was Lu Meng's sole thought before losing consciousness. As for the events transpiring within his body, he remained entirely oblivious. In that state, his singular desire was to obliterate Ada's heart with a punch. Entirely unaware of the purple energy that surged from his brain, he was even more oblivious to the fact that had it not been for the protective barrier formed by that purple energy, his heart would have been pierced long ago. Menger, how are you? Cursed Cultivation, damn Wang family. If anything happens to my son, I will annihilate your entire clan, leaving not a single one alive. After absorbing Air's true energy, Cultivation rushed out from behind the tree. Although 3 zhang was not a great distance, the speed of Lu Meng and Ada's attack was so swift that he could not reach them in time. He was merely an innate 3rd-level martial sovereign, only having reached the stage of refining energy into weapons. If he could ascend 2 more levels to cultivate an innate field, he could potentially avoid this near mutually destructive clash. True energy entered Lu Meng's body, but was instantly repelled by something. Cultivation furrowed his brow. Could it be that the opponent's true energy still lingered within Meng? But how could that be? Without innate true energy, it would be impossible for it to possess such sentience. Even he, at present, had not attained such sentience in his true energy. Ada was merely a martial artist. How could he possibly impart such sentient true energy into Menger's body? Nevertheless, he extended his mental energy to probe Lu Meng's condition. What a peculiar situation. The speed at which his injuries were healing was even faster than innate true energy. Could this be the strange energy Menger mentioned discovering here? Cultivation was at a loss. It seemed he could only accept this hypothesis. Lu Meng had previously inquired about the circumstances of the family's rear mountain. But since the Liu family had taken possession of this land, he had never observed any anomalies, let alone witnessing those strange purple energies, which surely constituted some form of advanced energy. It would be odd for a mere innate to discover such innate purple energy. Had it not been for this boy's unique soul and physique, how could he possibly obtain this innate purple energy? It is known that even the creator would find it rare. In Lu Meng's mind, a purple figure incessantly murmured something. However, those outside could not hear even a whisper. After waiting for 3 hours, Lu Meng's injuries were finally completely healed. By this time, the sun had gradually begun to rise in the sky. In the Liu family's rear mountain, Lu Kaishan stood like a guardian deity, vigilantly watching over his unconscious son. In such a vast space, how might I find my way out? The life force here is so abundant. If only I could absorb some. Lu Meng immediately activated his cultivation technique, and to his astonishment, he realized he could indeed absorb it. Ha ha ha, I can truly absorb it. Moreover, I feel as though my lifespan is extending. This place is truly marvelous. It can actually enhance longevity. Lu Meng fully opened his mind, eagerly absorbing the life force in abundance. Within this space, time seemed to stand still. Uncertain how long it had been, Lu Meng finally halted. He had reached his limit and could absorb no more energy. He gazed around, noticing that everything remained unchanged. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh in frustration. How on earth do I leave this place? Then, in an instant, he leapt up, for he discovered that he had become corporeal. No longer was he a mere ethereal existence as he had been upon entering. Excitement surged within him. His soul had coalesced into a tangible form, hinting at boundless potential in the future. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to escape. Having arrived here so inexplicably, he could not possibly depart in a similarly bewildering manner. Practitioners absorb the essence of heaven and earth to replenish their deficiencies. The initial stages merely lay the foundation. One must reach the innate martial sovereign level to truly be considered a cultivator of energy. Only by transcending the innate martial sovereign and entering the so-called heavenly theft realm can one siphon a fragment of the primordial source. The primordial source possesses the power to create worlds, and heavenly theft refers to the act of pilfering a portion of that creation to extend a warrior's lifespan. It is vital to note that the power of the source is sacred and inviolable. Thus, when one attempts to seize the power of the source, calamities will inevitably descend. The so-called calamity of essence is precisely this. However, those in the heavenly theft realm merely draw from the stray fragments of the source. Only by transcending the innate level and attaining the seventh grand realm of harmony with heaven can one achieve what Lu Meng is currently doing, absorbing the power of the source within the source space. This has been an immutable rule for countless eons. Yet, a mere 7th-level martial artist has accomplished such a feat. Moreover, he has absorbed vast amounts of source energy, solidifying his true body and primordial spirit. In terms of realm, Lu Meng undoubtedly qualifies as a superlative expert. So, you little rascal have learned to fear, have you? Wasn't it exhilarating just moments ago? Why have you stopped? Just as Lu Meng teetered on the brink of despair, the presence that had been lurking in his sea of consciousness suddenly manifested before him. What on earth are you? How did you know I was absorbing this life force? How did you manage to arrive here? If you can come here, you must know how to leave, right? Lu Meng grasped the appearing entity as if it were a lifeline. Hey, I am not an object. No, I am indeed an entity. You've got me all twisted up. Let me tell you, I am the greatest existence since the dawn of creation. Do not refer to me as something or anything else. Your rapid cultivation over the past 2 days is entirely due to my influence. The purple figure wriggled free from Lu Meng's grasp and hastily retreated. I don't care what you are, just hurry up and get me out of here. Lu Meng was on the verge of madness. Time here seemed to be suspended. He had no idea how long he had been trapped. His parents outside must be terribly worried. A 6-year-old child declaring himself not to be an object? What madness is this? Though his strength was lacking, he had nonetheless survived for an exceedingly long time. A mere nap could span centuries. Lu Meng suddenly lunged forward, seizing the purple figure by the neck, only to discover it was also corporeal, indicating that this being was far from ordinary. Who the hell are you? How do you know where I came from? Speak the truth, or I will choke the life out of you. Lu Meng glared at the entity with a ferocious expression, as though he had stepped on its tail. Ha ha ha, I know much more than just this. Go ahead and squeeze. If you can kill me, I will call you my ancestor. You should consider what level of existence I am. Even the Tao ancestor from your realm would lack the ability to kill me. Lu Meng weakly released his grip. This being even referenced the legendary Tao ancestor? In the memories of both worlds, only the myths of ancient China spoke of a Tao ancestor, namely Hongjun Laozu from the investiture of the gods. That being was an embodiment of the heavenly way, and if even it could not eliminate this entity, it would be absurd for a mere soul like himself to even entertain such thoughts. Then how did you come here? Hee. How I arrived is of little consequence. What matters is that you have yet to grasp the nature of our relationship. I care not for the nature of our relationship. Do you truly believe that I am unaware of your existence? Surely, you lurk within the recesses of my mind, siphoning my vitality daily to mend your own spirit. At this revelation, the violet figure was taken aback. How could this individual possess such knowledge? When engaging in these clandestine activities, I was exceedingly cautious, believing I remained undetected. Observing the astonishment on the other's face, Lu Meng felt an overwhelming sense of delight. How laughable it is, this so-called greatest existence, easily ensnared by my mere deception. Such claims of greatness are absurd. They scarcely surpass the intellect of a swine. It is worth noting that in my previous life, I often indulged in fantastical literature, where it was a common trope for a spirit to inhabit the protagonist's body, drawing upon their essence to restore itself. Alas, these concepts have been so thoroughly exhausted that even elementary school children might be aware of them. Chapter 15. A night visit to the Wang residence monstrous. This fellow is truly a monster. Not just him, but all who emerge from that place are indeed extraordinary. In the days of yore, that Tao ancestor seized dozens of his own origins and managed to unite with the heavenly path over the course of a millennium. What does it matter if you are aware of this? I inhabit your being, which is a mark of respect towards you. Let me enlighten you. The little Hongjun of those times achieved his status with my assistance. If you seek to please me, your future shall be boundless. Yet, how could I possibly believe your words? Enough of this chit-chat, swiftly release me, or you shall never again savor the essence of life. Upon uttering these words, Lu Meng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Essence, what on earth does he perceive himself to be? In truth, escaping is not particularly difficult. It is merely your cultivation that is insufficient. The condensation of the soul into a tangible form. Do you comprehend what level that entails? The stealing heaven realm involves siphoning the wandering essence of heaven and earth to enhance oneself. By that stage, one has already reached the pinnacle of the three flowers gathered at the crown, with the soul refined to an extreme degree. Provided one can seize enough of the heavenly and earthly essence, the soul can gradually be solidified, allowing for the attainment of mystical powers. As for Lu Meng's current soul state, only by reaching the peak of the stealing heaven realm can he achieve such a transformation. The primordial spirit must reach the legendary realm of the innate to roam freely. At that point, the soul can traverse the vastness of the universe. How was I to know how I arrived here? It was merely a brawl, and yet my soul found itself in this predicament. I wonder if I should consider myself fortunate or unfortunate. Lu Meng grew increasingly restless, for the Lu family was on the brink of chaos. Very well, I shall lead you out. But remember, do not act so recklessly in the future. Do you see that black dot over there? Yes, that tiny black point. That is the soul passage, just follow my lead. However, at that moment, he was captivated by the life force present here, completely oblivious to the situation. Moreover, as a novice martial artist, how could he possibly grasp that which is only accessible beyond the innate realm? Father, I am fine. Merely some minor injuries. Lu Meng opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was his father, Lu Kaishan. They had not yet left the back mountain, evidently concerned about disturbing his injuries. It is good that you are well. Your rapid awakening suggests that your meridians are intact. Fortunately, I have been here to guard you. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Once this matter is resolved, I shall incorporate this place into the Lu family estate. Lu Kaishan, seeing the color return to his son's face, couldn't help but express his astonishment once more. This recovery speed is far superior to that of innate beasts. Could it be that my son has encountered some extraordinary fortune? Nevertheless, this is ultimately a positive development. If my son does not wish to speak of it, there is no need for me to pry further. Upon returning home, dinner was already laid out. Yet, Lu Meng did not proceed to the dining table. Instead, he was directly ushered into his chamber. Despite the absence of major injuries, his exterior wounds were still fresh, merely scabbed over. Should his mother, xianxia, see him, she would undoubtedly worry. Once in his room, Lu Meng sat cross-legged and began to circulate his firewood technique. After 50 complete cycles, his meridians flowed smoothly and unobstructed. His meridians had fully healed and were considerably stronger than before. The condensation of the soul into a tangible form, however, did not result in an increase in true energy. Yet, he found that his perception of the vital energy was markedly clearer. He could even sense the emotions of the little spirits around him. How delightful and joyous their essence was. Do not rush to sense the vital energy. These are merely the most fundamental elements of the world. What you must focus on now is acclimating your soul. Your soul's level is sufficient, yet you do not understand how to utilize it. Bear in mind that the ability to sense the soul goes beyond merely perceiving vital energy. It holds far greater significance. As Lu Meng absorbed the vital energy, he was awakened by the little figure in his sea of consciousness. How can one utilize the power of the soul? The martial arts texts within the family do not detail how to wield the power of the soul. I shall teach you, do not worry. We exist in a symbiotic relationship now. If you perish, I shall not fare any better. Only by strengthening you can I achieve my own goals. I envy you humans. Your bodies are so wondrously perfect. Are you truly contemplating seizing my body? Let me assure you, that is utterly impossible. Having read countless novels, Lu Meng immediately thought of soul possession. Having taken over someone else's body, could he too be usurped? Do you think everyone is like those from your world? In this realm, possession cannot occur a second time. Once you have taken over, you can never seize another's body again in this lifetime. Thus, be cautious. If your physical form perishes, you will essentially forfeit the chance to possess flesh. The laws of each world are distinct. Therefore, this purple entity has no intention of usurping Lu Meng. Do you genuinely desire a body? You are the greatest being in the universe. How could you possibly lack a physical form? It is not that I cannot obtain one, but rather that no human body can accommodate me. However, it is not entirely impossible. The cost would be exceedingly high. Moreover, without sufficient strength, you cannot achieve it. Let us not dwell on that now. Instead, focus on your understanding. In an instant, Lu Meng felt an influx of new elements within his soul. The power of the soul is ethereal and elusive. Only through solidification can a martial artist embark on the path of cultivation and mastery of mystical powers. The externalization of the soul to perceive vital energy. This is the essence of soul techniques, honing and utilizing the power of the soul. An hour later, Lu Meng comprehended the first 3 layers of the profundities completely. After all, his soul had now solidified, transcending the innate level. With ample accumulation of vital energy and comprehension, achieving a state beyond the innate realm would be effortless. Goodness, this soul-forging technique is so formidable, it can even devour others' souls to enhance one's own spiritual power. Does this not imply that one can cultivate the soul to a tangible state without needing to engage with the source power? Lu Meng was utterly astonished. This seemed excessively sinister. Do not perceive it as malevolent. Cultivators are inherently wicked. The essence of heaven and earth, along with various elemental vital energies, does not belong to cultivators. Yet, cultivators absorb these energies to strengthen themselves, which is akin to consuming the essence of the world. Since there are no limits to one's ambitions, one must fully embrace this principle. The primary objective now is to elevate one's strength. Possessing immense power is essential to consistently uphold one's principles. For others, family may be a burden. However, for oneself, they are irreplaceable. In 2 lifetimes, what I have lacked most is familial affection. Given that the heavens have granted me this opportunity, I must cherish it dearly. Following the descriptions in the technique, Lu Meng commenced his cultivation. In just a few breaths, he completed the first layer. This is the power of the soul. Understanding any technique comes swiftly. Once one grasps the essence, cultivation becomes exceedingly efficient. Upon completing the first layer, his soul power was now capable of externalization. Closing his eyes to sense, all things appeared vividly in his mind. He could even distinguish between male and female ants. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Until he halted his expansion at the entrance of his father Lu Kaishan's courtyard. At this moment, his father might be up to some good deed. Should he inadvertently witness it, it would be quite a transgression. Within a 400-meter radius, everything lay under my watchful gaze. At last, I possessed the means for self-preservation, even the foresight to anticipate my enemies. Hence, after midnight, I shall venture to the Wang residence once more, seeking an opportunity to eliminate Wang Hao. Lu Meng resolved firmly, beginning to tend to his external wounds. The internal injuries had already been mended by Xiao Zi, the purple being. Those external wounds, nurtured by the wood elemental vital energy. Healed completely in merely half an hour. Not a single scar remained. Indeed, the restorative capacity of wood vital energy is formidable. From the room, he retrieved a set of black attire, swiftly donning it before stealthily making his exit. The night was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any starlight. No wonder those three had come to ambush him. Indeed, it was a night meant for murder. With a fluid grace, he activated his agile movement technique. And in an instant, his lithe figure slipped out of the Liu family estate. The streets were deserted. Even the usually bustling brothel had closed its doors. It seemed that the ordinary folk also sensed the unrest in Wulong City. The guards of the Wang family appeared even more vigilant than during the day. Perched atop the wall, Lu Meng extended his spiritual sense, capable of perceiving any disturbance within 100 meters. He dared not extend it too far. The innate sensing ability of a martial sovereign was formidable. Lu Meng waited patiently for what felt like an eternity, until a brief opening finally presented itself. As two squads of guards changed shifts, he leapt into the courtyard in a heartbeat. Unnoticed by the guards, he quickly concealed himself behind a large tree. The young master has given his orders. We must exercise utmost caution. Ada and the others have gone out on a mission. This is our chance to prove ourselves, brothers. Rest assured, Captain, I promise not even a fly will penetrate our defenses. But Captain, it has been 3 hours. Do you think Ada and the others are all right? Nonsense. It's merely a matter of eliminating a useless individual. Even if that waste is a peak warrior, how could he possibly withstand Ada and his two brothers? Today's affairs required an earlier update. However, the time remains unchanged. Should there be any alterations, you will be notified. Chapter 16. An abortive assassination. Lu Meng followed the two personnel on duty with utmost caution, refraining from channeling any of his vital energy and even holding back his breath. However, during the course of his stealthy pursuit, he gleaned a considerable amount of information. The Wang family had chosen to act because a formidable expert had arrived, a martial artist of innate prowess, more powerful than the family head himself. This must have emboldened Wang how to dispatch assassins against him, though Lu Meng remained uncertain of the expert sect or whether he was an independent martial artist. As they reached the rear courtyard, Lu Meng suddenly struck. A swift blow to the head of the most powerful individual sent shockwaves through his body. With a soft thud, the man collapsed to the ground. His companion quickly drew his blade, only to find a gleaming steel knife pressed against his throat. It was indeed his comrade's weapon, belonging to a 7th-tier martial artist. Hearing the threatening sound, the guard immediately softened, nearly collapsing to the ground, although he could not see his assailant. The ominous tone of the voice indicated that this was no ordinary adversary. Even if he spoke, he knew he would not fare well. Silence is no remedy. I shall sever your limbs first. Should you remain uncooperative, your ears will follow, Lu Meng declared, sensing the guard's fear had already taken flight. A few more words of intimidation and his objective would be attained. I will speak. Please, great hero, do not mutilate me. I am but a humble peak martial artist, merely trying to earn a living here, the guard stammered, eager to appease Lu Meng. Now tell me, where is the young master of the Wang family? And what is the level of the expert who has come? Lu Meng probed, his tone steady. I swear, great hero, you can trust me. My master is currently resting in the bedroom of the rear courtyard. As for the visitor, I truly have no knowledge. There are many rooms in the rear courtyard. How can I know which is your master's bedroom? You shall guide me there. If you lead me to your master's door, I shall release you. Should you dare deceive me, you will live to regret it. The guard, trembling at the chilling words, had no choice but to comply, leading Lu Meng past a pond toward the rear residences. The courtyard was sparsely guarded, as it was deemed a safe haven by the Wang family. That room over there is the young master's bedroom, the guard indicated. However, those two burly men are 8th-tier martial artists, endowed with divine strength. It is not a place I, as a mere lowly guard, can approach easily. If only our captain were here, he could escort you. Lu Meng found amusement in the guard's words. How could this man expect to lead him through such defenses? Despite his own formidable strength, capable of overcoming peak martial artists. His diminutive stature at merely 6 years of age and under a meter in height rendered him too small to pose as a guard. With his speed, he could swiftly dispatch one of the guards. While such an act would undoubtedly alert Wang Hao, was that not his intention? Yet, the prospect of executing one of them while simultaneously evading the combined might of Wang Hao and the other guards seemed exceedingly challenging. How could he navigate this predicament? Lu Meng pondered, considering Wang Hao's excessive caution. I must inquire, when did the Wang family recruit these two experts? I have never seen them before, he questioned, noting that the two appeared unfamiliar to him. As it turned out, these two were indeed not members of the Wang family. Lu Meng surmised that their strength and age suggested they could not have been recruited so swiftly. Although they appeared disheveled, in Lu Meng's spiritual perception, they were merely in their 20s, possessing an extraordinary physique, a rarity in Five Dragon City. Now, you have another task, divert one of them. If you succeed in drawing one away, I shall secure your future, Lu Meng asserted, sensing the guard's disdain for the burly men. Great hero, spare me. I dare not provoke them. They are ruthless, killing without a second thought. Please, let me go, the guard pleaded, nearly soiling himself at the thought. The mighty figure before him, while fearsome, was a far lesser threat compared to the two guards, whose master had commanded that anyone approaching without permission would be met with violent retribution. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you, Lu Meng reassured him, patting the guard's shoulder and picking up a small stone from the ground. He enveloped it in his vital energy and launched it towards the two men. Who goes there? Upon hearing the sound of the stone slicing through the air, the two guards immediately became alert. One swung a spiked club, shattering the stone. At that moment, Lu Meng delivered a powerful kick to the guard beside him. With nearly 1,000 pounds of force surging through him, the man was propelled against the wall, lifeless before he hit the ground. It was not that Lu Meng lacked resolve. Rather, he could not afford to take any risks. If tonight's assassination of Wang Hao failed, there would be no second chance. The arriving expert's connection to the Wang family was undoubtedly significant, as evidenced by the presence of two 8th-tier guards for protection. Seeing a shadow dart outside, the two guards remained motionless, as long as the assailant did not approach them. The fate of those within the Wang residence mattered little to them. Their sole concern was safeguarding their master, who was the disciple of their superior. Observing that the guards merely shouted and took no further action, Lu Meng remained unperturbed. Since they would not vacate their positions, he could exploit this to his advantage. He swiftly retreated to the location where he had dispatched the captain. As a member of the family, he was well aware of the guard's shift schedules. Nighttime watchmen changed shifts at midnight and would not return until dawn, leaving the area largely unmonitored. The two men, alerted by the sound of a bowstring, had already readied themselves for defense. Yet, the distance was too short, and Lu Meng's speed was overwhelming. They could only watch as the crimson light closed in. With a resounding thud, Lu Meng struck true. However, he did not manage to eliminate his target, as the burly man was also an 8th-tier warrior. Even shielded by his vital energy, he coughed up blood and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Who dares to launch a sneak attack on the Cloud Gate? Step forth and face your demise. The other guard crouched to examine the fallen giant, shielding him with his body. With a roar infused with vital energy, the lights in the room instantly illuminated. Just as a shadow appeared, two more streaks of red light shot forth, one aimed at the standing guard and the other at the figure within the room. Lu Meng realized that this roar had thwarted his chance entirely. The chaos in the front courtyard of the Wang family signaled his opportunity to assassinate Wang Hao was lost. His only option now was to retreat swiftly. However, given his nature, retreating was not a viable option. After all, he had been ambushed at the onset of the night. Had luck not favored him, he might well be dead by now. Killing two lowly guards would not cause the Wang family any significant pain. The arrows had little effect. As the targets were well prepared, Lu Meng boldly leaped into view, employing his fluid and agile movements to surge towards the burly man in front of him. Two fingers converged and suddenly thrust towards the forehead of the towering man. Upon noticing that the assailant's height barely exceeded 1 meter, he surmised that the individual must be quite young. However, judging by the earlier two arrows, the combat prowess appeared to be at least on par with his own. Particularly notable was the control over true energy, which surprisingly surpassed even his own capabilities. Confronted with Lu Meng's unexpected finger strike, the man swiftly shook off his astonishment. He swung his wolf-toothed club with great force, relying solely on his inherent strength without even mobilizing his true energy, aiming to strike Lu Meng's head with ferocity. Chapter 17. Confronting the innate, this formidable man is indeed remarkable. Originally, Lu Meng's second finger strike was one that he could not possibly evade. However, he abruptly shielded his dantian with his arm to prevent his vital energy from being wasted. With a sharp crack, Lu Meng did not even glance back as he leapt away, propelling himself forward swiftly. Upon nearing the wooden door, he delivered a powerful kick, and the door shattered into splinters. The bare-chested Wang Hao emerged into his line of sight. Upon seeing Lu Meng, Wang Hao was first taken aback, then bellowed furiously. "Lu Meng, you dare to launch a surprise attack on the Wang family. Someone seize him." This man had somehow survived and appeared stronger than before. "Wang Hao, do you truly believe that sending those 3 peak martial masters could kill me? Tonight, one of us must fall, and it shall not be I, but you." The eldest son of the Wang family. Upon spotting his opponent, Lu Meng instantly unleashed a punch. Azure and crimson lights flickered around his fist, stirring the air with a fierce wind. He poured all his might into this strike, determined to achieve a decisive victory. In that fleeting moment of speech, he realized his escape route had been blocked. The 2 brutish men he had injured earlier showed no significant damage and were charging towards him, escalating the tension in the room. As Lu Meng's fist hurtled towards him, Wang Hao hastily retreated, sensing that Lu Meng's punch had surpassed his own full strength. He could not comprehend how this man, who had been merely a warrior in the day, now appeared stronger than himself. There was no escape. "Wang Hao, today you shall perish." Observing Wang Hao's retreat, Lu Meng accelerated, landing a punch squarely on Wang Hao's chest. With a splatter, blood erupted forth. At that moment, the 2 brutish men had reached Lu Meng's back. With a swift pivot, he evaded their lethal strike by sliding sideways, executing his fluid and agile movements to perfection. He then turned sharply, delivering another punch aimed at Wang Hao. However, this time his attack was thwarted by a barrier of true energy that stood before Wang Hao. With a resounding crash, Lu Meng was sent reeling back against a pillar, a mouthful of blood escaping him, signaling an internal injury. As he gazed up at Wang Hao, he noticed a figure clad in blue standing beside him, seemingly materializing out of nowhere. "Are you Lu Meng, as mentioned by my junior brother Wang? Your prowess is indeed commendable, and your progress is astonishing. Even among the ranks of Yunmen, you would be considered a genius." The man bore a faint smile, appearing innocuous. Yet, Lu Meng could sense the latent danger within him, much like a volcano on the verge of eruption. It was clear that Wang Hao had divulged something to this individual, likely pertaining to the 2 pills in his possession. "Your cultivation is impressive, but this is a personal conflict between Wang Hao and me. I kindly ask you not to interfere." At this moment, Lu Meng felt no fear. What was an innate master to him? Such boldness. "You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. I am curious. What gives you such confidence? You have witnessed my audacity. I implore you to step aside. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Lu Meng's confidence stemmed from his solidified soul. Such a powerful soul, capable of launching a mere fragment as an attack, would allow him to retreat unscathed. Yet, he had not yet cultivated his soul-forging technique to its 2nd level, rendering him unable to unleash its offensive methods. However, one must not forget the presence of Little Purple within his mind. This self-proclaimed greatest existence since the dawn of creation, despite being weak in strength, possessed unparalleled control over spiritual energy. At that moment, as Lu Meng's life was threatened, he recalled Little Purple. This time, Little Purple made no demands and readily agreed to assist. A mere innate 4th-level martial master was of little concern to him. "Ha ha ha, Lu Meng, have you lost your mind? Brother Qing is an innate 4th-level martial master. Even your father, Lu Kaishan, would not stand a chance. Now, you, a reckless fool, dare to threaten Brother Qing." Wang Hao erupted into laughter upon hearing Lu Meng's words. This was the most ludicrous joke on the Dragon Martial Continent, a 7th-level martial artist threatening an innate martial master. Was this boy simply foolish, or was the world truly mad? A mere young lord from Wulong City was so brazen. It appeared that his inept junior brother might indeed have met his end at Lu Meng's hands. "Today, I shall spare you, lest you become defiant. Simply hand over the innate pills and the I Ching cleansing pill, and you may depart." The Dragon Martial Continent was teeming with people. Although Wang Hao possessed decent talent, there were those far stronger than him. His master had taken Wang Hao in merely to repay a favor owed to the Wang family's ancestors. "I know not what you speak of. All I know is that since you choose to defend Wang Hao, you have made an enemy of me, Lu Meng." Unmoved by the man before him, Lu Meng understood that acknowledging this would not merely involve a confrontation with Yunmen. One of the deceased was a disciple of the 2nd-tier sect, Tianyunmen. Though he had not been the cause of the man's death, the pills had indeed fallen into his hands. Facing one enemy from Yunmen was already troublesome enough. Adding one from Tianyunmen would surely lead to the Lu family's demise. "Since you are so blind to the situation, Do not blame me for being impolite." With a casual wave of his hand, Brother Qing unleashed a beam of blue light towards Lu Meng, its speed so remarkable that one could scarcely react. As he struck, he advanced swiftly, reaching for Lu Meng. He bore no intention of murder, merely seeking to capture him alive. As the light drew near, poised to strike its target, Wang Hao's heart swelled with glee. Once Lu Meng was dead, it would mark the beginning of war against the Lu family. Moreover, the Wang family would bear no responsibility, for it would be Brother Qing from Yunmen who had dealt the fatal blow. Unfortunately for him, his aspirations crumbled. Just as the blue light was about to strike Lu Meng, a flash of purple light flickered, and Lu Meng's figure appeared before Wang Hao. The seemingly lethal strike had missed its mark. By the time Wang Hao realized what had transpired, Lu Meng's fist had already collided with his dantian. A torrent of violent power erupted, sending Wang Hao flying back until he crashed against the wall. "Well done. I did not expect you to possess such skill. You managed to evade my strike. It seems I have underestimated you. However, you have injured my junior brother's dantian. This enmity is now grave. Even among the ranks of Yunmen, not even a dog is considered less valuable than you mortals." Brother Qing seethed with fury, witnessing his junior brother's incapacitation beneath his very nose. Although his junior's talent was not outstanding within the sect, their master had instructed them to protect him at all costs. Now, with his junior reduced to such a state, how could he face his master? Lu Meng paid him no heed, instead launching a kick, not towards Wang Hao, but towards the wall. "Now you wish to flee? It is too late. You have thoroughly ignited my wrath. Prepare to meet your demise." As Lu Meng attempted to break through the wall, Brother Qing's feet struck the ground forcefully, enveloping Lu Meng in a somewhat unstable energy field. "You possess some awareness, albeit not on par with legendary masters. However, without innate abilities, you cannot escape. Lu Meng, I had no desire to kill you, but now it has become inevitable. Allowing you to live poses too great a threat." How Lu Meng had evaded his earlier strike remained a mystery to Brother Qing, but he understood that Lu Meng was unafraid of his hidden cards. Yet, once ensnared within his innate energy field, Lu Meng would surely meet his end. Upon entering the energy field, Lu Meng was initially startled, but soon regained his composure, a playful smile gracing his lips. Little Purple had informed him that this flimsy energy field was inherently unstable. With Little Purple's assistance, escaping would be effortless. Lu Meng's soul power was extraordinarily potent, even surpassing that of those in the sky-stealing realm, as long as he could adeptly wield his soul power. Harnessing the elemental energies of heaven and earth would not prove difficult. By that time, he truly qualified to contend with the early stages of innate power. At this moment, Lu Meng did not remain idle. With the assistance of Xiaozi, his soul suddenly emanated a formidable force. In an instant, it shattered the massive hand of vital energy and swiftly struck towards senior Brother Qing's head. The intangible power of the soul, unimpeded by wind or air, moved with a velocity that was astonishing. In merely a fraction of a second, the anguished wails of senior Brother Qing echoed through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Meng resolved to eliminate the greatest threat from the Lu family. Following the injury to senior Brother Qing's soul, the innate aura dissipated entirely. After all, even a domain requires the user's vital energy and soul power to sustain it. This sudden turn of events sent a wave of trepidation through those present. A 7th-level martial artist severely wounding a 5th-level innate expert. What kind of prodigy could this be? In that fleeting moment, Lu Meng had already reached senior Brother Qing, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. Chapter 18. A clean escape, young man. Dare you? Do not harm my master's life. Upon witnessing Lu Meng's lethal kick, both Daniel and Ernyo were thrown into a state of panic. In the world of Yunmen, traversing without the protection of a natural master was akin to walking a perilous path. Since aligning themselves with senior Brother Qing, the two brothers had enjoyed a relatively favorable existence. At just 23 years of age, as a natural master of martial arts, he was quite esteemed within the sect. Lu Meng remained unfazed by the external turmoil. Even if it meant sustaining grave injuries, he was determined to eliminate the individual before him. With resolute force, his foot descended, and in an instant, a burst of crimson light erupted, splattering blood and viscera upon him. It was a lamentable fate for a natural master of martial arts to perish in such a manner, not due to a lack of strength, but rather because Lu Meng was simply too formidable. Who among them could transcend the limitations of the natural realm and manifest the soul externally? who could condense the soul to such an extent. Though luck played a role, fortune is an integral part of one's strength. Lu Meng achieved this seemingly effortless feat. Ah, you have indeed slain my master. I hail from Yunmen, one of the 108 sects, and I shall not let the Lu family go unpunished. Initially, Lu Meng intended to depart after dispatching his foe, but upon hearing this proclamation, a surge of murderous intent ignited within him. Even if it meant risking his own life, he would not allow divine beings to remain unchallenged, let alone a mere trio of martial masters. In an instant, he pivoted, directing 3 streams of spiritual energy towards Denyo, Ernyo, and the dazed Wang Hao. The air filled with anguished cries as Lu Meng stepped beyond the threshold of the room. At that moment, the Wang family guards arrived. Gazing in disbelief at the chaotic scene within the chamber, they struggled to comprehend how a single individual could wreak such havoc. When they beheld the lifeless figure of the young man, his skull shattered, they instinctively recoiled. This man was a natural master, one even stronger than the family patriarch. Yet, he lay dead, leaving no intact remains. In stark contrast, the 3 individuals rolling on the ground, clutching their heads, appeared relatively unscathed. If a natural master could be slain, then eliminating 3 martial masters seemed entirely plausible. But what of the murderer? Could it truly be this youth before them? They all recognized him as Lu Meng, the young master of the Lu family, a boy once derided as one of the 2 wasteful scions of Wulong City due to his lackluster aptitude. Just earlier, they had heard he was merely at the 6th level of cultivation, yet here he was, capable of defeating 3 martial masters without allowing them a chance to retaliate. Furthermore, he had killed a natural master. Was this still the same wasteful scion? To call him a genius would be an affront. Lu Meng, you dare to come to my Wang family and commit murder. Someone seize him. Young Wang Yuan, merely 6 or 7 years of age, cried out in alarm upon seeing Lu Meng's face. What? You are that Lu family's worthless spawn? How can this be? The patriarch of the Wang family arrived just then, hearing his son's outcry and taking in the scene of devastation. The guards, who had heard Wang Yuan's voice, dared not move. They understood that this monster was not someone they could provoke, capable of slaying even a natural master. To confront him would be tantamount to seeking death. Patriarch Wang, you have come unharmed. Your Wang family could send individuals to ambush me in the Lu family's rear mountains. Why should I not come here to eliminate the instigator? Lu Meng, unfazed by the overwhelming situation, felt a sense of unease. Yet, what was the point of fear now? He had reached this critical juncture. To hesitate would serve no purpose. Only through ruthless action could he hope to escape unscathed, or face death himself. Having lived 2 lives, he had come to see everything with clarity. By resolving the Lu family's greatest threat, he considered it a fulfillment of his own karmic retribution. Even if he were to perish, he would harbor no regrets, save for the warmth of home, which he found it difficult to relinquish. You all are mere corpses. Capture Lu Meng for me. If you can bring him alive, I shall reward you with 1,000 taels of gold. For those who kill him, 500 taels await. A woman's piercing scream shattered the silence. It was Wang Hao's mother, drawn by the commotion in the backyard. Little did she expect to find her eldest son slain. Had she witnessed Wang Hao's agonizing struggle moments prior, she would surely have been enraged to the point of bloodshed. With such a generous reward proclaimed, the guards began to encircle Lu Meng, weapons in hand. Wait, Lu Meng, depart. From this day forth, my Wang family shall harbor no grievances against the Lu family. I am unaware of how Hao met his end, but I am certain a powerful figure stands behind you. My son, Wang Hao, is dead. Let this matter rest. Lu Meng had been prepared for battle, yet he was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. The desire for vengeance for his slain son was monumental. How could Wang Hai consider letting him go? This was hardly in character. How can this be? The wretched creature must be slain to avenge my son. My lord, you must not be foolish. Silence. What does a mere woman know? Retreat at once, or face the consequences of 3 blades and 6 wounds. Upon hearing his wife's cries, Wang Hai's heart convulsed. His eyes blazed with murderous intent, resembling a frenzied beast. Indeed, such a reaction was more fitting. Wang Hai's earlier calmness had set off alarm bells within Lu Meng. Wang Hai was known for his vengeful nature and petty grievances. Even a mere glance cast his way could ignite his wrath. The guards, obediently retreating, understood that the punishment of 3 blades and 6 wounds was beyond their endurance. Furthermore, the matron of the family was not one to command authority. Only the patriarch's words held weight in their hearts. You murderous wretch, wasn't Howard your son? And yet,
Upon his murder, you allow his killer to escape. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance." The woman, in her frenzy, was more terrifying than any beast. At that moment, Wang Hai felt the full force of her fury. His usually docile wife had become a wild dog, clawing and striking at him. Yet, he could not seize Lu Meng now. To kill one who could dispatch a natural master was to invite his own demise. He was merely a second-level natural master, lacking the power to eliminate a seventh-level martial master. "Father, we cannot simply let Lu Meng go. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall avenge my elder brother. Lu Meng, prepare to meet your fate." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as this sudden declaration drew the attention of all present. The source of this voice was none other than Wang Yuan, the usually ineffectual third young master, who, at this moment, erupted with such fervor and rage. It appears that everyone had underestimated this young man. Such a spirited individual, yet regrettably lacking in talent. The astonishment was not limited to the Wang family. Even Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this fellow truly possesses the strength to take my life? As his vital energy surged through him, he stood motionless, gazing at Wang Yuan, who charged at him with a blade. With a series of frantic yells, Wang Yuan swung his knife at Lu Meng. Alas, he was merely at the second level. What seemed to be a ferocious strike merely grazed Lu Meng's garment before being repelled effortlessly. "You are formidable, and for now, I cannot best you. However, Lu Meng, mark my words. One day I shall avenge my brother. You may leave. I, Wang Yuan, will not defy my father's will." With unwavering resolve, he discarded the steel knife and approached his father, Wang Hai. "Father, rest assured, I will exact vengeance for my elder brother. Please take care of your health. Our family cannot do without you." Wang Hai patted Wang Yuan's head, letting out a deep sigh. "Such fierce spirit in my third son. Yet his talent is sadly insufficient. Those who do not reach the innate level cannot become the head of the Wang family. This is a rule set by our ancestors and cannot be altered. Very well, Wang Yuan, you surpass Wang Hao by far. I await your progress, provided you possess the capability." Turning to Wang Cheng, he bowed respectfully. With a swift leap, he propelled himself onto a nearby rock formation, and in another bound, Lu Meng found himself atop the walls of the Wang residence. Chapter 19. Breaking through under pressure. The departure of Lu Meng was met with no dissent. Before such formidable strength, even if the opponent was merely a child, one could effortlessly take a life and depart. Even someone as present as Wang Hai could only watch as he leaped over the wall and left. Seeing Lu Meng, who resembled a harbinger of plague, Wang Hai exhaled in relief. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his guards immediately surrounded him. "Father, are you all right? Did that boy's hidden backing make a move?" Wang Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Though he harbored a desire for his father's demise, the time was not yet ripe. He had not fully established his own faction. Everything felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. What the Lu family's waste could accomplish was something he himself had no confidence in achieving. Even if he were to confront xianxia, his own family's strength would diminish by 40%. The thought was unfathomable. Could the young master of the Lu family truly possess such capability? He had killed with such cleanliness and efficiency. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Lu Meng sank weakly against the wall, gasping for breath. He had underestimated Wang Yuan. Everyone in Wulong City had underestimated him. The previous strike appeared to lack force, yet the final burst of true energy had injured Lu Meng's internal organs. That chubby boy, older by a year, was not as simple as he seemed. The ability to project true energy was a skill reserved for martial masters. Lu Meng was certain that the fellow was indeed a martial master, and, at his level, he was Lu Meng's equal. If Wang Yuan had achieved this solely through his own cultivation, then he was truly terrifying. A martial master at the tender age of 7 or 8 was simply unbelievable. It must be noted that the enhancement of true energy was not a mere matter of absorption, it required refinement. Only through this refinement could true energy gradually become liquefied within the Dantian. The Wang family was indeed not to be trifled with, particularly Wang Yuan, who could exhibit such patience, unless he had encountered some extraordinary fortune akin to Lu Meng's own. The world was vast. It was not only Lu Meng who had had good fortune. Lu Meng expelled a clot of blood, instantly feeling a little lighter in his chest. After a brief rest, he utilized his agility to hasten toward Lu Jian. Upon flipping into the courtyard, he found Lu Kaishan waiting for him within the confines of the wall. Lu Kaishan's eyes were filled with admiration, clearly aware of the events that had just transpired. "Father, why are you still awake at this late hour?" I felt bored and went for a stroll, Lu Meng said, knowing he could not conceal the truth. His father had likely been monitoring him all along. Nonetheless, some degree of pretense was still necessary. Going out for a walk is fine, but do mind your safety. Some nefarious individuals harbor ill will toward our Lu family. Yet what they perceive is merely the tip of the iceberg. Wang Laoxian, do you agree with my words? Lu Meng had indeed grown careless. With his soul power, he could sense any presence within 500 meters. Yet, he had never imagined that someone would be surveilling the area near the Lu family. You Lu family truly surprises me. That boy came from my Wang family's direction. He must have been probing the Wang residence under the cover of night. However, judging by the blood on you, it seems you did not fare well, remarked an elderly man clad in gray, who appeared benign like a kindly old gentleman. Yet, when Lu Meng gazed into his eyes, he realized it was not so simple. The man emanated an aura that suggested he was of a superior status, as if he were born to be extraordinary. Be careful, young man. This individual is no ordinary foe. He possesses at least the strength of a 7th-level martial master. With a solid foundation, Xiao Zi's sensing ability was formidable, surpassing even Lu Meng's own. It could be said that none among the innate talents he had encountered could conceal their cultivation level. It remained uncertain whether Xiao Zi could sense those existing beyond the innate realm. Upon hearing this, Wang Laoxian felt a chill run down his spine. The words of a mere child carried such a potent force. The suppression from the realm of the soul left him devoid of the courage to resist. After he interrogated that man from the southern regions, Lu family matters remained anything but tranquil. However, everything transpired in secrecy, unbeknownst to others. All of the Wang family's spies were eliminated within a couple of hours. As for those who remained hidden deeper, that was a matter for another time. When he reached before Lu Meng's chamber, he sensed the fluctuations of vital energy in the air. Although the opposing realm was far superior to his own, they had not made a move, merely observing a particular spot within the Lu family. Wang Laoxian, since your Wang family plotted against my father 20 years ago, the bond between our families has been severed. Do not attempt to exploit our past friendship. Do you know what my son has been up to tonight? Lu Kaishan said, a playful smile gracing his face as he regarded the elder. Although I am merely an innate martial master, my soul power has been stronger than others since childhood. I can clearly sense the fluctuations of power emanating from your Wang residence. What monumental feats could your son, a mere martial master, possibly accomplish? Ha ha, Wang Laoxian. You are indeed a man of your word, having listened to my father's advice. In that case, I must kindly ask you to leave. Lu Kaishan laughed heartily, causing the night birds to take flight. Instantly, the Lu family was illuminated with light, figures rushing toward the scene. Wang Laoxian, though I, Lu Meng, am merely a postnatal martial master, there are many ways to take a life that do not necessitate overwhelming true energy. If you are interested, I could certainly share some insights. Lu Meng followed the elder's gaze toward a certain area within the family compound. That place was deemed forbidden, and his father had never permitted anyone to enter, himself included, save for the annual New Year's visit. This knowledge stemmed from the memories of the original Lu Meng, who had been informed by his parents since the age of 3. Feel free to speak. Even if you were to slay my useless son, I would still uphold my end of the bargain, Wang Laoxian replied, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he spoke. His gaze remained fixed on the Lu family's forbidden area. Ah, Wang Laoxian, you truly deserve the title of the greatest expert of Wulong. Your eldest grandson, Wang Hao, is presently enjoying tea with Yin Luo. Additionally, the 3 from Yunmin, led by the 5th-level innate martial master Qing, are down below playing chess with the little ghost. Lu Meng spoke nonchalantly, as if the deaths of those individuals had no weight upon him. However, the Lu family guards who had just arrived felt an unsettling turmoil within. They pinched their own arms, feeling pain. This was no dream. Young master is formidable. The innate realm is nothing but trivial in his eyes. Young master is indeed mighty. After a cacophony of discussions among the servants, an uproar of cheers erupted. Lu Meng nearly stumbled. These people were truly adept at flattery. Damn it, the innate realm is nothing to be reckoned with. I do not appear to have become so arrogant, have I? If it weren't for Xiao Zi's assistance, whether I would still be alive is in question. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are merely a small martial master. How could you have slain them? Let us not even mention how he has only been a martial master for over a decade. But that Qing, he is a renowned young master in Yunzhou. Wang Laoxian erupted with power, instantly overshadowing the cheers of the guards. An overwhelming force radiated from him, pressing down upon all within a Tinzhong radius. Only Lu Meng and his father, Lu Kaishan, remained unmoved, as if they stood before a collapsing mountain. What is so impossible about it? Is not the innate realm human? Did you think that I, the young master, possess only so little cultivation to emerge unscathed from the Wang family? Ask your useless son how he came to understand the hatred of killing today. Faced with pressure, Lu Meng's soul powers erupted. Around him, a violent vortex of vital energy was formed. A torrent of heavenly and earthly vital energy surged into his body, causing his 12 major meridians to swell with pain. With a series of cracking sounds, Lu Meng's body flickered with hues of blue and red. Everyone stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. To choose to break through at this moment was truly unmatched. Half an hour passed before the radiance surrounding Lu Meng finally faded away. Oh, the fourth layer has been completely unlocked with all 54 acupoints activated, allowing the 5 primary meridians to flow freely throughout the body. The cycle of 108 major circulations has been achieved, remarkably breaking through under immense pressure. Astonishingly, it has even provided him with vigor. This young man is undoubtedly a prodigy. Why does my Wang family lack such exceptional talent? How unjust the heavens are toward my Wang family. Chapter 20. The ancestor at home under the immense pressure of a powerful soul aura, Lu Meng's spiritual force instinctively resisted. However, this resistance was feeble, necessitating a significant eruption of power. At that moment, the soul forging technique he was well acquainted with began to operate autonomously. The second level of the soul forging technique enhances one's soul perception abilities, and under Lu Meng's current condition, a month of practice would typically be required to achieve substantial progress. Yet, under the oppressive force of a 7th level innate master, the technique activated and comprehended the innate soul pressure, allowing him to directly ascend to the 2nd level of mastery. Within a radius of 500 feet, everything became perceptible to him, including a clear understanding of Mr. Wang's realm. With a gust of wind at his feet, he found himself soaring through the air. His true energy coursed through him, resonating with the essence of heaven and earth. However, this state could not last long, as it was solely dependent on the combination of elemental energy and true energy, creating a forceful propulsion. Much like a rocket, once the fuel was exhausted, it would lose its power to ascend further. Consequently, a 7th level innate master could only glide approximately 100 meters. As he gazed towards the family's forbidden area, Lu Meng sensed the presence of an elderly man, one whose hair was white yet whose face bore the innocence of a child. This figure was undoubtedly his grandfather. A true energy lotus appeared around him, signifying that he had reached the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. At the 6th level of innate mastery, true energy condenses into protective armor for the internal organs, significantly enhancing a warrior's defense. The innate aura seemed to radiate outward, with true energy armor enveloping him, safeguarding his vital organs. In such a state, an adversary would find it exceedingly challenging to defeat him unless they surpassed him by a significant realm. The 8th level realm is known as the lotus of the spirit platform, wherein a lotus blooms within the sea of consciousness, nurturing the 3 flowers atop the head. The gathering of these 3 flowers denotes the 9th level innate martial sovereign realm. Once the 3 flowers converge, one can remain suspended in the void. Moreover, the soul power significantly increases, approaching a state of condensation, transitioning from gas to liquid. Such formidable soul control exemplifies the manifestation of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. With such a master from the Lu family overseeing matters, it is no wonder they remain unconcerned about the Wang family's minor provocations. It is likely that Wang Hai presumed it was his grandfather's intervention that allowed his escape. Suppressing his discomfort, Lu Meng's expression was remarkably relaxed. Yet, at that moment, he yearned for a worthy opponent to engage in a fierce battle. Had Mr. Wang not been so formidable, he might have indeed taken action. Now, he finally felt he possessed the capacity for self-preservation. Even when faced with a 5th level innate master, he had a possibility of remaining undefeated. After more than a month in this world, he could finally integrate fully into society. A 6-year-old 9th level warrior is a treasured rarity even among the major sects, regarded not merely as an ordinary individual, but as a prodigy. Such a talent would invariably be cherished as an outer disciple within the 72 top-tier sections. In a 2nd-tier sect, they would at least be distinguished among the inner disciples, while in a 3rd-tier sect, they would be considered a core disciple. One who does not reach the martial artist level cannot be deemed a practitioner of martial arts. Only upon entering the martial artist realm does one truly embark on the path of martial arts. The innate level represents a grand threshold in this journey. To have a 6-year-old martial artist emerge from the Liu family is an extraordinary feat, even among the grand sections. As the onlookers exchanged glances, an elder clad in white appeared. "Greetings, ancestor. May you have peace." All the Liu family guards knelt, raising their voices in respect. This individual was the pillar of the Liu family. "Rise. Your performance over the past decade has been commendable. The Liu family has not nurtured you in vain. My heart finds solace in this." The elder lightly tapped the ground with his toes, beckoning Liu Meng forward. "Come here, young one. Let me take a good look at you. Brother Liu has broken through. You have indeed achieved the 3 flowers gathering at the crown within 20 years. Before this elder, who was only a few years his senior, Mr. Wang felt unable to lift his head. He refrained from mentioning the events occurring within the family. "It was merely luck. When I vied for the Heavenly Pearl with you back then, I had already reached the critical point of the 7th level. It was with the aid of the Heavenly Pearl that I successfully attained the 3 flowers gathering at the crown 5 years ago." The elder spoke with a tone as calm as water, adding, "You are not doing poorly yourself, having reached the pinnacle of the 7th level. In another decade, the 3 flowers realm will be within your grasp." Though the gap was merely 2 levels, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. The power possessed by the 3 flowers gathering at the crown is far from a mere accumulation of true energy. The control over true energy and the explosive force it can unleash could easily dispatch him within 100 moves. It is akin to the principle of an engine. While Wang possesses a 7-horsepower engine, his opponent wields 9. The disparity in speed and strength is unmistakable. An additional true energy core equates to double the strength. Upon entering the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, one can attain an unceasing flow of true energy. The 9 true energy cores function like a pump, drawing in external true energy to replenish oneself. This is the essence of the Tao, aligning closely with the natural world and being unrepelled by it. Enough of this, disperse. An old friend has come to visit, and I, Liu, shall extend my hospitality. Shaner and Manger await here. Please, allow me a moment more to speak. Once the 2 elders departed, the Liu family guards promptly scattered, though they continued to murmur about the ancestors' formidable prowess. Liu Meng and his father exchanged knowing smiles, sharing a tranquil understanding without the need for many words. At this moment, Liu Meng began to grasp why his father exuded such confidence. His mother sending Uncle Quan to notify the sect likely held deeper implications. "Father, why does our family harbor such a powerful figure? Yet mother still insists on sending Uncle Quan to inform his sect?" Liu Meng broke the silence, voicing his lingering doubts. "Do not blame your mother for her anxiety. The likelihood of your grandfather intervening is slim. The Liu family does not simply desire to remain stagnant. The Wang family in 5 Dragon City has indeed grown somewhat arrogant. However, the primary concern lies in the contention for the position of family head." Liu Kaishan replied with a resigned smile, his face devoid of any worry. "One could say that, but your efforts are not in vain. With Wang Hao's demise, the Wang family will find it exceedingly difficult to make a comeback. However, the trouble lies with the death of Qing Hao, his servant," he continued. "Wang Hao's death is inconsequential. After all, he was merely an outer elder, a disciple collected out of obligation. Few in 5 Dragon City are aware of this, and Liu Kaishan happens to be one of them. However, Qing Hao was an outer disciple and held some weight within the sect. His death at Liu Meng's hands will surely prompt inquiries from Yunmen. It is worth noting that there are innate masters within Yunmen. Father, you need not worry about this matter. I shall take full responsibility. Moreover, the purpose of sending Qing Hao here was to procure the innate pill and the essence cleansing pill. Likely, few in their sect are aware of this." Liu Meng replied with a faint smile, unconcerned about the issue. Though the Liu family is merely a secular clan, he had gleaned insights from text regarding sections. Outer elders are typically former inner disciples, often those too old or lacking hope of breaking through to the celestial realm. As long as they are not at the level of the outer supreme elder, Liu Meng feels no fear. Although he remains a martial artist, even a first-level innate master may not necessarily prove to be his match. Once he ascends to the innate level, eliminating someone like Qing Hao will become a trivial matter. During his recent breakthrough, he sensed changes within his body. In addition to the crimson and azure true energy within his dantian and meridians, there was also a swirl of purple energy. This energy, though scarce, was far more precious than the essence of heaven and earth. Moreover, there is the small purple entity in his mind, a presence born from the very dawn of creation. It may lack the capacity for direct harm, yet it can assist him in both offense and defense. Moreover, guiding oneself in cultivation can prevent one from taking many detours. However, this is not the most crucial aspect. The paramount importance lies in xianxia's ability to perceive danger. As long as xianxia can sense impending peril in advance, he stands a good chance of escaping the clutches of formidable figures within the realm of the stealing heaven. Although your strength is commendable, you are merely a novice martial artist. While I remain unaware of how you vanquished Qinghao, never underestimate the prowess of the world's heroes. Should the Yunmen pursue the matter, the Liu family harbors no fear of them. Upon finishing his words, Liu Kaishan produced a tome bound in animal hide and tossed it to Liu Mang. The star-absorbing grasp, an innate martial art. Liu Mang was immediately taken aback. Such a precious technique had been so casually bestowed upon him by his father. It is important to note that this is an innate martial art, not something trivial. This technique was fortuitously acquired by my father a decade prior, though it is not a complete form of innate martial art. Its practical application is somewhat limited, primarily focusing on subduing adversaries. However, the star-absorbing aspect can indeed be utilized, allowing one to absorb the opponent's energy for personal gain. At a higher level of mastery, one could even draw upon the very stars. Alas, the subsequent training methods are lacking. Liu Kaishan, having cultivated to the third level of innate mastery at the age of 30, is regarded as a prodigious talent within Wulong City. In truth, his innate aptitude is not particularly remarkable. His achievements are largely attributed to the star-absorbing grasp. Chapter 21. The Sealing of the Demon for 2 decades. Five Dragon City has enjoyed tranquility, but is turmoil once again on the horizon? Lu Qinghe, my elder brother, will you allow Five Dragon City to descend into chaos? Lu Qinghe is the father of Liu Kaishan. While this elder from the Wang family is known as Wang Tuo, it is rare that for 20 years you have regarded me as your elder brother. However, my brother Wang, have you ever considered that in my heart, you four are all my brothers? In our prime, the four of us dominated the borders, who dared to voice dissent. Yet, due to a stolen heavenly pearl, we suffered 2 deaths and 2 injuries. As Lu Qinghe reminisces about those days, a wave of sorrow washes over him. Such noble brothers, now separated by the veil of death. Humanity is inherently greedy. An opportunity for immense power has led to the rift among brothers. Was everything we did back then truly worth it? Brother Qinghe, the fault lies with me. Had I not been so consumed by greed, we would not have ended up in such a predicament. Yet you, Brother Qinghe, have turned misfortune into fortune, achieving such success. Wang Tuo's complexion turned ashen. For 20 years, how could he have truly forgotten the past? The 4 tigers of Five Dragon City, what grandeur they once exuded. Even disciples of the Fire Cloud sect treated the 4 tigers with respect. But now, the Fire Cloud sect has taken a firm grip on Five Dragon City, leaving no chance for resurgence. A third-rate sect, with its highest cultivator failing to surpass the innate level, is, in truth, nothing more than a bottom dweller. Yet this very sect has stifled the development of the 4 great families of Five Dragon City. If the 4 families could unite, Five Dragon City would stand as an independent entity. But how many ifs exist in this world? The affairs of the world are beyond mortal comprehension. Change is too volatile. Even the most extraordinary experts cannot fully foresee the future. The 36 heavenly caves are opening, recruiting all martial artists under the age of 15. This is an opportunity, and I have come to inform you, elder brother. Wang Tuo's expression returned to normal as he revealed this astonishing news. What? The conditions for recruitment by the 36 heavenly caves have been drastically lowered this year? In previous years, they only accepted innate martial sect disciples under the age of 25. Lu Qinghe's previously calm heart surged anew. Who knows the thoughts of those supreme sects? They have traversed the continent for countless years. How many prodigies have entered their ranks? Yet how many have truly achieved greatness? Moreover, in the past century, the vitality of Longwu continent has gradually thinned. How many prodigies have been born each year? Prodigies are the favored children of heaven. Despite the vastness of Longwu continent and its populous nature, true prodigies remain scarce. As the vitality wanes, the emergence of prodigious talents becomes even rarer. The lowering of recruitment standards by the 36 supreme sects is understandable. After all, humanity is not the sole inhabitant of the Longwu continent. Indeed, the thinning of vitality has accelerated in recent centuries. Furthermore, the difficulty of comprehending the essence of existence has increased. Had it been a century ago, we might have already attained the heavenly pearl. Lu Qinghe sighed deeply. The speed at which the world's vitality diminishes is alarming. Not only is the thinning of vitality a concern, but there is also a more pressing issue. The seal of the demon sea has weakened, releasing a multitude of malevolent entities. The 36 heavenly caves are foremost among those affected, with reports of significant losses among their disciples. Brother, you have not ventured outside for years. You must be unaware of these developments. What? The seal of the demon sea has weakened? Hasn't it yet reached the millennium mark? Lu Qinghe could no longer remain seated. This was grave news. The demon sea, as its name suggests, is a prison for malevolent beings. Those fiends from beyond the continent are ruthless and savage, feasting upon human brains, particularly the essence of martial artists, which serves as a great tonic for them. The timeline of their arrival in the Longwu continent remains untraceable in the secular world. However, every millennium, the seal opens anew. At that time, it spells disaster for all living beings on the continent. Regardless of whether human or demon, all grudges are cast aside to resist the impending doom together. There are still over 100 years until the next millennium, yet who knows what unforeseen events may unfold. It is said that just over a month ago, 7 stars aligned in the sky above the demon sea. Since then, malevolent beings have begun to escape from their seals. Nearly 100 strong guardians of the seal, both human and beast, have perished. It is worth noting that the weakest among them had reached the level of the insightful law. This news is undoubtedly dire. However, Five Dragon City is remote, and information flows slowly. It is likely that within days, the Fire Cloud sect will arrive with news. It seems that those young ones must lay aside their grievances. When will the 36 supreme sects formally begin recruiting disciples, and where will it take place? Lu Qinghe felt the weight of impending pressure. Perhaps the supreme sects could guarantee the safety of his grandson. The war on the continent is a shared responsibility. Yet, each major sect will inevitably preserve some seeds for the future. After all, each war results in the loss of numerous experts. This millennium is intended to cultivate the next generation of warriors to combat the malevolence. It is not only the supreme sects that are recruiting disciples. Those first and second-rate sects are doing the same. My Wang family originally had Wang Hao to try his luck, but alas, he was killed by your grandson. However, Lu Mang possesses great potential. I am certain he can enter a supreme sect. Wang Tuo felt a pang of sadness as he recalled his grandson. For he is indeed his own kin. Since first-rate sects are also recruiting disciples, there is no need to pursue the supreme sections. The waters there are too deep. Given Mang's temperament, he would surely offend many. Moreover, entering a sect would likely only grant him the status of a probationary disciple. It would be better to join a first-rate sect, where his standing would be higher. While the 36 heavenly caves are alluring, they are not suitable for everyone. Those who gain entry are often extraordinary individuals. However, prodigies like Lu Mang are few and far between. One should not assume that joining a sect guarantees becoming an inner or outer disciple. Admission to a sect entails a 3-year probationary period, during which the loyalty and aptitude of the disciples are assessed. Should a martial artist fail to reach the innate martial sect level within 3 years, or if a martial sect fails to advance at least 3 ranks, they remain probationary disciples indefinitely. Only those who meet the criteria can officially become members of the sect. However, the 72 blessed lands differ. As long as one meets the requirements within a year, they can successfully advance to formal discipleship. Those who perform exceptionally may even be directly promoted to outer or inner disciples. As for second-rate sects, Lu Qinghe had not even considered them. With his grandson's talent, joining a second-rate sect would be a waste of potential. The 108 spirit lands, whether in terms of vitality or benefits, pale in comparison to the 72 blessed lands. Wang Tuo departed, his face etched with anxiety. Though he left Five Dragon City under Lu Qinghe's pressure, it remained his home, filled with traces of his descendants and loved ones. After 20 years, his longing for home had intensified. Now, as he stood before the gates of the Wang family, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Is this still the Wang family of old? Looking at the pair of stone lions before the gate, he deemed them a waste of resources. And the 5th-tier warriors standing guard, could their strength truly protect the Wang family? In the 2 decades he had been away, the Wang family had fallen even further behind the Lu family. Stop! Who is this old man? What brings you to my Wang family? Upon seeing Wang Tuo approach the entrance, A guard swiftly drew his weapon. At this, Wang Tuo could not help but smile. Their vigilance is commendable. Indeed, Hai has not been idle all these years. How dare you, old man? Who do you think you are to call the family head by name? If you know what's good for you, get lost, or you'll pay with your life. Wang Tuo's brows furrowed deeply. How could these guards be so brazen? To threaten him outright. Was this still the Wang family of Five Dragon City that once upheld virtue? If even the guards have grown so arrogant, one can only imagine the state of the younger generation within the family. Call Wang Hai out to see me, and tell him I am his father. Wang Tuo nearly shouted, and the two guards actually moved to attack him. But against a 7th-level innate martial sect master, what could mere warriors do? Even if dozens more were to arrive, a single strike would suffice to annihilate them all. With a mere flicker of his true energy, the two individuals were instantaneously immobilized. At that moment, commotion emerged from within the door, with the cacophony of footsteps gradually drawing nearer. You old wretch, release my brother and me at once. Otherwise, as the head of the Wang family, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Individuals as arrogant and reckless as you shall find death a fruitless endeavor. Wang Tuo was truly incensed. 2 beams of light emanated from his hands, and the guards' gazes became vacant. With 2 resounding thuds, only lifeless bodies remained. The price of their arrogance was nothing less than the forfeiture of their lives. Given another chance, perhaps they would not have been so presumptuous. Who dares to commit murder before the Wang family? They must be courting death. Am I, Wang Hai, a mere innate martial master, to be trifled with? A thunderous roar shattered the silence as the gates of the Wang family swung open, revealing Wang Hai, the first to emerge. What a display of authority! Do you even remember your own surname? Ascending from a 7th-level martial artist to an innate 2nd level in merely 20 years, you truly possess remarkable talent. Upon recognizing his father, Wang Hai abruptly knelt, howling in despair. Chapter 22. The Azure Dragon Bracelet. Lu Qinghe stepped out of his room and entered the courtyard, where Lu Meng and Lu Kaishan awaited. The dawn had broken, and the Lu household buzzed with activity once more. The events of the previous night were not to be discussed. It was a family rule to refrain from speaking ill of the master behind their backs. However, the rumors surrounding the purged guards had become a topic of heated conversation. That rascal Wang San turned out to be from the Wang family. Damn. I foolishly lent him a few taels of silver just days ago. I might as well have given it to a beggar, for at least I would have received some kind words in return. And that scoundrel El Laosi, he too was a spy for the Wang family. Have you heard? They dared to betray the young master, almost costing him his life. But it's not so simple. It is said they had previously laid hands on the young master during that fainting incident. Thankfully, the young master is blessed with great fortune. Otherwise, it would have been a grave injustice. The guards' discussions quickly spread the news, and all the servants and guards of the Lu family cursed the deceased with venomous words, as if they had betrayed not just the young master but themselves. This stark contrast between Lu Kaishan and Wang Hai in managing the family affairs was evident. Lu Kaishan treated these individuals as his own, having bestowed kindness upon them. Every guard and servant had benefited from Lu Kaishan's generosity. Those who reached the 3rd level of martial arts received a monthly stipend of half to 2 taels of silver. Warriors of the 4th to 6th levels earned 3 to 5 taels, while those at the 7th to 9th levels received 10 taels each month. Even the servants could ensure their family's well-being with their earnings. Such enticing conditions made it impossible for the guards not to exert themselves, and it was inconceivable for the lower servants not to serve their masters diligently. This was the reason why the Lu family had long been the most formidable clan in Wulong City. Over 300 years, the family had only grown stronger. Despite some choosing to sever ties with the Lu family, they would still rise to the occasion when needed. Kaishan, you have indeed managed the family well over the years. Just look at the overall strength of our guards. It is a testament to your dedication. Lu Qinghe's spiritual energy enveloped the entire Lu household, and he heard the conversations of the guards and servants. This was all thanks to my father's teachings. I merely followed his instructions. In truth, the guard's loyalty is largely owed to you, father. Upon hearing his father's praise, Lu Kaishan did not display any pride. Indeed, his father had performed admirably, and it was only natural for his grandfather to commend him. However, he felt a tad unjustly treated himself, as he had never received any rewards. Lu Meng, observing his grandfather, murmured to himself, "What more do you want, you little rascal? Everything I can do, you can do too. What is it you desire?" The Kaishan palm. Lu Kaishan suddenly recalled his son's apparent interest in the technique. The Kaishan palm is not suitable for you. Its attributes do not align with yours. Innate martial arts require not only robust chi support, but also a corresponding inherent quality. I possess a martial technique known as the Blazing Fire Fist, which is far superior to that fiery technique. Lu Qinghe produced a jade tablet, as if conjured from thin air. Lu Meng felt a jolt of surprise. His grandfather must possess space equipment. How else could this item have appeared? He rushed forward to grasp the jade tablet, cautiously tucking it into his bosom, while his gaze remained fixed upon his grandfather, eager to discern the nature of this space equipment. After a moment of disappointment, he found nothing on his grandfather's person that resembled the storied items of novels. No rings or bracelets capable of holding objects, nor belts with hidden spaces. Curious about where it came from, are we? It's not as complex as you think. It was merely concealed in my sleeve, and I retrieved it with great speed. Lu Qinghe discerned Lu Meng's thoughts, offering a resigned smile. Lu Meng felt a wave of disappointment. It seemed those wondrous items only existed in fiction. Oh, then, grandfather, does the dragon martial continent truly lack storage equipment? Not at all. It simply exists in scarcity. My family, as a secular clan, does not possess such items, not due to inability to purchase, but rather because they are not worth the expense. With that money, it is far better to procure medicinal herbs and nurture our family's youth. Lu Kaishan interjected, offering a wry smile. The utility of such items is tremendous, yet their cost is staggering. A mere space pouch of 4 to 5 feet in size can cost upwards of 10,000 chi pills, with each chi pill equivalent to 10 taels of gold. And 10 taels of gold is worth 100 taels of silver. Enough for a family of 4 to live comfortably for nearly a decade. Spending 100,000 gold on a modest space pouch is indeed impractical. Lu Qinghe then produced an unadorned, ancient bracelet, seemingly reluctant to part with it. This belonged to a rogue from the heaven-stealing realm whom I killed during a fierce battle. Its purpose remains a mystery, but I believe it to be a storage item. Take it. It should suit you well. The intricate designs on the bracelet radiated an aura of vitality. As soon as Lu Meng's fingers brushed the bracelet, a stream of clear energy entered his body, swirling in his dantian before vanishing entirely, leaving behind an appearance akin to a common piece of jewelry of poor quality. This item it indeed possesses spirit, and its grade is not low. It seems it is meant for you, Meng-er. I suspect that rogue from the heaven-stealing realm never discovered its use. Lu Qinghe gasped in astonishment. Grandfather, this is too generous. If I refuse, you'll surely be displeased. Lu Meng spoke eloquently, yet his hands moved swiftly to tuck the bracelet away. This boy has become quite the silver-tongued charmer, Lu Kaishan mused, but since it is a gift from your grandfather, you must handle it with care. Should you misplace it, how could you ever honor your grandfather's goodwill? After finishing, Lu Kaishan winked at Lu Meng. Lu Meng promptly seized his grandfather's hand, showering him with gratitude until the old man chuckled heartily. Ha! Meng-er is indeed a well-behaved child. With such innate talent, your future achievements are destined to be remarkable. This item serves as compensation for when you were injured, for I could not intervene then. I hope you do not hold it against me. It was not that I did not wish to help. Rather, I was occupied with stabilizing the lotus atop my head, a task I have only now completed. Ah, Meng-er, you are blessed with fortune. Heaven cannot claim me yet. But, grandfather, what did that old Wang fellow tell you? He seemed in quite the hurry to leave, Lu Meng queried, not caring for the circumstances that had allowed him to bask in his parents' affection once more. That old man came to inform me that the major sects are recruiting disciples. Alas, he failed to disclose the location of the grand ceremonies. I must inquire further. You all may leave now. Lu Qinghe abruptly recalled that Wang Tuo had neglected to share the venue before departing in haste. It was all due to that cursed demon sealing seal that had caused them to forget such vital details. While the matter concerned the entire continent, the recruitment of disciples by the major sects was of paramount importance to the family. Lu Meng's opportunity to transcend the mundane world hinged entirely upon this forthcoming chance. Rest assured, young one, the Azure Dragon bracelet will bring you nothing but benefits. It will undoubtedly bear no adverse effects. It is indeed peculiar how the treasured artifact of the Force Spirit sect has found its way into the hands of a mere thief from the heavenly stealing realm. Xiaoji, with a look of perplexity, rested her chin upon her hand, lost in contemplation. The Azure Dragon bracelet? The legendary artifact hailed as one of the 4 divine instruments of the dragon martial continent? A sudden exclamation erupted from Lu Meng as he struck his own face with a resounding slap. Damn it, that hurt. Is this truly one of the 4 divine artifacts? Why do you behave like a rustic fool? I had forgotten. Those hailing from your region often possess such manners. When Hong Jun had yet to attain enlightenment and encountered me, he too was overcome with excitement, exclaiming about fortune and destiny, yet I had no acquaintance with him. Upon hearing Xiaoji's words, Lu Meng instinctively covered his mouth. Thankfully, he had refrained from using his true energy moments ago. Otherwise, it would have surely invited calamity. Xiaoji, what on earth are you? It seems there is nothing you do not know. You recognize the treasured artifact of the 4-spirit sect. Lu Meng was filled with confusion. This individual appeared to possess knowledge of everything. Could it truly be, as he claimed, that he had existed since the dawn of creation? Listen closely, young one. I assure you, I am not anything. Bah, I have fallen for your trickery once more. You speak of the Lu family's tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. I scoff at that. Xiaoji feigned anger, turning her head away. Xiaoji, I acknowledge my mistake. Pray tell me, is this truly the authentic Azure Dragon bracelet? I shall not refer to you as anything henceforth. Chapter 23. Wang Tuo's Ascendance. The 4-spirit sect stands as a mythical entity on the Dragon Martial continent, serving as its guardian. Apart from the 36 super sects and 72 first-rate sects, the location of the 4 spirits mountain gates remains unknown. However, during the millennia-spanning wars between humans and demons, the 4 sects invariably dispatch their elite warriors. While super sects and first-rate sects engage in fierce competition for resources, the 4-spirit sect has never been contested. Their formidable strength compels the forces of the continent to regard them with reverence. Their understated presence prevents other sects from daring to act against them. Legends speak of 4 divine artifacts: the White Tiger Battle Blade, the Phoenix Feather Garment, the Xuanwu Armor, and the Qinglong Bracelet, which are the treasures of the 4 major sections. As long as these divine artifacts exist, no one dares to challenge the 4-spirit sect. The White Tiger, associated with metal, is renowned for its combat prowess, claiming to be the strongest in the world. The Fire Phoenix sect boasts unparalleled speed, with its fire-based attacks only slightly inferior to those of the White Tiger sect. The Eastern Xuanwu, embodying water and earth, is hailed as the strongest defender, said to be impervious to all forms of attack. The Qinglong sect, however, is the most enigmatic of the 4, although its combat strength is not as pronounced. It leads the 4-spirit sect due to the Qinglong Bracelet, which is said to encompass all things and create its own realm. Indeed, this is the Qinglong Bracelet, albeit with significant damage. It is unclear how this artifact came to be lost to the world, suggesting that some unknown upheaval must have occurred. Now you understand the value of this item, don't you? Xiao Zi's words filled Lu Meng with exhilaration. Yet, he quickly composed himself. While the artifact is indeed remarkable, its damage renders it unusable. Even the simplest function of storing items is beyond its capabilities. Xiao Zi, what materials are needed to repair the Qinglong Bracelet? If the difficulty isn't too great, it would be wise to restore it. With this bracelet that creates its own realm, I would no longer need to worry about my family's safety. Lu Meng understood that he would not confine himself to the small confines of 5 Dragon City in the future. The path to becoming a formidable warrior has always been paved with bloodshed. Inevitably, there would be threats to his family, and he would once again face the peril of losing them. Don't even think about repairing it. The materials required are exceedingly rare, and divine materials are already scarce. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be 4 artifacts in existence. However, this universe is not limited to the Dragon Martial continent alone. In higher realms, there may be materials to mend the Qinglong Bracelet. The cosmos is vast, and even Xiao Zi has not explored every corner. Lu Meng nodded in agreement. He recognized the truth in Xiao Zi's assertion. There are countless life-bearing planets in the universe. This knowledge had already permeated the consciousness of Earth's populace, though limited technology currently hinders communication with them. What should I do with this item now? Should I wear it openly, or conceal it close to my body? The continent is vast, teeming with extraordinary individuals, and who knows if someone might recognize its origin. It could be troublesome. If it were a fully intact artifact, it would have some utility. But now, its damaged state renders even its basic functions dormant. As Lu Meng's energy coursed through his veins, enveloping the Qinglong Bracelet on his wrist, a radiant glow erupted, and its form began to transform. After several breaths, its appearance had completely altered, becoming seemingly mundane. Perhaps even a beggar would overlook it if discarded on the ground. Moreover, Lu Meng could distinctly sense the surrounding vital energy gradually converging toward him. Though the quantity was minimal, it was remarkable in its automatic absorption. Additionally, the once vanished stream of energy within his dantian began to absorb the surrounding vital essence. Do not be overly excited. Maintain your composure. This is merely the most rudimentary aspect of its functionality. As your strength grows, you will unlock further capabilities. Though it remains damaged, it is still an artifact. Your luck is indeed commendable. Could it be that you were a person of great virtue in a past life? The concept of virtue and fortune has always been elusive. Lu Meng, however, dismissed such thoughts as he felt an overwhelming fatigue. After all, he had gone a day and a night without rest, and his youthful body could no longer withstand it. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Meng laid down on the bed, and within mere minutes, he descended into a deep slumber. At that moment, the Qinglong bracelet in his hand transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Artifacts indeed possess their own spirit. It seems the essence that has merged with the stream in the boy's dantian is the spirit of this item. With this assistance, the boy's cultivation speed will surely accelerate. I, Xiaozi, am also quite exhausted. It is time for me to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghe departed from the Lu clan towards the Wang clan. As he approached the entrance of the Wang clan, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. A powerful, malevolent aura emanated from the direction of Shaofeng Mountain. A surge of alarm coursed through him. Could it be that a beast tide was about to erupt again? The seal of the demon trapping sea loosening, leading to the resurgence of a beast tide? It seemed implausible. Could those advanced demon beasts truly be unaware of the loosening seal? At that moment, Wang Tuo soared from the Wang clan, spotting Lu Qinghe at the entrance and immediately approaching him with a respectful bow. Elder brother, you are here for a reason? This disturbance originates from Shaofeng Mountain, does it not? Wang Tuo stood beside him, a look of worry etched across his face. What else could it be? I merely wish to inquire about the locations where those sects are recruiting disciples. You old fool, how could you run off without mentioning something so crucial? Lu Qinghe retorted, though his gaze remained fixed on the direction of Shaofeng Mountain. Brother, you have finally cast off the shackles of your heart. Our Lu and Wang families are still brother clans. Enough of idle talk. We must hasten to ascertain the situation. With disasters occurring in succession, how many innocent lives in Five Dragon City will fall victim to the beast tide? The two unleashed their techniques, vanishing like beams of light. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a point just outside the entrance of Shaofeng Mountain, only to find it completely overrun by demon beasts. The overwhelming malevolence emanated from these low-level fourth-tier demon beasts. At the rear of the horde stood a figure clad in black, exuding a chilling aura. However, the pressure it emitted indicated that it was a formidable innate demon beast. Brother Snake, what is your intention? Do you seek to demonstrate your power to the Lu, Wang, Li, and Shui families of Five Dragon City now that you have attained a higher cultivation? Lu Kaishan's pupils constricted as he shouted angrily. Lu Kaishan, you are not without merit. In just 20 years, you have condensed the 3 flowers atop your head. To call you the strongest expert in Five Dragon City is no exaggeration. The black-clad figure glared with fury at the direction of Five Dragon City. Snake, do not presume that my brother and I are truly afraid of you. If you do not reveal your intentions today, you shall meet a dire fate. Wang Tuo, incensed by the creature's disdain, could no longer contain his anger. Who would remain in good spirits when disregarded by a mere beast? Save your breath, Wang Tuo. You are no match for me. Lu Qinghe, if you hand over your kin, Lu Meng, I will guarantee that Shaofeng Mountain will not threaten Five Dragon City for the next 30 years. The Snake certainly had the arrogance to back it up. It had now reached the Ling Tai Sheng Lian realm, making it an 8th-tier expert. Demon beasts typically find it challenging to advance, but upon reaching the innate level, their strength surpasses that of human innate beings by a significant margin. This means that its combat prowess is comparable to that of a 3 flowers gathering peak expert, explaining its overt contempt for Wang Tuo. Whether or not I am your match will only be revealed through combat. Come, allow me to teach you a lesson today. You cold-blooded beast. Wang Tuo leaped into the open space outside the Shaofeng Mountain enclosure. The Snake was not one to be trifled with. It was the first time someone had called it a beast since it took on a human form. With a surge of genuine energy, it transformed into a black streak, rapidly charging forward. As it neared Wang Tuo, a green mist erupted from its mouth, causing the horde of beasts to retreat until they stood a considerable distance away. Upon witnessing the opponent's initial offensive, which prominently featured their innate toxic abilities, Wang Tuo felt the resonance of 7 elemental cores within his dantian. With a swift motion, an armor materialized around him, and he unleashed a flurry of strikes, propelling forth a series of fiery red blades towards the Yin snake without retreating. The Yin snake, observing this aggressive approach, remained undeterred. With a flick of his hand, a protective shell enveloped him, utilizing the innate energy field for defense. The Yin snake's mastery over vital energy had reached an extraordinary level. As the noxious gas wafted towards Wang Tuo, he leapt into the air to evade its grasp. Meanwhile, the energy projectiles he had unleashed were thwarted by the Yin snake's protective field, vanishing into thin air. As the distance between them diminished, Wang Tuo employed his innate martial arts, wielding a short sword that seemed to come alive in his hands. In close combat, the advantage was decidedly in his favor, rendering his previous energy projectiles mere distractions for his adversary. With a resounding crash, their attacks collided, generating a powerful shockwave that carved a deep crater into the ground. Chapter 24. Disputes resurface. Wang Tuo and Xianxia clashed, unleashing powerful waves of energy that toppled the surrounding barriers. The ground, adorned with grass and trees, lay utterly devastated. After a single exchange, both retreated a few steps, yet neither sustained any injuries. They paused only briefly before once more entangling in combat. Wang Tuo sheathed his short sword, opting instead for hand-to-hand combat. A brilliant blue glow flickered around his fists, and a ripple emanated from his palms. His vital energy coalesced into a water serpent that lunged menacingly towards Xianxia. In response, Xianxia unleashed a myriad of palm shadows, which converged in the air to form a colossal python. With a ferocious roar, it charged at the water serpent, then swiftly redirected its assault towards Wang Tuo, aiming a kick at his lower body. The impact of the two energy serpents colliding resulted in an explosive release of energy. Some nearby beasts, caught off guard, were instantly torn to shreds. Lu Qinghe had no intention of intervening. He had already retreated about 100 meters before the energy erupted. Observing the duel from a distance proved beneficial for his combat experience, and Wang Tuo's arrogance would not permit him to step in. Wang Tuo, how dare you slay my kin? If I do not vanquish you today, I shall not deserve the title of their leader, Xianxia bellowed, fury igniting within him as he witnessed the death of the beasts. Suddenly, a tail manifested behind him, revealing his true form, ready to strike at Wang Tuo. Wang Tuo, unperturbed by the transformation, recognized that these beasts were intent on attacking Wulong City. Their demise was a fitting end. While he had not harmed Xianxia, the deaths of dozens of beasts were, in his eyes, a commendable outcome. In that instant, Xianxia's tail lashed out like a whip, moving with such speed that it was nearly impossible to perceive. Wang Tuo, attempting to evade, found himself too late. Thus, he summoned all his vital energy and charged towards Xianxia. With a sickening splatter, blood erupted from Wang Tuo's mouth as he was hurled backward, landing awkwardly on the ground. His complexion turned ashen, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his breath came in ragged gasps, barely able to stand upright. Lu Qinghe approached him, channeling a stream of azure energy into his body. After 15 years of cultivating at the cliffside waterfall, he had finally achieved some measure of success. Xianxia was indeed formidable, having struck his spine with a devastating blow. As the wood-type energy coursed through Wang Tuo, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was no wonder that despite being merely at the 7th level, Wang Tuo had devoted his time to mastering this advanced innate martial art. Though his realm had not ascended, his combat prowess was comparable to that of an 8th-level spirit platform cultivator. This attribute-less innate martial art was undeniably powerful. Lu Qinghe could not suppress a twinge of envy, recognizing that these abilities stemmed from the spoils of slaying a formidable opponent 2 decades prior. Innate martial arts are typically executed according to their attributes. However, some advanced forms possess no specific attribute. The practitioner's cultivation determines their attribute. Such martial arts are exceedingly rare in the realm of martial cultivation. If the adversaries were beasts renowned for their defenses, perhaps a glimmer of hope might remain. Yet, serpentine beasts lacked sufficient protection, and being struck in the chest was tantamount to certain death. Although their vital organs were shielded, Xianxia had no opportunity to activate them in that critical moment. As Lu Qinghe surveyed the horde of beasts, he noted that Xianxia had indeed revealed his true form, and the thrashing tail had stilled. yet the beasts had already begun to tear into his remains. Some martial artist-level beasts were feasting on xianxia's blood and flesh. Despite the strict hierarchy among the beasts, the path to enhancing one's bloodline and strength lay in consuming more powerful entities. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Lu Qinghe could not help but sigh. A leader-level innate beast was considered quite remarkable within the beast clan, yet now, in death, his flesh was being devoured by his own kin. Xianxia's wrath earlier was not unfounded, as it stemmed from the demise of his fellow beasts in the chaos of battle. Tragically, he could not have foreseen that he would ultimately be consumed by his own kind. Perhaps he had contemplated this outcome, yet he could not have anticipated Wang Tua's ability to slay him. After all, he was nearing the pinnacle of the third flower gathering, while Wang Tua was merely at the 7th level. He also did not foresee that Wang Tua would unleash the mountain-separating fist, an advanced innate martial art. Thus, the tumultuous tide of beasts was effortlessly quelled by the two. Meanwhile, a slight figure was hastily fleeing towards Wulong City. A scout sent to observe the movements of the beast horde. What? Those two old fellows are still alive? Were they not said to have perished 20 years ago? This. Shui, should we still act against the Lu and Wang families? Li Yuan, the head of the Li family, paled, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The situation had shifted too rapidly. We ought to remain quiet. I hope they haven't discerned our involvement, or else the Li and Shui families would surely face annihilation. Let us disperse. What harm is there in lying low for a few more days? Shui Ping left decisively, displaying none of Li Yuan's anxiety. Although the plan had originated from him, it was Li's kin who had reached out to Xianxia. The Li family's ambitions were no less than those of the Wang family, and allying with them was akin to courting danger, requiring vigilance against potential betrayal. This well-planned upheaval had entirely unraveled, dispelling the worries that had plagued him. Although the Shui family had seen stagnant growth over the years, they were far from decline. Their accumulated strength surpassed that of the Li family. With the resources within a few hundred miles of Wulong City, how much could each family hope to gain? Shui Ping, despite being innate, was slightly inferior to others due to his reliance on medicinal elixirs. Thus, he had shifted his focus towards commerce. He had no ambition to dominate Wulong City. As long as he could amass sufficient wealth, the Shui family's development was assured. If they could cultivate a single genius, the higher echelons of their clan would undoubtedly take notice of this branch family. As Shui Ping stepped out the door, he was greeted by a servant from the Li family bearing news. His heart lifted. Indeed, the Li family's fortunes appeared to be dwindling. His family's eldest son had grievously wounded a warrior from the Lu family, leaving him effectively incapacitated. What? This disgraceful fool, what on earth was he thinking? Li Yuan's face turned a deep shade of anger, realizing that this provided Lu with a pretext to retaliate against the Li family. Because a 1,000-year-old ginseng caused a dispute at the Tongfu apothecary. Later, the young master, in a fit of rage, struck that person. Li Yuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly spewing blood in exasperation. What kind of absurdity was this? They were about to strike against the Lu family, and his son was out gallivanting. Misfortune upon misfortune. He was acutely aware of his son's character, but seeing the potential in Li Ming, he seldom chastised him. This had fostered a sense of arrogance in his son, who, aside from Wang Hao, regarded no one of the younger generation as worthy of his attention. As he spoke, he was not addressing the servant, but rather Shui Ping, whose discomfort grew palpable. Brotherly, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Calm yourself. It was merely a warrior from the Lu family. What could he possibly do to you? Shui Ping, along with the young masters Shui Yang and Shui Jia, were present. But as a woman, Shui Jia was unable to rein in the two young men. Shui Ping suddenly fainted upon realizing that his own son was involved. Moreover, he knew that it was undoubtedly his son Shui Yang who instigated this incident, that ungrateful wretch, akin to Li Ming in disposition. Old Shui, do not feign ignorance. Get up and let us see what has transpired. Quickly, fetch 1,000 taels in gold notes from the storeroom. Make haste. At this moment, Li Yuan discerned the extent of Shui Ping's culpability. Who in Wulong City did not know that even a mere pig from the Lu family was more precious than any other? Why? It was all a matter of strength. Everything is determined by strength. Lu Kaishan was indeed a genuine innate-level warrior who had forged his way through the mercenary world. After confronting the Lu family's warriors, should the Lu family pursue this matter, even 1,000 taels of gold may not suffice as compensation. If the Lu family uses this as a pretext to retaliate against both families, neither will be able to bear the consequences. Even if they were to unite, their efforts would only amount to a mere defense. They were preparing to extend an apology when, unexpectedly, word had already reached Lu Meng. Meanwhile, the young Master Lu was enjoying a deep slumber, only to have his sweet dreams abruptly interrupted, igniting a furious rage within him. Upon clarifying the situation, all his ire was directed towards those two scoundrels. How dare they strike at the Lu family? It was an affront beyond measure. Furthermore, the ancient ginseng, which he just happened to require, would greatly assist in his cultivation, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level in just a few days. The innate realm would be even closer to his grasp. Considering these two factors, Lu Meng would certainly not let those two foolish young masters escape unscathed. Chapter 25. As Lu Meng stepped out of his family's grand entrance, the guards hastily followed, but he waved them off, signaling them to retreat. The two young men, both peak warriors, were inconsequential in his eyes. As for the attendants, they lacked the audacity to provoke Lu, the young master. Initially, it was thought that the Wang family, known for their arrogance, required a reprimand. Yet, who could have anticipated that the Li and Shui families would dare to provoke the tiger's tail? In Wulong City, the Lu family reigned supreme among the 4 prominent clans. Following them in stature was the Wang family, the city lord, both instilling fear in a population of 100,000. Although the Li and Shui families were also part of the elite 4, their power was evidently lacking, merely stronger than the major merchants in the city. Wulong City, though not vast, had a limited number of innate experts. However, its position as a frontier stronghold attracted a multitude of mercenaries. Additionally, its proximity to the outskirts of Xiaofeng Mountain made it a favorable location for hunting low-level beasts or honing one's skills. Thus, the prosperity of Wulong City was readily apparent, particularly in the abundance of merchants, which left the surrounding villages astounded. The Lu family resided just outside the bustling commercial heart of Wulong City. This central area served as the city's trade hub, albeit with scant vitality, making it suitable only for brief visits rather than prolonged residence. The majority of the population comprised ordinary folk, yet the martial artists possessed formidable strength that kept the commoners in check. Consequently, weaponry, armor, and medicine dominated the markets, with daily necessities trailing behind. Tongfu pharmacies specialized in various herbs and elixirs, boasting a stellar reputation within a 500-mile radius of Wulong City. Occasionally, even members of the Huoyin sect would procure supplies from there. Lu Meng had heard rumors that the owner of Tongfu Pharmacy did not limit himself to a single establishment. He operated branches across 30 different third-rate sect territories, with the Wulong City location being merely one of them. The only establishment that could rival Tongfu was the Lu family's forge, for medicinal pills are vital for survival, just as weapons are indispensable for a warrior. Such is the nature of the martial world, where both life-preserving and lethal items coexist. After traversing 2 streets, Lu Meng approached the central commercial district, where a shop came into view, the Lu family's forge. Its decor was not ostentatious, but exuded an air of grandeur. 2 large swords hung as models flanked the entrance, serving merely as a promotional symbol, offering a clear indication of the shop's purpose at first glance. Observing the warriors entering and exiting, some wore expressions of joy, while others bore looks of distress. Lu Meng felt an urge to enter. He had never stepped foot in his own family's shop before. "Young master, you've arrived. Come in and see if there are any fine weapons." The shopkeeper, having just seen off a lavishly dressed customer, noticed Lu Meng standing outside. "Not now. I have pressing matters to attend to. However, summon someone to bring a few sharp weapons and a large hammer, and accompany me to Tongfu Pharmacy," Lu Meng replied, maintaining the demeanor befitting a young master. His father had always instructed him to be approachable, yet uphold an air of authority. One could treat the servants as family, but excessive indulgence would foster arrogance. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback by Lu Meng's words. "Young master, what are your intentions? Are you planning to confront Tongfu Pharmacy? Did they offend you? If it's not of great importance, there's no need to escalate things. There's no offense here. I am not seeking trouble. However, someone has harmed a warrior of the Lu family, and I intend to rectify this. Hurry and summon someone, or we shall miss our opportunity." Lu Meng chuckled ominously, prompting the shopkeeper to hasten inside to make arrangements. Before long, a burly man emerged, carrying 3 or 4 swords, with a plum blossom hammer strapped to his waist, giving the impression of considerable weight. "Young master, everything is ready. Let us proceed." The big man smiled warmly as he approached Lu Meng. You're quite capable. You should no longer work here as a servant. Join me instead. Keep pace with me and let us reach Tongfu Pharmacy as swiftly as possible. Lu Meng nodded, clearly pleased with the man. His preference stemmed from the individual's significant strength, being a 7th-level martial artist, which distinguished him even among the Lu family's guards. Moreover, he appeared to carry the weapons with ease, suggesting either innate strength or rigorous physical training. As they moved, he glided through the crowd like a white shadow, with speed and strength perfectly balanced, not even disturbing a single hair of the passers-by. Indeed, it was as if he flowed like a stream, everything appearing utterly natural. The burly man, seeing the young master's swift pace, followed suit. However, unlike Lu Meng's graceful style, his presence caused quite a ruckus in the street, with pedestrians expressing their discontent. Nonetheless, the man remained unfazed, simply chuckling at the complaints as he continued onward. The bystanders, observing his demeanor, chose not to impede his passage, though they murmured discontentedly before quickly forgetting the incident. In front of Tongfu Pharmacy, Li Ming and Shui Yang stood with smug expressions. Indeed, although that kid is significantly younger than us, he is still our contemporary. By the time you and I reached his age, we were already 3rd-level martial artists. Aside from that freak Wang Hao, I have never bowed to anyone else. Brother Ming, you two are being too reckless. If Uncle Li and Father find out, you may face their wrath. A girl with 2 braids stood by, her lips pouting as if she could hang a bottle from them. What do you know, Jejia? Our families are united now. The Lu and Wang families are nothing but stray dogs. How dare a mere servant compete with Brother Li for treasures? He clearly does not know the meaning of death. With that, Shui Yang spat at the fallen warrior, covering him in disdain. Ha! That is the best joke I've heard in the last 2 months. When did you, Shui Yang, gain such audacity to speak so boldly? Just as they reveled in their triumph, an immature yet furious voice pierced through the air. The onlookers scattered immediately, realizing that the voice's owner was incensed, and the repercussions would be severe. The Lu family's second-rate noble, Lu Meng, was not one to be trifled with. The Li and Shui families could not afford to offend him. Upon arriving, Lu Meng overheard Shui Yang's words and felt his blood boil. He had also witnessed Shui Yang spitting on the warrior, an act Lu Meng perceived as not merely an insult, but a blatant slap in the face to the Lu family. Who in Wulong City would dare to act so brazenly? Ah, it's Lu Meng, the brother. Instead of nursing at home, you've come to the streets? If you were to be ambushed again, luck might not be on your side. Lu Meng had long held disdain for him, and now he could hardly contain himself. With a single leap, he struck Shui Yang squarely in the face with a punch, expending no true energy in the blow. What a beautiful flower blooms! Carried by the gentle breeze, blood erupted from Shui Yang's mouth, transforming his handsome visage into something grotesque. The wails echoed for 100 meters, sending chills down the spines of those who heard. This was the consequence of loose lips. I shall teach you a lesson to understand how to speak properly. Lu Meng approached Li Ming, wiping the blood from his hands onto his clean clothes. Li Ming remained frozen in shock. He had never anticipated that the so-called waste, Lu Meng, could deliver a blow strong enough to fell a 7th-level martial artist like Shui Yang effortlessly. Lu Meng, you have gone too far. Such a heavy hand could have ruined my brother's appearance. A melodious voice, sweet as a nightingale, rang out in anger, capturing Lu Meng's attention. He turned to see a young girl in purple standing nearby. Born with a naturally round face and eyebrows as slender as willow leaves, her eyes shimmered like stars, infused with a hint of fury. Her fair complexion bore a delicate blush, reminiscent of ripe cherries, while her petite lips were a luscious crimson. Suddenly struck, Shui Yang felt as if his mouth had been brutally rammed by a bull, the force sending him reeling. Ah, Lu Meng, I shall fight you, he cried out, consumed by rage as he charged toward Lu Meng with reckless abandon. At that moment, a burly man wielding a weapon rushed over. Seeing Shui Yang barreling toward Lu Meng, he hurled a sheathed sword with all his might. With a clang, the unfortunate young master Shui fell backward, a large bump appearing on his forehead in an instant. Ha! You look like an old man, Shui Shao. You truly amuse me. Lu Meng, who had just clenched his fist, relaxed it, and doubled over in laughter, though his gaze was fixed on the newly arrived giant. This fellow is undoubtedly a talent. Just now, he tossed that sword without utilizing any true energy, yet it knocked Shui Yang senseless. A quintessential display of innate strength and significant physical prowess. As a fellow 7th-level martial artist, Xianxia charging at Lu Meng without employing protective energy was inconceivable. Yet this man's simple throw had resulted in such a sizable contusion. Lu Meng, that's enough. Brother, do not strike again. Today was your fault. Why persist in error? Xianxia admonished the advancing Xianxia, casting a fierce glare at Lu Meng. However, it could not end like this. How could Brother Shui endure such humiliation? Even if Jia spares him, I, Li Ming, shall not. Just as Lu Meng found the situation dull, Li Ming, who had been in a daze, unexpectedly rushed forward with a fist raised. Chapter 26. Severely wounded before Li Ming arrived, the air was already filled with the sound of rushing fists. A shadow of a punch, imbued with the earth's colors, flew towards Lu Meng. He employed the Li family's ultimate technique, the tremor fist, which possessed immense power. As it was unleashed, streaks of yellow light flickered, simultaneously enhancing his own defenses. Renowned for its defensive prowess, the earth-based technique was adept in both offense and defense. The yellow light surged forward, prompting Lu Meng to sidestep, sliding his foot to evade the attack. In an instant, he retaliated with another punch aimed directly at Li Ming's ribs. As he turned to establish his stance, a leg struck towards him. At that moment, evasion was no longer an option. He could only cross his arms and harness his true energy to absorb the blow. The impact echoed with a resounding thud, sending Li Ming stumbling back 10 paces, his hands severely deformed. In stark contrast, Lu Meng remained unmoved, executing a swift kick midair, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Li Ming. Today marks the end for both of you. You believe that interrupting my guard's limbs would go unpunished? No. This is merely the beginning. Lu Meng extended his hand, and a burly man wielding a weapon threw a sword towards him. Lu Meng, are you not simply a servant? Must you exchange the lives of my brother, an elderly, for your vengeance? Xianxia exclaimed in a panic, rushing to grasp Lu Meng's arm. Xianxia, this transcends the matter of servitude. It is a question of principle. To take a life demands a life in return. Furthermore, in this society that devours the weak, crippling a warrior's limbs is a torment far greater than death itself. Lu Meng broke free from Xianxia's grip, his sword aimed at Li Ming. Devoid of any emotion save for fury. Is a servant not human? Should they be subjected to the bullying of those from noble families? Today, I will declare to all of Wulong City, let any who dare touch a single finger of the Lu family face the severing of their limbs. Those who harm my kin shall pay with their lives. Should anyone dare to kill my family, I will annihilate their entire clan. His words were devoid of sentiment, and he seemed a harbinger of death. Li Ming's legs trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Lu Meng's unwavering resolve. From their earlier encounter, he sensed that Lu Meng was far more powerful, at least at the peak of the 8th level, possibly even the 9th. Now, wielding a weapon, Lu Meng instilled such fear that Li Ming dared not entertain a single thought of resistance. No longer was he the esteemed young master of the Li family. He was merely a frightened man. Young master, please spare me. I acknowledge my wrongdoings and can pay you back 100 taels of silver. No, 500. Can money restore the limbs of my brother? 500 taels is naught but a pittance in my eyes. As Lu Meng's voice fell, he appeared before Li Ming in an instant. He swung the sword with sudden ferocity, yet there was no spray of blood. Rather, it shattered with a clang, breaking into two. Despite not exerting much effort, the disarmed Lu Meng lunged toward Li Ming. Li Ming, shaken from his stupor, suddenly brandished a gleaming dagger, radiating a blue-green glow, evidently laced with poison. This unexpected turn left everyone astounded. How could the sword that seemed destined to sever Li Ming's neck suddenly shatter? And how could the previously feeble Li Ming react so swiftly? Young master, be careful. Quickly dodge. The burly man, sensing the danger to Lu Meng, rushed forward, his palms sweeping to block the dagger. With a sudden forceful push, he shoved Lu Meng aside. The dagger pierced through the back of the man's hand with a sickening sound. In mere moments, the wound turned an ominous black. Resolute, the man swiftly severed his poisoned hand and rolled back to Lu Meng, clutching his wrist as blood gushed forth, yet he did not even glance at his injury. Young master, are you unharmed? It is my fault for being slow. Please, punish me. The burly man rose and unexpectedly knelt. Rise. Do you not know that a man's knees should not touch the ground without cause? Kneel only to heaven, the earth, and your parents. Do not kneel so casually again. Lu Meng, his face filled with anger, pulled him up, feeling a pang of anguish within. What a loyal brother. To shield him from harm. To shatter a sword infused with true energy. It was evident that his opponent was a master of innate talent, at the very least a practitioner of the energy manifestation stage. In the fleeting moment before the sword broke, Lu Meng had glimpsed a flicker of golden light. No mistake could be made. Moreover, he realized that he had not needed to topple over. A force had propelled him forward. Had it not been for that, the man who had just met him minutes ago would not have lost his hand. Ha ha ha. Lu Meng, you are far too arrogant. Are you enraged by the loss of your subordinate's hand? Alas, anger is futile. You must die today, otherwise. How can the Li family ever hold their head high in Wulong City? Li Ming's maniacal laughter echoed, his heart filled with satisfaction. So, the earlier display of fear was merely a ruse. He had not been intimidated at all. What a clever Li Ming. You surpassed that fool Wang Hao by leaps and bounds. But if you wish to kill me, you are still far too inexperienced. Suddenly, Lu Meng's figure shifted, becoming ethereal and elusive. His movements flowed like water, revealing the pinnacle of his agility. Spectators beheld several phantoms of him, as if he had transcended the bounds of reality. Within mere breaths, those apparitions dissipated. This was an afterimage, a phenomenon arising from reaching the utmost speed. Although martial artists could achieve such feats, none could do so with Lu Meng's ease. Only those who reached the innate martial master level, utilizing the energy of the heavens and earth, could attain such prowess. Yet Lu Meng was merely a martial artist. Yet he had accomplished this extraordinary feat. Those with discerning eyes could perceive the extraordinary nature of his movements. Lu Meng's true energy was unfathomably deep. What unparalleled speed! I cannot even catch a glimpse of his figure. What sort of prodigy is this? In just over a month, he has ascended so dramatically. Li Ming was taken aback, Lu Meng's velocity surpassing his expectations. Li Ming's attempts to strike were met only with afterimages. Frustration surged within him. This young man truly posed a challenge. He had intended to conceal his strength, yet it was now unavoidable. With a sudden surge of energy from his dantian, a powerful wave of force erupted from him, and a sword forged entirely from energy materialized in his grasp. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, unable to reconcile the sight before them with the esteemed young master of the Li family. The transformation unfolded too swiftly for their minds to comprehend. This Li Ming was, in fact, an innate martial master, and at the third stage of energy manifestation. How could this be? The young master of the Li family was merely 18 years old, yet he had achieved such heights. A genius. Wang Hao paled in comparison. This Li Ming had concealed his abilities exceptionally well, attaining innate mastery and reaching the third stage. Such an unexpected turn startled Lu Meng as well. This individual stood on par with his father. Yet, how old could he be? 18, surely? An innate martial master at 18 was a prodigy beyond compare. Wait, this fellow is not merely a martial master. Within him lies a hidden soul, a soul of the stealing heaven realm. Boy, you must kill him. By devouring that soul, Master Xiaozi can regain some of his powers. At that moment, Xiaozi's voice echoed in Lu Meng's mind. Kill the current Li Ming? How simple do you think that is? He is an innate martial master at the third stage. I am but a martial artist. What can I do? Li Ming, I know that this is not your true strength. Although you are formidable now, how long can you maintain it? My speed far exceeds yours. Let us engage in a battle of attrition. Lu Meng unleashed a punch, sending a gust of energy toward Li Ming. He swiftly initiated his agile movements, darting around Li Ming, who, despite being an innate master, lacked the aura cultivated by someone like Qing Hao. If it is truly as Qing Hao suggested, I can only call upon Xiaozi for assistance. Li Ming wielded his long sword with ferocity, striking fiercely, yet he failed to graze even a thread of Lu Meng's garments. In a moment of desperation, he let out a thunderous roar, and a flurry of minute energy needles rapidly materialized, whistling toward the agile Lu Meng. These needles, as fine as hair and numerous as the stars, surged forth. Lu Meng summoned his inner energy to shield his body, yet his feet moved with even greater swiftness, evading the majority of the onslaught. However, a few of the needles still found their mark, striking him. With a spurt of blood, Lu Meng sustained injury. But he did not falter. Instead, he pressed on with increased speed. Hope glimmered before him as he sensed that Li Ming's momentum had significantly weakened. Ha! How mundane it is to evade. Lu Meng, prepare to meet your demise. The sky-shrouding palm. Sensing a decline in his own power, Li Ming suddenly unleashed an energy palm, as large as a grinding wheel, crashing toward Lu Meng. He once more conjured a long blade, striking down fiercely at the fallen Lu Meng. With a grotesque expression, He laughed maniacally, as if he believed the outcome was already sealed. The situation underwent another transformation accompanied by a series of sounds. Lu Meng rose from the ground, brandishing a plum blossom hammer. This weapon, seemingly designed for women, shattered the long sword in Li Ming's grasp with a single blow. A violet aura flickered across his face as the surrounding energy surged towards him. The buzzing sound emanated from the collision of vast amounts of energy. The plum blossom hammer not only broke the sword, but also struck Li Ming's dantian 3 times in quick succession. With each impact, a wisp of violet energy seeped into his dantian. A horrifying scream, not of Li Ming's own voice, erupted from his throat, a sound both shrill and malevolent, like that of a monstrous demon. "What are you? Get out!" The voice boomed, laced with fear and trepidation. Little Purple, on the other hand, was ecstatic. A soul from the sky-stealing realm had materialized. A soul could be infused into a weapon to create a spiritual treasure. The Yuan Pearl contained a trace of enlightenment, allowing warriors below the sky-stealing realm to comprehend it. Although materialized souls were difficult to dissipate, they could not survive long outside a host. Therefore, when a sky-stealing realm individual perished, they had to seize a body, a process known as possession. Only by transcending the sky-stealing realm and reaching the realm of insight could the soul merge with the Yuan Pearl. At that point, one could exist independently of the world. A realm of insight expert, having mastered some of the laws of energy, could conjure a Yuan body and continue to cultivate. However, such beings were rare, as the body was fundamental to a warrior. Without a body, one would eventually be assimilated by the energy and the essence of the world, achieving a state of neither life nor death, but devoid of self-awareness. But let us not dwell on such matters and turn our attention back to Li Ming's dantian. Now filled with demonic energy, a high-dimensional energy with a corrosive nature that devoured the vitality of the body. Only those with strong bloodlines or demonic constitutions could absorb and integrate it. A slow process requiring the consumption of vast amounts of flesh and blood to complete the body's transformation. Only then could one truly become a demon. You are also a soul. Why engage in this fratricide? Although you are a Taoist and I am a demon, we both seek longevity, each taking what we need. Hee. The mutual devouring of souls is a natural law. Your soul power is far inferior to mine. Do not resist. Being devoured by me is not a waste. I am the greatest being since the dawn of time. With that, Little Purple dissolved into a cloud of violet mist, erupting with a sudden burst of power. The black soul form was caught off guard and enveloped by Little Purple. "Let me go? I will be your slave. Spare me. Is it worth your greatness to act against a mere mortal?" The demon, surrounded by the violet mist, felt its power rapidly draining, its 8 centuries of accumulation vanishing in an instant. This power is so pure, the essence of heaven and earth. A materialized soul from the sky-stealing realm is indeed a delicacy. Little Purple ignored the demon and accelerated the rate of consumption. The original diminutive form of Little Purple instantly grew to nearly a foot in length and continued to expand. "I will fight you to the death." Sensing the imminent loss of its power, the demon attempted to detonate its soul. However, it soon discovered that it could no longer act independently. The detestable violet energy had imprisoned its soul power. This is terrifying. This is definitely a being beyond the primordial realm, perhaps even reaching the legendary realm of the demon ancestor. To think that my first act would attract such a figure. Had I known, I would have been content to slowly devour this mortal body. 850 years of effort, undone in a single moment. Alas, the devouring Yuan demon, who had roamed the world for a lifetime, had come to such an end. A sin. It abandoned all resistance, knowing that all was lost. It clearly felt that, in the short time it had been lamenting, it had fallen from the pinnacle of the sky-stealing realm to the 9th level. And the soul's realm was still plummeting, a rate that was simply astonishing. 8th level, 7th level, 6th level, 5th level, all the way down to the 3rd level. Little Purple let out a satisfied burp, ceasing its consumption. The demon immediately sensed a glimmer of hope and hastily knelt, begging for servitude. "I cannot accept you. But that child would make a suitable master. Do not underestimate him, for he is blessed with great fortune. Follow me, and you will be far stronger than this little trash. Look at his dantian. What is all this?" Without waiting for the devouring Yuan demon to speak, Little Purple enveloped it and transported it to a place filled with violet energy, Lu Meng's Purple Palace, Little Purple's usual residence. What a dense aura. This aura is the same as yours. If I could devour this fellow, I, the devouring Yuan, would surpass the primordial realm. Wah! Just as it was reveling in its thoughts, a stream of pure energy pierced its chest. Damn it, you are a complete idiot. Can't you see that I can only reside here temporarily? And you dare to utter such nonsense? Kid, come here. He will be your slave from now on. Little Purple glanced at the devouring Yuan demon and chuckled. It knew exactly what that stream of pure energy was, the spirit of the Azure Dragon Bracelet, which restrained all demons. How could this fellow think of devouring Lu Meng? It was simply courting death. So you are the being inside Li Ming? Not much to look at, just a materialized phantom spirit. How did you elevate him to the primordial martial ancestor? So this is it. Doesn't look like much. While Lu Meng was interrogating the demon spirit in the Purple Palace, another dramatic change occurred outside. The black clouds in the sky, unable to find their target, quickly dissipated. However, the demon-slaying divine light descended upon Li Ming. A scream echoed throughout the Five Dragon City commercial district as Li Ming's body turned to ashes before everyone's eyes. It's divine wrath. The Li family traded with demons. The Li family's young master has been turned to ashes by the heavens. Everyone run. It's a minor demon. If the Li family's old demons come, we will all become food. Yes, go to the Wang family for help. The Li family is colluding with demons to destroy Five Dragon City. For the sake of our homes, City Lord Wang will surely destroy the demons and restore peace to Five Dragon City. The streets descended into chaos as everyone scrambled to escape. Some notifying friends to beware of the Li family, others fleeing to the Lu and Wang families. Even the Tongfu pharmacy closed its doors, ostensibly to guard against demons, but also out of fear of retribution from Lu Meng, as the injury had occurred within their store, making them partially responsible. My son, who killed you? Even if it means the destruction of the Li family, I will avenge you. Li Yuan arrived just in time to witness his son being reduced to ashes, the most tragic event in human existence. Brotherly, calm down. Do not be enraged. Did you not hear what everyone was saying? He was killed by the heavens. And you felt it yourself, the black clouds enveloping Five Dragon City, the demon-slaying divine light descending from the sky. Shui Ping grabbed him, preventing him from approaching Li Ming's remains. Demon-slaying divine light can purify all things. Even experts in the transcendence realm cannot withstand it. Judging by Li Ming's condition, he was indeed possessed by a demon. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, or Five Dragon City would have been doomed. Know that the descent of demon-slaying divine light is not triggered by just any demon. It only appears when a demon surpassing the local defense force appears in a certain place. So, the demon possessing Li Ming was at least in the sky-stealing realm. A sky-stealing realm expert? Does Five Dragon City have such a master? Lu Qinghe from the Lu family is indeed formidable. However, 2 decades ago, he was merely at the 7th level of innate mastery. Even with his advancements over these 20 years, the pinnacle he could attain remains at the 9th level of martial sovereign. It is essential to understand that achieving the realm of stealing heaven is no simple feat. The condensation of the Yuan Pearl is an arduous task in itself. Moreover, when ascending from innate to the stealing heaven realm, one must endure the tribulations of heaven and earth. At that moment, when the thunder strikes, a single misstep could result in utter annihilation. Can I remain calm? That is not merely your son. He is my son. Damn Lu Meng, you shall pay with your life. Li Yuan suddenly surged with true energy, launching a powerful fist towards the motionless Lu Meng. Lu Meng, having just concluded his interrogation and brimming with excitement, was abruptly struck by an intense heat. He swiftly turned and retaliated with a punch. With a resounding impact, Lu Meng staggered backward, leaving a trail of footprints on the solid bluestone ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire being was on the verge of disintegration. Li Yuan, are you so impatient to live? Taste my strike. Suddenly, a shadow of yellow rushed towards him. With a thunderous roar, a flurry of punches enveloped Li Yuan. At long last, Lu Qinghe, the 3rd-level martial sovereign, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing Lu Meng's imminent collapse, an unprecedented fury erupted within him. The Li family dared to strike at the Lu family members, but they were merely family guards. With his son handling matters, he could rest easy. Yet, who could have foreseen that Li Yuan would dare to assault his own son with lethal intent? How could he not be enraged? The Lu family's direct lineage is singular. Should Lu Meng perish, he could only imagine the punishment his father would inflict upon him. Lu Kaishan, do not be unreasonable. It was your son who first killed mine. What wrong is there in seeking vengeance for my child? Even if the heavenly king himself were here today, I would still strike down this wretched little beast. Chapter 28. The soul-condensing blade. It appears that your Li family has indeed made significant progress over the years. Even Li Yuan no longer regards me, Lu Kaishan, with any respect. Lu Kaishan approached Lu Meng, offering him support. Observing Li Ming, who was frantically evading the punches, a disdainful expression crossed Lu Kaishan's face. Li Ming felt a flush of embarrassment. He was a few years older than Lu Kaishan. However, his cultivation was inferior to that of his opponent. Although he belonged to a branch of a prominent family, the resources available to them paled in comparison to the Lu family, which had been established in Wulong for centuries. The hatred for the murder of one's child is a matter of life and death. Lu Kaishan, can you truly protect him for a lifetime? If you do not provide me with an explanation for today's events, then my Li family shall be at odds with the Lu family until the end. Li Ming glared at Lu Kaishan and his son, filled with a desire to consume their flesh and drink their blood. At that moment, Lu Meng's injuries had stabilized. The Qinglong bracelet emanated waves of vitality, working in harmony with the clear stream within his dantian to mend the damage. What a close call. Engaging in a confrontation with someone of innate talent has resulted in such injuries. It seems I am still too weak. I must strive even harder. Lu Meng exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, feeling considerably relieved. He regarded Li Ming with a gaze infused with murderous intent. Though he was not a killer by nature, he could not tolerate anything that threatened his life. Just as in his previous life, no other leader would dare approach him, not even with a fruit knife in hand. The one who brings death is not Lu Meng, but heaven itself. Li Yuan, if you realize your errors, take your Li family and depart Wulong City. Otherwise, a single spit from each person could drown you. Colluding with evil forces is a grave sin. The malevolent entities attacked this continent many years ago, and the calamity has never ceased. Every citizen of the continent harbors an unyielding hatred for these malevolent beings. Young Master Lu is correct. The Li family must leave Wulong City. You are not welcome here. Depart from Wulong City. In the face of the Lu family, Li Yuan could humble himself. Yet, the commoners, whom he usually disregarded, dared to insult the Li family. It was utterly reckless. Suddenly, Li Yuan moved with a speed that was almost imperceptible. There was a loud bang, and the head of the person who had just spoken exploded, scattering blood and brains across the ground. Covered in blood, Li Ming did not relent. Instead, he charged into the crowd, wreaking havoc. In just a few breaths, over 30 people had perished at his hands. Dark waves emanated from Li Yuan, instantly devouring the souls of the deceased. A mass of red blood energy floated before him, which he consumed in one gulp. Li Yuan, you have completely lost your mind. What enmity do these ordinary people hold against you? If you seek death, then today I, Lu Meng, shall lead you to follow in the footsteps of Qing Hao. Soul-condensing blade. Kill, 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 kill. With a succession of 7 kills, a purple light blade was unleashed. Lu Meng was furious. He could say that these people died because of him. Had it not been for his provocation, they would not have met such a fate. Li Yuan sensed the ominousness of the purple light blade and hastily summoned his aura armor, wielding a long knife to strike at the light blade. With a soft sound, the long knife dissipated in an instant, while the small light blade faced no hindrance, accelerating even further. No. Before Li Yuan's helmet had fully formed, the light blade pierced through his head and vanished without a trace. With 2 loud bangs, blood gushed from Li Yuan's 7 orifices, a hole the size of a finger appearing in his forehead. Blood mixed with brain matter slowly oozed out. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. It was too shocking, too overwhelming for their minds to process. Just then, the Lu family's reinforcements arrived, led by Lu Quan, who had just returned. Clad in an aura armor, he rode a unicorn dragon horse, followed by a group of black-clad guards, each exuding an air of menace. Seize all members of the Li family. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. With Lu Kaishan's command, Lu Quan and his men surged forward, unceremoniously pinning every member of the Li family to the ground. I apologize for my late arrival, dear brother Lu. Today, the Li family has colluded with evil forces, slaughtering 35 innocent citizens. Li Yuan's crimes are unforgivable, and the Li family is to be expelled from Wulong City, never to return. At this moment, Wang Hai arrived with his men. Upon seeing Wang Hai, the citizens erupted in cheers for the city lord. They embellished the story of Li Yuan's actions, inciting the crowd's collective hatred towards the Li family. The city lord is merciful, yet the Li family must not be spared. They must be completely eradicated to demonstrate the city lord's fairness. As Lu Meng spoke, a wave of resonance filled the crowd, who clamored to eliminate the Li family to uphold the city lord's dignity. Naturally, the loudest of all were the black-clad guards of the Lu family. Without delay, as soon as Lu Meng finished speaking, they swiftly dispatched all of Li Yuan's guards. It should be noted that those individuals were not ordinary. They were the very foundation of Li Yuan's rebellion, with the lowest among them being level 5 warriors, and over 30 being level 7 martial artists. Yet, they were instantly slaughtered by this group of 20 black-clad figures. Wang Hai's eyes twitched. What a ferocious group. Not a single weakling among them. All were martial artists. When did the Lu family train such a formidable force? Moreover, they appeared to be the Lu family's death warriors. Since the crowd's call was so resounding, let us march towards the Li family together. In the presence of all witnesses, we shall eradicate the evil. Lu Meng leaped onto a unicorn horse and gave it a firm slap on the rear. Instantly, the sound of hooves echoed as they galloped swiftly toward the Li family's direction. Seeing the young master's movement, the black-clad warriors quickly sheathed their blades and followed suit, moving in perfect unison, without a hint of disorder. At this moment, everyone shouted and surged forward with Lu Meng towards the Li family. It is worth noting that they were one of the 4 prominent families of Wulong City, immensely wealthy. If they could seize some spoils amid the chaos, it would suffice for an ordinary person to enjoy a lifetime. This mindset was not held solely by the common folk, but by Wang Hai as well. His motive for expelling the Li family was to seize their assets. With the Li family's wealth, the Wang family could greatly enhance their strength. Furthermore, those martial artists recruited by the Li family could easily be brought back under his command. At that point, even if their high-end combat power could not match the Lu family, he would have a comparable number of capable individuals at his disposal. The Li family's fortune did not particularly concern him. After all, Wulong City was merely a remote borderland, not the ultimate stage for Lu Kaishan. The world is vast, and he is still quite young. That young man has performed admirably. The Lu family is bound to thrive. At this moment, 2 figures appeared, Lu Qinghe and Wang Tuo. I have met with my father and Uncle Wang. Upon seeing the 2, Lu Kaishan hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Oh, it has been over 20 years since I last heard Kaishan call me uncle. Wang Tuo stepped forward to grasp Lu Kaishan's hand, feeling a myriad of emotions. However, Lu Qinghe appeared oblivious, seemingly lost in thought. His brow furrowed as if contemplating something. After a moment of reflection, he relaxed. The malevolent spirit had not dissipated, but its traces were elusive. His realm was still too low, and his perception too weak. Lu Qinghe smiled faintly, dismissing those thoughts. Meng has made great strides, but he is still a bit too young. If only he were 17 or 18, he could venture out and explore. Haha. As long as he can enter a top-tier sect, there will be ample opportunity for him to hone his skills. It should be noted that these sects are specifically designed to train disciples in combat experience. That is true, but I wonder if Meng would agree. He is still too young. Leaving home makes one anxious. Time, however, waits for no one. In just 1 year, the public recruitment ceremony of those sects will be held. A year is not a long time for those engaged in cultivation. With Lu Meng's exceptional aptitude, it is conceivable that he could traverse his meridians and ascend to the innate level within a year. However, such rapid advancement often leads to a certain instability in his cultivation. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Lu Meng's soul has now solidified into a tangible form. Furthermore, with the assistance of Xiao Zi and Tun Yuan, it is entirely feasible for him to smoothly elevate himself to the realm of stealing heaven. As for the matter of combat experience, the malevolent entity Tun Yuan can adeptly compensate for this deficiency, for it is well known that such fiends grow stronger through the crucible of battle. Chapter 29. The Fire Dragon Phoenix Hairpin Lu Meng took the lead and charged into the Li family's estate, only to find an expanse of desolation in the courtyard. A few elderly and weak servants stood listlessly in the yard. Where have all the Li family members gone? Lu Meng dismounted and approached an old man. I don't know. They all fled to the back courtyard just now. We, the few left behind, are simply unable to escape and have no desire to run. So it was, they had evidently prepared in advance. It seemed the Li family harbored ill intentions, but fortunately, Lu Meng had discovered this in time. Though he had never been to this place before, the layout of the various families in Wulong City was fundamentally similar, and the Li family was no exception. Passing through a row of houses, he arrived at the back courtyard. This courtyard was not large and lacked tall trees, a measure to guard against assassins who might seek refuge. Now, however, it had become a fatal flaw for the Li family. Why do I say this? Upon entering, Lu Meng saw a group of warriors standing on the perimeter, while within the inner circle, several reasonably attractive women gathered. A young boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, was being cradled protectively by 2 of the women. You must be Lu Meng. One of the elegantly dressed women adorned with golden ornaments spoke. Your presence here indicates that my lord is perished. I am willing to exhaust my family's wealth to secure the lives of us women and children. I wonder if Master Lu would consent to this. Madam, do you truly believe that is possible? Lu Meng replied, It is not that I am heartless, but the deeds of the Li family are unforgivable, collaborating with evil and slaughtering innocent civilians. Any one of these crimes warrants the annihilation of their entire clan. His gaze was fixed upon her. This woman exuded an undeniable allure. Master Lu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Although you are named Lu Meng, you are not a rogue. Is this the manner in which Lu family upbringing is reflected? Gazing upon a widow with such eyes? The woman, noticing Lu Meng's refusal to acquiesce and his unwavering stare filled with a thirst for dominance, was instantly incensed. Rebuking him sharply. To her astonishment, Lu Meng retorted, What do you think you are? Do you believe I would have any interest in you? Just look at yourself. I wouldn't accept you even if you offered yourself for free. Stunned, Lu Meng nearly stumbled to the ground. Despite her fair features, he was merely a little over 6 years old. Even if she were the reincarnation of Daji, he would still need the capability to engage. No, the truth was, he lacked that capability at present. Yet he was confident it would develop in the future, perhaps even surpassing his past life. Since Master Lu has no interest in a mere woman, then do not look at me with such eyes. If you are determined to not spare US widows and orphans, then it seems we must go down together. The woman's fury escalated at Lu Meng's words. After all, which woman does not cherish beauty? What woman would willingly hear that she was unwanted? Except for a fool. Everyone knows that even the likes of Feng Jia and Furong would not be so easily dismissed. By heavens, I have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Is our young master truly reduced to desiring a widow? Indeed, even our Xiaohong surpasses her. Just look at her face, it does not compare to Xiaohong's. And her figure pales in comparison too. Moreover, her mouth appears to have seen little food, lacking strength. Xiaohong, on the other hand, can devour a bun with ease. Ugh, spare me the mention of that Xiaohong. Even the ghosts would shy away from her. This one is far better, she possesses charm. Master S taste is commendable, she is worthy of my loyalty. At that moment, fortuitously, a group of black-clad assassins rushed over, inadvertently overhearing the woman's remarks. Instantly, the atmosphere exploded into a cacophony of commentary, akin to ministers critiquing a beauty contest. Shut up, Lu Meng roared. What are you all doing? Hurry and seize that woman. Lu Meng was utterly bemused. Had these men not been perfectly normal moments ago? Why did they transform upon entering here? He had just declared he had no interest in the woman. Yes, bring that woman to the young master. Tonight, he shall interrogate her thoroughly. The black-clad guards surged forward like tigers descending a mountain, only to be met with resistance from the Li family's warriors. Although these black-clad men were foul-mouthed, they exhibited a completely different demeanor in combat. Their movements were synchronized, their energy aligned. No one could withstand their onslaught. Kill all resistors. A reward of 1 tael of gold for every head. Anyone from the Li family, do not move, or you shall face a penalty of 10 taels of gold. Lu Meng initially intended to eradicate everyone, but realized he needed the ornament atop the woman's head. It was a phoenix-shaped hairpin, devoid of any discernible spiritual energy. However, upon seeing it, the azure dragon bracelet he wore reacted. While it did not align with the legendary 4 divine artifacts, it was certain that it was something of significance. Given the bracelet's response, it was likely beneficial for its restoration. Xiaozi, tell me, what is that hairpin on the woman's head? Why did the azure dragon bracelet react? At this crucial moment, he had to rely on that entity Xiaozi. Lu Meng's knowledge was indeed somewhat limited. Though he had read numerous fantasy novels and was familiar with their nomenclature, the reality was entirely different. Even if some elements overlapped, it would merely be a coincidence. After all, the opening lines in the books always stated that the story was purely fictional, and any resemblance to actual events was coincidental. In truth, the fiery energy erupted from the hairpin in her hand, causing temperatures to soar dramatically. The first dozen men in the charge were engulfed in flames. This is a treasure, Lu Meng realized, shocked. Since when did the Li family possess a master of the insight realm? He recognized the object as a magical artifact, one that did not require the wielder's soul power to control. Such items could only be crafted by those in the insight realm. Though it was not the most exceptional of treasures, it was vastly superior to mere weapons. Why do I assert this? Because an unexpected fire or lightning strike could catch anyone off guard. The hairpin in the woman's grasp was a fire-attributed magical artifact, and its potency was formidable. Just look at the ashes drifting in the pool. He had expected the flames to extinguish upon contact with the water, but they only blazed more fiercely. In mere moments, those men had been reduced to floating remnants of ash. Are you satisfied, Master Lu? The power of this fire dragon phoenix hairpin is not to be underestimated. The woman spat blood, glaring venomously at Lu Meng. While magical artifacts are certainly convenient to wield, they are not without limitations. The fire dragon phoenix hairpin, despite its immense power, was not something a mere warrior could handle effortlessly. What makes such an item a magical artifact? Because it requires not only spells, but also the soul power of a master of the insight realm. Only by infusing a portion of one's soul into the artifact can it be wielded adeptly. Anyone else attempting to use it without the rightful soul would be attacked by the soul power within. Unless one is of a higher realm or tames that soul power directly, it would be a futile endeavor. This is a roundabout method of creating a spiritual treasure, but it requires significantly more time. Without a millennium's worth of essence to nurture it, advancement is nearly impossible. At this moment, Lu Meng also realized that the tremor of the Azure Dragon bracelet was not due to the potential repair of its damage, but rather because it sensed an imminent danger, one that could lead to death. The Azure Dragon governs all flora. Naturally, it would be alert to the perils of fire. Even if I cannot wield it again, what are those around me? Lu Meng pondered. Master Lu, are you not concerned that all your black-clad guards will perish? Mrs. Li, though lacking confidence, maintained a facade of strength. Only a firm stance could hold the situation in check. Upon hearing this, the black-clad guards retreated a few steps. They were not truly devoid of courage. Rather, they wished to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. If given the choice of mutual destruction, they would undoubtedly not hesitate for a moment. Ha! Do you truly believe that I, Lu Meng, am but a mere child of 3? Why not try such a maneuver on someone else? Without the bloodline of a direct descendant, one cannot wield this spell at all. Lu Meng, unfazed by his age, was in fact not 3, but 6. Mother, hurry. Ignite another fire to burn them alive. These individuals are utterly despicable, denying us any chance of survival. The once pale face of the second young master of the Li family now radiated a fierce red light. With such a formidable weapon at his disposal, how could he fear Lu Meng? Even if the Lu family guards charged forward, it would merely be a death sentence. His hatred for Lu Meng ran deep, almost to the marrow. There is no need for young Master Lu to worry about this. If you doubt, let your subordinates attempt it, and you will see. Lady Li remained resolute, though her earlier composure had vanished. Young Master, allow me to take action. Although this woman's treasure is indeed formidable, I, Lu Quan, am also a congenital martial sovereign. With a series of cracking sounds, Lu Quan, who had just approached, began to manifest his armor. Congenital, level 4? You, a mere servant, have reached congenital level 4? It seems that the one from the Lu family is truly still alive. Chapter 30, Ascending to Innate, Part 1, Young Master. Allow me to handle this, the old servant implored. If even a mere warrior warrants your intervention, what face would the Lu family have left? His strikes were ruthless, and his speed akin to that of a startled rabbit, instilling a sense of dread in all present, especially Lady Li, who clutched a fiery phoenix hairpin, nearly dropping it in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, chills creeping down her spine. The second young master of the Li family let out a piercing scream and collapsed onto the ground. Though he was of the same age as Lu Meng and also practiced martial arts, he was a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. His spirit and age aligned with one another. Madam, I wonder if your son can withstand another fright? His visage was marred with blood, his white garments stained crimson, presenting a truly terrifying sight. Not just a child, even the Li family guards felt a shiver of fear. A 6-year-old wielding a plum blossom hammer almost as tall as himself evoked an inexplicable sense of strangeness, tinged with a hint of malevolence. Lu Meng, do you truly believe I cannot wield this again? Very well. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall drag you down to meet the king of hell. Lady Li was genuinely terrified. Sometimes, fright could lead to death. Especially for a child of 6 or 7, witnessing peers slay warriors and martial masters while maintaining a smile. How could an innocent child, untouched by bloodshed, not feel fear? A burst of flame erupted once more, lunging towards Lu Meng. The black-clad guard and Lu Quan sprang into action, ready to shield him, only to witness a black shield manifest around Lu Meng. As the flames drew near, they were wholly devoured by the dark aura, leaving no trace, not even a spark, and the intense heat vanished instantly. A chilling aura enveloped the entire Li family courtyard as dark clouds gathered in the sky. Is this the possession of evil? No, this is not right. What is happening? Could it be? Oh heavens, the young master is absorbing that strange flame and is on the verge of ascending to the innate realm. How can this be possible? Indeed, Lu Meng did not utilize the power of absorption. The black shield was, in reality, composed of dark elements. The reason these beings were labeled as evil was due to this darkness. The dragon martial continent lacked dark energy. It was composed solely of the 5 elemental forces. And anything beyond that was deemed elemental, with black being referred to as demonic energy. Those from other realms sought to conquer the dragon martial continent. Hence those who practiced different elements were collectively known as demons. The gathering of dark clouds in the sky, however, did not summon the divine light of extermination. This was a massive accumulation of elemental energy, signaling the tribulation of the innate martial artist. Surviving this tribulation meant one could condense their true energy into a core. Is he a genius? No, the term genius fails to capture his essence. The word monster is the only fitting descriptor. Upon witnessing such a scene, Lady Li spewed another mouthful of blood, utterly despairing. She could hear the chaos erupting outside. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall crumbles, everyone pushes. The head of the Li family, Li Yuan, lay dead, and all the elite forces were slaughtered outside the Tongfu apothecary. The family was left with only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. How could they not be preyed upon? As for the Lu family, it goes without saying. The mercenaries in the city would seize this opportunity for sudden wealth. The items collected by the 4 great families were all treasures. Even a broken water jar could fetch hundreds of taels of silver. How could it be? How could he achieve the innate? Lu Meng, this must be an illusion, right? The voice belonged to none other than Shui Yang, who had rushed over from the Tongfu apothecary. This man, known as the second genius of Wulong City, now wore a twisted expression of envy, jealousy, and resentment. After 13 years of hard work, he had barely reached the 7th level of martial mastery. Yet Lu Meng, who had been injured last time and was merely a 1st-level warrior, within 2 months was about to face the tribulation of innate energy. What did that make him? The second genius of Wulong City? Utter nonsense. Wang Hao had fallen under Lu Meng's hand without a single exchange. At that time, Lu Meng was merely a 7th-level martial master. Just moments ago, he had slain the innate Li Yuan and the innate Li Ming, who had entered the realm through external force. In terms of combat strength, both were 3rd-level innate martial masters. Yet previously, he felt no discontent. The reason was simple. At that time, Lu Meng had also borrowed external power. He believed that with diligent cultivation and the support of his family, he would catch up to Lu Meng. But who would have thought that now Lu Meng was about to undergo the energy tribulation while he remained a mere 7th-level martial master? Younger, stay composed, remain calm. He is not someone you can rival. I sense a tremendous power within him. Even your father would not stand a chance, Shui Ping soothed his son, shaking his head helplessly. That is merely external power. He is just a 9th-level martial master. Even if he ascends to the innate realm without that power, he is not my match. But I, Shui Yang, who have been regarded as a genius since childhood, now cannot even compare to a 6-year-old child. I am truly worthless. Shui Yang slapped himself fiercely, drawing the attention of everyone around. The young master, feeling the sting of humiliation, was understandable. After all, he was of the same generation as Lu Meng, yet older by several years. Geniuses fear nothing more than a setback, especially one as striking as this. Lu Meng had just illustrated to him what true genius entailed. A genius is not merely a title. It is proven through strength. Indeed, this child possesses a terrifying talent. Lord Xiaozi, you are truly my lucky star. The essence of absorption sensed the tempest of elemental energy outside, excitement bubbling within. Initially, his intention was to bide his time, submitting to Lu Meng and this formidable spirit. However, he changed his mind, deciding to genuinely support this young prodigy. Loyalty and ferocity, such traits are befitting of a brother. Of course, Lord Xiaozi, I am. You are the greatest being to ever exist, your vision unquestionable. The admiration from the essence of absorption for you flows like an unending river, akin to the breaking of the seal of the sea of demons, unleashing chaos that cannot be contained. In this world, there is no yellow river, thus the essence of absorption remains oblivious to it. Yet, the principle remains. Flattery will find no purchase, no matter the circumstance. What a relief. My soul's form has transformed. I no longer fear the divine light of extermination. Ha ha. From now on, I can serve my master wholeheartedly. The essence of absorption had fully surrendered at this moment. With the greatest threat alleviated, he felt he had touched upon the laws. Yes, the laws of elements. No, it should now be called the laws of energy. Although the spiritual energy still fluctuated, the comprehension was on the threshold of the mysteries. Essence of absorption, your current spiritual comprehension is nearing a breakthrough. However, remember not to rush. Wait until your spiritual strength is fully restored before further enlightenment. Otherwise, without a physical body, you will turn to ashes beneath the thunder. Yes, I shall not act recklessly. Lord Xiaozi, you rest for now. I will take time to restore my spiritual strength. I cannot assist with my master's energy tribulation. The essence of absorption, having gained much, needed to stabilize its current state. Lord Xiaozi said nothing further. Offering hope means ensuring that hope is tangible and not ethereal. As for Lu Meng's energy tribulation, it faced no issues at all. The black shield surrounding him absorbed vast amounts of the world's 5 elemental energies, which were swiftly drawn into his dantian and circulated through his meridians. The founder of the Lingyan firewood technique was a prodigious talent, capable of contending with the innate forces even in primordial times. However, during that era, such an extraordinary dual attribute martial art had yet to be conceived. Despite possessing formidable strength, he had not fully opened all his meridians. This lingering regret motivated him to incorporate the complete unlocking of the meridians into the postnatal martial master realm while creating this technique. Only by unblocking the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels can one, upon advancing to the innate stage, successfully forge the bridge between heaven and earth in a single surge. What is this bridge? It is essentially the passageway between the lower dantian and the purple palace, obstructed by the Ren and Du meridians. Only by unblocking these 2 meridians can one establish a second dantian. This enables the soul to better control the true energy, thereby facilitating advanced innate martial skills such as condensing energy into the skin. The unblocking of the Ren and Du meridians requires tremendous focus. Any failure may damage the surrounding meridians, resulting in a setback of 10 years of cultivation. Naturally, not everyone opts for such a path. Hence, there emerged elixirs like the innate Dan to assist martial practitioners in bridging the heavens and earth. Chapter 31. Ascending to the Innate, Part 2. A vast amount of elemental energy from the 5 elements was drawn forth, gathering above Lu Meng's head. Apart from the Li family's estate, other locations had surprisingly fallen into a vacuum of energy, astonishing everyone. Could it be that the heavens were on the verge of a significant upheaval? As they gazed skyward, they observed the elemental energies of the 5 elements intertwining. And that very spot was directly above the Li family. What a formidable calamity of elemental energy! Was this a sign that Manger was on the brink of ascending to the innate realm? Lu Kaishan did not pursue. Instead, he remained with the elder Lu Wang, standing in the street. At that moment, the street was eerily quiet, with doors shut tight. During such turbulent times, ordinary folk sought to protect their possessions, and of course, their lives were paramount as well. Although the elemental energy had coalesced into clouds, it did not signify an impending ascent to the innate realm. One must remember that ascending to this level typically heralded the appearance of the elemental fire, a true calamity wherein failure to withstand it could lead to one's demise. Reduced to ashes, Lu Qinghe felt a surge of anxiety. His grandson's progression was alarmingly rapid. From the first level to the 9th, it had taken merely 2 months. However, ascending to the innate realm was not solely dependent on one's vital energy. It required the strength of the meridians and the liquefaction of vital energy. He could not fathom how Lu Meng could possibly condense his energy into liquid form within such a brief period. Brother, have you heard? When an unparalleled prodigy reaches the pinnacle of the 9th level, they will be resisted by the heavens and earth. At that moment, an immense influx of elemental energy will flood into their body, continuing until the prodigious talent explodes from within, Wang Tuo remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be that Lu Meng was indeed such a prodigious talent? I have heard whispers of this as well, but who has truly witnessed it? Lu Qinghe replied. Yet, judging by the current situation, it seems Menger has encountered such a phenomenon. They felt powerless to intervene and could only watch from their position. Lu Qinghe's concern was palpable, yet he remained motionless. It was vital to understand that being inundated with elemental energy posed dangers not unlike those faced during the thunderous tribulations of Ascension. Any interference would be perceived as hostility by the will of the heavens, unleashing countless uncertainties. Those who attempted to assist would only attract greater calamities. The three men stood, their gazes fixed on the sky, when suddenly 5 intensely condensed streams of elemental energy descended, accompanied by explosive booms. Lu Meng, focusing inwardly on his dantian, perceived it to be akin to a black hole. The 5 streams of energy that had just fallen from the sky were instantly absorbed, leaving no trace of disturbance. After several seconds, even more refined energies of azure and crimson erupted from his dantian, coursing through the meridians he had opened, violently impacting those yet to be opened. Of the 12 primary meridians, the heart and liver channels had already been cleared, and now he aimed to break through the earth channel, the spleen meridian. The impact on the main meridians was no trivial matter. Lu Meng sat cross-legged on the ground, oblivious to everything happening around him. In this moment, he was both at his most perilous and his most secure. Should anyone disturb him, his meridians could shatter, causing his vital energy to go berserk. The consequences could be dire. A crippled meridian system would render any hope of ascending to the innate realm unattainable, while complete destruction of his meridians would leave him as a shell of a man. Yet, there was no need for concern. Within this tempest of elemental energy, any intruder would be viewed as an enemy by the energy itself, instantly torn to shreds unless they were as formidable as Lu Qinghe, a master of the 3 flowers gathering at the apex. Thus, Lu Meng felt utterly at ease, even neglecting to instruct the black-clad guards to stand watch. This grand influx of elemental energy from the heavens was his opportunity, a chance to thoroughly open all his meridians, allowing him to bypass the usual period of weakness that accompanied ascension. However, the elemental energy across a radius of several dozen miles around Wulong City had been drawn in, fully infused into Lu Meng's body. With the surrounding energies abundant and his dantian acting like a black hole, he was untroubled by the situation. The black-clad guards received their orders and settled down to absorb the elemental energy. This is an opportunity bestowed upon you by the young master. Whether you can progress further depends on your own fate. Lu Qing shouted as he swiftly retreated to the entrance. The guards, previously dazed, suddenly awoke, sheathing their weapons and sitting cross-legged to absorb the rich elemental energy of the 5 elements. 10 minutes passed, and Lu Meng suddenly rose, a mighty roar echoing throughout Wulong City as he resumed his seated position. With his palms pressed together at his dantian, veins bulged on his forehead, and his lips bled from being bitten, his body swelling like an inflated balloon. The spleen meridian had been fully opened, and while Lu Meng should have felt euphoric, he instead experienced other complications. Had he followed a conventional path of cultivation, he would have reached no more than the peak of a warrior at this stage. However, due to his extraordinary encounters, his ascension had been rapid. His body had not fully matured, leading to the scene before him. Yet, none of this mattered. What was significant was that the heavens seemed to have taken notice of his age and soul state. With a 27-year-old soul and 6 years in this world, he was effectively 33. However, his body remained that of the young Lu Meng, barely a meter tall and weighing no more than 40-odd kilograms. Thus, the heavens regarded him as a prodigious genius, unleashing this calamity of elemental energy upon him. Yet, the heavens could not foresee that this prodigious genius had absorbed an overwhelming amount of purple energy, too advanced to extinguish Lu Meng. Instead, it facilitated the transformation of his bones and cells. With each of the 108 surges, Lu Meng's clothes burst apart, and to the astonishment of onlookers, his body visibly elongated. His hands grew larger, limbs stretched, and his hair, akin to bamboo after the rain, surged forth. His entire being emitted crackling sounds, and his face transformed from that of a child to a more mature visage. How could this be? The transformation of his entire being, growing rapidly. It was said that even the legendary realm of rejuvenation could not achieve such miracles. Little Purple sensed the overwhelming nature of this occurrence. He had observed countless warriors in this world, yet none could compare to Lu Meng. While he could not witness Lu Meng's transformation firsthand, He felt the expansion of his purple palace. Once merely a few yards in size, it now extended to hundreds of meters, an embryonic form of an adult warrior-esque purple palace. If it expanded to a kilometer, Lu Meng would genuinely become a man. However, what shocked Little Purple most was the sudden contraction of this space, which then exploded once more. This eruption expanded the area to over 1,000 meters. Lu Meng had truly transformed into a man, his physical form now matching his soul's age. Yet, the expansion of the Purple Palace was not complete. It continued to stretch into the void until it reached 5,000 meters in diameter before finally ceasing. At this moment, Lu Meng underwent a profound metamorphosis. His face retained a youthful innocence, appearing as though he were merely 6 years old. Yet, his facial structure and physique mirrored that of the Lu Meng from his previous life. The only discernible difference was that his hair had grown excessively long during this transformation, cascading down like a fluttering ribbon, measuring an astonishing 3 to 4 meters in length. At last, he had regained his former visage. Although still somewhat youthful, he had restored all necessary functions, and indeed, he felt even stronger than before. Ha ha ha. The heavens cannot thwart me, Lu Meng. Yet, he did not move. He continued to absorb the elemental energy around him. An hour later, another primary meridian was opened. The speed at which he absorbed energy increased significantly. Most importantly, the tiny meridians that supported his internal organs had all been cleared. Now, his vital energy was more than 3 times what it had been previously. Meanwhile, the black-clad guards reveled in the pleasure of the experience. Although their usual training grounds were rich in elemental energy, they paled in comparison to the current abundance. The energy here was nearly condensed into tangible masses. After an hour of cultivation, many peak-level 7th-tier warriors broke through to the 8th tier. Although those martial artists at the 8th level had not yet broken through, they had reached a pinnacle state. Given a little more time, a breakthrough was undoubtedly within their grasp. Meanwhile, the leaders of the black-clad guards had directly ascended from the early stages of the 9th level to its peak. Once they established a bridge between heaven and earth, they would achieve the status of innate martial sect. In previous cultivation locations, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 years to reach such a level. At that moment, these 30-some men, all in their 30s, completely surrendered to Lu Meng. A sense of admiration gradually blossomed in their hearts. Is that really the young master? One guard, who had just broken through and opened his eyes, was taken aback by the transformed Lu Meng. Incredible. The young master is so strikingly handsome. Look, his assets are quite impressive. My goodness, what woman could possibly resist? Having reached their limits, their vital energy saturated, they had ceased their cultivation. Suddenly, they reverted to their true nature. Observing Lu Meng, who had matured into a man, they began to comment anew. Pa, what a lewd fellow. At his age, he still doesn't wear clothes. Yet that is quite substantial, even in his youth. The master could not compare. A captivating woman standing behind Madame Li felt her cheeks flush and her heart race, irresistibly drawn to Lu Meng. At that moment, dark clouds surged in the sky, absorbing even more vital energy. A more powerful energy storm was brewing. Chapter 32, Ascending to the Innate, Part 2, The Laws of Life and the Will of Heaven and Earth. What is unfolding here? A towering figure stands in the void, 1,000,000 miles above the ground. Radiant beams of light flicker around him, manifesting in 7 distinct colors. His eyes emanate a chaotic brilliance, revealing everything within 5 Dragon City. It becomes clear that this is a person protected by that little purple fellow. Ah, fate. Why does the presence of so many beings from different realms linger around you? Assisting him would indeed honor the gratitude owed to Little Purple. With a wave of his hands, a swirling mass of 7-colored energy is effortlessly cast into the black clouds hovering above 5 Dragon City. Upon completing this act, he smiles, as if the deed was done without intent. Yet, one can discern from his pale visage that the exertion of that energy has taken a considerable toll on him. Observing the black clouds above 5 Dragon City, the infusion of that 7-colored energy instigates a ferocious force of absorption. Vital energy within a radius of 500 miles is drawn in, completely consumed by the chaotic light. Meanwhile, Lu Meng has firmly stabilized his previous state of being and mindset. He resembles a meditating monk, allowing the influx of vital energy to surge through his body, impacting all his meridians. Sounds akin to popping beans echo from within him, as foul black substances are expelled from his body, darkening his once fair skin. Ugh, I can't bear this. It reeks worse than a latrine. Quickly, fetch water, for I must not tarnish the noble image I hold in the hearts of women. After a bout of dry heaving, the black-clad guards hastily seek water. As impurities are purged, his body becomes exceedingly transparent. The malevolent energy obstructing his meridians dissipates, transforming the previously sweltering atmosphere into a sudden chill. White ice crystals emerge on the ground, and the expelled impurities are instantaneously frozen into ice, cascading down like crystalline chimes, sounding like celestial music. Are you unable to restrain yourself any longer? With such trivial offerings, what do you expect? If you wish to proceed, come with greater fervor. This lad is the key to my future. How miserly! Had I known then, I would have refrained from aiding you. Little Purple grumbles momentarily before falling silent once more. The seven-colored energy, having absorbed sufficient vital energy, emanates a disquieting wave. The dark clouds gradually dissipate, and a beam of seven-colored light descends, penetrating the Baihui acupoint and flowing unimpeded into the Dantian. At this moment, the Dantian, once no larger than a fist and filled solely with gas, has transformed into a small lake in size, though it is still dry, devoid of any true energy. This represents the pinnacle of a martial artist, known in ancient times as the consummate realm of martial prowess. While he remains a martial artist, his capabilities rival those of an early-stage innate martial master. In terms of combat strength, he may even surpass them slightly. The sole distinction lies in the elemental core. Once true energy is condensed into a liquid state, its energy density increases, amplifying its potency. However, it remains formless. Only by forming an elemental core can one simultaneously engage in combat and absorb energy. As Lu Meng's body reaches a vacuum state, the seven-colored energy suddenly erupts. A thunderous roar akin to the creation of the universe resonates as vast amounts of seven-colored vital energy surge forth. A fist-sized black hole forms, rapidly replenishing the consumed vital energy from the surroundings. Where is Lu Meng's soul? Why does he feel as if his spirit has transcended, wandering through the cosmos? His soul is currently undergoing profound insights, shaped by the seven-colored energy. This phenomenon arises from the elevation of his realm. Even if his soul were to take form, he would still be a martial artist. However, when that energy flowed into him through the Baihui acupoint, it left behind a trace of innate understanding. What is this innate understanding? It encompasses the knowledge and methods of energy manipulation accessible at the innate level. The acquired realm merely employs vital energy, while at the innate level, one learns to control it. Mastery enables change, allowing the acquisition of innate skills. Thus, it is revealed that vital energy possesses a spirit of its own, provided that one's spiritual power is sufficient to commune with the elemental spirits. They can arrange these vital energies. Initially, the controllable vital energy cannot manifest outwardly. It can only form a layer of light beneath the skin, known as the energy skin. This fortifies defense and enhances the capillary network beneath the skin. Capillaries are, in essence, meridians. Due to their fragility, they can only be gradually expanded. If one were to forcibly open pathways with true energy, the consequences would be dire. Once the minute meridians in the palm are successfully unblocked, one can project vital energy outward, condensing it into a hand. At this juncture, one would ascend to the second level of the innate realm, void capture. Within a kilometer, any object not exceeding the user's level can be seized. This transcends mere martial skills. It transforms into a rudimentary form of magic. As Lu Meng contemplates, clusters of seven-colored liquid emerge within his Dantian, swiftly filling the desiccated lake and beginning to flow through the 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. As the seven-colored energy erupts, the Dantian expands once more. The recently unblocked meridians are further affected by the energy surge, causing them to expand. The liquid energy flooding the meridians begins to repair those that are nearly ruptured from the expansion. The strengthening and expansion occurs simultaneously until the flow reaches the Ren and Du meridians, where it is abruptly halted. The bridge of heaven and earth remains unconnected. True energy cannot fully circulate. The sudden shock forces Lu Meng to withdraw from his insights. Regrettably, he can only grasp the second level of void capture. Had he achieved the comprehension of condensing energy into weaponry, he would have had no rivals in Five Dragon City, aside from his grandfather. As Lu Meng regains consciousness, he begins to assess his body. My goodness, is this truly me? The Dantian is now suffused with seven-colored liquid energy, exuding an aura of nobility and strength. His meridians are exceptionally clear, revealing the flowing energy within. His bones radiate with vibrant vitality, and his blood surges like a roaring sea. Now, he is tenfold stronger than before. Even a small mountain could be shattered by a single punch. What is this seven-colored energy? He remains oblivious to its nature. Nevertheless, the energy responds to him, imbued with a sense of mental connection. The bridge of heaven and earth has yet to be established. It appears he must first condense the elemental core to enhance the energy's quality. The total number of celestial stars is 365, and all acupoints have been opened. With each breath, he inhales vital energy in quantities akin to a great whale consuming water. This is Lu Meng's current state. Though he has not yet entered the innate realm, he possesses the foundation to contend with those who have. Moreover, his rate of recovery matches the number of celestial stars, rivaling the innate without any discrepancy. A force of 5,000 pounds. Even an innate level 2 cannot boast such strength. If he were to encounter Li Yuan again, after taking a punch, it would be Li Yuan who would be sent staggering back. Unless Li Yuan can identify Lu Meng's weakness, which is the death gate. But is Lu Meng's weakness so easily discernible? Even he himself cannot ascertain where his death gate lies. Generally, every martial art has its vulnerabilities. Perfection is unattainable. Lu Meng's death gate does not lie within his physical being, but within his heart, embodied by his family and brothers. In a haze, 3 hours have slipped by once more. The sky gradually darkens, and everyone in the Li family's courtyard feels an unbearable hunger, especially the women and children, who are on the brink of starvation. Mother, I am starving. Let us leave quickly while Lu Meng is breaking through. The words of the youngest son prompt Lady Li to take action. However, as she prepares to gather everyone for departure, she is suddenly pulled back by a nearby maid. All around, the walls are lined with warriors armed with bows and crossbows. Faces like ferocious beasts, their eyes gleaming with a lust for blood. These are not the people of the Lu family, but rather the elite crossbow guards of the Wang clan. Even before the aura of vitality enveloping Lu Meng manifested, the Wang clan had already arrived. Witnessing this scenario, Wang Hai's decision was to seal off all exits of the Li family. Since the Wang and Lu families sought reconciliation, a show of sincerity was imperative. Otherwise, the now formidable Lu Meng would surely refuse to comply. Thus, confining the members of the Li family here for Lu Meng to personally eliminate them was the most fitting course of action. Upon seeing Lu Meng being infused with the essence of heaven and earth, Wang Hai's thoughts began to shift. If such a figure were to remain an adversary, then the Li family of today would surely become the Wang family of tomorrow. The bridge of heaven and earth, the essence transforming into a core. Let it erupt. Let it erupt. Suddenly, Lu Meng stood tall, unleashing a powerful punch towards the sky. Radiant beams of azure and crimson surged forth like lightning, exploding above his head with a resounding roar that echoed painfully in the ears of those present. Blood spewed from Lu Meng's mouth as he grimaced upward. Ha ha! Devouring essence technique. Consume, consume, consume. In an instant, a formidable force of absorption erupted from Lu Meng's being. Everything and everyone surrounding him felt an irresistible pull towards that very spot. A powerful suction created a tempest, shattering all within its grasp. Only those who had sensed the impending danger and fled in advance managed to escape the calamity. Notably, the elite forces of the Lu and Wang families remained unscathed. This was the result of Lu Meng's control. Those who perished were either members of the Li family or opportunists seeking to take advantage of the chaos. Lu Meng held no concern for their fates. Even if they all perished, it bore no consequence to him. The essence of heaven and earth vanished in an instant, revealing the fiery clouds at the horizon. Below, Lu Meng's body swelled once more. While onlookers believed Lu Meng to be in peril, they could not have anticipated his swift return to normalcy in mere moments. Chapter 33. The Iron Waves. Upon witnessing the sudden, colossal hand, young Master Li attempted to evade its grasp, but it was utterly futile. The speed was such that even Lady Li, who stood protectively beside him, could not react in time. Ah, Lu Meng, release me. You beast. Should you dare to harm me, the Li family of Dragon City will never forgive you. The more fervently she screamed, the more it ignited Lu Meng's murderous instincts. He was not inherently bloodthirsty, yet one must not forget that his soul hailed from another realm, where he was a descendant of dragons. Dragons are inherently savage, endowed with formidable power. At present, Lu Meng was akin to a newly awakened divine dragon. Although still in his infancy, there would come a day when his might would be unparalleled across the world. Do not resist, nor shout any further. Even if you were to scream until the sky shattered, no one can save your life. Women may be spared, but all the men must perish. The Black Guards and Divine Crossbow Guards sprang into action, ensuring that Lady Li remained unharmed. Facing the threats posed by mere insects, Lu Meng paid them no heed. The Black Guards surged forward with an energy akin to being invigorated by a potent elixir, their combat prowess needing an outlet. In their eyes, their singular mission was to annihilate the foes before them. Though the Divine Crossbow Guards did not belong to the Lu family, Wang Hai had long since commanded them to heed Lu Meng's every instruction. In a heartbeat, they unleashed a torrential rain of arrows, and a cadre of foes fell lifelessly to the ground. Brothers, charge forth. We cannot allow the Divine Crossbow Guards to claim all the glory, shouted the captain of the Black Guards, as he swiftly dispatched two adversaries with a single move. Blood splattered everywhere, yet he pressed on toward another target. Most of the martial artists guarding the Li residence had been led away by Li Yuan, leaving only those of lesser prowess behind, either novices or those below level 6. Only the two maids before Lady Li demonstrated peak martial skills. However, upon witnessing the slaughter of the guards, they remained frozen in place, eyes wide in horror, before suddenly covering their eyes and crouching down. You rogue, hurry and put on some clothes. Return my young master to the lady. Lu Meng, engrossed in the blood-soaked scene, suddenly turned pale. Damn it. He had completely forgotten that his garments had been torn to shreds during the earlier surge of energy. Now he stood bare, clutching a child by the neck, the image of which was exceedingly inappropriate. At that moment, Steward Lu rushed over, brandishing a set of white garments. Lu Meng hastily grabbed them and tossed the young Master Li to the steward. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he darted toward the two maids crouched on the ground. I am Lu Meng, but I am no rogue. You too shall pay for tarnishing my reputation. With a surge of vital energy, the two maids were reduced to mere fragments of flesh. However, after the deed, Lu Meng withdrew, finally donning his attire amidst the astonished gazes surrounding him. Clad in white, he appeared even more elegant and distinguished. Ah, Lu Meng, how dare you slay a member of the Nangong family? Even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, you shall surely meet your demise. Lady Li roared, resembling a wild beast. The fiery dragon phoenix ornament she wore erupted in flames once more. Yet, the Black Guards that charged forward upon hearing her roar quickly retreated. Though the ornament was a magical artifact, its wielder's capabilities were woefully inadequate. Originally capable of engulfing a 1,000-meter radius in flames, it now barely reached 10. Has this woman lost her wits? After suffering once, do my brothers truly believe they would fall for the same trick again? Indeed, let us seize this opportunity to capture this woman for the young master. Now that he possesses ample resources, she would serve as a splendid diversion. How long has it been since the young master has been with a woman? Surely, he must be starved for affection. The flames persisted for a mere 4 or 5 breaths before dissipating. The Black Guards surged forward, almost instantaneously placing blades against Lady Li's throat. Her face drained of color, she muttered incomprehensibly. Damn it, this thing has cost the lives of several brothers. The captain snatched the fiery dragon phoenix ornament, wishing to shatter it. However, recognizing its value to the young master, he refrained from destroying it, knowing he lacked the skill to do so. At that moment, those who had hoped to take advantage of the chaos abandoned their intentions. Lu Meng had revealed his sharp claws, and any attempt to gain from him would surely lead to their own demise. Lu Meng, cease your actions. I have matters to discuss with you. Release my son, and I assure you he shall not seek revenge in his lifetime. With Lady Li's life dangling precariously, the mention of the Nangong family was no longer relevant. No matter how formidable a family might be, it could not quench immediate thirst. The Li family has colluded with dark forces to threaten our 5-dragon city. All male descendants must perish. Should anyone be found harboring remnants of the Li family, they shall share their fate with the dark forces. With Lu Meng's decree, every male member of the Li family fell, their heads severed. The 4 great families of 5-dragon city had endured for over 2 centuries, yet the Li family was no less populous than the Lu family. More than 30 individuals, young and old alike, were mercilessly shot down by the Divine Crossbow Guards. Blood flowed like a stream, ultimately pooling into a crimson pond. Your hatred knows no bounds. Lu Meng, you are a beast. They were merely children and the elderly. What crime had they committed? Even if my late husband and eldest son were possessed by dark forces, it pales in comparison to your transgressions. Lady Li wept profusely, her chest heaving with emotion. Do not blame my wrath. blame them for inciting the ire of those they should not have crossed. Young Masterly, should you have another life, I hope you become an ordinary person. The scions of noble families are destined for short lives. Lu Meng, in his lament, accepted the young Masterly from Lu Quan's hands. With a gentle squeeze, the terrified and nearly unconscious young Masterly departed this world. My son, I am powerless to protect you. Lu Meng, I will not spare you even as a ghost. Lady Li suddenly let fall a dagger from her sleeve, thrusting it toward her heart. As a remarkable beauty teetered on the brink of death, Lu Meng acted swiftly. A massive hand, formed from condensed vital energy, shot forth to grasp her wrist. Why such haste, madam? Although the Li males are no more, I harbor no intent to harm you. You shall not. For I would rather die than submit to you. Anguish and indignation flooded her eyes, tears welling with a hint of crimson. Blood tears are shed only in the deepest sorrow, representing the heart's anguish, the very blood that signifies a heart on the verge of breaking. Fear not. I have long declared my disinterest in you. Even now, despite possessing the means, I find no allure in a woman so thoroughly used. I spare your life solely to compel you to surrender the entirety of the Li family's wealth to me. Lu Meng nearly succumbed to disbelief. What on earth was this woman thinking? Did he appear to be a mere stallion? Was it merely his looks that captivated her? Surely not. The young master finds her unappealing, perhaps because her virtues have waned with age. Away with you. What do you know? The young master was simply deterred by her age. Her forehead bore wrinkles, and she was no longer desirable. She remains valuable to me. I harbor no disdain for her age. The older, the more intriguing. Lu Meng. Damn it, young Master Lu, I know everything. This woman possesses the key to the Li family's treasury, which contains countless treasures. Young Master Lu, spare my life, and I shall do anything you command. At that moment, a seductive woman rushed in, wrapping her arms around Lu Meng's leg and sliding her hands up toward his groin. Begone! How dare you tarnish my honor? A mere concubine, and once a wretch. Upon witnessing that woman charge forth, the leader of the black-clad guards swiftly kicked her aside. Your Grace, I beg for your punishment. It is my failure to protect. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, his forehead nearly touching his chest. I, your humble servant, stand tall. My words are as irreversible as spilled water. Should anyone dare to kneel before me again, let them beware of dire consequences. Lu Meng's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of all present. The black-clad guards, their eyes ablaze with fervor, placed their swords upon their chests. Long live our master. May his might be everlasting. Such a display of respect is reserved for duels, a testament to the honor bestowed upon worthy adversaries. This is the true etiquette of a warrior, a reverence for the formidable. In ancient times, it was rare for a martial artist to kneel, and even the master's servants, upon becoming martial practitioners, were exempt from such submission. It is unclear when this custom of kneeling became prevalent, but for one hailing from a highly civilized world, it is utterly intolerable. Thus, Lu Meng's ire was ignited, and he reprimanded the leader. Is there no grave matter at hand? I too acted impulsively. I hope you shall not take offense. From this day forth, the Lu family shall have only warriors who stand bravely, not cowards who kneel. Let this declaration be enshrined in the foremost tenets of the black-clad guards. Thank you, Your Grace, for your concern. It was Iron Wave who neglected your command. In truth, Lu Meng had uttered no such words. He had indeed acted out of impulse. Yet, the fact that leader Iron Wave would shoulder the blame on his behalf stirred a profound emotion within Lu Meng. These valiant men are the backbone of the Lu family. Their loyalty must not be forsaken. They should strive towards greater heights. Chapter 34. The Shameless Justification. When the tempest of vitality subsided, Lu Qinghe, Wang Tuo, and Lu Kaishan arrived. Upon witnessing Lu Meng, now transformed into adulthood, they were momentarily struck speechless. Particularly Lu Kaishan, who, in disbelief, slapped himself only to feel the sting of reality. Maturity, the first impression it imparts, is profound. There was no noticeable increase in stature. Yet the essence of his spirit seemed misaligned with his physical form. Lu Qinghe, a seasoned traveler with decades of experience, had encountered myriad strange phenomena. Yet the instantaneous maturation of a child was a sight he had never before beheld. He sensed that his grandson's spirit had already reached adulthood. Although Lu Meng had previously displayed an air of wisdom beyond his years, in the eyes of his elders, he remained but a child. A 6-year-old exhibiting decisiveness and a resolute spirit. Perhaps the near brush with death during his earlier injuries had left an indelible mark on him. In childhood, one eagerly anticipates the swift growth of their progeny, yet when that moment arrives, disbelief ensues. How could such astonishing changes transpire in merely a handful of hours? Or at most, a single day? Father, is this truly Mang? I cannot shake the feeling that he is someone entirely different. Not only had he entered the realm of the innate, but he had also attained the second level. The void capture technique could only be executed by a second-tier powerhouse. Did this imply that Lu Mang's spiritual strength was inherently formidable? Lu Quan, come forth and recount what transpired, Lu Qinghe commanded, yet even after hearing the account, he remained in a fog of confusion. First, the flames emitted by the treasure were devoured, and then the elevation to the innate realm commenced. It sounded deceptively simple. Yet something felt amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. At this juncture, Lu Mang was aware of his grandfather and the other's arrival, but merely inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Drawing Lady Li close, he seized her flawless neck with a firm grip. Madam, do you comprehend why I have chosen to keep you here? Surrender the entirety of the Li family's assets, particularly the foundational techniques and the water fluctuation technique from the Nangong family. These are non-negotiable. Though his vitality was currently balanced, he knew that abnormalities would eventually arise. Since his ascension to the innate realm, he had thoroughly examined his body. His physique had undergone a complete metamorphosis, endowing him with the capability to cultivate various elemental techniques. However, the only innate techniques he was aware of were the earth, water, fire, and wood techniques found in Five Dragon City. The Li family's foundational technique was a commendable presence among innate techniques. Wood generates fire, and fire can in turn produce earth. Although the water technique conflicts with fire, it nourishes both wood and earth. This small cycle would naturally resolve any issues of balance. According to the cultivation regulations of the Dragon Martial Continent, only upon reaching the law-observing realm could one comprehend the five elements. At that moment, cultivators could simultaneously cultivate all five systems, achieving elemental equilibrium. Once stability in the elements was secured within the body, higher laws could be comprehended. You shall not obtain those two elemental techniques. The Li and Nangong families will never relent. Lady Li, having lost her son and husband, was understandably unwilling to yield. Ah, Lady Li, it appears your obstinacy knows no bounds. In that case, I shall have no choice but to disable your dantian first. A surge of true energy suddenly invaded Lady Li's body, wreaking havoc along the way. Kill me. Just kill me. With her meridians shattered and dantian destroyed, she was rendered as good as a cripple. Though her innate talents had always been modest, she could have at least ascended to a martial artist. Now, everything was lost, obliterated by Lu Mang. At that moment, despair enveloped Lady Li. She felt utterly devoid of hope. Even death seemed unattainable. Lying on the ground, she could not help but inch away, yearning to distance herself from this terrifying demon. She had come to grasp Lu Mang's terrifying nature. The true energy that had invaded her body had obliterated all her meridians and dantian. Though she writhed in agony, not a single drop of blood escaped her lips. This was indicative of Lu Mang's mastery over vitality. His control had reached an unparalleled level, a truly fearsome existence, akin to a prodigious monster. Should he be pursued by the Nangong family, it would be a misfortune indeed. Indeed, the world harbors talents as monstrous as this. I feel like a mere swine in comparison. Without the innate techniques, I might not stand a chance against Mang. Wang Tua, having traveled the world for 2 decades, had encountered many so-called geniuses. Few could achieve the pinnacle of their abilities before 20. Even fewer reached the summit of their powers by the age of 15. Yet to enter the innate second level at 6 years old was a rarity, akin to finding a phoenix feather. Those who had achieved such heights had invariably relied on external forces. With ample medicinal pills at their disposal, even a pig could soar in a short time. Could the Lu family truly be capable of such a feat? Clearly not, which only served to underscore Lu Mang's terrifying potential. Now that he had matured into a young man, his physique had reached its zenith. Given sufficient resources, he would surpass them in no time. Generations of talent emerge, each leading the way for millennia. Lu Kaishan could not help but reflect, bitterness lacing his thoughts. It is not merely you, my junior, even I, your senior, feel the weight of age. This child is exceptional. I have heard from Quan that he wishes to take him under his wing. Yet, witnessing the current situation, I find myself utterly shamed. At this moment, a figure descended from the heavens. Brothers, well, what brings you here? You should be resting at home. Tonight, I shall host a welcoming feast for you. Lu Kaishan was taken aback, then astonished, upon recognizing the visitor. This Swatian had only recently been a 5th-level innate practitioner. Yet now he could traverse the skies. His talents were undeniably beyond his own. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are too polite. It is an honor to see Uncle Lu and Uncle Wang. Your grace remains undiminished. In the realm of martial arts, hierarchy often intertwines with strength. Oh, your address of uncle is somewhat embarrassing. 2 decades of stagnation is indeed a disgrace. Wang Tua hastily returned the courtesy. He was of equal standing with Swatian. One must remember that those within the sect often possessed the strength to challenge their superiors. As pleasantries were exchanged, the 10 breaths of time elapsed. Lu Meng's impatience became apparent. He had lingered too long on this woman. Since she refused to comply, he resolved to employ his own methods. Lu Meng waved his hand, and the black-clad guards surged forth. Seize everyone, but do not harm them. A horde of women stood as lambs awaiting slaughter. The black-clad guards swiftly apprehended over 30 women. Brothers, having trained in the shadows for many years, I am certain you have missed the company of women. These ladies are yours to enjoy. Just ensure they remain unharmed. Gasps of disbelief echoed. None could fathom that such words had escaped Lu Meng's lips. Acknowledging his ruthless nature, they were taken aback by his despicable actions. Yet, none dared voice their thoughts. Lu Meng was clearly on the verge of explosive fury. Unthinkable. How can you sink to such depths? Meng, come here. Lock these women away. Lu Kaishan, upon hearing his son's words, was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. Father, I cannot heed your words. Those 2 techniques are mine for the taking. Otherwise, my brothers will only grow old and perish in decades to come. With this declaration, the tumultuous waves of shock swept through the onlookers. Lu Meng's motivations were not selfish. He sought to secure the future of the black-clad guards. The martial arts they practiced were not uniform, essentially encompassing the 5 elements. However, Lu Meng discerned from the moment they engaged that those techniques were profoundly rudimentary. Attaining the pinnacle of a martial master was already the extent of their capabilities. Only those cultivating the attributes of fire and wood had the potential to ascend to the innate realm. What he sought was not mere decades of loyalty, but a steadfast retinue that would accompany him in a lifetime of battles, standing together at the zenith. Their loyalty to the Lu family made it difficult for him to bear the thought of witnessing their demise in a few decades. Of course, there were also personal motivations entwined in this sentiment. After all, he was no sage, incapable of considering everything solely for the benefit of others. Stop, Lu Meng. You must command them to cease at once. I promise you, I promise. At that poignant moment, as Lady Li witnessed the black-clad guards, she began to seize the women and lead them away, finally rising from the ground, blood and tears streaming down her face. Chapter 35. The acquisition of East and West Madame Li's concession led Lu Meng to abandon his initial inclination towards forceful actions. In truth, those brothers of his indeed required the company of women. Nonetheless, he was neither a scoundrel nor a shameless rogue. Incapable of committing acts akin to those of certain unscrupulous nations, most of these women were merely servants of the Li family, though some possessed commendable appearances. With the Li family now in ruins, it seemed fitting to leave them for his brothers to take as brides. The young master decreed that all departing individuals, provided they remained compliant, would be rewarded with 30 taels of silver. Lu Quan, who had nurtured Lu Meng since childhood, understood his every whim with remarkable clarity. With such a guardian overseeing the household, Lu Meng felt a sense of security. Upon hearing Lu Quan's words, the maids could scarcely believe their ears. This was no jest. They would not only escape death, but also receive 30 taels of silver. After all, serving the Li family for a decade might not yield such a sum. Thank you, young Master Lu. You truly are a divine savior sent to rescue us. The maid spontaneously knelt, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Those who chose to remain offered a respectful bow, having well noted Lu Meng's aversion to kneeling. Oh, madam, such a swift change of heart. But first, lead me to the storeroom. I shall consider your request. As for the concubines, leave them to Lao Tai Lang. Lu Meng regarded Nangong Shuang, who was indeed a woman of both beauty and talent. It was a pity she was not untouched. Had she been, he might have contemplated claiming her for himself. Nonetheless, having her assist his mother in managing the Lu household was also an admirable idea, albeit one whose loyalty remained to be assessed. It was impossible for any woman emerging from such circumstances to lack cunning. However, before overwhelming strength, all schemes proved futile. A surge of wood elemental true energy flowed into Nangong Shuang's body, instantly eliciting a pleasurable response that nearly escaped her lips. Realizing the multitude of gazes upon her, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. She buried her face into her own fists, too timid to move. A sound reverberated through the air, startling everyone. It was Lu Meng. Observing the 40-something woman behaving so childlike, he could not suppress his own swallow. By heavens, this woman was indeed intoxicating. Having not scrutinized her closely before, he now found her quite appealing, particularly the allure of her bosom, rivaling that of women from the Western world in his past life. Surely, to grasp such a figure would be a most delightful experience. Ah, young Master Lu, perhaps we should take our leave. As Nangong Shuang lifted her head, she was met with an expression on Lu Meng's face that was unmistakably lecherous. Ah ha ha, the weather is splendid, the scenery delightful. Let us depart. Lu Meng maintained his composure, urging Nangong Shuang forward. The sound of splashes echoed continuously. It was indeed late into the night, yet the weather remained agreeable. Young Master Lu was a man of remarkable fortitude, truly a rarity among men. With such audacity, even the walls of Wulong City would pale in comparison. Observing this, the others promptly reassessed their opinions of Lu Meng. Yet what of it? With formidable strength, acquiring women was trivial. Even if he were to claim all the women of Wulong City, who would dare to voice dissent? Of course, young Master Lu would not stoop to such levels. The artificial mountain occupied a modest area, yet one particular spot stood out distinctly. It was a block of black stone, in stark contrast to the surrounding blue stones, marred by irregular markings that did not appear artificially crafted nor naturally formed. This black ironstone served as the gateway to the storeroom, impenetrable even to innate masters. However, should he take action, perhaps it could be breached. Nangong Shuang explored the black ironstone, a smile gracing her lips. There's a protrusion here. Young master should be able to see it. Just channel true energy, and it can be pressed down. Alas, I am currently devoid of any true energy. Lu Meng approached, channeling a sliver of true energy to press down. With a thunderous rumble, the black ironstone sunk into the ground, revealing a passage barely wide enough for a single person. Lu Meng pulled Nangong Shuang behind him, leading the way into the darkened corridor. Following them were 13 black-clad guards and Lu Quan, clad in true energy armor. The treasures within were of immense value, prompting others to refrain from entering. Even the members of the Wang family were barred. The passage was short, spanning roughly 50 meters. The walls were constructed of blue stones, adorned with numerous sconces. A flicker of fire elemental true energy from Lu Meng ignited the sconces, illuminating the walls where vivid depictions of battles were etched. These scenes featured not only humans, but also a plethora of mythical beasts, rendered with astonishing realism. Among the most captivating was a qianlin, resplendent in a myriad of colors, resembling the auspicious totems of ancient China. The world was indeed remarkable. Earth merely a solitary planet amidst the cosmos. Speculations of extraterrestrial life had long been entertained, and perhaps the legendary deities were beings from beyond the stars. It appeared that he had not strayed far from that universe. Yet, the question lingered, how many powerful worlds existed within the cosmos? Had those practitioners from other realms ever visited Earth, or had Earth as champions journeyed to those realms? His mind brimmed with inquiries. Since his arrival, he had noted the attire of the inhabitants bore striking similarities to that of the Song dynasty on Earth, with their script closely resembling that era's characters. He was almost certain of a connection between this place and Earth. After the Song dynasty, the energy of the world began to wane, leading to the gradual disappearance of practitioners from the Earth. Could it be that this continent shared a deeper bond with Earth? Or was it a settlement of Earth's immigrants? If so, then China would have been the first nation to conquer the stars, thriving in the expanse of outer space. Ah, well, enough of such musings. Let us attend to pressing matters. Lu Meng shook his head, advancing forward. The passage soon reached its terminus, revealing a massive iron door, sealed tightly without a lock. Lu Quan approached, pushing against it, yet it remained immovable. This door must be equipped with a mechanism. Lu, do not waste your strength. Nangong Shuang said as she produced a key and inserted it into a small hole at the base of the door. After twisting it thrice to the left and right, a clicking sound echoed, and the door swung open of its own accord. Golden light streamed forth from within, illuminating the ground, which was strewn with gold. In that not-so-spacious storeroom, it resembled a small mountain of riches. Atop this mound sat a black iron box, which Lu Meng immediately seized with a surge of true energy. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it was crafted from star iron. What luxury! Star iron was a premier material for forging innate spiritual weapons, and its inclusion in any magical artifact would enhance its strength. Lu Meng, having perused various texts, recognized the box's composition at a glance. Star iron was an exceedingly rare commodity. Even an innate master possessing a few taels would be immensely pleased. Yet, the box in his possession was entirely forged from star iron, weighing no less than several pounds. If fashioned into a weapon, it would be a paragon among innate spiritual weapons. Contained within is my Nangong family's water-patterned wave, alongside 6 scrolls of the Li family's foundational techniques. The key is the fire dragon phoenix hairpin you possess. Simply insert it into that opening. Nangong Shuang gazed at the box, memories of her husband Li Yuan flooding her mind, prompting an inward sigh. The insatiable nature of humanity, akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Lu Meng took the fire dragon phoenix hairpin and inserted it into the designated hole. A crisp click resonated in his ears as the star iron box sprang open. Inside were 2 jade tablets and 2 leather-bound tomes. The yellow tablet contained the techniques from the 4th to the 6th volumes of the Earth Origin Art. As for the blue one, it needed no explanation. Nan Gongshuang's voice trembled slightly, for this was a grave transgression against her clan, a crime punishable by the severing of limbs. After closing the iron box once more, Lu Meng, filled with excitement, departed with Nan Gongshuang. He had already devised a plan for her future. He intended for her to assist his mother, while the Lu family could greatly benefit from a person of her intellect. Although he could manage the Lu family, this was merely his starting point. Having traversed into this realm, he was determined to accomplish great feats. The protagonists in novels often shared this ambition, and being influenced by such tales, he too aspired to make his mark. Upon returning home, Lu Meng led Nan Gongshuang to the backyard, arranging for her to stay in a rather unique room while instructing 2 maidservants to attend to her needs. After all, she had once been a noblewoman, and it would be unjust to make her perform menial tasks. Once Nan Gongshuang was settled, Lu Meng approached his mother's chamber, only to find her absent, while the maidservants dozed inside. They hurried to greet him as he entered. Word had spread throughout Wulong City that Lu Meng had matured into a young man while dealing with the affairs of the Li family. This was precisely what Lu Qinghe and the others had envisioned. They sought to mold Lu Meng into a legend of Wulong City. Like a divine dragon, he was destined to reveal his brilliance and soar to the heavens. Wulong City needed a figure of genius to lead them, especially as it currently lay under the influence of the Huoyun sect. Though the sect remained indifferent, Lu Qinghe and Wang Tuo harbored ambitions of their own. The land of Wulong City was barren and lacked vitality, which was detrimental to the family's growth. Relocation was essential to ensure the family's perpetual prosperity. Despite their considerable strength, the 2 men were aging and their innate talents were limited. Without extraordinary fortune or miraculous encounters, their chances of transcending their natural gifts were slim. Thus, hope rested on Lu Meng's shoulders. In that case, you all should take your rest, he remarked, feeling a twinge of regret at not finding his mother. However, he pondered that when they met again, she might have achieved a remarkable mastery in her own right, making her one of the few experts in Wulong City. Back in his room, he retrieved the 2 tomes. After diligently examining the first 3 volumes, he discovered that the techniques were indeed profound and extraordinary. In his discerning view, they belonged to the upper echelon of martial arts within secular families. The Earth Origin Art primarily cultivated the essence of Earth, enhancing the practitioner's physical constitution through its weighty nature. The Earth, known for its formidable defensive capabilities, served as the foundation for all life forms, be they human, beast, or plant. The essence of a world comprises earth, fire, and water, with earth holding the utmost significance for living beings. Next, he scrutinized the fluid patterns of the water technique, which was equally marvelous. Among the 5 elements, metal embodies rigidity, yet the utmost rigidity gives way to softness, and that softness is epitomized by water. Thus, metal can generate water, and water can embrace all things. The pinnacle of softness transcends into the ultimate strength. However, both volumes of the techniques were incomplete. To advance further, he would need to visit the respective clans once he reached a certain level. Without such a journey, further enhancement would be unattainable, unless he opted to cultivate other elemental arts. Lu Meng chose to focus on the Earth Origin Art, engrossed in contemplation until dawn broke. At that moment, He felt remarkably energetic, yet waves of drowsiness washed over him. Wulong City was abuzz with commotion. The Li family had been eradicated within a single day by the Lu and Wang families. The reason cited was collusion with dark forces, posing a threat to Wulong City. Moreover, those who raided the Li family discovered a blood-filled pool on one of their estates, a place where evil entities absorbed lifeblood to bolster their strength. Over the past 2 decades, there had been numerous reports of missing persons from villages and towns, all of which were attributed to the Li family. Though the veracity of these claims was questionable, given the proximity of the small Fang Mountain, where encounters with beasts occurred. The machinations of those with ulterior motives led to the Li family's condemnation. At this juncture, the Shui family also stepped forth, alleging that the Li family had conspired with beasts to incite another beast tide. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Lu and Wang families intervened in time to thwart their plans. The Shui family's opportunistic actions further plunged the Li family into public disdain, with the populace expressing utter loathing for anyone bearing the Li surname, nearly driving all Li individuals from Wulong City. However, under the control of the 3 great families, no extreme actions were taken. The Li clan members were gathered for isolation and scrutiny, and anyone associated with the Li family was publicly executed by fire. The citizens of Wulong City rejoiced, proclaiming the 3 great families as protectors of the realm. Formerly oppressed merchants from the Li family brought forth plaques of gratitude to the Lu and Wang families, expressing their heartfelt appreciation. The resolution of this matter was swift and decisive. The entire bloodline of the Li family had been purged. However, there remained concerns regarding the Li family in Long City and the Nangong family in Xianxia City. By the time these issues were resolved, night had fallen once more. The speed of these events was indeed astonishing, partly due to the region's lack of communication. The Li family's relatives and allies had received no prior warning. It was clear that the Lu family had meticulously prepared for the annihilation of their rivals. Indeed, these 2 families had always posed a nuisance. Despite being families, they were of the innate variety, with ancestors possessing legendary realms of power. Such an ancient family, thriving for millennia, could easily obliterate a small place like Wulong City. Zhuotian was also apprehensive, having grown up alongside Zhang Ziyun as if they were siblings. It was not only these 2 families that posed a threat. It was likely that the Huiyun sect would send representatives as well. The commotion surrounding Lu Mang's entry into the innate realm was simply too significant. Lu Qinghe, a master of his caliber, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Among the 3 great powers, the Huiyun sect appeared to be the least challenging to deal with. In the future, they could simply state that Lu Mang intended to participate in the selection ceremony for disciples of a top-tier sect, and the Huiyun sect would not pose too many obstacles. However, the Li and Nangong families harbored deep-seated enmities. Father, Uncle Wang, senior brother Zhua, there's truly no need for such concern. Although Wulong City serves as our foundation, it is not our ultimate destination. We will inevitably depart. We merely need to prepare in advance. The family's significant assets should be relocated as necessary, and key personnel must also be discreetly moved, Lu Kaishan proposed, garnering unanimous agreement from the others. With a decision made, their worries dissipated. Although time was tight, the first to receive news would likely be the Huiyun sect. Given the vast distance of over 10,000 kilometers to Long City and Xianxia City, they would probably learn of the events a month later. Report to the family head. A man in red requests an audience outside, claiming to be Zhang Yan, an inner disciple of the Huiyun sect. A guard announced while the group was engaged in their discussions. As expected, the Huiyun sect, located only a few hundred miles from Wulong, was the first to arrive. The 4 of them rose to greet the visitor at the entrance, encountering a young man clad in red. His demeanor was comparable to Zhuotian's. He was robust, yet carried himself with grace. With thick eyebrows and bright eyes, he approached them, taking a few steps forward. Zhang Yan pays his respects to the esteemed guests. I hope you can forgive my intrusion, he stated. No one anticipated that this imposing figure would exhibit such poise and decorum. It appeared that he was a key focus of training within the Huiyun sect, as evidenced by his adeptness in social etiquette. His manners were not feigned, but stemmed from genuine refinement. However, when paired with his physicality, it created an oddly dissonant impression. Zhang Yan, after several years apart, how have you become so sour? The Zhang Yan of yesteryear, who could rage for 10 miles. Has he now transformed into a mere pedant? Ha! Zhuotian stepped forward and playfully patted him on the shoulder. You, this pretty boy, are also here. It seems I truly came at the right time. Come, come, come. It has been years. We must indulge in a few large barrels of drink. Upon seeing Zhuetian, a smile spread across Zhang Yan's face. However, in deference to the authority of their sect, he felt compelled to engage in pleasantries with Lu Kaishan first. He was inherently a rough-and-tumble individual, and such formalities were not to his liking. Yet, under the stringent guidance of his master, he had learned to adapt. Nevertheless, the humility that lay within him was genuine, not feigned. It was evident that he had indeed put in considerable effort over the years. Lu Kaishan and his companions were momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yan's swift transformation. Even in a relaxed state, the air of cultured etiquette around him had not entirely dissipated. Clearly, his standing within the Huiyun sect was no trifling matter. It was inevitable. Today we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Reflecting on the memories of drinking and slaying demons alongside Brother Zhang, those moments are etched vividly in my mind. To have met such an individual as Brother Zhang is indeed a stroke of luck for me, Zhuetian. The two joined hands and followed Lu Kaishan toward the hall. Lu Qinghe and Wang Tuo, however, chose not to accompany them. Being younger, their presence might have rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Lu Qinghe leaped into the air, like a streak of light, heading toward the back mountain. He was intrigued by what lay in that area, which had enabled his grandson to advance to the innate stage within 2 months, blossoming into a graceful young man. How had no one from the Lu family, established here for centuries, discovered it before? After a hearty round of drinking, Lu Kaishan and Zhang Yan became more familiar with one another. Despite their considerable difference in strength, Zhang Yan did not belittle Lu Kaishan. Instead, he held him in high regard, recognizing the challenges faced by those who grew up in the secular world. Unlike the members of the sect, the innate masters who emerged from the secular realm often relied solely on their own efforts for advancement. Wulong City was remote and impoverished, whereas the Huiyun sect possessed a second-rate spiritual vein, abundant in vitality compared to this place. Zhang Yan had entered the Huiyun sect at a young age, reaching the innate stage by 18, subsisting daily on vitality pills, and consuming numerous elixirs to break through his bottlenecks. Additionally, he had undergone marrow cleansing by the sect's elders at a young age. In contrast, Lu Kaishan had cultivated by absorbing the natural energies of the world. Drawing vitality in Wulong City paled in comparison to the Huiyun mountain. Thus, Zhang Yan held nothing but admiration for Lu Kaishan. My descent from the mountain was merely to investigate the reasons behind the abundant energy here. Since it is the son of my brother Kaishan who has advanced, there is no issue at hand. Since I am here, I may as well stay with Brother Lu for a few more days. Zhang Yan, having heard the entire account, felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, the Lu family had always existed within the territory of the Huiyun sect, so there was no need for such requests. Brother Zhang, just make yourself at home. However, I have a small, rather unreasonable request, and I hope you can oblige. There is no need for such formality, Lu brother. I understand what you desire. The 3 of us brothers can engage in some sparring. When Lu Lao has the time, we would appreciate his guidance as well. Without waiting for Zhang Yan to respond, Zhuetian readily agreed. It was not out of fear of Zhang Yan's refusal. After all, he was indeed a battle fanatic, but rather an initiative to strengthen the ties between the Lu family and Imu. Should Lu Meng truly ascend to become a formidable master, he could extend some assistance to Imu. As the 3 shared hearty laughter, Lu Qinghe emerged from the desolate land behind the mountain, having found nothing of value. The area was nothing but a wasteland, devoid of any anomalies, and the vitality was as sparse as in other regions of the family estate. Puzzled, he returned to the main hall, and, upon hearing the conversation among the 3, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He approached Zhuetian and Zhang Yan, greeted them, and sat down to drink and eat. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious, akin to that of a family. The night passed in this manner, and by the time the sun had risen high, Lu Meng emerged from his quarters, rubbing his eyes. He had not slept so comfortably in quite some time. The past 2 months had been filled with intense training. Young master, you're up. Quickly, go prepare the washing water. One maid, upon seeing Lu Meng, instructed another, who stood there wide-eyed. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, though her thoughts remained a mystery. 10 minutes later, after refreshing himself, Lu Meng entered the main hall, only to find 4 individuals sprawled across the table in slumber. Choosing not to disturb them, he quietly stepped out, heading to the kitchen to find some food, instructing the staff to wait until the 4 awoke before preparing any meals. Young master, have you eaten? Let us head to the training grounds. The blackguards are waiting for you. Just as Lu Meng finished his meal, Lu Quan arrived. Ah, it's time to settle accounts with them. Uncle Quan, prepare the horses. I'm taking them out. Lu Meng clapped his hands and strode toward the training grounds. He had not forgotten how these fellows had schemed against him. However, he had no intention of physically punishing them. Instead, he would reform them through rigorous training. Increasing their training load would serve as an excellent method, benefiting their cultivation while also allowing him to vent his frustrations. The demonic beasts of Xiaofang Mountain had not yet fully retreated, and there were signs of impending attacks. Thus, it was imperative that these individuals step up, but he would ensure their safety. In the realm between life and death, one's potential often surged forth. A warrior who has not endured brutal combat cannot truly become a formidable force. The training grounds were still abuzz with activity, filled with the sounds of their exertions. Some were sparring, others enhancing their physical strength, while some practiced their techniques, and others meditated for recovery. The young master has arrived. Everyone halt. Upon seeing Lu Meng approach, Tai Lang commanded the others to stop. Greetings, young master. You are indeed magnificent. Follow the true young master, and you shall have everything: food, drink, and even gambling. The 37 men chorused in unison, startling the birds from the trees. Lu Meng nearly spat blood. What were these fellows thinking? Had he truly instilled such notions in them? Regardless, it was no concern of his. Such behavior must be curtailed in the future. All blackguards assemble. You have 5 breaths to comply. Lu Meng's face darkened, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon hearing the command, the blackguards finally demonstrated their discipline. Within 3 breaths, they had arranged themselves in an orderly formation. Excellent, you all have done well. There is nothing wrong with being strict with discipline. After all, you are the backbone of the Lu family and its pride. Lu Meng nodded in satisfaction, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Very well, now each of you shall bear 100 pounds of stone shackles and accompany me outside. The destination is Xiaofang Mountain, and the time limit is half an hour. At that moment, Lu Quan approached, handing Lu Meng a riding whip. The faces of the blackguards turned grim. 100 pounds of weight was manageable, but reaching Xiaofang Mountain in under half an hour? Was that even feasible? Young master, that distance exceeds 5 kilometers. Half an hour might be a bit too short, don't you think? Lu Quan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This was an exceedingly harsh demand. Moreover, it left them with no grounds for refusal. Let us not even mention Lu Meng's status. The mere excuse of enhancing their physical capabilities through weighted training was enough to silence any objections. Ha. Sweat more during training, and there will be fewer casualties in battle. I believe there is not a single coward among you blackguards. Lu Meng offered no further explanation. After accepting the whip, he strode to the center of the training grounds. He lifted a stone shackle weighing at least 200 pounds without employing any true energy. It felt remarkably light. He then dropped it. It's just 100 pounds. Who among you lacks 100 pounds of physical strength? If not, please automatically withdraw from the blackguard. 100 pounds is indeed not much. Even at the peak of martial prowess, it can be lifted with ease. However, the difference between intense exercise and merely standing still to lift is substantial. Although these individuals are all martial artists, even a distance of 10 miles can be taxing for them. Why are they still standing there? Hurry and fetch the black iron battle suits from the storeroom. Weighing 150 pounds. Iron Wave was the first to dash toward the nearby storeroom. The Lu family still had equipment for weight training. The black iron battle suits may not seem impressive, capable of withstanding only attacks at levels 5 or 6, yet the material is undeniably heavy. A piece of black iron the size of a fist weighs at least 3 or 4 pounds. It is quite normal for a full suit to weigh around 100 pounds. Upon seeing the commander take action, the members of the Black Guard immediately rushed forward. Clad in uniform battle suits, they appeared even more formidable. Seeing such items in his own home, Lu Meng felt a flush of embarrassment. Uncle Quan, why didn't you tell me we had these? You made me lose face in front of them. Watching the carefree Lu Quan depart, Lu Meng couldn't help but mentally express his frustration. It was evident that he was irked by his own troubles with the Black Guard. Ultimately, Wulong City is a small place, unsuitable for long-term development. As long as the family possesses sufficient strength, they can seek a more suitable location. Once he enters a top-tier sect, if his cultivation progresses rapidly and he contributes enough, he can secure a grand city for the Lu family. When that time comes, if the family lacks innate experts, the Lu family will face oppression in their new territory. Even if he can assist momentarily, he cannot do so for a lifetime. Only with a robust family foundation can the Lu family ensure its prosperity. Lu Meng mounted his unicorn and set off with the entire blackguard. As they strode through the streets, many turned to gaze at them. The blackguards of the Lu family had only been heard of before, never seen. Moreover, many had never encountered the young master of the Lu family. Now, witnessing him, they felt the marvel of creation. The legendary young master of the Lu family indeed possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Look, that's the young master of the Lu family riding a horse. He is so handsome. This is what a man should be. A lovesick girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Just look at his aura. None of the three young masters of Wulong City can compare. Indeed, my daughter is 17 now. I wonder if the young master would take a liking to her. Zhang-san, give it a rest. With your daughter's looks, she'd scare the young master to death. I think my niece is quite suitable. Please. Your niece is only 11. What can such a child do? Bear children? These voices reached Lu Meng's ears, leaving him feeling quite dejected. He felt akin to a rare species, scrutinized wherever he went. For nearly 10 minutes, he had been the center of attention. As the timing commenced, the destination was Xiaofang Mountain. Lu Meng cracked the whip, and his unicorn galloped forth. The members of the Black Guard surged forward like a torrent of steel. Leading the charge, Lu Meng burst through the city gates amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Surprisingly, the Black Guard members kept pace with him. They dared not lag behind. For who knew what methods the young master might devise if they failed to arrive on time? Speed up. You all run ahead. I'll chase from behind. If I catch up, I'll take care of all your socks and underwear. As Lu Meng watched them rush out of the city gate, the guards, envious, immediately slowed their pace. Look, that's the young master Lu Meng. He is not that impressive, not as strong as my second son, but his abilities are certainly commendable, far superior to my son's talents. Do you know what that is? Let me tell you a little secret. If you treat me to a night at the Baohua Tower, I'll share it with you. But let us make it clear, I want lilies, not the little flower. Brother, you should know lilies cost 10 taels. Is one piece of information worth that much? Just the little flower, and if not, then forget it. All right. I'll tell you. The young master Lu appears cultured, but he is actually a lecher. He killed Li Yuan and took his wife. I heard he once stood naked in front of a group of women, striking poses. Is that true? You two should keep it down. Don't let the young master hear you. Didn't you see him just walk by? Suddenly, someone fell from a magnificent unicorn. It was none other than Lu Meng, who had just moments ago radiated confidence. He had thought he was the object of admiration, but now, it seemed he was merely the subject of gossip. Had he known this, he would have donned black iron armor instead. What an embarrassment, making himself a laughingstock. What are you staring at? Hurry up and increase your speed. With such a lazy disposition, can you really elevate to innate status in 3 months? As Lu Meng rose from the ground, he bellowed, nearly startling the guards discussing him. Even the unicorn beside him was almost frightened. With a series of neighs, it seemed to mock him. Lu Meng cracked the whip, and the horse quieted down. However, he was reminded that this unicorn possessed the bloodline of a magical beast, making his earlier experience insignificant. Climbing back onto his steed, his expression darkened considerably. Yet, he could not silence everyone. This world was too mundane, and people thrived on gossip, finding entertainment in trivial tales. As he urged his horse forward, he noticed the black guards running faster than rabbits. He leisurely lagged behind, occasionally catching glimpses of a few clutching their stomachs and chuckling. Clearly, they too had overheard the earlier chatter. Lu Meng realized the weight of public opinion. It wielded significant influence, no matter the realm. Just days ago, the Li family was considered vile and villainous. Even if they died 1,000 times, they deserved it. And what of himself today? While becoming an idol of admiration, he had also transformed into a true rogue. Rogues are not to be feared. What is truly frightening is a powerful rogue. One may dare not mock a strong rogue to their face, yet discussing them behind their back is permissible. Having traveled halfway, some members of the Black Guard began to show signs of breathlessness. Nevertheless, they persevered. Lu Meng looked at the few smaller members, sighing inwardly at their misfortune. The Lu family lacked for nothing, and the diet for these guards was on par with his own. Thus, most were robust, with only a few appearing slender. Unsurprisingly, those slender ones could hardly endure such a long-distance march. One must acknowledge that a martial artist carrying 150 pounds should not struggle so severely. Even without utilizing true energy, they should possess the strength of 400 to 500 pounds. Lu Meng understood this principle. However, possessing strength does not equate to sustaining high-load exercises. It is akin to weightlifting. Lifting 200 kilograms is feasible, but attempting to sprint 10 meters is another matter entirely. With a crack of the whip, those guards who had been prepared to ease up suddenly surged forward as if possessed. At this moment, the uniformity of their ranks was of little concern. They were all too aware that the punishment for slacking would be unbearable, far worse than the 2 lashes just received. Punish them? Lu Meng could never bear to do so. These individuals were invaluable. Even with the thick black iron armor shielding them, he would never strike them directly. As the saying goes, it is not their bodies that are drawn out, but their hearts. After all, without innate talent, the body will still perspire. And once sweat is released, an odor is inevitable. Particularly for these cultivators, who expend considerable physical energy. Such odors, once absorbed, are detrimental to the human body, rendering it impure. Of course, this is merely the perspective of young Master Lu. Whether it is true or not remains a mystery. Nonetheless, the stench is undoubtedly unbearable, which explains why those individuals strive to press forward relentlessly. After 3 kilometers, even the more robust among them began to show signs of breathlessness. Yet, none chose to relent. They gritted their teeth and continued, fearful of slowing down. Do not force yourselves. Begin to regulate your breathing. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly. Noticing the increasing number of those struggling to breathe, Lu Meng imparted some breathing techniques he had learned in his previous life. Although these methods were conceived by ordinary people, they were widely practiced in the military. Properly adjusting breathing while running with a load allows for prolonged endurance. When applied to their situation, it would enable them to absorb a measure of vital energy, thereby enhancing their physical condition. After employing this technique, the results were indeed remarkable. The crowd was instantly filled with admiration for Lu Meng. The young master truly was exceptional. Such a simple method. Why had they never thought of it before? Even Tai Lang had to concede the utility of this approach. The 5-kilometer stretch was completed in under half an hour. Although it was evident that they had expended considerable energy, a layer of liquid flowed over their black iron battle gear, and their path was marked by a trail of wet footprints. Resigned, Tai Lang could only obey. Since being inducted into the Lu family's blackguard, their first principle was to obey orders. Even if commanded to traverse a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, none would dare to frown. However, the young master's training methods did seem to waste time. Yet Tai Lang could neither refute nor dare to speak against it. The young master was no longer the same as before. In terms of strength, the family head might not even be his rival. In temperament, he far surpassed the family head. In loyalty, saying it was as profound as the skies would not be an exaggeration. Such a young master left no room for rebellion in Tai Lang's mind. Time elapsed, and they entered Shaofeng Mountain. After removing their battle gear for half an hour of meditation, they donned their attire again to enter the mountain. 2 hours from now, I will await you at the city gates. Each of you must hunt at least 1 level 7 beast, and the spoils will be yours. With that, Lu Meng mounted his horse, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. The blackguards, however, were left puzzled. What is the young master up to? Isn't our usual training sufficient? Why is he changing things up? Indeed, the young master would not have us do this without a purpose. But what that purpose was, how wonderful it would be if he would simply tell us. Tai Lang, facing the group's confusion, felt equally helpless. He was curious too, but since the young master chose not to speak, he could not press for answers. I know why. I know why. A frail individual suddenly exclaimed, springing up with a leap. What is it? Speak quickly. Tai Lang, intrigued, regarded him. Surely, this fellow's intellect could not keep pace with the young master's thoughts? In truth, it was simple. The young master was preparing to attend the sect's recruitment ceremony. After that, he could not regularly tend to the family. The young master was arranging for the future, establishing protective forces for the family. The monkey spoke with a slight choke in his voice. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, the young master might soon be departing. Yet, before he left, these capable blackguards were insufficient to safeguard the family. Thus, they must intensify their training, extracting every ounce of potential from their bodies. Only through extreme fatigue or life-and-death struggles could this objective be realized. Quickly meditate. We depart for Shaofeng Mountain in half an hour, Tai Lang commanded, and all the blackguards promptly sat down to absorb vital energy. Lu Meng did not move too swiftly. Thus he heard the monkey's words quite clearly. Some messages, allowing them to grasp the implications themselves. were far more potent than if spoken directly. The current situation was precisely the outcome he had envisioned. Half an hour passed, and the Black Guard restored themselves to peak condition. With their revived vigor, they charged towards Xiaofeng Mountain like tigers descending from the hills. Due to the previous invasion preparation led by xianxia, a multitude of beasts remained in this area. Numerous mercenaries also took this opportunity to hunt beasts for profit. Ascent that the Liu family's blackguard? How unfortunate. Their earnings today will surely diminish. Not necessarily. Can't you see they have no intention of stopping? It seems they aim to hunt higher-level beasts. Alas, we lack the strength. If only we could join the Liu family. It was said that their compensation was substantial, with even ordinary guards earning half a tael of silver. For those proficient martial artists, it could reach a full tael a month. Strength. Everything hinges on strength. Mercenaries do not become mercenaries merely due to lack of capability. They simply seek freedom from constraints, unwilling to be swayed by others. The Liu family rose to prominence through mercenaries, holding a high status among them in Five Dragon City. However, the Liu family did not frequently recruit. They only did so once every decade. Though no one dared to touch Liu family goods near Five Dragon City, it did not guarantee safety elsewhere. Casualties were inevitable, though they remained minimal. As the sun slowly ascended, Tai Lang heard the sounds of battle and the roars of beasts coming from Xiaofeng Mountain. The fight had begun, and at that moment, he longed to rush in and fight alongside his brothers. Yet, it was regrettable that he had allowed the young master to leave. Had the young master stayed, he could have observed the equipment and indulged in the thrill of battle, not to mention the potential earnings from selling the beasts. The overall strength of the Black Guard had significantly increased. Those level 7 beasts were no match for them. In less than 2 incense sticks worth of time, they had already slain 4 or 5. All materials were harvested, leaving behind a disarray of corpses for the beasts that required sustenance. Advancing another 100 meters, they encountered increasingly formidable beasts. Groups of level 7 beasts appeared alongside occasional level 8 ones. Upon spotting humans, the beasts immediately launched their attacks. The first to strike was a horde of venomous beasts. Spiders, centipedes, scorpions, and snakes surged towards the Black Guards en masse. These had followed xianxia, initially anticipating a feast of flesh. Who would have thought that only 2 humans would arrive, and their leader would be slain? In the face of innate talents, those beasts were nearly insignificant. Beasts are ferocious, yet when confronted with danger, their wisest choice is to flee. As long as they can preserve their lives, they will eventually attain great strength. Beasts possess long lifespans, with ordinary postnatal beasts living for 200 years or more. Seeing the poisonous creatures approach, the Black Guards remained unperturbed. Although the scene appeared daunting, those level 5 and 6 toxins posed little threat to them, as long as their vital energy shielded them. These minor toxins were inconsequential. Draw your blades, carve a path. Our target is beasts above level 7. We have no need for these weaker ones. The monkey had evidently assumed Tai Lang's role, directing the others with authority. This showcased the power of wisdom, compelling respect from all. With gleaming blades drawn, their movements remained synchronized. Wherever the blades cut, blood splattered, and the beasts cried out in agony. The 4 elemental energies infused into their weapons radiated vibrantly. Yet behind this beauty lay grave peril. Observe the corpses of the venomous beasts on the ground. Over 30 of them, merely the first wave of attack. Blood filled the nostrils and minds of the beasts, yet few dared to approach and consume their fallen kin. The poisonous beasts, though classified under the wood attribute, represent a variant of it. During their absorption of primordial energy, they also take in a significant amount of free toxins. Unless one possesses the same poisonous attribute, consuming them results in inevitable death, with only those above the 7th level capable of resisting such low-level toxins. As the first wave of attacks concluded, the carcasses of the poisonous beasts were nearly entirely devoured by their kin, ushering in the second wave of onslaught. This time, the range of assault was broader. With all fighters unleashing their full energy, they advanced further, resulting in the demise of even more lower-tier beasts. Faced with the ferocity of the black-clad assailants, the beasts began to retreat. The majority of the toxins were of low rank, with the strongest being merely a handful of 7th-level creatures. By the time the second wave commenced, they had already been slain and their skins stripped. Even the typically troublesome 8th-level beasts were fleeing. However, the black-clad guards, being an agile unit, were undeterred by the beast's retreat. With a resounding roar that echoed painfully in the ears, A formidable beast emerged from the depths of the small Fong mountain, a brown bear. It stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble and sink nearly a foot. This was no ordinary creature. It was the apex 9th level earth bear. The order was given to abandon the smaller beasts and form a defensive formation. Upon seeing this formidable presence, the monkeys were both alarmed and somewhat exhilarated, recognizing the immense value of such a creature. The earth bear, born with 5th level strength and capable of reaching 7th level at 2 years old, typically attains innate power by the age of 8. This bear, however, was only 7. Yet, the challenge lay in its ancient bloodline. The earth bear, a descendant of the legendary earth bear god, was reputed for its unparalleled dominance over the land, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Its earth attribute fur was as tough as iron, impervious to ordinary weapons. Only spiritual weapons could breach its surface. But such attempts would only incite its fury further. Despite the monkey's quick thinking, they were still a beat too slow. The earth bear's stomp sent several men sprawling. As the monkey's warning echoed, the bear unleashed another earth-shattering stomp. The ground shook, and several peak 7th level black-clad guards were instantly buried, their bones shattering under the force. The overwhelming scent of blood filled the air, prompting mercenaries from afar to converge. Upon seeing the massive crater left in the earth, panic surged through their ranks. The earth bear had gone berserk, and someone shouted for everyone to flee. Yet, the black-clad guards stood their ground, their eyes now filled with a crimson intensity. Originally numbering over 50, their ranks had thinned after the Li family's demise, and with the bear's assault, they had lost 6 more. Now, counting their captain Tai Lang, fewer than 40 remained. These were brothers who had fought side by side for over a decade, now felled by a mere beast. Attention! Concentrate all efforts on the earth bear's eyes. Gather energy, release. The furious command from the monkey ignited the group's resolve, and their collective quality shone through. Regardless of their positions, their attacks synchronized seamlessly. 30 blades of light coalesced in the air, forming a spirit energy long sword infused with 4 attributes, manifesting before their eyes. Witnessing the humans' orderly counterattack, the earth bear prepared to stomp again, but this time, it was not an offensive move. It was a defensive maneuver, summoning an earthen energy wall around itself, its innate skill. While beasts lack human ingenuity and cannot utilize many human martial techniques, they possess inherited skills, particularly those with ancient beast bloodlines, which grant them innate superiority. The command was given, and with a thunderous explosion, the spirit energy sword detonated, shattering the earthen energy wall. The shockwave sent all black-clad guards flying several meters away. While the earth bear itself was not unscathed, it bore numerous wounds, blood pouring from its body. Such a formidable beast, such an impressive combined technique. You have performed admirably, even in such a dire moment, managing to severely injure the earth bear. Lu Meng arrived, still astride his unicorn. Please, master, spare us. We underestimated the situation. Upon Lu Meng's arrival, the monkey struggled to rise, placing a hand on his chest and bowing his head. You have done well. Remember, even a first-level innate expert may not stand a chance against this beast. Lu Meng did not cast blame but dismounted, his face pale and eyes aflame. In an instant he vanished, only to reappear before the earth bear. You have taken the lives of my brothers. I cannot let you go unpunished. Alternatively, you could serve as a pet. With a firm footfall, Lu Meng released a surge of yellow energy. With a resounding boom, dust and debris flew into the air, swirling for what felt like an eternity before being carried away by the wind. All present momentarily lost awareness of themselves, their gazes fixed upon the massive crater capable of holding several barrels of water. Within lay the earth bear, its chest rising and falling, yet utterly silent. The so-called earth stomp was merely a manipulation of earth energy to create vibrations. What Lu Meng had executed was an explosive convergence of his own energy with the earth's, resulting in a force greater than the earth bear's stomp. The bear's famed impenetrable hide crumbled like cloth at the bottom of the pit. Its life force, however, proved resilient. It remained alive, its core pure, possessing over 30% ancient beast bloodline. Such a valuable creature, yet it had met its end. Lu Meng lamented the loss. This beast could have served him well. Yet, there was no alternative. The price for the lives taken must be paid. Even a true divine beast must face death. Master, no? The earth bear is exceedingly rare in this region, and it is clear that its ascension to innate status is not far off. Just as Lu Meng was about to strike, the monkey intervened. The earth bear's value extends beyond its hide and core. Lu Meng decisively stepped down, silencing the bear's mournful cry, and left its body for others to handle as he followed a trail of footprints deeper into the forest. The earth bear's immense power left prints weighing 400 to 500 pounds, and even without the use of energy, it left traces in its wake. This trail provided Lu Meng with a guiding mark. After following the prints for a kilometer, sunlight faded, yielding to a cool, refreshing atmosphere. The abundance of wood energy here surpassed the outer regions significantly. This rich wood energy, here, an hour of cultivation equals 2 at home. The earth bear indeed knew how to seek out favorable terrain. The flourishing wood element ensured an abundance of both earth and water energies. This place was truly suitable for establishing a manor. Towering trees blocked the sun, while vibrant flowers blossomed all around. A small river flowed not far from sight. Continuing along the trail, Lu Meng arrived at the entrance of a cave, where a powerful energy surge pulsed from within. Clearly, a formidable presence was within, absorbing the world's energy. Lu Meng's spiritual sensing ability was acute. The being inside undoubtedly possessed the power to soar through the skies. At his current level, he could not hope to defeat it, let alone subdue it. Young lad. It appears that even that formidable grizzly bear can indeed be tamed. However, by that time, it would no longer be a mere grizzly bear. At this moment, Xiaozi unexpectedly emerged from within one's mind. Are you suggesting that we should let the soul-devouring entity take over its body? My goodness, can a human truly seize the body of a beast? This is the first time Lu Meng has heard of such a notion. It is well known that the meridians of humans and beasts are entirely distinct. You see, during ancient times, those human powerhouses nearing the end of their lifespan would choose to seize the bodies of divine beasts, all in pursuit of enhanced vitality and the hope of breaking through once more. How could this be possible? The paths of cultivation for humans and demons are utterly different, and their life genes are not the same either. Even if one were to inhabit the body of a beast, how much of its former strength could be wielded? Are humans truly born as such? They have merely evolved into their current forms over eons. In the primordial era, humans were akin to apes, and those primitive beings were not so different from today as shape-shifting beasts. Evolutionary theory is common knowledge in your realm. Of course, I am aware of evolutionary theory, but that is Earth, not the Dragon Marshall continent. Wait, what did you just say? You mentioned the primordial era. Does that mean this place falls under its domain? Such a familiar term, one I haven't heard in ages. The primordial era is said to be the universe crafted by the great Pangu. What do you know, young man? Those so-called all-knowing scientists of yours know nothing at all. They prattle on about cosmic explosions and collapses. The heavens and earth formed naturally, giving birth to life gradually. All of that is nonsense. The universe was created through divine craftsmanship, and those celestial realms were opened by celestial lords. Opened by celestial lords? Are you implying that this world was also established by some celestial being? Thus, the legendary Pangu's creation of the heavens was merely the formation of a galaxy? Or perhaps just a single Earth? Enough of that. Knowing all this is of no use to you now. Your primary focus must be on diligent cultivation. Once you reach a certain level, you shall naturally comprehend these matters. Come forth, Soul Devourer. A shadow of black materialized, revealing the Soul Devourer. However, he was no longer entirely black. A faint purple mist now enveloped him, and he exuded an aura of nobility. Master, how have you fared of late? The Soul Devourer, have finally regained my peak. The spirit state of the pinnacle has returned. Do refrain from boasting. I have arranged a body for you. Are you willing to accept it? Xiaozi kicked him away and summoned him back with a wave of her hand. Rest assured, I shall obey your commands, esteemed master. After all, I am also a formidable being. Must you treat me so dismissively? The Soul Devourer helplessly scratched his head, realizing he was at a disadvantage. In truth, it is not so bad to possess a powerful physical form. Do you truly desire it? Lu Meng suppressed his thoughts. Acknowledging Xiao Zi's point, he was indeed not in a position to grasp so much. He believed that once he reached a certain level, everything would come to light. Smiling at the Soul Devourer, Lu Meng felt a whirlwind of emotions. Good heavens, a handsome man reduced to the body of a bear. Just the thought was disconcerting. He wondered if the Soul Devourer would be willing. Is it true? Master, esteemed sir, why do I sense that you both lack good intentions? You wouldn't be trying to turn me into a eunuch to seize control, would you? Let me be clear. That is impossible. The Soul Devourer retracted his neck and shook his head vigorously. What? Are there eunuchs in this world? How was I unaware of that? Enough with the nonsense. Do you see that cave? Upon witnessing the soul devourer's refusal, Xiaozi kicked him again. Roar. A mere spirit dares to disturb me, the great bear. A furious roar echoed, followed by a cacophony from within. Moments later, silence fell. A bloodied, bald man emerged, muttering to himself. Goodness, this grizzly bear has already transformed. Ha ha. Young lad, you have struck gold. A powerhouse capable of soaring through the skies will undoubtedly protect the Liu family without issue. Restoring to the peak is merely a matter of time. Xiaozi's soul was immensely powerful. She recognized immediately that this was the soul devourer. The unfortunate grizzly bear had been vanquished by him. Yet, this was rather swift. After all, Xiaozi had not previously encountered any evil entities. Doesn't this form look splendid? And judging by its physique, it is indeed immensely robust. Soul devourer, are you satisfied now? Just standing naked on the street. A swarm of women would surely follow you. Lu Meng gazed at the naked man, excitement bubbling within him. Hee, am I truly handsome? I fail to see it. I think the master's appearance is preferable. The soul devourer rushed to the riverbank to admire his new visage, breaking into a wide grin. When he entered previously, he concealed all his aura. The grizzly bear had treated him as an insignificant insect, opening its mouth to roar, intending to swat him away. I am the soul devourer, a being of the pinnacle. A mere innate 7th-level bear dared to defy me. Thus, the soul devourer taught it a lesson, in its utmost fury. He suddenly unleashed his soul-devouring technique. With no capacity for resistance, the bear was completely consumed. This seemingly decent physical form naturally became his trophy. However, having just acquired it, he could only display the strength of a 5th-level innate realm. Mission accomplished. Soul devourer, now that you possess a body, you must conduct yourself properly. No more wandering into nefarious paths, or I could effortlessly obliterate you with a mere thought. Lu Meng sensed that the soul devourer's soul imprint had weakened slightly. Rest assured, master, the soul devourer shall not act recklessly. Furthermore, he has been warned, otherwise, the opportunity for me to break through the innate realm will be revoked. Breaking through the innate realm has always been the soul devourer's greatest dream. Lu Meng felt utterly relieved. The safety of his family was assured. Although the soul devourer could presently only exert innate strength, with time to acclimatize, reaching the pinnacle would pose no challenge. With the family entrusted to his care, Lu Meng could confidently venture to Huangming Island. He was determined to join a first-rate sect. Only by encountering more techniques and treasures could he further his path of cultivation. Wulong City was too small, and this remote western state was excessively isolated. Even if one were to claim the surrounding 10,000 miles, it would merely amount to temporary lodging. To grow into a formidable being while remaining complacent in a corner was simply unattainable. As he approached the outskirts, Lu Meng noticed the absence of any individuals. Even the mercenaries seemed to have vanished. Most importantly, there was that 9th-level pinnacle inner core. If refined into elixirs, it could produce at least 5 peak martial masters. If embedded in weaponry, it could undoubtedly become a spiritual weapon. Perhaps, a practitioner at the threshold of law could forge a magical artifact. Numerous beasts roamed the area. Yet sensing the aura emanating from the soul devourer, they fled to great distances. The hierarchy among beasts is strict. The danger posed by high-level beasts is not to be trifled with. This explains why no other beasts were found near the grizzly bear's lair when Lu Meng discovered it. Not even a low-level beast. Upon exiting the small square mountain, he found Butler Lu waiting there, accompanied by the black-clad Commander Tai Lang and a horse-drawn carriage. Young master has emerged. Who is this gentleman? Butler Lu was taken aback upon seeing the soul devourer, clearly puzzled by his sudden appearance. He glanced at Tai Lang, who also shook his head. Oh, this individual named Tun Yuan is one of my subordinates, recently recruited just a few days ago. Let us engage in conversation. I am somewhat hungry. Without further elaboration, Lu Meng stepped into the carriage. As Tun Yuan approached the carriage, the 2 unicorns harnessed to it suddenly buckled, kneeling to the ground. The oppressive aura of a high-level beast rendered them incapable of lifting their heads. Arise, worthless creatures. To have you pull the carriage for your master is a disgrace to his status. Rest assured, in 3 days I shall acquire a few flame lines for you to assist. With a kick to the subdued unicorns, they instantly regained their feet. What? He intends to bring a few flame lions to serve the young master? What manner of being is this? It is known that flame lions are peak-level beasts. Given a few more years, they could ascend to the innate level. What are you two children staring at? Hurry and drive the carriage. Do you wish for your master to starve? Seeing the dazed Tai Lang and Lu Quan, Tun Yuan reprimanded them again. Tai Lang was drenched in cold sweat. Who exactly is this individual? Even the family head would not dare to scold so loudly. Tun Yuan, do not forget your position. Otherwise, humph. Lu Meng's chilling voice sent shivers through Tun Yuan, causing his lips to twitch. He had no desire to experience the torment of the soul. Consider yourself fortunate. Henceforth, mind your manners. Should such a situation arise again, contemplate the consequences. Quan Bo, let us depart. Lu Meng ceased speaking, closing his eyes to wander in thought. The carriage moved slowly. Along the way, Tun Yuan endeavored to cultivate a good rapport with Tai Lang, inquiring about Lu Quan. Although he had encountered the old man, he merely regarded him as a steward, and one whose strength was inferior to his own, with a shorter lifespan. Brother Tai Lang, I thank you. Without your warning, I would have unknowingly offended numerous individuals at home. Please do not take my earlier actions to heart. It was unintentional. Tun Yuan, quite straightforward, resolved to maintain a low profile since his master disallowed arrogance. By midday, Lu Meng's carriage finally arrived at the Lu family's gate. Several guards stepped forward to tend to the horses, and Lu Meng lifted the carriage curtain, alighting. Upon entering, he heard laughter emanating from the front hall. It was his grandfather's voice, indicating they had awakened. Innate masters find it difficult to become inebriated, yet among friends, one must refrain from using true energy, as it would imply disdain and provoke displeasure. Grandfather, father, and esteemed uncles, you are awake. Allow me to introduce you to our family's chief bodyguard, Tun Yuan. Tun Yuan, do not delay in paying your respects. Tun Yuan bowed to the gathered elders, pledging to serve diligently. What arduous tasks you have. Do not hesitate to assign them to me. As he regarded the group before him, none appeared capable of threatening him. Hiss. The four gasped in astonishment. This robust man possessed profound cultivation. Though his strength was merely at the 5th level of innate, his presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Your cultivation is remarkable. I sense you were once a renowned master in your own right, Lu Qinghe discerned, faintly perceiving the vastness of Tun Yuan's soul power. Honored elder, you flatter me. Tun Yuan is merely a servant to the master. Should you require anything, please feel free to command me. This old man possesses a keen sense of perception, able to discern my uniqueness. Mr. Tun Yuan, may I inquire when you became acquainted with young Master Lu? I am well aware of the masters within 1,000 miles of Hui's sect, yet you are an unfamiliar face. Zhang Yan's eyelids twitched. This individual had once been a master of at least 2 instances of stealth. I am not from this western region. However, it is best not to pry too deeply. I suffered a severe blow to my head, and it was the master who saved my life. Otherwise, I would have long since become dust. I see. It appears that Menger saved you in the past. With your skills, you need not serve as Menger's subordinate. I am his father and the current head of the Lu family. Would you consent to serve as our family's honored guest? The position of honored guest is esteemed. Agreeing to it would not equate to servitude. However, it would not be unwise to serve a master destined for greatness. The master remained silent, not daring to accept immediately. Father, Tun Yuan merely wishes to repay the life debt I owe him, hence his servitude. Yet, I have promised him that once the Lu family is firmly established, I shall grant him his freedom. Lu Meng understood that it was time for him to intervene. His father's intentions were noble, yet Tun Yuan represented an unstable factor. Should he ever go berserk, no one in Wulong City could contain him. Then let it be. I hope Mr. Tun Yuan will not find the position of chief bodyguard beneath him. Let us feast and drink heartily. Lu Kaishan regarded his son, refraining from further comment. Since his son had spoken, he would not impose further demands. Such a master would need merely to follow his son's arrangements. As the banquet continued, the others engaged in jovial conversation, while Lu Meng casually picked at his food before rising to leave. Just before exiting, Zhang Yan handed him a token made of dark iron, the emblem of the Hui's sect, granting him unrestricted passage within its territory. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Lu Meng discovered all the black-clad guards present, their heads bound with white cloth, each bearing a sorrowful expression. Several large coffins lay at the center, containing the deceased. As Lu Meng approached, every guard greeted him respectfully. He received a hammer and nails from one guard, proceeding to secure the coffins. After a few moments of silent mourning, he hoisted one coffin onto his shoulder. Farewell, brothers. In the next life, you shall still be my good companions. With heavy steps, he walked while calling out, "Farewell, brothers. In the next life, you shall still be my good companions." All the black-clad guards shed tears at that moment. As the 6 coffins exited the Liu family gate, the mournful cries echoed throughout the city. Those drinking in the front hall, including Liu Kaishan, rushed out to follow behind. This is the funeral procession for the Liu family's black-clad guards. 6 have perished in just 2 days. Thankfully, they can be buried with their remains. Indeed, I heard that over a dozen who perished at the Li family turned to ash. Such is the fate of warriors, a lamentable existence. Look, there is young Master Liu, single-handedly shouldering a large coffin weighing 400 to 500 pounds. At noon, the streets were not crowded, and this alley was particularly sparse. All those watching from the roadside were local residents. Typically, these black-clad guards remained unnoticed, but recent events had made them renowned for their formidable strength and unwavering loyalty. Their conduct had always been exemplary, with no scandals tarnishing their reputation. Upon reaching the city gate, "Farewell, brothers. In the next life, we shall stand together in life and death." By the time they reached the gate, their followers had swelled to hundreds. People were moved by Lu Meng's devotion, following him spontaneously. This is the allure of character. Not even immense power can compel everyone to submit. Yet, if you treat others sincerely, they will reciprocate with sincerity. Arriving at the cemetery, 6 graves had already been prepared. Carefully, they placed the coffins within the pits, and Lu Meng scooped soil with both hands, scattering it over the coffins. Tears flowed from all those who followed. Indeed, the young master of the Liu family was extraordinary, with immense strength and profound loyalty. Such a person is destined for limitless achievements. With Lu Meng's presence, the Liu family will undoubtedly grow stronger. The formidable strength of the Liu family has ushered in stability and tranquility for Wulong City. Before their departure, they engaged in an all-night discourse with Lu Meng. The specifics of their conversation remain a mystery to all, save for the evident joy on Lu Meng's face, while the 2 others appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. "Haha. You are quite ruthless, aren't you? Have you really taken these 2 as your bodyguards? You must know that the rewards you promised are but an empty check. They have bestowed upon you 1,000 vitality pills, which are of considerable worth." In response to Xiaozi's remarks, Lu Meng merely shook his head and smiled. While vitality pills are indeed precious, in the Grand City, they merely serve as currency. If he is to venture out into the world, sufficient financial resources are essential. Yet, the Liu family, though wealthy, must also feed many mouths. I do not wish to burden them, yet I find myself with no other option. They are courting my favor, so why should I not take advantage of them? In Lu Meng's view, utilizing others is a natural aspect of existence. Even the closest friendships can be based on mutual benefit. He does not perceive himself as shameless. Debts incurred must eventually be repaid. When others show respect, one must reciprocate tenfold. Such is Lu Meng, hailing from Huaxia on Earth. As he strolled into the training grounds, he observed the Black Guard fervently honing their physical prowess. The body is but a vessel. Only with greater physical strength can one accommodate more true energy. "Young master has arrived," they acknowledged. Their training rigorous and unyielding for 3 consecutive hours without pause. The weights they lifted had been increased, with each now no less than 300 pounds. Their progress was notably swift. "Uncle Quan, let them cease their training. Overexertion is counterproductive. It is time they receive the cultivation techniques." Lu Meng's arrival did not halt their training, but at his discretion, they stood at attention like javelins. A wooden box appeared in his hands, which he entrusted to Lu Quan. "These are 4 cultivation techniques I have compiled, ensuring your breakthrough to the innate stage is assured. Here are 360 vitality pills to aid you in overcoming your bottleneck." The vitality pills were originally intended for his family. The major sects thrive on them, a level to which the Liu family has yet to ascend, resulting in slow advancement. However, the time for gradual progress has now passed. Upon witnessing the gifts from their young master, their eyes glistened with emotion. Each technique could forge a small clan, and every vitality pill was a rare treasure at the brink of their breakthroughs. "We vow to serve our young master with unwavering loyalty, willing to sacrifice ourselves for the family." These valiant men suddenly knelt on one leg. Observing this scene, Lu Meng refrained from rebuking them as he had in the past. This was a gesture of gratitude. To reject it would leave a void in their hearts, making future advancements fraught with difficulties. "Rise. I understand your sentiments. If you truly feel grateful, channel all your energy into your cultivation. Lu Meng uttered no further words and turned to depart. He too had numerous tasks at hand. As his cultivation of earth elemental energy had reached the third scroll, aligning perfectly with his current realm, his triad of elemental capabilities remained stable, without any signs of imbalance. At present, his focus lay in mastering the water wave fluctuations. While he had yet to acquire a gold-based technique, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. The fiery palm of heaven and the star-absorbing capture hand were two formidable martial arts he could not neglect. The barren lands of the Lu family had lost their aura of rising purple qi, and the vitality had returned to normal, providing Lu Meng with less benefit than the lesser Fang Mountain. Nevertheless, the nearby stream had become a vital source for absorbing water elemental energy. Originally, he intended to venture 300 miles beyond Wulong City but he deemed it unnecessary. Although Wulong City was thin in vitality, the water and wood elements were still relatively abundant. The universe comprises 5 elemental forces. The absence of any one renders a perfect world unattainable. Only when these elements achieve equilibrium can a realm be stabilized. The Dantian resembles a miniature world. Within it, the gathered true energy formed 2 elemental cores, appearing somewhat vacant. Yet, as Lu Meng sat in the stream, exposing only his head, the elemental cores began to rotate autonomously. A refreshing current of energy coursed through his meridians, eliciting involuntary sighs of comfort. The life-giving water and the nourishing power of wood intertwined, creating a flawless cycle. The fusion of water, earth, and wood imbued Lu Meng with a vibrant aura of life. Gradually, dark impurities oozed from his skin. The stream's azure motes of light entered his meridians. After circulating for a full cycle, they entered his Dantian. The Dantian functioned like a purifier. After refining, the true energy transformed into a liquid that gradually increased in volume. The once empty Dantian began to feel abundant. As time passed, the liquid true energy within the Dantian finally reached its peak. It is finally filled. With continued refinement, I shall ascend to the 3rd level within 10 days, forming a 3rd elemental core. Despite this fullness, no signs of advancement emerged. Prior to entering the innate realm, with sufficient vitality, one could elevate their cultivation rapidly. However, once in the innate stage, progression becomes far more arduous. One must absorb and refine greater amounts of vitality and develop a sensitivity to its vitality to better control it. The innate stage surpasses the acquired in power, not merely due to refined energy. Acquired martial artists draw upon true energy solely for their own combat, while innate practitioners harness external energies with minimal consumption. The difference is akin to that between man and heaven. Naturally, a person cannot contend with the heavens. Lu Meng's current combat prowess allowed him to confront any individual beneath the innate stage without trepidation. Possessing 4 elemental attributes, his vitality far exceeded that of innate level 5. Even a mere interference would cause the energy field to falter. In such moments, level 5 innate foes would pose no challenge to Lu Meng. Emerging from the water, he activated his fire attribute energy, enveloping himself in a swirling mist of white vapor. From afar, it appeared as though he were riding the clouds. Among his martial techniques, he opted for the fiery palm of heaven. Although the star-absorbing capture hand was immensely powerful, capable of siphoning others' true energy, his current rate of advancement was swift enough that he need not rely on external forces. Moreover, appropriating others' powers often resulted in a muddled mixture, necessitating excessive time for refinement, time he could scarcely afford. Furthermore, as the star-absorbing capture hand belonged to another sect, should it be recognized, it could lead to complications. The fiery palm of heaven is an innate martial art requiring the mobilization of substantial vitality in conjunction with true energy for its execution. When unleashed, it manifests as flames that ignite upon contact, its grandeur resonating with Lu Meng's aspirations. With a mighty roar, the palm's silhouette expanded dramatically, quickly growing to the size of a meter. "Go," he commanded, thrusting forward. The massive palm hurtled toward the mountainside, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Debris flew in all directions, and smoke enveloped a 100-meter radius. It took nearly the duration of an incense stick for the dust to settle. What overwhelming power! No wonder it is so difficult to master. Shaking his slightly numb arm, Lu Meng gazed in astonishment at the crater left on the mountainside. According to his analysis, this technique possessed the potential to severely injure a practitioner at the innate level. However, it exacted a significant toll. Lu Meng had already expended a third of his true energy. Thus, such a formidable technique could only be employed thrice in a day. If he were to encounter a formidable adversary capable of withstanding 3 strikes without succumbing, it would ultimately be his demise. Yet, should he find himself in such dire straits, he would have to rely on Xiaozi. Although he was reluctant to seek assistance from Xiaozi, ultimately, his life was of paramount importance. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, he was greeted by a captivating figure, accompanied by a portly man and a handsome young lad. It was none other than the trio from the Shui family. "Oh, isn't that Lu Xianxia? You seem rather rustic. Have you just finished your training?" "Ha ha. I heard an explosion earlier. Was it caused by your cultivation?" As Lu Meng approached from the backyard, Shui Ping promptly welcomed him. "Uncle Shui, what brings you and your daughter to the Lu residence?" Lu Meng inquired. "Sister Shuijia, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight lately. I've been so busy. I haven't had the chance to visit you." His gaze remained fixed on Shuijia, a young girl who, despite her age, was a quintessential beauty, her martial training lending her an air of elegance. "Humph, you, young Master Lu, are quite the busy man. Do not let a mere girl like me hinder your bright future." Her words caught Lu Meng by surprise. How could a 6-year-old possess such maturity? Speaking as if she were an old fox? "Ah, it seems Brother Shui has arrived. My apologies for keeping you waiting." Lu Kaishan entered, a cunning smile gracing his face, well aware of the purpose of the Shui family's visit. "Ha ha ha, Brother Lu is always so busy. It is I who have intruded." The 2 men exchanged disingenuous pleasantries as they made their way to the hall. Once inside, the servants had already laid out food and drink. After a few hearty toasts, they finally broached the main topic. "Brother Lu must be aware of the purpose of my visit today, now that both my daughter and Lu Xianxia are present. I shall be frank. It turned out that Lu Kaishan had arranged a marriage for his son Lu Meng when he was merely 2 years old, with none other than Miss Shuijia." A mouthful of rice was accidentally sprayed across the table, hitting Shui Yang squarely in the face. "My apologies, young Master Shui. My manners have failed me. Servants, fetch water for young Master Shui." Shui Yang's face flushed with anger, a hint of murderous intent emanating from him. Though he quickly concealed it, Lu Meng was no longer the worthless boy he could easily insult. Another chuckle escaped as the towel was placed on Shui Yang's face, only for him to feel his shirt suddenly dampen. He fought the urge to explode, knowing that circumstances were not in his favor. "Ha ha, you amuse me, young Master Shui. I have not yet agreed to marry your sister, yet you're already addressing her as a sister-in-law." This remark darkened Shui Yang's expression, and Shui Jia's face turned pale. Shui Ping, who had been enjoying the conversation with Lu Kaishan, was momentarily speechless. Did his daughter not meet this young man as standards? The Shui family, despite being a branch of a prominent family, held considerable prestige in Wulong City. While the Lu family was the most powerful in the city, the Shui family was still a suitable match. "Lu Meng, do you think I wish to enter the Lu family? If it weren't for my father's command, I wouldn't even spare you a glance." Tears streamed down Shui Jia's face as she ran out, heartbroken. Lu Kaishan signaled Lu Meng to pursue her, but he could only shake his head in resignation and rise to follow. Shui Jia burst through the gates of the Lu residence, unimpeded by the guards. She was not a prisoner but a guest, entitled to her freedom. Her direction indicated she was headed back to the Shui family. After running 2 streets, Shui Jia slowed her pace, tears still flowing from her eyes, her heart aching as if it were being torn apart. The once reputed waste of a man, Lu Meng, had become the object of her disdain. She had rejected his advances time and again, until that fateful day outside Wulong City. Upon hearing that Shui Jia was visiting the small Fang mountain nearby, Lu Meng had pursued her without even bringing guards. When he arrived, he found Shui Yang and Li Ming already present. "Heh, this small Fang mountain is not your Li family's territory, is it? I can come here as I please. Who are you to question me?" In that moment, Lu Meng was still the boy who had not yet embraced his current self. Li Ming was taken aback. Why was this young man exhibiting such audacity today? Without his guards, where did he derive this confidence? Shui Jia was equally stunned by Lu Meng's words. But as she processed the situation, she saw Lu Meng charge toward Li Ming with a palm strike. The laughter of the others echoed as the slender figure was knocked to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Ha ha ha, you little waste, you think you can hit me? Let me tell you, I'm a level 7 martial artist. Save your breath. Bow and call me young master, and I might let you leave." Lu Meng, unfazed, slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips before lunging at Li Ming again, only to be repelled once more. Yet, he refused to relent. Charging forward again, At that moment, Li Ming, provoked, struck Lu Meng on the head, though he held back, ensuring Lu Meng wouldn't be seriously harmed. Ah, brotherly. Are you killing him? Xuejia shrieked, covering her mouth in disbelief. Lu Meng's resilience had begun to shift her perception of him. If not for his defective meridians, surely his character would have led him to greater achievements. Fear not. Brotherly has no intention of killing him. He merely rendered him unconscious. Though it seems he might have hit him a bit hard, he could end up a fool. Sister, you loathed him, and if he becomes an idiot, your engagement will naturally dissolve. Xuejia's disdain for Lu Meng was well known in Wulong City, yet in that moment, she felt a pang of sympathy. Why would she pity this worthless individual? Perhaps it was merely a fleeting sense of compassion due to her youth. What a misfortune! She felt utterly despondent. It was best to leave quickly, lest someone see her. If he were lucky, someone might carry him back into the city. Otherwise, come nightfall, he would be fodder for monsters. Li Ming showed no mercy, leaving Lu Meng behind. As Xuejia's thoughts swirled, Lu Meng appeared before her. She abruptly lifted her head, her small fists pounding against Lu Meng's chest as tears streamed down her face, breaking her heart. Brother Lu Meng, please take me outside the city. There are things I need to discuss with you. Xuejia withdrew her hands, her cheeks flushed, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Her head bowed nearly to her stomach. Lu Meng could only smile helplessly as he took her small hand and led her outside the city. Along the way, she recounted the events of her injury. Listening intently, Lu Meng felt an overwhelming sense of reflection. So, that was how his predecessor had met his demise. Yet, in a way, he had avenged him, resolving that grievance. Li Ming had indeed brought this upon himself. No wonder he had felt such rage upon seeing him. It must have been remnants of his predecessor's resentment lingering in his mind. Brother Lu Meng, please do not hold it against my brother. He wasn't ignoring you. Rather, what reason do I have to blame him? This world is harsh. Without strength, one can only be bullied. Xuejia, I hope you strive diligently to gain the strength to protect yourself. Soon, I shall depart from Wulong City, leaving Shiliang Prefecture. Lu Meng paid little heed to the matter at hand. After all, the true culprit is already deceased, and Shui Yang played no part in it. Even the guard who was left crippled had no connection to him. Are you leaving? Then, what about our engagement? Xuejia could not bring herself to finish, for she was merely a 6-year-old child. For a young girl, discussing such matters was already quite shameful. Well, Xuejia, you are still just a child. It's best not to dwell on these things for now. When you are older, I will provide you with an answer. Lu Meng felt a wave of awkwardness. It was impossible for him to reject such an innocent little girl. It was not that he was lecherous or had any inappropriate inclinations. He genuinely liked Xuejia, but she was still a child. In his 2 lifetimes, he had already amassed enough to be her father. Oh, Lu Meng, where are you going? I know we are both still young. No, I am still young. But I will wait for you. Since we have made our engagement, I am now part of the Lu family. After saying this, Xuejia turned and sprinted toward Wulong City. This little girl is surprisingly bold, even in such an open era on Earth. Which young girl would dare to speak like that? Only in this world, where strength is revered, could such a thing happen. Suddenly, a mass of dark energy appeared, enveloping the running Xuejia. Lu Meng, help me. This unexpected turn of events left Lu Meng utterly unprepared. As the dark energy descended from above and transformed into a humanoid figure, Xuejia was already captured within its grasp. Release her, or you shall die. The adversary was powerful, a being capable of flight. Such an individual was not something Lu Meng could contend with alone at this moment. Haha. This is the funniest joke I've heard. A mere 2nd-level innate martial artist dares to shout at me. The figure laughed heartily, its flesh quivering with mirth. Indeed, the chasm between a 2nd-level and a 7th-level martial artist was vast. I say this once more. Release her, or you shall die? Lu Meng's eyes turned crimson as he glared at the man, as if wishing to devour him whole. Yet the man, witnessing Lu Meng's fury, felt a chill in his heart. How could he possibly fear someone who was merely a 2nd-level innate martial artist? Just as he was at a loss, Lu Meng suddenly charged forward. A massive hand of energy appeared, striking toward the man's head. You are seeking death. Today, I shall kill you. Upon seeing Lu Meng dare to attack, the man cast aside his fear. A black ray of light shot forth, instantly shattering the energy hand. His fingers flicked again, and a black longsword swiftly pierced toward Lu Meng. Lu Meng did not even flinch as the sword approached. He met it head-on with an open palm. A fiery crimson imprint surged forth, though his complexion paled slightly. At this crucial moment, he resorted to the immensely powerful blazing fire palm. Despite its significant limitations, it was the best choice in this situation. The threat posed by the strong adversary was immense, yet it also provided the impetus he needed. Under Wang Tuo's pressure, he had attained the rank of 9th-level martial artist. Through the clash between Li Ming and his son, Li Yuan, he had comprehended the gate of innateness. Now, he found himself once more on the cusp of a breakthrough, requiring a catalyst. The dark-clad figure exuded an aura of malevolence, clearly not an otherworldly evil. The only possibility was that he belonged to a sect practicing sinister techniques. Among the most formidable were the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Star Absorption Sect. Both sects were malevolent in nature, advancing their own interests at the expense of others. The only notable difference was that the Heavenly Demon Sect was more bloodthirsty, indulging in murder and cannibalism. Blazing Fire Palm. Are you of the Fire God sect? That's impossible. Shiliang Prefecture is nearly 100,000 kilometers away from the Fire God sect. How could you possibly be here? Star Absorption Capture Technique? Who exactly are you? And what is your connection to the Star Absorption sect? At this moment, he felt a genuine sense of panic. The 72 Blessed Lands were a first-rate sect. The Fire God sect ranked 7th, while the Star Absorption sect was 5th. Regardless of which sect it was, neither was one he could provoke. But now, with both of these formidable techniques embodied in a single individual, how could he not feel fear? Even the Heavenly Demon Sect, reputed as the foremost among evil sects, would not dare to easily offend these two factions. Despite the rising trepidation within him, his actions were not slow. A black barrier emerged, causing the sucking force to dissipate into nothingness. Heavenly Demon Barrier. So you are indeed a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Since we are both disciples of first-rate sects, it would be wise to release my fiancé and resolve this matter amicably. Otherwise, if this escalates to the elders of our sects, Lu Meng, seeing that the man doubted his identity, boldly claimed his status as a disciple of a first-rate sect. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can play me for a fool? Are you a disciple of the Fire God sect or the Star Absorption sect? Those two martial arts are the hallmarks of their respective sections. Could you possibly be a disciple of both? A righteous and an evil sect. How could they accept a single disciple? Since you've asked, I might as well tell you. I am indeed a disciple of the Star Absorption sect, having infiltrated the Fire God sect to gather intelligence. My sect intends to strike against the Fire God sect, so how could there not be an insider among them? Very well, since you have admitted as much, and considering we are both members of evil sects, I shall release the girl. However, little brother, you are quite fortunate. This girl possesses a purine body, making her the ideal choice for dual cultivation among practitioners. Hand her over to me, and we shall become brothers. As long as I, Lu Meng, live a day longer, I will not betray my brother. Lu Meng took a few steps forward, his murderous intent completely dissipated, as if this man truly were his brother. However, he had already gripped the Fire Dragon Phoenix hairpin in his hand. The moment xianxia was released, he would act immediately. Ha. Letting her go for such a brother is not a bad deal. However, you should first cripple your own dantian. Your potential is too great, and I fear one day you might stab me in the back. You are despicable. Lu Meng, you have gone this far, and yet you still do not believe me. If that is the case, then I shall not become a burden to you, even in death. Suddenly, xianxia pulled the hairpin from her hair and thrust it into her own heart. No. The two voices rang out simultaneously, but with different emotions. Lu Meng's eyes turned blood red, akin to a vengeful spirit from hell. Meanwhile, the man from the Heavenly Demon Sect turned pale, his grip slackening as he dropped xianxia to the ground. He realized he was in deep trouble. This young man would undoubtedly pursue him to the death. The intense murderous aura and hostility emanating from Lu Meng made even someone as powerful as him tremble. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his mouth opening and closing without producing a sound. This was the current state of Lu Meng. He could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. xianxia, the mischievous and adorable girl who was destined to be his future partner, was gone. This has nothing to do with me. It was her choice to end her life. I will return her to you. The man seized xianxia's body and hurled it toward Lu Meng, attempting to flee. But just then, a wave of flames enveloped him. Lu Meng caught xianxia's body and was astonished to find that her heart still beat. He gently laid her down and shot forth like an arrow. A massive hand of fire energy coalesced and struck fiercely at the man. With a thunderous explosion, a disheveled figure with curly hair emerged, blood streaming from his mouth and his chest heaving. Very well, You actually managed to break through my heavenly demon barrier. However, I will remember this day. I will kill you sooner or later." As he spoke, he retrieved a vial and quickly consumed a pill. "You have no chance left." Earth elemental explosion. Lu Meng stomped fiercely, and 2 deep trenches erupted from the ground, racing toward the man's feet, culminating in a violent explosion. After a cloud of dust settled, a large pit appeared, revealing the man standing within it, surrounded by a black barrier. His lips continuously oozed blood as he poured a bottle of elixir directly into his mouth. Lu Meng, witnessing that his opponent still drew breath, charged forward once more. Channeling all of his true energy, he felt his core nearly shrink from the exertion. As he gazed at his foe, a fierce murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. The earth trembled, fire erupted, and water surged. Simultaneously, he unleashed 3 formidable skills. After a thunderous roar, 2 massive serpents of earth and fire burst forth from the ground. This was a skill only attainable by a 3rd-level innate martial master. Astonishingly, he had fused fire and earth at the last moment and advanced to the innate level? Impossible. Yet, he truly was a master of 3 elements. This individual was a prodigy, an absolute anomaly. Regardless of the impossibility, it was futile. He could only amplify his true energy input. He maintained the barrier of the demon while conjuring a flying dagger. His intention was to disrupt Lu Meng's control over his energy, allowing him to withstand the fire and earth attacks without succumbing to that little water dragoness onslaught. Should all 3 attacks strike him, even if he survived, he would be utterly incapacitated, unable to fight or flee. The diminutive water dragon, less than 30 centimeters long, struck like a blue ice arrow, crashing against the barrier. The flying dagger failed to intercept the rogue, and at that moment, his speed surged to an almost ghostly level. Boom, boom. 2 resounding blasts followed by a crack, as a charred figure was hurled through the air. In the massive crater below, water filled the depths, reaching over 5 meters deep and expanding to a diameter of 50 meters. This place transformed into a pond, enduring for many years to come. This was Lu Meng's first victory without relying on external forces against an opponent 4 levels above him. Circumventing the crater. The crimson hue in Lu Meng's eyes had faded significantly. Yet, the malice within his heart remained undiminished, for he witnessed his adversary rise once more. Grasping a battle knife, he could only use it as a crutch to support himself. The vitality was indeed formidable. A 7th-level innate master was truly powerful. Nevertheless, today you shall perish. My beloved girl fell at your hands. Not even a deity could save you now. Again, he summoned the earth's might, and the man collapsed once more. The battle knife flew from his grasp as he struggled to rise again, but he was unable. His leg bones were shattered, connected only by a thin layer of flesh. The meridians in his legs were severed, and even his spine was shattered halfway. Earth, by its very nature, is heavy. The earth's might utilized this weight to crush the enemy, instantly robbing him of his combat capability. What splendid flesh! It would be a shame to discard it. However, I, Lord Xiaozi, find no value in this body. You may as well devour it. Do not allow him to die, or else the core will dissipate. Ha! I never expected, despite having slain countless lives, to find myself at the mercy of a 3rd-level innate martial master. Yet, young man, I refuse to accept this defeat. If we were to meet again in the next life, I would undoubtedly kill you. He had exhausted all of his true energy, leaving him devoid of even the strength to take his own life. He could only watch as Lu Meng seized his neck, the core in his dantian instantly drawn out. It transformed into liquid, flowing through the meridians and into Lu Meng's body. His face contorted, resembling nothing of humanity. Yet, that was secondary. A flash of purple light suddenly appeared, and he felt a small figure emerge within his brain. The purple figure voraciously consumed his soul. This was his final thought. He had no time to react. The once depleted dantian was instantly replenished. The true energy, refined through the dantian, was reintroduced into the 3 cores. However, this was insufficient, as even more energy surged into Lu Meng's dantian. The vast and violent true energy was completely absorbed by Lu Meng in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The surging energy within his dantian made him feel an unprecedented strength. Yet, the foreign true energy had not been fully purified, causing some damage to his dantian. A ray of clear light suddenly emerged, swiftly mending the ruptured dantian. The total true energy of the 7 cores had exceeded the limits of Lu Meng's dantian. It resembled a black hole in space, continuously erupting yet instantaneously mending itself. The pain was so intense that Lu Meng nearly lost consciousness. Still, he gritted his teeth and steadily approached xianxia. Earlier, when he had caught her, he could distinctly sense her heartbeat. This indicated that xianxia was merely unconscious. Her heart remained intact, and there was not a drop of blood to be seen. This was abnormal, as she lacked the ability to control the displacement of her blood vessels. After attaining the innate level, every part of the body is controlled at will by the master. Though the innate level could not achieve organ displacement, a slight misalignment was not an issue. This was also why innate martial masters are difficult to kill when attacked elsewhere except the head. Yet, xianxia could not possibly displace her organs. She was merely a lowly warrior, incapable of such feats. Suppressing the tumultuous energy, blood trickled from the corner of Lu Meng's mouth as he reached xianxia. Grasping her wrist, he confirmed that her pulse still throbbed, albeit faintly, yet brimming with vitality. A strand of wood attribute true energy entered her body, causing Lu Meng to gasp in astonishment. Her heart was situated on the right side, an exceedingly rare phenomenon. The cause of xianxia's unconsciousness was her entry into a state of hibernation. This was the hibernation technique. She had mastered it. This girl was extraordinary. At the very least, her family was remarkable. It is known that the hibernation technique is an external method of the Xuanwu spirit sect. Xiaozi's voice suddenly echoed, awakening Lu Meng's realization. He had heard in the Li family that they were not natives of the Five-Dragon City. It appeared that the Xue family also hailed from afar. How powerful must the family behind her be? It may not be as you think. Her family might have some ties to the Xuanwu sect. It is not impossible that someone is present within the Xuanwu sect. Furthermore, while this technique is rare, it is suited for those below the innate level. It is not profound and could have been passed down, as long as her life is not in danger. This girl is indeed taking too great a risk. Thankfully, that fellow discarded her. Otherwise, the intensity of the previous battle could have easily claimed her life. Damn it. It seems I have truly grown fond of this little girl. Ha ha ha. What is so remarkable about that? Love is a curious thing, even in the act of creation. One cannot comprehend it fully. Xiaozi's abruptly interrupted words did not draw Lu Meng's attention. His focus was entirely captivated by the situation within xianxia's body. There was a dense presence of yin energy, as if it held a significant allure for his soul. However, he understood that xianxia had yet to mature, and this innate yin energy should not be disturbed lightly. Upon examining xianxia's dantian, he discovered that she practiced earth attribute techniques. However, the level of her technique was subpar, inferior even to the Li family's earth origin technique. A mouthful of blood nearly escaped Lu Meng's lips, but he restrained himself, turning his head aside to spit it out. The earlier battle had not inflicted injury. Rather, it was the internal turmoil that had damaged his lungs. Suddenly, he realized that since xianxia was a warrior, he might as well lend her a hand and elevate her to martial master. The individual he had just slain was also a practitioner of earth energy. Shifting his technique, he drew forth a substantial amount of earth energy from his dantian. Through the meridian transmission, it rapidly entered xianxia's dantian. Subsequently, a surge of wood attribute true energy began to impact her meridians. Though he was unaware of xianxia's cultivation pathway, the meridians he was unblocking were predominantly earth-based. The human body resembles a world in itself. Those meridians are akin to the spiritual veins of the earth. Only by ensuring these meridians remain unobstructed can a cycle be formed, safeguarding the world from collapse and preventing any abnormalities. The liquefied true energy surged into xianxia's body, instantaneously merging with the true energy of the same attribute residing in her dantian. However, due to the exceptionally high quality of energy, the newcomer assimilated the native essence. Nevertheless, the enhancement of true energy brought forth formidable power, albeit with some complications, as it was still difficult to control. Time was required to adapt before she could wield it with ease and precision. The unblocking of her body's meridians awakened xianxia from her turtle hibernation state. Upon seeing her brother Lu Meng drenched in blood, tirelessly channeling true energy into her, tears welled in her eyes. Is this the feeling of happiness? Brother Lu Meng, how is your injury? Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Xianxia had already sealed the acupoint on her left chest when she chose to stab herself. Hence not a single drop of blood had spilled. Jia, you're awake? I'm unscathed, and my strength has significantly increased. Moreover, my true energy is surging, almost overwhelming my dantian. I might as well share it with you, granting you some self-protection. Lu Meng was being modest. He was not merely providing her with self-defense capabilities. This was an enlightening bestowal. By assisting her in unblocking her meridians and acupoints, he alleviated her future burdens. Given the discomfort of the surging true energy, he decided to directly open up all of xianxia's meridians. Although this might be considered premature, she would naturally reach the innate stage once she matured. What does a woman cherish the most? It is not whether her man loves her sincerely, but rather her beauty. The sooner she enters the innate stage, the younger she will remain in the future. The journey ahead is long, and Lu Meng did not wish for his beloved to depart from him in a few hundred years. Brother Lu Meng, you are so kind to me. Rest assured, I will work hard. By the next battle, I shall no longer be a burden to you. Tears streamed down her cheeks again. Had her strength not been so feeble, she would not have been captured. If she hadn't been captured, Lu Meng wouldn't have had to worry so much. That formidable flame burning heaven palm, if unleashed in full, would undoubtedly surpass its previous might by several folds. Foolish girl, stop overthinking. You cannot introspect now. You must gradually familiarize yourself with this sudden surge of power. For now, remain silent. I will unblock all your major meridians. Lu Meng lifted her up to sit, and then sat cross-legged beside her. His hands pressed against her back, savoring the delicate fragrance emanating from the young girl. Alas, she was too young. Otherwise, he could have addressed certain physiological needs. With a crisp crack echoing, xianxia opened her eyes. Brother Lu Meng, what happened? Oh, it's nothing. Just a mosquito buzzing around. All is well. We shall commence our work now. Be cautious. Do not let your mind wander. If it hurts, grit your teeth and do not resist. Lu Meng felt somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps he was being too crude. However, he quickly cast aside all distractions, focusing intently. The earth attribute true energy flowed into xianxia's dantian, while the water and wood attributes surged through her meridians. Yet, her meridians were exceedingly frail, demanding utmost concentration. This feat was only possible due to Lu Meng's formidable soul power. It was perilous to multitask while controlling true energy. A moment's inattention could ruin xianxia's meridians, leading to a lengthy recovery process. Time passed slowly, and the sun had lost its intensity. A vortex of vital energy enveloped both of them, drawing in vast quantities of essence. A mist formed around them, obscuring everything within. Passers-by recognized this as a sign of cultivation taking place, and judging by the energy fluctuations, they surmised it was at least innate level. Observing the nearby large pit and the chaotic battlefield, they wisely retreated. Who are these two, and how are they cultivating here? Alas, I'm getting old. I can't move well. Let me sit and rest. An old man suddenly descended from the sky, startling all the bystanders into a hasty escape. Curse it, I'm not a demon. I want to eat you. These two youngsters are amusing, actually unblocking their meridians here. I might as well play the Good Samaritan and keep an eye on them. Perhaps I might even snag a meal. The old man approached the pit and examined it closely, shaking his head. Such a waste of true energy. Who was the prodigal that caused this? If he were to catch sight of the culprit, he would surely administer 100 spanks. This knife is quite remarkable. Why are there so many attributes in this pit? By the heavens, earth, fire, and water attributes. A prodigy. Could it be that little one's doing? He picked up the black knife and glanced at the withered corpse lying in the pit, his brow furrowing. Clearly, this was a practitioner of demonic arts, and their technique bore resemblance to the star absorption sect's divine skill. Could it possibly be that little one? Yet, how could someone from the star absorption sect possess such a triple attribute talent? Such individuals ought to join my 5-elements sect instead. With a sweeping gesture, the old man made the pit vanish as if it had never existed. Fortunately, this location was within the boundaries of the small Fong Mountain and was relatively secluded, so no passerby had witnessed it. After completing this, he seemed utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath, leaving the knife discarded beside him. Having not engaged in combat for centuries, he found himself somewhat winded. Damn it, forget about the pit. I'll leave it here. Perhaps many years hence, I may return to catch a few fish. Meanwhile, in 5 Dragon City, chaos reigned supreme. The young master of the Liu family and the miss of the Shui family had gone missing, and they had not been seen for the better part of a day. Search high and low. Even if we must turn 5 Dragon City upside down, we must find them. Liu Kaishan's fury escalated as dusk approached, and still, no trace of his son was found. What the hell happened? My son went out to find someone, and it turns out they both vanished. Although this small 5 Dragon City was a melting pot of diverse elements, It remained under the Liu family's control. The likelihood of incidents occurring within the city was minimal. Quan Gu, take the black-clad guards out of the city. We must locate Menger and xianxia. Originally, the chances outside the city were slim, but considering Jia was still a child, it was plausible she might have wandered out. Lu Quan hurriedly led the black-clad guards outside. Upon reaching the city gates, he stopped a guard from the Wang family and learned that indeed, the young master and miss had exited the city. Furthermore, not long ago, there had been a series of violent explosions outside the city. Lu Quan felt a surge of apprehension as he hastened outward with all his might. When they arrived near the small Fong mountain, they discovered the large pit filled with water, shimmering under the moonlight. An old beggar sat at the edge of the pit, his head bobbing as if in a nap, gripping a battle knife with visible bloodstains glistening in the moonlight. Where are the black-clad guards? Capture that old man. He may be connected to the young master's disappearance. The only living person is the most crucial lead, and the blood on that knife is evidently fresh. Tai Lang commanded his men to encircle the old man, but held back from acting immediately. Old sir, I am the leader of the Liu family's black-clad guards. Please accompany me to the Liu residence for a brief inquiry, and I assure you, you will be well fed with 3 hearty meals. Lu Quan was taken aback. Why was Tai Lang standing 10 meters away from the old beggar, wasting time with such frivolous conversation? Just capture him and interrogate him. With the young master missing, why play the gentleman? As Lu Quan approached, he suddenly felt immobilized, as if his body had been glued to the spot, unable to even lift a finger. Alarm surged within him. He had encountered a master. Ah, will there truly be 3 hearty meals? How wonderful. I have finally found a place to eat. The old beggar exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hunger. Just as Lu Quan was about to speak, the old beggar sprang to his feet, drool spilling from his mouth, his eyes glowing with a wild hunger, akin to a famished wolf. The ground trembled as dust flew around him. As the elderly figure rose to his feet, the black-clad guards and Lu Quan instantly regained their mobility. The old man clapped his hands, and an imperceptible ripple spread outward, giving rise to a colossal energy cocoon. Within its confines, 2 silhouettes could be faintly discerned. It is important to note that concealing an individual is a relatively simple task, but obscuring a 3 to 4 meter high energy cocoon is an entirely different matter. The mere fluctuations of that energy could not be easily concealed by an ordinary person. Enough with the explanations. I have no time to squander on idle chatter. Take me to find some food, exclaimed the elder. Your so-called young master is currently aiding that little girl in her meridian unblocking. By the time we finish our meal, he will likely be done as well. With a commanding presence, he grasped Lu Quan and strode forward, offering no opportunity for a response. Lu Quan initially attempted to break free, only to discover that his entire vital energy had been immobilized. He could sense not a trace of the external energy. Senior, please let me go. While food and drink are indeed important, they pale in comparison to my master's life. In this critical moment, he felt compelled to remain vigilant. I beg your pardon, senior. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Quan's brow. Had this old man truly reached such a terrifying realm? Beyond innate talent, he clearly existed at a legendary level, perhaps even higher. Securing favor with a master who surpassed innate prowess would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for the Liu family of 5 Dragon City. Moreover, it appeared that the young master had made quite an impression on this old beggar. Truly, the young master was exceptional, capable of winning the admiration of both the old and young alike. When Iron Wave and his men swiftly departed, the elder finally released Lu Quan. In an instant, Lu Quan's abilities returned, yet he remained mute beside the old man, too intimidated to utter a word. The spiritual energy in Shiliang Prefecture was exceedingly sparse, with only a mediocre spiritual vein within a radius of several thousand miles. 5 Dragon City itself possessed only a third-rate spiritual vein. How could it possibly give rise to such an anomaly? What do you know about your master? The old man inquired. Lu Quan hesitated to answer. Although he had watched Lu Meng grow up, he had seldom inquired into his personal life. The young master had been quite mischievous in his youth, constantly finding himself in trouble, whether it was stealing someone's dog or meddling with their chickens. However, since the last time he was injured, such antics had ceased, and he had instead ascended like a comet, becoming the prominent figure in 5 Dragon City. Indeed, ever since the young master was injured, it was as if he had transformed entirely. He seemed to exude a newfound maturity, with wisdom surpassing even that of the current family head. For reasons unknown, there was an uncanny resemblance to a cunning fox. The old beggar, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. He thumped his thigh in disbelief, continuing until his leg visibly swelled, at which point he let out a pained cry. To witness an adult revert to childhood is one thing, but a child transforming into an adult within mere hours was beyond even his comprehension. Such phenomena, akin to the manipulation of time, were simply beyond his current understanding. Yet even if time manipulation were possible, could it truly occur at such an accelerated rate? 3 hours equating to 10 years. What a staggering concept. In a single day, one could live through 36 years. A year would amount to over a millennium. Impossible. Even a master at the divine transformation realm could only manipulate time at a ratio of 1 to 10. What circumstances could lead to such extraordinary occurrences? The nature of laws was indeed mysterious. While one could grasp the rudimentary aspects of elemental laws, the true essence of yin and yang, along with the 5 elements, was only accessible at the legendary level. However, few could comprehend the laws of time, which belonged to the divine realm. Mastery of the time law would elevate one to the divine transformation realm, where one transcended humanity to become a living deity. In truth, he could not fathom that the life-creating laws of the primordial essence had transcended the very boundaries of time. Observing the group, each individual was laden with provisions, and a unicycle cart bore a dozen jars of aged wine. Ha ha ha, have we plundered a tavern? It has been ages since I indulged in such feasting, the old beggar exclaimed, as he disregarded any semblance of decorum. Upon seeing the food and wine, he transformed into a gust of wind and lunged forward. Witnessing the elder's exuberance, those present could hardly suppress their laughter. However, recalling Ironwave's description of the elder's formidable strength, they stifled their amusement, even to the point of internal bleeding. Ah, aged wine over 50 years is a rarity in the secular world. Ha ha ha, this is invigorating. The old man grasped a dog leg with one hand while cradling a large jar with the other, resembling a starved beggar who had not eaten his fill in decades. Yet the display of speed he had just exhibited was nothing short of astonishing. His ability to become one with the elements hinted at an impending advancement to the divine transformation realm. Lu Qinghe, a formidable figure with a triflower apex, was acutely attuned to fluctuations in vital energy. Yet, the old beggar had traversed the distance with a single step, appearing before him as if he had employed spatial manipulation. Please, take your time. There are plenty of local delicacies from 5 Dragon City. We are grateful for your protection of our family, and I hope you will accept our humble invitation to visit my residence. Lu Qinghe expressed respectfully, bowing slightly. Ha ha ha, a fine suggestion. Once this young lad completes his task, I shall pay your home a visit. For now, let us focus on feasting. The elder jovially declared. Eat, eat. Do not hesitate. I trust you have not dined yet. The elder's amicable demeanor immediately eased the tension among the crowd. It was indeed a rarity to encounter such a powerful figure with such a friendly disposition in the martial world of Longwu continent, who among the masters did not regard themselves as superior. Only those who were reclusive and wandering hermits would treat everyone with such kindness. Ow, Lu Mang, that hurts. Be gentle. A delicate, plaintive voice interrupted as the old man indulged in his feast. Just bear with it. It will only sting for a moment. Afterward, you will feel quite comfortable. With a sudden and unfortunate outburst, a mixture of food sprayed from the old man's mouth, inadvertently showering the young master, Shui Shao, who stood nearby. Shui Yang's face flushed crimson, yet he could not retaliate. Having endured Lu Mang's earlier antics, he had chosen to remain silent, especially as it was a time to curry favor with the Lu family. Now, with the old beggar having splattered him as well, he was forced to endure. Knowing the elder was far more powerful than Lu Mang. Lu Mang, come out. My sister is only 6 years old, and you dare to do such things to her. Shui Shao erupted, unable to contain his fury any longer. If he did not vent his frustration, he feared he might suffer internal injuries. This wretched Lu Mang was the source of his ire. His sister was but 6 years old, and he had subjected her to such indignities. Those who had overheard the conversation nearly fainted in shock. While they were aware of the young master's substantial assets, there was still the matter of Nangong Shuang. Although Miss Shui was beautiful, she was still merely a child of 6. The young master's reputation had been well known among their circle. And could Miss Shui truly endure such encounters? The young master had acted too hastily. Waiting a few more years would have been far more prudent to avoid such harm. Indeed, such a delicate flower has been so carelessly trampled upon. Yet, among the onlookers, one could not help but admire the young master. He was indeed an idol among the masses. Enough. What nonsense are you all babbling? Is the young master truly such a person? The disgrace of his reputation has been tarnished by your foolishness. Iron Wave retorted furiously, angered that they would stoke the flames of gossip at such a critical moment. Yet, it was true that the young master had acted too impulsively. If it were up to him, he would have waited until at least 13 or 14, ensuring that no harm would come to her. With a sudden outburst, all present fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Even Lu Qinghe's composure was visibly shaken. It seemed these individuals had been indulged for far too long. A thorough reformation was imperative, lest his own grandson be labeled a beast. Lu Meng, come forth at once. Otherwise, I shall disavow you as my brother-in-law. Shuiyang stammered, struggling to conjure a suitable response. It was a matter of strength. Everything stemmed from the lack of it. You seek death. Who do you think you are? Shui Ping exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap that sent Shuiyang sprawling on the ground. This lad remained as reckless as ever. He ought to behold Lu Kaishan's countenance, which bore a darkness deeper than the bottom of a pot. Lu Meng's father was none other than Lu Kaishan. To address him so casually was to take advantage of one's elder. Brother-in-law, I have tolerated you for far too long. Do not overstep your bounds, or you shall face the consequences of Li Ming. The black-clad individuals were commanded to vanish within the span of a single incense stick. Lu Meng nearly shouted, utterly exasperated by their antics. In truth, nothing of significance had transpired. It was merely the culmination of the meridians reaching their peak. Aside from the Run and Du meridians, Shuijia had successfully opened all others, and with the aid of the deceased's true energy, he had ascended to the realm of a 9th-level martial artist. Though he could not yet control his own true energy, a month of familiarization would solidify his progress. Given Shuijia's innate talent, he would likely achieve the innate realm within 5 years. By that time, Lu Meng might already be within a sect or perhaps wandering elsewhere on the continent. However, Shuijia might garner the family's favor, and his future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Within the next decade, Lu Meng was determined to secure a position within the sect, ensuring Shuijia's entry as well. Only then could he pursue his aspirations with peace of mind. As the energy cocoon shattered, Lu Meng and Shuijia emerged hand in hand, radiant and invigorated. With his meridians unblocked, Shuijia appeared even more enchanting, and his height had increased slightly, now reaching Lu Meng's shoulder. The unblocking of his meridians had directly stimulated the growth of his bodily cells, making him appear as though he were merely 12 or 13 years old. Meanwhile, Lu Meng, having further elevated his own prowess, now bore an expression of determination and maturity. Haha, has the lad finally completed his training? Let us indulge in a hearty feast under this moonlight with your family's wine and meat. Upon hearing the old man's voice, Lu Meng turned to look. The elder appeared in a disheveled state, his face smeared with grime and his attire ragged, resembling that of a beggar. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed as if he were not truly present, but rather adrift in a tumult of spatial currents, creating an illusion of disorientation. Xiaozi, what level is this old man? Lu Meng inquired, realizing his own limitations in discerning the elder's rank. By his estimation, the elder was at least above the realm of stealing heaven, the realm of law observation, perhaps even higher. Kid, this old man is extraordinary. His form flickers, as if he exists within the chaos of space. This is a being of legendary status, at the pinnacle of such existence. Cultivating a good relationship with him will be beneficial. Upon hearing Xiao Zi's words, Lu Meng's eyes gleamed with excitement. If a master were to encounter him, this elder would represent a rare resource. Just a bit of wisdom from him would surely serve Lu Meng well for an extended period. Haha, it is rare for someone to recognize my worth. Today, I shall drink heartily with you. Lu Meng immediately seized a jug of wine, broke the seal, and began to gulp it down. This is indeed fine wine, and the meat is excellently roasted. Come, elder, let us first down a large jug, otherwise we shall speak of nothing else. Noticing the elder's intent to speak, Lu Meng clinked his jug against the elder's with a resounding clang. With a single motion, the wine poured down as if it were mere water, until not a drop remained, at which point Lu Meng smashed the jug to the ground. The recently departed black-clad guards turned to gaze at Lu Meng, astonished by his capacity. He had consumed an entire jug of 50 pounds of wine in one go without employing any true energy to assist him. Bravo, what a heroic young man. In my 500 years of wandering the world, I have never experienced such unrestrained enjoyment. Since you have indulged, I must not fall behind. The old beggar laughed heartily, suddenly inhaling deeply as a stream of liquid entered his mouth. Delightful, truly delightful. It was worth my hours of guarding you. You have certainly won my heart. Young man, our meeting is fated. Take this token. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Remember, I shall await you on Huangming Island after the autumn harvest next year. A gust of wind swept by, and the old beggar vanished without a trace. No one could discern how he departed, but Lu Meng found a mysterious token resting calmly in his hand. This elder was evidently affiliated with a significant sect, and his status was assuredly elevated. You must treasure this token, Menger. It will prove invaluable after the autumn harvest next year, Lu Qinghe remarked, envious of Lu Meng's fortune. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Brother-in-law, it is time we settle our accounts. Do not think I have forgotten. I possess a sharp memory and a small heart. Your insults may not bother me, but you cannot tarnish your sister's reputation in front of so many. A cold glint flashed in Lu Meng's eyes as he regarded Shui Yang. This fellow was truly despicable, defaming his own sister. Reputation is of utmost importance to a girl, especially to one's own sister. In this awkward situation, Lu Meng felt at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged, only a resigned shake of his head. After all, he was still his brother-in-law. Could he truly resort to violence? All right, Lu Meng, please do not be angry. My brother only cares for me. He means no harm. Besides, I shall eventually belong to you. Xuejia's voice was barely a whisper, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. The Heavenly Demon Sect is renowned as the greatest sect in the world, having slain a 7-core martial artist from their ranks, a remarkable achievement. It must be noted that Lu Meng, who accomplished this, was merely at the 3rd level and had only broken through under duress. This matter must be sealed tight. No one must know. Otherwise, the Lu family would face utter annihilation. Lu Qinghe recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly issued a gag order. Those who practice demonic arts act with impunity, unbound by any constraints. Their actions are often reckless. Even injuring an outer disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect would incite their fervent retribution. The Heavenly Demon Sect, being the foremost demonic sect, is more formidable than any other faction. Once targeted, even the mightiest will meet a similar fate. Nevertheless, Lu Meng remained undeterred. It was merely a disciple after all. If they dared to seek trouble, he could always escape if he couldn't fight back. Should they target his family, he could always call upon that old beggar for assistance. On this day, as Lu Meng finished his training and stood up, he suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation of energy in the air. Above the Lu family estate, azure clouds began to gather. Is my mother on the verge of success? Lu Meng pondered as he gazed toward the gathering clouds, precisely where his mother had sequestered herself. It had been nearly a month since the Li family was vanquished, 27 days to be exact. It appeared his mother was about to break through, suggesting the innate pill had indeed proven effective. His mother was not originally a peak martial artist. Most of the past month had likely been devoted to liquefying her true energy. The azure clouds amassed, obscuring the sun, their tumultuous forms appearing as though they sought to obliterate everything below. Strangely, however, as the azure clouds rolled downward, the structures on the ground remained unharmed, and the flora seemed to flourish wildly. The once modest grass, which only reached the ankles, had now grown to above the waist. The entire courtyard appeared as if it had not been tended to for decades. Lu Meng rushed over, his eyes filled with urgency. These external energies could be absorbed, but one could not approach too closely, for the energy was exceedingly violent. A reckless advance would surely result in an attack. The tribulation of ascending to the innate stage was both a trial and a bestowal for a cultivator. Those who could endure would gain immense power, with every cell in their body being reinforced and their meridians expanding. The energy storm during the advancement to the innate stage was known as the Grand Energy Baptism. Failure to withstand it could lead to one's body exploding. Therefore, during this pivotal moment, one must condense their true energy into a core while exerting all efforts to absorb the energy, which would enhance various bodily functions. The black-clad guards arrived, each sitting cross-legged to absorb the wood attribute energy. Although their cultivation methods differed, the absorbed wood energy could invigorate their cells and internal organs. Lu Meng refrained from absorbing this energy, as it no longer served him. It was merely a matter of accumulation, and it was better to protect those in need. The energy storm persisted for half an hour before gradually diminishing, leaving almost no energy clusters at the periphery. The black-clad guards stood up in unison, silent. And after bowing to Lu Meng, they turned to leave. After nearly a month of diligent effort, the black-clad guards had progressed rapidly. Except for a few who had just entered the 9th rank of martial artists, the rest had essentially reached the pinnacle of martial artistry. With Lu Meng's assistance, Tai Lang had also ascended to the innate realm, igniting fervor among the black-clad guards, who trained even harder. In a single day, they allocated only 3 hours to sleep, half an hour for 3 meals, and 2 incense sticks worth of time to dispose of bodily waste. Despite their swift progress, Lu Meng remained dissatisfied. The disposal of bodily waste had become quite troublesome. If there were ample energy pills available, this would not be necessary. However, without eating, those who had not yet entered the innate stage could not progress. Lu Kaishan arrived, and Lu Qinghe joined as the energy storm dissipated. The 3 generations of men exchanged no words but gazed in the same direction, towards a wooden door that held no particular distinction. Yet behind that door was Xianxia, who had been in seclusion. With a creaking sound, the small door opened from within. Clad in green, Xianxia stepped out. Upon seeing the 3 men outside, she was momentarily taken aback. She recognized her husband and father-in-law. But who was the young man beside them? Shangge, father, what brings you here? With the help of the innate pill, my ascension has been greatly facilitated. But who is this big brother? I feel an inexplicable familiarity. Haha, Suiyin, take a closer look. Can you find any similarities between us? Lu Kaishan stood beside Lu Meng, gesturing for him to remain silent and observe whether Zhang Suiyun would recognize him. The nose and mouth resemble, but the eyes are somewhat similar to mine. Could it be? No, that's impossible. It's only been a month. How could that be? After scrutinizing him for a while, Zhang Xiyun finally recognized the truth. The white attire was a style her son often wore, and that brow was strikingly similar to her own. Upon closer inspection, he truly resembled a family member, and the only one who could fit that description was her son, Lu Meng. However, that seemed implausible. Her son was only 6 years old. Who could grow from 6 to 20 in just a month? It was simply monstrous. Zhang Xiyun's heart trembled as the feeling of blood connection became painfully clear. Confirming it was indeed her son brought tears to her eyes. She reached out to touch Lu Meng's hair, and that sensation solidified her realization further. It's my son, it's my Meng, without a doubt. No matter how you've changed, mother can still feel that profound bond of blood. Lifting Lu Meng, she turned him to look left and right, seeing him as she remembered her son in his childhood. She had never imagined that during her seclusion, such a monumental event would transpire. All right, Xiyun has emerged from seclusion. This is a cause for celebration. My Lu family now boasts 4 innate martial sects, truly a pinnacle moment. We must host a grand banquet and invite all the prominent figures of Wulong City. Lu Kaishan's heart swelled with joy, indescribable in words. Previously, the Lu family had 3 innate martial artists, but among the direct lineage, he was the sole one. With Lu Meng's ascension and now his wife S, alongside his father, an old martial sect, the direct lineage now boasted 4 innate members. This was precisely why he had sent Zhang Yan and Zhuotian away. The power of the family's direct lineage was no longer something the collateral branches could contend with. Even without Zhang Suiyun's ascension, he and his son Lu Meng could uphold their place in Wulong City. News spread rapidly. Zhang Xiyun had successfully ascended to the innate stage. The Lu family had been blessed with continuous good fortune over the last few months. Just 10 days prior, Lu Meng had officially become engaged to xianxia, the young lady from the Shui family. The event was kept low-key, as Lu Meng was no longer the 6-year-old child he once was. However, news has a way of spreading, and it soon became the talk of Wulong City, causing Lu Meng to avoid public appearances. He had initially planned to reforge his sword, but now it lay discarded in his room. Just 10 days had passed, and now news of another innate member from the Lu family emerged. This time, it was an announcement from the Lu family, inviting all the prominent figures of Wulong City to the evening banquet. Naturally, the Wang and Shui families were among the first to receive the news. These 2 families had recently forged close ties with the Lu family, often engaging in joint ventures. At the outskirts of Xiaofeng Mountain, a grocery store was under construction, a collaborative effort of the 3 families. They aimed to create more wealth through this establishment. Presently, the 3 families were unified, with the Lu family holding a major stake. This new arrangement was also Lu Meng's suggestion. The Lu family held 40, while the Wang and Shui families each held 30. Although they had less, it was still a substantial share. After all, Even if the venture at Xiaofeng Mountain yielded modest returns, it could serve as a means to monitor the surrounding areas and potential beast disturbances. Haha. Who would have thought that Siyun has also ascended to the innate realm? As her uncle, I must be the first to congratulate her. Wang Tua arrived at the Lu family estate, accompanied by his son and grandson. Lu Meng and his grandfather hurried forward to greet them, and upon seeing Wang Yuan, Lu Meng couldn't help but smile. This fellow had shed his previous restraint and had now reached the 8th rank of martial artist. Uncle Wang, it's nothing. I merely benefited from the younger generation's fortitude. Please come in. Zhang Ziyuan returned the greeting, cheerfully ushering him inside. Sister-in-law, I have nothing of great value to offer. I hear the 100-year ice fruit can enhance one's beauty, so I present this to you, Wang Hai said with a smile, producing a jade box that filled the air with a refreshing scent. Brother, is this item satisfactory? Haha, as long as the younger generation maintains good relations. These external gifts mean little. Wang Tua moved closer to Lu Qinghe, observing him with a smile. The bond between the two brothers had truly thawed, restoring their previous intimacy after years of estrangement. Brother Wang, you've arrived early. I must extend my apologies for the delay. Just then, Shui Ping arrived, accompanied by Shui Jia in her red attire and the amiable Shui Yang, who had recently advanced to the 8th rank of martial artist. In-laws, your timing is impeccable. Brother Wang has just arrived. Let us all enter together. Lu Kaishan, upon noticing the arrival of Shui Ping, promptly approached him without any hint of negligence. Uncle Lu, this is a carefully selected gift from my father. I hope you will accept it. Shui Yang stepped forward, presenting a box. As Lu Kaishan received it, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his hands. What a remarkable weight, around 40 to 50 pounds. The Lu family courtyard was ablaze with lights that evening, as heroes from all corners of Wulong City gathered. Prominent figures and noble women were also present, many drawn by the allure of Lu Meng, hoping to capture a fleeting glance from the legend of Wulong City. The commencement of the banquet was not as one might have envisioned. A lengthy discourse was followed by the recitation of ceremonial lists, all of which seemed trivial in the eyes of the martial practitioners present. What truly mattered was, of course, formidable strength and resources. The guests bearing gifts belonged to the upper echelons of society. Each offering was of remarkable quality. For instance, the proprietor of Tongfu Pharmacy personally delivered 1,000 vitality pills, an impressive gesture that overshadowed all others, earning him a place of honor among the guests. Tongfu Pharmacy's grand gesture left the others feeling somewhat diminished, for it was not merely a local establishment. It had branches in cities across a vast expanse of 100,000 miles. The profits were substantial. This was precisely why, for centuries, the Lu, Wang, Li Shui, and Feng families had never dared to covet their prosperity. The backing of Tongfu Pharmacy was beyond the reach of these 5 families. Moreover, the representative for Tongfu here was a congenital master. The owner of Xian Tower also made an appearance, presenting for beautiful maidens, each a warrior in her own right. While 5th-tier warriors were not particularly remarkable in this context, these young women appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age. How despicable! Why send Lu Meng brother such gifts? Sending women instead. Lu Xian was infuriated, feeling a surge of embarrassment at the sight of these more mature women. Were it not for her father's restraining hand, she might have rushed forward to confront Lu Xian. Boss Lu, you are far too courteous. The Lu family has no need for additional maidservants. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Kaishan felt a tinge of embarrassment. With his in-laws seated nearby, was this woman intentionally stirring trouble? Why should the head of the Lu family be so polite? Your young master may be youthful, yet he is quite mature. A man cannot thrive without women. You know the consequences of unchecked vitality. Lu Xin laughed, her demeanor lively, as the fragrance of her presence wafted through the air, stirring the hearts of those present. My Meng'er is still young. These ladies can serve as personal attendants. Thank you, Boss Lu. Brother Quan, please escort them away. Just as Lu Kaishan felt uncomfortable, Zhang Xian stepped forward to accept the 4 maidens. Very well, as my wife has spoken, we shall adhere to her wishes. Boss Lu, please take your seat. My wife will ensure you are well attended. Reluctantly, Lu Kaishan acquiesced. These 4 maidens were indeed commendable, with satisfactory qualities. Boss Lu is so generous. We at Dinxiang Tower cannot fall short, can we? Although we also engage in such enterprises, we cannot replicate such a grand gesture of sending living beings. The speaker was a middle-aged man holding a small box, from which faint waves of spiritual energy emanated. Everyone present recognized the name of South Pearl, for it was widely known. Lower quality South Pearls are often used by women for beauty enhancement, while higher quality ones can be crafted into calming orbs, aiding in meditation by allowing the practitioner to remain undistracted by external forces. Such a remarkable gift. Lord Guan is exceedingly generous. This truly is a significant offering. Indeed, while it may not equate to the value of 1,000 vitality pills, it is not a consumable item. It seemed that Lord Guan had intentions toward Suiyin Tower. And with the Lu family currently enjoying a surge in power, lending him assistance would not be out of the question. As Lord Guan opened the box, a sea blue pearl emerged, instantly refreshing those nearby, their pores opening wide. Fool, this is not a South Pearl at all. Where did this come from? It is a heart of the ocean. Lu Meng approached, taking it in hand without glancing at the expressions around him, immediately stashing it away. He was indeed a connoisseur. How could he not recognize the heart of the ocean? The outer layer of South Pearl merely concealed its spiritual energy. He was aware of the heart of the ocean through the teachings of the Spirit Flame Firewood technique. Though the Spirit Flame Master was a solitary cultivator, his connections were vast. The heart of the ocean was a rare spiritual object, produced only a few times each year from the four seas. The rarity of this item is not solely due to its calming properties. Its most significant ability allows the bearer to have a clearer understanding of water elements. One must understand that relying solely on two elemental attributes cannot lead one to the pinnacle of strength. Moreover, the heart of the ocean possesses another crucial function, one that even some major sects remain unaware of. It can merge with the body, becoming one of the core elements of one's essence. This was knowledge imparted to Lu Meng by Xiaozi, which is why he felt such exhilaration. Seeing Lu Meng's reaction, no one dared to comment. Yet, Lord Guan appeared somewhat embarrassed, for this was not intended as a gift for Lu Meng. However, what could he say? The young Master Lu was currently in the limelight. Besides, they were all members of the Lu family. Lord Guan, should you encounter any troubles in the future, I can extend my assistance. However, it must adhere to my principles, with a 10-year time frame for any involvement. Lu Meng glanced at him, recognizing the unfortunate soul. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, Lord Guan was nearly overwhelmed, almost exclaiming, "Long live the young master." This Lu Meng was truly favored, making this visit worthwhile. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, his heart sank. 10 years. By then, he might not even have bones left. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as it became evident that Lu Meng held little regard for Lord Guan. The implications of his earlier statement suggested that within 10 years, Lord Guan would have no ties to the Lu family. In truth, Lu Meng held no aversion to him personally. Rather, he disapproved of the practices of Dianxiang Tower, which not only coerced women into selling themselves, but also engaged in gambling and usury. Their reputation within the city was notoriously poor, having participated in numerous illicit dealings. You are ruthless. I shall remember this event. One day, I will ensure the Lu family meets its demise. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the recesses of his mind. After this small incident, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The notable figures continued to present their gifts, expressing a desire for future collaboration with the Lu family. The strength of the Lu family, in turn, elevated the status of their mercenaries. It was indeed a lively scene. Do not mind me if I partake in a drink. At that moment, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared, grasping someone, the guard stationed at the entrance of the Lu residence. Who are you? Guests are always welcome at the Lu family, but if you seek trouble. What if I seek trouble? Can a mere insignificant clan intimidate us from Yunmen? The mention of Yunmen sent ripples through the gathering. Though Wulong City was small, the name of Yunmen was well known, a second-tier sect and one of the significant powers in the world. Ah, so you are from Yunmen. May I inquire what brings you to the Lu family? My wife has recently ascended to the congenital realm. I hope this does not concern your sect. Lu Kaishan rose from his seat and approached the man. I hope you can release my family's guard. If there is anything to discuss, it would suffice to speak with the old man. A formidable aura surged towards the figure in white. It was Lu Qinghe making his move, exerting pressure with his presence. With 3 flowers gathered at the crown, it was no wonder he possessed such confidence. The white-clad individual staggered back a few steps, as though struck by a mighty hammer. Feeling utterly powerless, friends bring good wine, but should a wolf approach, it shall be met with a fist. Although the Cloud Gate is undoubtedly powerful, it cannot claim supremacy over the world. Lu Meng produced a token, the very one the old beggar had bestowed upon him. You are not unfamiliar with this, are you? If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly. Do not attempt to intimidate me with the name of the Cloud Gate. I am not swayed by such tactics. Lu Meng channeled his inner energy, causing 5 clouds to radiate a myriad of colors. The 5 elements cloud command. The white-clad man released Lu's guard, retreating in astonishment. How could this be in his possession? Are you a member of the 5 elements sect? Then I implore you to show the Cloud Gate some respect and refrain from interfering in Lu family matters. He could hardly believe that this young man, merely a 3rd-level martial sovereign, was a scion of the Lu clan. The 5 elements sect only accepted geniuses with 2 or more attributes. After all, a first-rate sect is replete with profound heritage, attracting talented disciples from across the continent. Yet, in this desolate region of Xiliang, first-rate sects wouldn't even spare a glance. Ha ha ha, do not meddle in Lu family affairs. I am a member of the Lu family. How dare you request that I refrain from involvement? Lu Meng chuckled, bemused by the audacity of this individual. To approach without thorough investigation beforehand? If he were a supreme expert, such a boldness could be excused. Yet, a mere 4th-level martial sovereign dared to confront the Lu family? He was utterly oblivious to the concept of danger. You are Lu Meng, the young master of the Lu family? Impossible. Just a month or 2 ago, you were a 6-year-old child. How could you have achieved such growth? He was indeed taken aback. This was astonishing. To mature from childhood to adulthood in merely 2 months? Nonsense. Do all those from the Cloud Gate speak so excessively? After death, relay a message to your master. Next time, seek me out, Lu Meng, at the 5 Elements sect. In that moment, a colossal hand of energy surged forth. Lu Meng struck without mercy, unleashing the blazing sky palm. As he made his move, everyone present instinctively retreated. The battle of innate experts could bring calamity to the innocent. A fiery hand, coalesced from elemental flames, descended like a celestial body. The white-clad man, witnessing the unfolding scene, hastily withdrew. The blazing sky palm, do you still associate with the Fire God sect? At this juncture, his sole thought was to flee. This young man, even younger than himself, was terrifically formidable, not merely due to their disparity in strength, but because both sects he was affiliated with were first-rate. Should his backers discover this, they might very well hesitate to act. Since you have come, do not leave. Otherwise, everyone will believe that any stray cat or dog from the Lu family can come and go as they please. A shimmering barrier of yellow glass suddenly materialized, blocking the path behind the white-clad man. The fiery palm descended from above, causing the air to crackle ominously. With no escape to the front and pursuers behind, he was left with no choice but to summon armor. A white suit of armor appeared, imbued with a murderous aura. This was a manifestation of metal-based martial arts, which instantly brightened Lu Meng's eyes. To stumble upon a solution effortlessly, he had been troubled by the notion of balancing the 5 elements, yet unexpectedly, assistance arrived at his doorstep. With a thunderous explosion, a massive crater formed in the ground. The once gallant figure in white now bore blood from the corner of his mouth, his attire stained crimson. The energy armor shattered instantly, leaving only his head exposed. How dare you strike at me? Lu Meng, regardless of your connections to those 2 sects, my master will not let you off lightly. You have audaciously taken what belongs to him and slain my senior brother Qinghao. The sect will continue to send people. Hearing the man's wails and witnessing Lu Meng's formidable strike, all present shuddered involuntarily. The demise of a Cloud Gate disciple would undoubtedly bring trouble to the Lu family. Yet, young Master Lu remained unconcerned. He too had allies. Did they not hear that previous individuals speak of the 5 Elements sect and the Fire God sect? Surely, these 2 sects hold greater power. Otherwise, why would a secondary sect exercise caution? If young Master Lu were connected to these 2 sects, it would be even more terrifying. Furthermore, no one had ever seen Lu Meng use that previous palm technique. Its power was so immense that it could not be resisted even by energy armor. What is the Cloud Gate, after all? How dare they threaten a friend of mine? Just then, an old man with a rather disheveled appearance suddenly appeared. Spotting the roast chicken on the table, he seized it and began to devour it. This chicken is utterly unappetizing. It is not tender. One should eat tender chicken, otherwise, it gets stuck in the teeth. You, boy, are quite inconsiderate. With all these delectable dishes, how could you not inform me? The old man's exclamation caused everyone to burst into laughter. It was impossible not to laugh, for the boy had called out not to Lu Meng, but to Lu Qinghao. Who was this old man to address the Lu family patriarch so casually? Moreover, Lu Laozu appeared to wear a smile. Who knows? But he certainly seemed to be an expert. Have you all noticed? He appeared as if from thin air. Indeed, he must be a formidable figure. I dare not say otherwise. Within thousands of miles of Shiliang, I have no rival. As they spoke, the old man suddenly materialized beside them, causing them to fall to the ground in fright. Forgive me, esteemed elder, it was the young one's oversight. However, your sudden appearance is akin to a divine dragon. It is impossible to notify you. The arrival of the elder brought great joy to Lu Qinghe. As long as he intervened, the Lu family would remain safe. However, this was not a long-term solution. The relocation needed to be expedited. Initially, they had waited for the daughter-in-law to emerge, but now that everything was in place, it was time to consider moving elsewhere. Leaving a few individuals behind would allow for a complete abandonment of this place. As for his grandson Lu Meng, he could remain here temporarily to mislead outsiders. Heh, you truly know how to speak. You are much better than that wretched boy. Very well. I shall not hold it against you. Let us drink, and you may take your leave. With a wave of the elder's hand, the man was effortlessly dismissed. A burst of multicolored light flashed, and the man collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The 5 elements meridian severing hand. Esteemed elder, you are. Everyone gasped in astonishment. This old man was the true master. His techniques revealed no traces, yet were so profound that they defied description. Every movement appeared so natural and harmonious. Elder, did you enjoy yourself just now? Lu Meng approached with a smile, playfully patting the elder who was still feasting. One must understand that what the dragon martial continent lacks most is talent. A talent like this young man is indeed a rare resource. How could you, elder, completely extinguish my hopes? You have taken my opportunity and my future. After so long, I finally encounter someone practicing metal-based martial arts, and with a mere gesture, you have snatched away my hopes. Lu Meng grasped the elder's neck, wishing he could strangle him. Yet, he felt utterly helpless. He exerted every ounce of strength, but it had no effect. The elder's body was harder than black iron. Oh, I see. I thought it was something monumental. This hardly qualifies as an issue. As long as you take that 5 elements cloud command to the 5 elements sect, you may choose any innate martial arts you desire. Unfazed, the elder continued munching on the roast chicken. Yet, I am already unbalanced internally. You expect me to seek out the 5 elements sect? At this moment, you must provide it to me. Otherwise, I shall take drastic measures. Lu Meng felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Had he uttered something amiss? The old man, upon hearing these words, gazed at him in a state of stupefaction. Yet, in his eyes shone a glimmer akin to that of a parched prisoner beholding a naked woman. The intensity of that gaze sent a shiver down Lu Meng's spine, prompting him to step back hastily. What did you just say? Is there a disturbance within you? Reveal the situation. Extend your hand. The old man seized Lu Meng's wrist, and a surge of true energy flowed into him, directly reaching his dantian. To his astonishment, this old fellow dared to employ force. Yet, what recourse did he have when the other's strength surpassed his own? It was his first experience of being compelled by another, and to make matters worse, it was by an elderly man. Life, indeed, is rife with firsts. Young Master Lu had encountered many, but this time he felt a tinge of genuine fear. It was crucial to remember that within his dantian resided an entity that even the most prestigious sects would envy, the spirit of the Azure Dragon Bracelet, which had long concealed itself within him. Normally, it lay dormant, but any external force would inevitably provoke its emergence. During his cultivation, a portion of the absorbed essence was appropriated by it. That is inconceivable. There are so many guests present. I must see them off, lest I appear impolite. Moreover, the black-clad guards, Lu family safety depends on them. Lu Meng broke free from the old man's grip and took his seat, sipping wine from cup to cup. Time seemed to slip away too swiftly, and this old man was intent on departing with him at such a rapid pace. Yet, among the black-clad guards, only Tai Lang had ascended to the innate realm. With the essence pills provided by Tongfu Pharmacy, perhaps a few more could advance, but they required a substantial amount of essence for their elevation. Fear not, I will assist you in this endeavor. Now, come swiftly with me. If the sect master learns of this, he will undoubtedly take it upon himself to instruct you. The matter of the 5 elements body was monumental. Should other sects become aware, they would certainly vie for it. The rarity of the 5 elements physique was such that it might not manifest for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Throughout history, only the elder of the 5 elements had emerged. It was said that he single-handedly vanquished the leader of the evil forces. When sealing the demonic sea, he wielded a weapon he had carried for a millennium as the focal point of the formation. Now that the five elements physique had reappeared in the world, it could not be overlooked. This represented the singular opportunity for the five elements sect to ascend to the status of a super sect once more. Should anything befall this young man, the sect master would not hesitate to strip him of his skin. Lu Meng, what do these individuals have to do with you? As long as you wield unmatched power in the future, countless masters will seek to forge alliances with you. By then, what treasures will be beyond your reach? The offerings from these people are mere trinkets, save for that ocean heart you hold. The ocean heart, while not the top-ranking treasure among water attribute spirit artifacts, certainly ranked within the top 3. This young man was extraordinarily fortunate to have acquired one in the secular world, though you may regard them as ants. I cannot do so. Excluding those who come bearing gifts, my family remains here. Without them, Lu Meng would not exist. Lu Meng shook his head, unmoved. The sect master of the five elements sect was undoubtedly one of the rare great masters in the world. If he could receive personal guidance, it would surely ease his path in cultivation. However, one who forsakes everything in pursuit of power ultimately faces a tragic fate. He had learned from novels that a path devoid of compassion was untenable, and now that it was his turn, he could not tread such a road. In the end, becoming a mere cultivation machine, what meaning would life hold? Watching loved ones depart from his life, how could he remain tranquil while pursuing the elusive Tao? What significance did high status or celestial strength hold if it culminated in solitude? This profound transformation left Lu Meng astounded. This old man appeared to carry a tale of his own. Since the five elements sect did not restrict worldly emotions, perhaps his aspirations could be set there. The five elements sect was merely a starting point for him. He yearned to meet those legendary figures from myth and inquire about their indifference toward their followers. Were their lives truly as insignificant as ants? Alas, his youthful fervor flared once more. Combined, he had lived over 30 years, yet he still held such passionate ideals. Though his body was no longer what it once was, he remained a descendant of dragons. However, he sought to divert his thoughts from such matters and instead addressed the old man. Observing the vacant expressions of those around him directed at the elder, he wondered if they had fallen under some spell. Old man, you can feign profundity all you wish. Restore their ability to move at once, or there may be dire consequences. The use of such laws was beyond Lu Meng's intervention. Perhaps only upon reaching the elder's level could he hope to break the spell. Controlling space with a mere flick of a finger or a spoken word. What remarkable comprehension of the laws must one possess? Ah, esteemed elder, I am most grateful. You are a benefactor of the Lu family, and I raise a cup in your honor. Lu Qinghe expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the elder's defense of the Lu family. Henceforth, the Lu family would find safety. What was this? Such matters were trivial. The elder, upon seeing the wine, revealed his true nature once more. Upon observing this, Lu Meng felt a wave of reassurance. It seemed that the conversation with the elder had gone unnoticed. Given the elder's current demeanor, it was likely that the five elements sect was indeed commendable. After recent events, the crowd held Lu's family in higher esteem. Even the servants pouring wine became targets of their affections. It was well known that the Lu family treated their servants with unparalleled kindness in Wulong City. Human nature is fundamentally greedy, and the Lu family's servants were no exception. Since they wished to curry favor, he would gladly oblige. After all, the family head had long been prepared. However, following the recent events, they would be rewarded even more generously. Originally, many had thought that the number of individuals seeking to associate with the Lu family was scant. Thus, it would be wise to cultivate relationships with the servants. Although substantial benefits might not be immediately attainable, valuable information could still be gleaned. Especially regarding the Lu family's black-clad guards, it was essential to foster good relations. These individuals constituted the backbone of the Lu family, and young Master Lu took special care of them. If they could win over even a few, it would undoubtedly lead to immense rewards. At the very least, in Wulong City, no one would dare to offend them, as long as their banner was raised. Aside from foreign masters, no one would refuse them. Even if it required a significant expenditure, it would be worth it. Following the earlier commotion, the crowd swarmed around the black-clad guards as if they were carrion. For a moment, aside from the two tables in the main hall engaged in lively conversation, everyone else seemed to be collectively attempting to curry favor. Lu Meng and Lu Kaishan exchanged glances and chuckled. They had anticipated this outcome and had instructed the servants to eschew modesty. Whatever offers came their way, regardless of the amount, they were to accept. 60% would go to the house, while the remaining 40% would be theirs to keep. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the servants and guards lit up with excitement. This was truly generous. The master and young master understood them all too well. Who could ever have too much money? Even if presented with a mountain of gold, one could never be satisfied. It was not that they were ungrateful. Rather, they simply could not be. Why? The more one collected, the more one gained. Such opportunities were rare. Thus, the Liu family descended into a state of corruption, with all but the master succumbing to it. Tai Lang's ascension to the innate realm warranted celebration, yet he had declined it. Alas, this child was far too astute. Liu Qinghe, being a man of over 60 years, had gained much wisdom beyond his years. The recent extravagant accumulation of wealth by the Liu family is merely the beginning. Liu Mang had just whispered to him that in 2 months, all 36 members of the Black-clad Guards would be promoted to the innate level. Their ascension would require an exorbitant number of vitality pills, which means that the funds must be provided by the townsfolk. Upon hearing Liu Qinghe's statement, everyone turned to look at Tai Lang, only to find that he had indeed become an innate martial zone. Congratulations, Master Liu. A small token of appreciation, please accept it. The owner of Tongfu Pharmacy was the first to rise, producing a stack of gold notes. It appeared to be no less than 20,000 taels, a substantial gesture equivalent to 2,000 vitality pills. What does the proprietor of Tongfu intend with such generosity? The display of wealth is truly astonishing. The crowd was taken aback. Could this truly be a top innate master? He seemed to resemble a beggar. No, even beggars would fare better. Look at that old beggar. He merely indulges in wine and meat. Ah, Master Liu, you are too modest, too modest. The owner of Tongfu, Zhang, chuckled awkwardly, realizing that all eyes were upon him, as if he were a plump sheep ready to be sheared. Just as Zhang sat down, people rushed over, all bearing gold notes, and some offered several thousand taels at once. The suddenness of it left Liu Qinghe nearly weak in the knees. When did he, old Liu, become so mercenary? Yet, for the sake of the family's growth and ensuring his grandson's future security, he had no choice but to comply. What is this? We have been friends for so many years. There is no need for such formality. I have regarded Tai Lang as a son since childhood. Suddenly, Liu Mang spat out his drink, unintentionally spraying it towards young Master Shui. However, this time, young Master Shui was prepared and swiftly dodged, leaving Liu Mang to miss his target. Hey, brother-in-law, are you all right? Quickly drink some water. You mustn't cough yourself sick. Shui Yang, having evaded the spray, cheerfully approached Liu Mang with a cup of water, patting him on the back. Huh. To think an innate martial zone could cough himself sick. You were too amusing. Young Master Shui's face turned crimson, bits of food mixed with wine cascading down his face. Although he evaded Liu Mang's spray, he could not escape the old beggars. My apologies, I overindulged and ended up spraying. He realized how embarrassing it was and wished he had held back. The laughter erupted throughout the room, with everyone clutching their stomachs. Shui Yang wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. The humiliation was unbearable. However, he dared not express anger towards the old man, who was indeed formidable. Old man, you are too ungrateful. After all, he is my brother-in-law. This is too much, brother-in-law. Are you all right? Seeing Liu Mang stand up, Shui Yang instinctively retreated. This lad had a devious mind. Who knew if he would douse himself with water again? Having been fooled once, would he allow it to happen again? But as he stepped back, he collided with a servant carrying dishes. A platter of broth and meat splattered all over Shui Yang's head. Young Master Shui, this is not my fault. The servant was taken aback, nearly on the verge of tears. Feeling the murderous glare from Shui Yang, laughter ceased abruptly. This was someone not to be trifled with. He was Liu's brother-in-law. Those who had mocked him earlier were now concerned about potential repercussions. They realized they needed to mend relations. Once again, the owner of Tongfu was the first to act, stuffing 1,000 taels worth of gold notes into Shui Yang's hands. Soon, everyone was rising, presenting gold notes one after another. Lu Tsuyin, that woman, even produced her handkerchief to wipe the grime from his forehead. Witnessing this scene, Liu Mang chuckled softly but said nothing. This was the outcome he desired. If the Shui family harbored resentment, it would be troublesome. Liu Mang was not afraid of the Shui family causing trouble. He aimed to bind them to the Liu family's chariot. The Liu family was dominant in Wulong City, but this place was far too small. To expand outward or establish their territory, friends were indispensable. Now, leveraging the Liu family's momentum and the recent coincidence, he provided an opportunity to quell the Shui family's discontent. Amusement was inevitable. Yet who among those present could rival the current standing of the three families in Wulong? Shui-Yang could only smile bitterly, as could his father, known as the first fox of Wulong. Who wouldn't appreciate more money? But earlier, it had been an opportunity for the Shui family to develop. Those who mocked Shui-Yang were mocking the Shui family. However, the proprietor of Tongfu acted too swiftly. It was almost overwhelming. With over 100 people presenting gifts simultaneously, he found it hard to deal with them all. The gift-giving frenzy soon subsided, and the banquet approached its conclusion. Lu Qinghe rose from his seat, gradually ascending 3 zhang into the air. I, Lu, express my gratitude to all for attending the Lu family gathering. Over the years, we have greatly benefited from your support. Today, I appoint Lu Mang as the next head of the family. May all of you bear witness. Appointing Lu Mang as the next family head, Lu Kaishan, with his formidable strength and youthful vigor, why was he suddenly designating a successor? Moreover, would the collateral branches of the Lu family consent? They had an elder in their ranks. Lu Mang was indeed worthy of the position. After all, he was a disciple of the Five Elements sect. The speaker was someone who typically had little business with the Lu family. Although he was unaware of the true power of the Five Elements sect, he had certainly heard of the Fire God sect. Congratulations again, Master Lu. Today is truly a day of great fortune. Indeed, this is worthy of celebration. Master Lu is fortunate, and we, the people of Wulong City, are fortunate as well. Do not be modest. The old beggar rolled his eyes. Today, both the old and the young had struck it rich. The wealth in this small place, Wulong City, was beyond imagination. Those were gold notes, not mere scraps of paper. As Lu Qinghe gracefully descended from the sky, he was once again surrounded by the crowd, his face beaming with joy, more exuberant than a man remarrying. Standing beside him, Lu Mang could hardly contain his delight. Once the guests departed, it was well past midnight. The Lu family members rushed into the side rooms to organize their belongings. With the black-clad guards and the old beggar keeping watch outside, they were untroubled by the prospect of any further disturbances. What a treasure! This is extraordinary. Fire coral. Over 1,000 years old. Manger, take this. It will be quite beneficial for you. This item is remarkable. I shall take it. Lu Kaishan also spotted a precious item and promptly tucked it into his robe, although the fluctuations of spiritual energy were still perceptible to everyone. What exactly was that? Only Lu Kaishan knew. Yet, the earth spirit's energy was something everyone could sense. Never mind, my cultivation speed is already quite rapid. Nangong Shuang, you have been performing well lately. I shall give this to you. I will assist you in reshaping your meridians. As long as you devote yourself to the Lu family, breaking through to the innate level will not be a problem. As a woman, no one is indifferent to their appearance. However, having had her meridians and dantian damaged, she exhibited the signs of a woman in her 30s, wrinkles, and a lack of vitality. Once cheerful, her demeanor had recently turned melancholic. Unexpectedly, Lu Mang had noticed all of this. Could it be that he truly cared for her? Or was he simply interested in her well-being? Young master, I thank you for your kindness. My dantian is ruined. I no longer hope for recovery. She smiled awkwardly and helplessly, continuing to tidy up her belongings. She was well aware of the difficulty in restoring the dantian. Given Lu Mang's current abilities, it was unattainable. Even if old Master Lu intervened, it would severely deplete his energy. Though she had heard about Lu Mang unblocking the meridians of that young lady from the Shui family, unblocking was not the same as restoring the dantian. Rest assured, I, Lu Mang, am a man of my word. Come to my room later, and I shall assist you in restoring your dantian tonight. I hope you will support my mother well in the future. Consider it your reward. Lu Mang was uncertain about restoring his own dantian, but he was confident in fixing Nangong Shuang's. Although it had been damaged by him, it had not been completely destroyed. He understood that his mother would surely advance to the innate realm. Without strength, how could Nangong Shuang adequately assist his mother? Therefore, he had held back at that time. Thank you, young master. I shall serve diligently, Nangong Shuang replied, her cheeks flushing, resembling a young girl, stirring Lu Mang's heart. Ahem, you may go now. Manger, do remember not to bully Sister Nangong. Zhang Tsueyun hastily interjected, observing the situation. Her son was growing up, perhaps yearning for women. However, Shuijia was still young. She could not resolve any substantial matters. Yet, this woman had already borne 2 children, possessing abundant experience in certain matters. It was crucial not to entice her son. Go on, go on. In truth, Shuang'er has been doing quite well lately. Since Manger has the intention, let him be. This 100 energy pills may be of some help to her. Lu Qinghe produced a porcelain bottle containing energy pills. Tears welled up in Nangong Shuang's eyes. She had never received such care since her childhood. Her life had only improved after marrying Li Yuan, but that man was short-lived and always harbored grand ambitions, ultimately leading to his demise. After Lu Meng had crippled her Dantian, her hatred for him had reached its zenith. Remaining in the Lu household was not without thoughts of vengeance. Yet, in this situation, she found herself wavering. With her son and husband gone, she should have followed them into the afterlife. The only thought keeping her alive was the desire for revenge against the Lu family and Lu Meng. All right, Nangong Shuang, you may leave. Consider this a small compensation. You did not deserve to suffer like this. Lu Meng stepped forward, grasping her hand as they headed towards the door. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head like an ostrich, her heart racing with anxiety. Having been in the Lu household for quite some time, she had never heard of Lu Meng being involved with any woman. Back then, he was too young to understand such matters. But now, Lu Meng was no longer a child. Could he truly take action against her? Upon exiting the room, everyone was taken aback. What is going on with the young master? Why is he bringing this woman out? And it seems he is heading to his courtyard? Was he truly going to take action against her? Young master. Rabbits do not eat the grass near their burrow. Now that Nangong Shuang is a key member of our family, please do not act recklessly. As Lu Meng walked, he abruptly released Nangong Shuang's hand, his face slightly reddening as he glared at the speaker. Tai Lang, food can be eaten haphazardly, but words cannot be carelessly spoken. Nangong Shuang has been performing admirably in the Lu household, and with my grandfather's consent, I am helping her restore her Dantian. If you continue to speak out of turn, that tree will be your fate. The tree he referred to was neither too thick nor too thin. I noticed when you were relieving yourself earlier. It seemed about the same thickness as that tree. Huh? The old beggar, reeking of alcohol, stood up and scrutinized Tai Lang. Tai Lang suddenly shivered, instinctively clenching his legs. He believed that if he spoke out of turn again, the young master would certainly carry out his threat. Hee, are you nervous, little one? Do you think your young master is like you? Let me tell you, such rumors must not be spread again. Otherwise, I will ensure you can never engage in such matters again. The old beggar glared fiercely, causing Tai Lang to retract his neck and scurry away. Why was the old beggar so fierce? Because Lu Meng's constitution made him the prime candidate for the next sect leader. Even if Lu Meng was temporarily unwilling, he had to maintain his reputation. However, the old beggar believed that for Lu Meng to ascend to greater heights, he would inevitably agree. Was Lu Meng's ambition to remain a worldly young master, a local tyrant? No, certainly not. Though he said little, his ambitions were considerable. Those who pursue martial arts seek longevity. Without reaching the pinnacle, who can achieve immortality? Even those in the eighth realm cannot attain eternal life. If even those who are one with heaven and man cannot, what more a young Lu Meng? In truth, he did not find longevity particularly important. As long as Xiao Zi was with him, his soul could remain undying. What he truly valued were emotions, kinship, and love. No matter how far the branches extend, the roots remain fixed. If the roots shift, then even a tree capable of piercing the heavens will perish. I will eventually leave. Before I go, I will do my utmost to help you advance to the innate realm. However, do not force it. There are no shortcuts to improving cultivation. After entering the room, Lu Meng closed the door and windows, then sat cross-legged on the bed. He closed his eyes, his heart aligned with the heavens, not sparing a glance at Nangong Shuang. However, after uttering those words, he could distinctly sense the atmosphere of embarrassment. Young master, could you not require me to disrobe? I am afraid. Nangong Shuang stood there, uncertain of how to proceed. The young master asked her to undress. Yet she had never heard of such a requirement for restoring the Dantian. Coming from a large family, although her qualifications were lacking, she understood these matters. The elders in her family did not require such actions to unblock the meridians. If everyone needed to do this, wouldn't the women of the family be exposed? Although her garments were thin, they still prevented the dispersion of the body's yin energy. At that moment, she could not afford to be careless regarding bodily harm. Enough. I have no time to waste. Lu Meng paid no heed to her thoughts, as he had no such intentions. His reasoning for instructing Nangong Shuang was not necessarily correct. In the novels by Jean Lao, when the little dragon girl assisted Yanghua, was it not the same? Of course, when unblocking the meridians, one must rely heavily on external energy, and the skin's pores should be open to absorb it. This way, the practitioner would find it much easier and would not expend excessive life energy. After a moment of silence, a rustling sound reached his ears. Nangong Shuang had removed all her clothing, wearing only a belly wrap. She approached the bed gently, lowering her head and awaiting Lu Meng's next command. Just a moment. There will surely be intimate contact, but you need not worry. My self-control is still somewhat intact. Come sit in front of me, turn to the side. Lu Meng opened his eyes, his gaze clear as water. As Nangong Shuang was about to move, she noticed Lu Meng had opened his eyes, letting out a gasp as she covered her face and crouched down. Indeed, a classic woman's first instinct was to shield her face. Women of the 21st century would not act this way. They might cover sensitive areas, but as long as they did not flee completely, it would suffice. Get up. We must hasten to finish this. I need to lead the Blackguard in training tomorrow. We must resolve your issues before dawn. This woman was truly remarkable. Despite having borne 2 children, she maintained an admirable figure, her skin as fair as lotus roots. Her ample bosom was striking, causing Lu Meng to swallow hard. She was indeed a natural beauty, albeit a widow, one he had inadvertently caused. Mature beauty cannot be compared to that of young girls. This is truly life-threatening. I am but a normal man. Lu Meng shook his head with a wry smile, closing his eyes once more. As the ripples of water began to circulate, waves of azure tranquility washed over him, restoring his composure in an instant. This was not the moment for rashness. This first encounter with the world could not be squandered. Young man, are you smitten? To disregard such a beauty, do you truly wish to become that monkey from your homeland? That monkey, upon achieving enlightenment, certainly regretted it deeply. Xiaozi, having traversed countless realms, had always held a particular interest in that monkey. The reason was simple. Anything born innate would resonate with him. That monkey had once encountered certain fortuitous events and had glimpsed the creature. However, that is another tale altogether, one not to be elaborated upon here. Having perused numerous novels, Lu Meng held a profound impression of the monkey, clear in affections and aversions, and fiercely loyal. The staff in his hand was nothing short of magnificent. Lu Meng felt an urgency within him, yet Xiaozi seemed to have vanished entirely. No matter how he called, she would not appear. However, the chaotic thoughts that had plagued his mind dissipated entirely. When he turned his gaze to Nangong Shuang, he found her seated, her body enveloped in a deep crimson hue, rendering her even more alluring. Suppressing the distractions in his mind, Lu Meng placed his hands on Nangong Shuang's dantian and waist. A forceful suction emerged, and strands of fiery red true qi flowed from her dantian. As Lu Meng's hands made contact with her body, Nangong Shuang felt a sudden jolt, warmth surging through her, to the point where her breathing became labored. She was a normal woman, indeed, a woman in her 30s. It is often said that a woman at 30 is like a wolf, while one at 40 resembles a tiger. And Nangong Shuang, at this very age, embodied both the vigor of a wolf and the ferocity of a tiger. Her skin, as delicate as it was, flushed an even deeper shade. And a thought echoed persistently in her mind. What are you waiting for? It had been years since she had been with a man. Perhaps now was the time to resolve that issue. Yet, in her heart, she resisted. He was her enemy, a sworn foe, one day destined to meet his end at her hands. You are agitated, making it quite difficult for me to reconnect your meridians. Lu Meng exclaimed, sensing her turmoil. This woman was truly lost in her thoughts. I am but a man, and I harbor no such intentions. That is implausible. Yet I can suppress it. Could it be that her pristine demeanor was merely a fade? The sound of his voice struck her like a thunderclap, leaving Nangong Shuang utterly mortified. It felt as though her very soul had been stilled, as if nothing else existed. The damage to her dantian had not been overly severe. Without the presence of the fiery true qi, her innate foundation would have allowed her to recover within 3 to 5 years. However, at that time, ascending to the rank of a martial artist would be a distant dream. Her dantian resembled a shattered bowl, a fitting analogy. For the damage was like mosaic cracks, yet to be fully broken, yet the lingering fire true qi within her body would eventually lead to her downfall. As the wood attribute true qi entered her dantian, a ripple surged, followed by a wave of water attribute true qi flowing in from outside. Water nourishes wood, facilitating an astonishingly rapid recovery. Within a mere 4 or 5 breaths, her dantian returned to its original state, and under Lu Meng's deliberate efforts, it expanded more than double in size. He infused a stream of water attribute true qi within her, controlling both forces as if they were twin dragons coursing through Nangong Shuang's meridians. The main channel of her kidney meridians erupted with a series of violent cracks, shattering completely. Having cultivated water attribute techniques, her physique had already solidified. However, due to her inadequate talent, her meridians had reached a limit with no further room for improvement. Only through destruction could there be rebirth. Thus, Lu Meng committed to aiding her until the end. In the course of 2 months, he had transformed waste into brilliance. And now it was time to grant Nangong Shuang her own miraculous opportunity. The destruction of her meridians left Nangong Shuang's complexion pale, soon followed by a flush, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, white mist began to rise above her head. The pain subsided, replaced by a profound tingling that penetrated to her very bones. The greater the disparity in power, the simpler the restoration became. Lu Meng was well versed in this process, completing the reconstruction of all her kidney meridians with remarkable ease. Yet he did not halt there. He pressed onward to other areas. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a mountain suddenly bore witness to the emergence of a black hole. A disheveled figure plummeted down, clearly gravely injured. Nevertheless, that person laboriously rose from the ground, staggering towards a precipice. Curiously, when he reached the cliff's edge, the air shimmered, and a middle-aged man stepped forth. Liu Zai, what happened? What transpired in Wulong City? Did your disciple Wang and senior brother Qing truly perish at the hands of the Liu family? A surge of true qi was transmitted, and Liu Zai's expression finally brightened. With his master's support, he approached the cliff, only to vanish from sight. It turned out this was an illusion array, not a genuine cliff. What? Lu Meng of Wulong City became an innate expert in just 2 months? And he is a disciple of the Five Elements sect? Yes, master, it is as you say. Moreover, that old beggar instructed me to convey to the sect leader that he will pay a visit for tea when he has the time. What? The Five Elements divine beggar? How could that small Liu family possibly be connected to him? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Did he use spatial abilities to send you to the sect's doorstep? Indeed, master, I had no capacity to resist. That old man is terrifying, undoubtedly above innate cultivation. The middle-aged man felt an overwhelming impulse to strangle this fellow. And that fool Zhao Yunlong, had he still been alive, he would have ensured his utter annihilation. As night fell and dawn broke, Lu Meng emerged from his room, visibly weakened, his steps unsteady and his complexion pale, clearly drained. He retrieved a small beige pill and swallowed it. Throughout the night, he had shattered and reshaped all 12 of Nangong Shuang's primary meridians, forcefully elevating her to the 8th level. Once stabilized and with the 8 extraordinary meridians unblocked, she would have the opportunity to breach the innate threshold. Young master has emerged. Please, sit and rest for a moment. Upon seeing Lu Meng's pallor, Tai Lang rushed over. He had been waiting here since the latter part of the night. Tai Lang, why did you not join them for training? Do you believe that once you attain innate status, you need not strive further? Seeing Tai Lang here, Lu Meng was enveloped in a mist of confusion. Clearly, he had stood guard through the night. Was he truly concerned about potential trouble? Or was he merely here to eavesdrop? It was no wonder he thought so. After all, this seemingly meticulous Tai Lang was also quite the gossip. My duty is to protect you, young master, until you complete your work. Now that you have emerged, I shall take my leave. Tai Lang turned to depart, glancing at the footprints on the ground, clearly laden with something excessively heavy. The 500-pound black iron battle armor could withstand a strike from an innate expert. How had such a treasure existed within the family without his knowledge? Observing Tai Lang's departure, Lu Meng realized he had never slacked off. 500 pounds was trivial for him. Even 1,000 pounds would pose no challenge. Without employing true qi, he could lift 800 pounds with ease. Yet Tai Lang, who was considerably weaker than himself, could challenge such limits. The strength of the body is inherently finite. In battles among innate experts, sheer force is not the sole determinant. The mastery and utilization of vitality are the paramount factors. A formidable being capable of condensing energy into weaponry cannot be compared to one of innate level 1. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, everyone awaited his presence. Lu Qinghe said nothing, merely gesturing for him to take a seat. Meanwhile, Lu Kaishan and his wife approached to assess his physical condition, their concerns heightened by the great expenditure of energy. There's no need for concern. I have merely consumed some life essence. I feel significantly better now and should be fully recovered in about 3 days. Lu Meng said as he took a sip from the tea on the table, his voice still weak. You have done exceedingly well. The family is now stable, and safety is no longer an issue. It is time for us to set forth towards the South Sea. Grandfather, You need not accompany us. Just provide me with the map, and you may rest assured. With a little over a year remaining, I shall hone my skills along the way. Lu Meng, whose current state was rather tenuous, could not leave immediately. However, he was determined to journey to Huangming Island in the South Sea on his own. Traveling across vast distances is far more enriching than confining oneself in solitude at home. The journey would afford him the opportunity to witness diverse cultures and to engage in sparring with various masters. Indeed, Lu, you need not see him off. After a night of exertion, I am quite weary. Focus on your comprehension. Whether you enter the celestial stealing realm depends on your own fortune. The old beggar stretched, rising to his feet and swaying slightly as he made his way to the guest room. This old man truly lived up to his words, having guided Lu Qinghe through the night. Although some of the teachings were not yet fully grasped, his understanding of the celestial stealing realm had deepened significantly. He believed that with 10 years of dedication, it would be within his reach. Several hundred miles beyond Wulong City lay the most chaotic region. Although not a border area, it was rife with disorder. The most vexing aspect was the numerous bandit groups, large and small. Upon learning of the situation there, Lu Meng resolved to conduct extensive training. Daily battles with demonic beasts offered limited combat experience, whereas engaging with bandit groups would provide the ideal targets. Becoming a mercenary would be a waste of talent. Tai Lang was a being of innate level, and his 35 companions were all grade 9 martial masters. This formidable strength was certainly among the most notable within 100 miles of Wulong City. Any bandit hearing of such a formidable assembly would hesitate to strike. However, the situation would be different when it came to exterminating them. With their lair under threat, the bandits would undoubtedly fight desperately to protect their livelihood. Thus, Lu Meng articulated his thoughts on eradicating the bandits as a means of training while also recruiting those with exceptional potential. The Lu family sought to grow and strengthen. Their current power was far from sufficient. A man who had once commanded 1,000 subordinates in the underworld began to reveal his ambitious visage in this world. His aspirations were steadily escalating, not merely to protect the Lu family, but also to cultivate a realm of peace and prosperity for them. The pursuit of martial excellence requires unwavering focus, and family is the crux of his existence. Lu Qinghe, upon hearing his grandson's plan, was momentarily rendered speechless. Was this truly a 6-year-old child? His ambitions were grand, and his arrangements remarkably astute. Bandits had plagued the surrounding regions for centuries, leaving the populace infuriated yet powerless to act. Eliminating these bandits would elevate the Lu family's reputation to unprecedented heights. At that time, smaller factions would likely seek to ally with them. As the family expanded, so too would their influence. Lu Meng was merely a step away from the celestial stealing realm. A family boasting a celestial stealing ancestor would ascend from obscurity to become a notable power. With a few dozen innate beings, the Lu family could establish itself as a regional dominator. Although outwardly prosperous, the family remained constrained in its growth. If Lu Meng wished to secure a foothold within the Five Elements sect, a robust backing was indispensable. Since you have made adequate preparations, focus on your recovery. In 3 years, the Lu family will undoubtedly transcend being merely the rulers of Wulong City. I also hope that by then, you will have firmly established yourself within the Five Elements sect. Lu Qinghe nodded approvingly before taking his leave. Time was of the essence for him. Though Lu Meng was initially on the list for the grand competition, his overwhelming strength and impending journey to the South Sea rendered his participation unnecessary. However, the decision regarding who would assume the position of family head still required his consent. As he watched Lu Qinghe depart, Lu Meng also took his leave from his parents. Upon seeing Zhang Ziyun's expression, his heart ached. What mother does not grieve for her child? What mother does not wish for her son to remain by her side? Yet, Lu Meng could no longer afford to linger in this small place. A broader horizon demanded his departure. Do not worry, mother. I am no longer a child. I will exercise caution, and in a few years, I will bring you and grandfather to the Five Elements sect. Lu Meng suddenly knelt, bowing several times, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that moment, he resembled a child once more, the depth of his attachment to his parents difficult to articulate. Be vigilant. You must temper your fiery temperament. If you encounter danger on your journey, do not act recklessly. Bow when necessary. Safety must be your priority. Zhang Ziyun suppressed her tears, her chest heaving with emotion. Enough, my child is not leaving this very moment. Understand that this is a fortuitous opportunity. The Five Elements sect is a premier sect of exceptional repute. Lu Kaishan patted his wife's shoulder, signaling her to allow their son to maintain his composure. Rest assured, my esteemed parents, I will live on indefinitely. Our family will always remain together. Do not see me off when I depart. I shall journey alone. While I am away, please take good care of xianxia. Lu Meng's only concern was for the 6-year-old girl who had first stirred his heart. Oh, and do keep an eye on Ping's actions. That individual is no simple matter. Be wary of what he might do behind the scenes. After imparting his final words, Lu Meng resolutely turned and left. Despite the reluctance in his heart, departure was imperative. He possessed his own ideals and ambitions. The warmth of family had taught him the true meaning of cherishing those bonds. Upon arriving at the back mountain, the old beggar awaited him. Initially, the beggar intended to accompany Lu Meng to the 5-element sect, but Lu Meng declined. Additionally, here is the golden element technique you sought. Though it is merely an outer sect technique of the 5-element sect, it is not to be disseminated lightly. Should the elders learn of its transmission, the punishment would be severe. These 2 items were of immense value, and Lu Meng carefully accepted them. At the moment of placing them within his embrace, he stored them within the Azure Dragon bracelet. I need not elaborate on my gratitude. Should the day come when I, Lu Meng, am able to render assistance, I will undoubtedly do so with utmost fervor to repay your kindness. Lu Meng bowed deeply, feeling genuine appreciation for this man he had encountered on numerous occasions. Take good care of your recovery. I shall take my leave first. As the old beggar's voice faded, so did his figure. Settling cross-legged on the ground, Lu Meng began to recuperate from his exertions. Time slipped away unnoticed. When he awoke, 3 days had passed. Little did he know, the moment he stepped out had already stirred the 4 innate beings of the Lu family. Lu Qinghe, Lu Kaishan, Zhang Xiun, and Lu Quan, all watching from a shadowed corner as Lu Meng departed. Tai Lang remained in his room, his gaze fixed on the window. He adhered strictly to the order prohibiting farewells, executing his duty with unwavering resolve. The code of the black-clad guards demanded total obedience to the head of the family, as Lu Meng had been designated the next heir. His commands were not to be defied. In truth, Tai Lang's heart had already departed the Lu family alongside Lu Meng, leaving only his physical form behind, devoted to training. Good evening, young master. You are venturing out at such a late hour? As Lu Meng approached the entrance, the guards of the Wang family caught sight of his hurried demeanor. It's nothing, just handling some matters. Be cautious tonight. The autumn harvest is imminent, and the ferocious beasts will surely grow restless. He paid no further attention to the guards and strode purposefully out of Wulong City. Breathing in the fresh air outside, he felt his spirit expand immensely. A bird trapped in a cage can never comprehend the vastness of the sky. The universe is so boundless that only by soaring through it can one truly grasp its secrets. For a martial artist, training is about transcending one's limits and then breaking free from the constraints of the world. Once his agility was fully unleashed, he moved with more than double the speed he had in the city. The wind rushed past him, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort and naturalness. The divine essence of nature inspired an urge to sing aloud. However, Lu Meng, having lived 2 lives, was completely tone-deaf. When the moment came to express himself, he found himself unable to produce a single note. The frustration within him was unbearable. Oh, with a resounding howl that reverberated through the heavens, startled night birds took flight, and all beasts fell silent. An innate aura erupted around him, creating waves of energy. With a sudden surge of true energy, his body shot upwards like a great rock ascending to the skies. That brat, a level 3 martial sovereign, can actually execute such aerial maneuvers. Quite impressive. Why didn't I think of this principle back then? An elderly figure hidden in the shadows gasped in astonishment at Lu Meng's display. This was not due to a lack of intellect on the elder's part, but rather the absence of a point of reference. When rockets are launched on Earth, they use fuel as propulsion, allowing massive steel structures to ascend into the sky. Lu Meng, in this moment of unintentional brilliance, had tapped into a similar principle. However, the energy expenditure was too great for him to bear at present. Oh dear, I didn't control my strength. Lu Meng, the dashing young master, landed awkwardly, akin to a dog in disgrace. His excitement had overwhelmed him. Once he had liberated himself from gravity, the exhilarating sensation of flight captivated him. When his breath of true energy was depleted, it was too late to react. Fortunately, he had only fallen from a height of a few meters. Otherwise, he might have been the first innate martial sovereign to sustain injuries from a fall. He had been too greedy, yearning to fly without first mastering the art of walking. Soaring through the skies is not merely a dream. With effort, it can be achieved. Those who cultivate their spiritual essence can tread the air as if it were solid ground. Eventually, relying on his propulsion principle, he would find the gap between flight and soaring not too vast. If only I could condense my vital energy into a pair of wings, he mused. While condensing energy into weapons is relatively simple, forming wings from energy seemed exceedingly challenging. It all came down to the inadequacy of his strength. But what difficulty is there really? If one possesses flying martial skills, the problem could be solved. Yet, since the great destruction of antiquity, flying martial skills had vanished from the annals of history. Nevertheless, Lu Meng's thoughts remained feasible. Just then, the specter of the elder, Xiaozi, appeared once more, offering a few words before vanishing again. No matter how Lu Meng called out, there was no response. Theoretically sound, Lu Meng decided to conduct an experiment after careful consideration. He summoned true energy from his back, rapidly forming a pair of wings. For colors of light flickered continuously, flapping rhythmically. Yet, he still could not take flight. It appeared the manifestation was merely for show. How, then, could he truly soar? Did it require actual flight to achieve such a feat? He once again urged his true energy, and his body began to ascend slowly. At a height of 5 meters, the wings flapped vigorously. He moved slightly. But the speed could not compare to walking. This would not suffice. Perhaps he needed a boost from the ground as well? A streak of 4-colored light cut through the air, its speed rivaling that of true flight. However, after soaring for several hundred meters, Lu Meng gradually reduced his output of true energy, landing on the ground. With formidable spiritual power, he controlled his energy with precision akin to that of a master in the art of stealth. This was the current Lu Meng. He possessed the potential to challenge a level 7 martial sovereign. Importantly, any existence below that level could no longer pose a threat to his life. This could be considered a skill refined through imitation and enhancement, marking my first creation of a martial technique. What should I name it? The principle of rocket propulsion shall be termed rocket flight technique. Bah, what a ridiculous name, scoffed Xiaozi. Names for martial techniques exist merely for ease of remembrance. This doesn't count as a true creation, for it is too simplistic. Moreover, it can only move in a straight line without the ability to turn. Xiaozi berated Lu Meng, sensing his fanciful thoughts. You're getting ahead of yourself. There are few flying skills available, but I have seen some. Come on. Don't discourage me. Even if it doesn't work, it's still my original creation. Is there any innate level 3 martial sovereign in this continent capable of such feats? This is the essence of my heritage, and it certainly deserves a name to commemorate it. Indeed, rockets do not exist in this world. Those who can fly do so by harnessing their vital energy. The stronger one's control over vital energy, the more seamless its application becomes. However, to achieve the stealthy mobility of a beggar, one must reach a certain level of understanding about space. Flight at the level of perception has a nuanced relationship with space. The agile application of skills during attack or defense plays a crucial role in defining true martial techniques. Thus, if you combine your flowing movement technique with this, let us see how it performs. If it succeeds, it would indeed be a genuine martial technique. At that point, you can name it at your leisure. However, the issue of energy consumption must be addressed. The previous expenditure was quite significant. After flying a few kilometers, he had already used over 40% of his true energy. In combat, the difference between flying and not flying would be negligible. Xiaozi's suggestion sparked a light in Lu Meng's eyes. How had he not thought of such a brilliant idea? It seemed his earlier excitement had clouded his judgment. Once again, he unleashed his flowing movement technique, simultaneously propelling himself with true energy. With the aid of his powerful spiritual strength, he began to weave left and right, hovering approximately 3 meters above the ground. Within a short distance, Lu Meng completely depleted his true energy. Executing a graceful somersault, he landed and sat cross-legged to recover. A torrent of vital energy surged toward him, emanating a powerful pull from his dantian. The star-absorbing palm not only absorbs an enemy's power upon capture, but also accelerates the intake of vital energy during meditation. After an hour, Lu Meng resumed his earlier experiment with restored true energy. This time, he exhibited greater agility and enhanced control over his energy. He maneuvered left and right, flowing like clouds and rushing like water. Powered by the 4 elemental energies, there were still some deficiencies. If he could master the 5 elements, his speed would undoubtedly improve, and his energy consumption would decrease significantly. This lad is remarkable. The people from his homeland are truly extraordinary. The essence of understanding lies in its intangible nature. It cannot be taught, but must be felt deeply. The 5 millennia of cultural heritage in xianxia has imparted wisdom that has unraveled the mysteries of vital energy's composition. Even the formation of lightning can be artificially replicated. What else can possibly challenge the people of xianxia? Lu Meng's figure grew increasingly swift, and by dawn, he had already left the confines of Wulong City. The number of travelers on the road increased, and he arrived at a narrow pass flanked by 2 towering mountains. This area, known as the Heavenly Serpent Gorge, features steep cliffs as smooth as ice. A winding crack meanders through the center, resembling a small serpent. This region is notorious for banditry, where many merchant caravans have fallen victim to robbery. Upon his arrival, Lu Meng beheld a cluster of tents amidst the bustling crowd. Upon seeing his arrival, several individuals swiftly drew their weapons. "Do not misunderstand. I am merely passing through," he declared. The chaos in the Serpent's Nest Canyon was palpable, and he sought to traverse it alongside them. A man of innate prowess approached, wielding a fearsome blade, and pointed it at Lu Meng's nose. "I am Lu Zan, the vice-captain of the Gale Mercenary Corps. What is your name?" "Oh, I hail from Wulong City, and my name is Lu Meng." "Captain Lu, could you kindly lower that hefty iron slab?" Lu Meng frowned in distaste, for it was his first encounter with someone daring enough to point a knife at him while inquiring. "Ha! Who would have thought we share a lineage? If you wish to accompany us, it is not impossible. Simply present 100 taels of gold, or defeat my heavy blade." His tone was mocking, as he emphasized the dangers of merchant travel, claiming they had no need for excess. A formidable aura emanated from Lu Meng, and a pair of 4-colored wings materialized behind him. He grasped a spear, forged from condensed vitality, and floated gently upwards, halting 5 meters above the ground. You can fly in midair?" Lu Zan stuttered, his mouth dry. He had presumed Lu Meng, due to his youth, would be an easy target. How audacious to demand 100 taels of gold. Was he seeking death? A mere first-level innate practitioner dared to underestimate him. "Bring out your superior," he shouted, his anger boiling over. Those who had belittled Lu Meng now found themselves akin to malevolent spirits in hell, for his words could spell death. Though such violence was not his nature, he harbored no aversion to killing, yet only targeted those who offended him or threatened his family. Yes, I shall summon our captain at once. My lord, please temper your wrath. It is my fault for being blind and underestimating you." "Enough prattle." Lu Meng hurled his spear with sudden ferocity, startling Lu Zan into raising his massive blade in defense. The speed was staggering, not even allowing him a moment to breathe. With a sharp clang, the heavy blade shattered as though it were mere glass, yet the spear did not cease its trajectory. It narrowly missed Lu Zan's head and continued its advance. A resounding crash echoed as rocks tumbled and smoke billowed. A shadowy figure plummeted from the cliffside, clutching a metal crossbow, eyes wide and vacant. A gaping hole the size of a fist marred his chest, a clear indication of a lethal strike. Gasping in horror, onlookers felt their hearts race, instinctively retreating several paces. The speed of this man's energy release, coupled with his mastery over it, reached a level beyond comprehension. "Do you still require an invitation to come forth? You have 3 breaths to appear. Otherwise, I will eliminate your subordinates." Lu Meng's gaze fixed on a pile of rubble obstructing everyone's view. The mercenaries exchanged perplexed glances, questioning who Lu Meng was addressing. Surely not the captain, who had remained eerily silent in his tent. "Your strength is commendable, but do you believe you can withstand my 100 archers?" A figure emerged from behind the rocks, muscular and resolute, with a full beard and towering stature. Xianxia, the foremost master of strength in Serpent's Nest. "Why is he here? Has he been waiting for us?" Lu Zan wondered. "Where's the captain? Such a commotion, and he remains absent." Xianxia's crossbow squad rivaled the renowned archers of the Wulong royal family. "Oh, he is not targeting me. Fortuitously, I have not overly offended him." Lu Zan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a chill creep down his spine. In that fleeting moment, he believed his blood might run dry. At such close quarters, even a few individuals could have pierced him through. Yet, he realized that the threat was not directed at him. Xianxia's timely arrival had likely spared his life. A first-level martial master had dared to label a flying expert as worthless. Lu Zan was convinced he was the foremost figure in the dragon martial continent. "Ha! Do not bother summoning your captain. That unfortunate soul has long been incapacitated by your Lu vice-captain." What? Impossible. Vice Captain Lu would never act thus. Indeed, Lu Vice Captain's life was saved by the captain. He would never harm him. Speak up, Lu Vice Captain. Lu Zon's face turned pale. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Qian Damong, wishing to flay him alive. The agreement had not been meant to unfold this way. Qian Damong, do not slander me. How could I, Lu Zon, possess the strength to kill Lu Dage? Brothers, he has slain our captain. Let us avenge him. Lu Zon's eyes bulged as he charged forward. At that moment, however, Lu Meng unleashed a wave of energy, rendering Lu Zon immobile. The mercenaries halted, bewildered. Did this young powerhouse ally with thieves? I care not for your grievances. They bear no relevance to me. If Qian intends to strike, he should consider his own head. Lu Meng recognized that his departure would be simple. Qian Damong would not dare impede him. Yet, upon observing Qian Damong and his crossbow squad, a thought crossed Lu Meng's mind. The Lu family's ground combat skills were undoubtedly superior, yet when it came to archery, only the divine archers could compare. Lu Meng had coveted the Wulong royal family's divine archers for months. However, training such individuals would be an immense time investment, yielding substantial lethality only after a decade or so. As long as you refrain from harming my brothers, I do not mind you watching the spectacle. However, there are conditions. Our target is the Tang family's goods. Please do not interfere. Qian Damong, straightforward, conceded, I cannot match you, so I shall not provoke you. As long as you do not hinder my business, feel free to observe. He understood that some powerful individuals had peculiar preferences. However, he needed to remain cautious of Lu Meng's overwhelming strength. Qian Damong, are you truly opposing the Tang family? If the third young master learns of this, even 10 of your heads would not suffice. A portly middle-aged man, pale and sweating profusely, stood nervously. Tang Ren, the leader of the Tang merchant group. His strength was mediocre, having only reached 5th-level martial artist at over 40. Yet, his lavish attire exuded an air of nobility. Though the Tang family was formidable, Qian Damong was undeterred. I am determined to obtain that batch of spirit weapons. Enough talk. Hand over the goods, and you may leave. Upon hearing the mention of the third young master, Qian Dameng's expression soured. Even Lu Meng raised an eyebrow. The third young master of the Tang family was no ordinary character. At 23, he had already reached the pinnacle of martial master. His father, Lu Kaishan, had certainly heard of his reputation in Beishan. Tang Ren nearly collapsed at Qian Dameng's words. This man was indeed, as the legends described, unyielding. The spirit weapons were invaluable, and it seemed he would have to seek assistance from the young powerhouse hovering above. Having kept a low profile, even leaving behind family experts, he had enlisted a nondescript mercenary group to avoid drawing attention. Yet, now, it seemed, the secret was out. What? The Tang family has acquired a batch of spirit weapons? But why did they claim it was iron ore? The mercenaries pondered, having sensed something amiss with the exorbitant offers. Unexpectedly, they turned out to be spirit weapons. Had I known, I would have simply seized them without hesitation. Listening to the mercenaries, Tang Ren truly regretted his decision. Initially, he had intended to take the shorter route, but the mercenaries refused. Although the Tianxia Gorge was perilous, those bandits sought only money and did not kill. Taking a detour would require traversing the Shaofeng Mountain and then crossing the Huangshui River. One must understand that Shaofeng Mountain was the domain of demonic beasts. Even if one could safely exit Shaofeng Mountain, the water bandits on Huangshui River were far more ruthless than the Tianxia bandits. Spirit weapons? Lu Meng had seen spirit weapons before, yet he had never wielded them. Accustomed to using his fists, he placed his trust solely in his own strength. No matter how formidable spirit weapons may be, they are merely external tools. True strength lies in one's own power. However, if this batch of spirit weapons were to be used to equip the black-cloaked guards, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Yet, the thought of exterminating these individuals weighed heavily on his conscience. Moreover, offending the Tang family of Beishan would not bode well. It seemed he must take advantage of Qian Daming to achieve his goals. Of course, it would be even better if he could recruit them. Qian Daming, might I inquire as to what exactly these spirit weapons are? Lu Meng asked. Your strength is not insignificant, and your men are quite formidable. What is it about these items that has captured your attention so thoroughly? As Lu Meng took a few steps forward, closing the distance to merely 10 meters from Qian Daming, he sensed that the latter had truly become wary. As long as you can assure me that you will not attempt to seize them, I would be willing to share. I have spent 3 months preparing for this batch of goods, carving out these hiding places, Qian Daming revealed. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng could not help but be taken aback. 3 months of preparation? At that time, it seems you had yet to arrive in this world. The value of these items must indeed be extraordinary. Lu Meng had previously pondered how one could conceal themselves within the steep mountain walls. Now, with Qian Daming's explanation, everything became clear. He had excavated a tunnel in advance, and then concealed it with stone fragments. The pile of stones where Qian Daming had hidden was merely the debris left over from the excavation. Since you have prepared for such an extended duration, how could I possibly seek to take from you? Lu Meng reassured him, having now set his sights on Qian Daming himself. Even if he were to seize this batch of spirit weapons, what would it matter? There are no secrets that remain hidden. Needlessly provoking the Tang family of Beishan would be exceedingly unwise. Furthermore, would Qian Daming allow such an endeavor to proceed smoothly? With over 100 archers lying in wait on the mountain, it would not be an easy task to eliminate them all. Of course, one could choose to sit back and wait for the spoils of war, but that was not the optimal strategy. Weapons are ultimately lifeless. Only capable individuals can truly captivate Lu Meng's interest, and Qian Daming certainly qualified as such. If Lu Meng was not mistaken, this individual possessed innate strength at the 5th level. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation method that he appeared to be only at the 2nd level. Very well. Since Mr. Lu has spoken so, I shall be frank. The reason I value this batch of spirit weapons and offered 1,000 taels of gold to Lu Zan is that they consist of 100 divine crossbows. Lu Meng gasped, his face flushing crimson as flames of greed ignited in his eyes. The divine crossbow was renowned, a formidable asset for archers, and for a small family. It was a treasure beyond compare. One must remember that the dragon martial continent is rife with demonic beasts, and flying demonic birds are particularly troublesome. Ordinary crossbows can only deal with low-level demonic birds. Those above the 7th level can only be slain with powerful crossbows. As for the innate level demonic birds, the range of ordinary crossbows cannot even reach a single feather. In such instances, only innate spirit weapons could suffice, and the divine crossbow stands out among them. Money indeed stirs the heart, and I knew Mr. Lu would be tempted. How about this? I will allocate 10 of them to you, as I have great use for the remaining 100. Qian Daming felt a shiver of apprehension as he observed Lu Meng's gaze. Lu Meng, at a loss for words, simply smiled awkwardly and made no further comment, aligning himself with Qian Daming. Mr. Lu, you cannot act thus. If you assist me in overcoming this predicament, the Tang family shall surely reward you handsomely. Tang Ren exclaimed, panic seizing him as he witnessed Lu Meng and Qian Daming conversing and standing together. You have no ties with the Tang family. Why would I expend my efforts on you? As long as you do not obstruct me, what happens to you is of no concern to me. Wouldn't you agree, Qian Daming? Lu Meng chuckled derisively at Tang Ren's words. You are conspiring with bandits. Do you not understand that this offends my Tang family? A mere young master of the Lu family in Wulong City. Annihilating you would be a trivial matter for the Tang family. Tang Ren's words drew scornful glances from everyone present. At such a moment, how could he still mention the Tang family? If the Tang family was feared, would they be encircled here? It was baffling how the esteemed 3rd young master Tang entrusted such treasures to him. Qian Daming, this matter has nothing to do with us. Our captain is dead, and the Swift Winds has disbanded. As long as you spare my life, I will serve you faithfully. Lu Zan realized that the glinting arrows were aimed at all of them. With a single command, it would be a massacre. Kill Lu Zan, that traitorous dog. He is even more despicable than those bandits. Avenging our captain demands his life. The mercenaries surged forward upon hearing Lu Zan's words. What of innate experts? In his current incapacitated state, he let out a single wail before losing his head. However, the mercenaries did not relent and reduced him to mere flesh and blood before wiping the blood from their faces and leveling their weapons at the bandits on the mountain. Although our captain is gone, the Swift Winds will not disband. Qian Daming, if you wish to obtain this batch of goods, you shall have to step over our corpses. In an instant, the mercenaries, once disheartened and filled with dread, were invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. Yet, what awaited them was merely a wave of Qian Daming's hand. Instantly, arrows rained down like a storm, darkening the sky as they surged down the mountain. Trees the size of millstones and as thick as water barrels were felled. Cries of agony echoed, and blood sprayed everywhere. In that moment, human life seemed as worthless as straw. Meanwhile, the archers continued their work, unfazed, drawing bows and loosing arrows at those who dared to flee. Qian Daming smiled at Lu Meng, but noticed the latter's furrowed brow, suggesting he was deep in thought. Mr. Lu, would you not agree that my brothers are quite adept with their archery? With the assistance of divine crossbows, slaying innate level 7th tier experts would pose no challenge. It was evident that Xianxia was not to be underestimated. His words were a form of intimidation toward Lu Meng. With divine crossbows in hand, even a 7th tier expert would fall. Should there be a falling out, Xianxia would not fear Lu Meng. Truly formidable, these men, lacking only in cultivation and equipment compared to the divine crossbow guards. Should they fall into Lu Meng's hands, they would undoubtedly surpass the Wang family's divine crossbow guards within a year. Lu Meng clenched his fist, his voice devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing these words, Xianxia instinctively retreated 2 steps, leaning against the mountainside as he warily regarded Lu Meng. The question that had previously eluded him suddenly crystallized in his mind. This seemingly youthful scion of the Lu family possessed an extraordinary appetite for power. He coveted not only the divine crossbow but also the formidable cadre of men at his command. With such strength, he could easily intimidate these bowmen. The moment he eliminated Xianxia, the Iron Crossbow Regiment would immediately fall under Lu's dominion. Mr. Lu, are you jesting? Xianxia exclaimed. The Iron Crossbow Regiment has been with me for nearly a decade. How could I possibly surrender them to you? They are my elite soldiers, the very foundation of my survival. Do I appear to be joking? Lu Meng replied with a smile. Fear not. I have no intention of taking your life. The value of a 5th level innate martial master is not to be underestimated, and certainly rivals that of a batch of spirit weapons. Lu Meng's cheerful demeanor sent a shiver down Xianxia's spine. Are you implying that you wish to recruit us? Although Mr. Lu is a 7th level powerhouse, compelling me, Xianxia, to submit is no simple task. Once we resolve these nuisances, we can discuss matters in detail. Upon hearing that Lu Meng would spare his life, Xianxia felt a wave of relief wash over him. He retrieved a fine steel bow from his men and drew an iron feather arrow from behind him. With veins bulging in his arm, he effortlessly pulled back the bowstring, which appeared to weigh 300 kilograms, until it formed a perfect crescent. With a whoosh, a brilliant flash streaked forth, striking a mercenary 200 meters away and sending him crashing to the ground. Another arrow followed, and yet another foe fell. All those slain were peak martial masters. Only such individuals could shield themselves with genuine energy from those iron arrows. The threat posed by boulders and logs was negligible to them, as long as one possessed agility and wasn't as foolish as a simpleton. Death from such projectiles was virtually impossible. The one-sided massacre continued until the sun rose high in the sky, gradually approaching its conclusion. At that moment, a group of men wielding machetes charged from the opposite side of the canyon. This was Xianxia's fresh battalion, the reinforcements for the ongoing skirmish. The dozens of Tang family guards and mercenaries, huddled together, could scarcely withstand the onslaught for the briefest of moments before being completely annihilated. This spectacle opened Lu Meng's eyes, elevating his perception of Xianxia. This gang was no small fry. They might well be the most formidable group in the vicinity. Observing their orderly cleanup of the battlefield left Lu Meng utterly astounded. Professionalism among such groups was unparalleled. He recalled that in his previous life, territorial disputes lacked their level of expertise. Truly, they were talented professionals. Such an operational model could not have been conceived by Xianxia alone. Did he perhaps have a formidable ally within a sect? Mr. Lu, do you find my brothers impressive? Xianxia asked. After nearly a decade of such endeavors, they have naturally become adept. However, achieving this level of proficiency has required considerable effort. Let us proceed and examine those treasures. With a nimble leap, Xianxia propelled himself off the mountainside, landing securely on the ground after 3 well-timed pushes against the wall. He kicked aside a corpse and approached a tent. Boss, I found them. Over here, came an excited voice. Upon landing, Lu Meng heard the jubilant exclamations echoing from the mountainside and the battlefield as everyone celebrated. Mr. Lu, come and behold the divine crossbow. It can hold 15 steel arrows and fire them in rapid succession, eliminating the need for reloading. Lu Meng approached and picked one up, confirming Xianxia's claims. Yet, he felt an unease regarding the design. It was not as convenient as the hand crossbows from his past life. Resembling more the cumbersome Zhuge crossbow, improvements were certainly required. How powerful is it? Xianxia inquired, his excitement palpable. Though my strength surpasses yours, my skill with bows and crossbows pales in comparison. He hefted one in his hands, weighing merely 3 to 4 pounds. Indeed, it was light and portable, suitable for assassins and professional archers alike. Bring forth the armor-piercing arrows, Xianxia urged, brimming with enthusiasm. This remarkable weapon was a first for him. He had only heard tales of its power. Only through personal experimentation could he hope to impress Mr. Liu. The armor-piercing arrows were designed specifically to penetrate the energy armors of foes and were a complementary equipment to the divine crossbow, classified as an innate spirit weapon. The most valuable components of the crossbow were these arrows and the enigmatic bowstring, crafted from unknown materials. Lacking either component would render it no better than an ordinary bow. The armor-piercing arrows were less than a foot long, placed into the arrow slot, and elevated by a mechanism. A small ring beside it allowed for the bowstring to be drawn. Xianxia exerted considerable force but found it unyielding, his face reddened with effort. The bowstring, it seemed, possessed a draw weight of at least 2,000 pounds. A fifth-level innate martial master could lift 500 pounds with ease. 800 pounds, while more challenging, was within reach. Given Xianxia's robust physique, he could manage a 1,000-pound bow. However, Lu Meng's respect for the bowstring grew. What material was it made from? Its resilience was remarkable, and it could channel genuine energy. If a whip were crafted entirely from such material, it would undoubtedly be an unrivaled weapon among spirit artifacts. Having learned a few techniques in whip combat from his father during his youth, Lu Meng envisioned a long whip as his ideal weapon, graceful yet formidable. Such a weapon would be perfectly suited to him, yet he had never encountered one that met his standards, let alone one capable of withstanding innate-level genuine energy. Seeing Lu Meng in contemplative silence, Xianxia felt an uncomfortable tension. It was his first time using such equipment, initially believing that 1,000 pounds would be the limit, only to discover its astonishing resilience. In his estimation, even 2,000 pounds might not be its maximum capacity. He ceased his attempts and instead approached a tree as thick as a water barrel, directly activating the mechanism. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the tree, continuing its flight for over 500 meters before finally coming to a halt. Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback. It had shot without him even pulling the bowstring. However, this was not its full potential. Only when the bowstring was drawn would the full range be realized. The effectiveness of the armor-piercing arrow was strikingly clear. By the heavens, this contraption far surpasses our iron crossbows. The mechanism alone boasts a range exceeding 600 meters. With the addition of a bowstring, it could surely claim the life of a third-level innate master from 1,000 meters away. Yet, it all hinges on strength, Xianxia replied. Among us martial artists and masters, we can only rely on the mechanism. Did you not see how the boss strained with all his might, unable to budge that bowstring without genuine energy? To eliminate an innate master in an instant, one would need at least 2,000 pounds of force. That is the baseline requirement. Who among us can achieve it? The formidable power of the divine crossbow left all in awe. No wonder it was often said that the products of the divine mechanism valley were invariably exquisite. The divine crossbow was the only spirit weapon available for mass sale from the divine mechanism valley. Superior models could only be crafted upon request. As he took it in hand, Lu Meng examined the bowstring closely. It felt cool to the touch, and when squeezed, it yielded softly, reminiscent of some beast's sinew, yet distinctly different. He activated the mechanism with a flick of his finger, unleashing a surge of genuine energy. The bowstring gradually extended, and a metal clasp secured the armor-piercing arrow firmly in the slot. This mechanism allowed the arrow to lock automatically upon drawing the bowstring. With a sudden exclamation, Lu Meng pulled the bowstring back to its full arc, securing the arrow behind it. This bowstring possessed an astonishing draw weight of 3,000 pounds. Lu Meng had nearly failed to draw it, fortunate that his genuine energy was more refined than most. In that moment, Xianxia felt a profound respect for Lu Meng, who, despite his youth, exhibited extraordinary strength. Although bolstered by genuine energy, achieving such a feat was a rarity indeed. Lu Meng let out a sigh of relief as he raised the divine crossbow in his hand. Without even glancing, he aimed it at the mountain wall and pulled the trigger. With a dull thud, the armor-piercing arrow shot forth like a meteor, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The sound of it slicing through the air reached his ears, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the distance of over 100 meters. A sharp sound followed, and the arrow embedded itself into the mountain wall, leaving behind only a small hole the size of a finger, while the arrow disappeared into the depths of the rock. What terrifying power! Not even a level 4 innate warrior could withstand it, let alone a level 7. The speed was astonishing, and its penetrating ability was even more fearsome. Lu Meng's hands trembled slightly as he listened intently to the reverberation of the bowstring, which sounded like a beast roaring or the call of death itself. The material of the bowstring was made from beast tendons, at least of innate level 7. The beast tendons used for this 100 divine crossbows constituted an immense fortune. The power was dreadful. If it struck me, it could kill me instantly. And judging by that seemingly bottomless hole, who knows how far its range extends? It is likely effective beyond 1,500 meters. With such a lethal weapon, equipped with this batch of armaments, Qian Damao would undoubtedly become the unrivaled overlord within 1,000 miles. Now, can we have a proper discussion, Qian Damao? I know you are doing quite well, but can you truly remain a bandit for life? If one day you offend a powerful force, can you guarantee that none of your subordinates will abandon you? Strength, no matter how formidable, ultimately cannot be accepted by others. Take today's events as an example. If the Tang family learns of this, Qian Damao's fate would be dire. Death would be the least of his worries. The real fear would be that he might not even be able to die when the time comes. Ordinary innate weapons are already quite valuable, fetching at least several hundred spirit pills, with some over 10,000. And what of this divine crossbow, which carries 15 armor-piercing arrows? How much is it worth? Mr. Lu, your strength is indeed admirable, but Damao dislikes being controlled. Therefore, I cannot agree to your proposal. As long as you can ensure that today's events remain confidential, then 10 divine crossbows shall be yours. Qian Damao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rejected Lu Meng's offer. He had heard of the Lu family in Wulong City, but it was merely an insignificant clan with only a handful of innate warriors. Without even a single elder of the Sky Thief level, how could it possibly compel his submission? Haha, that is the funniest joke I have heard. Although I seldom frequent Wulong City, my subordinates are well informed about its happenings. Can your Lu family's 9th-level martial artist truly withstand the 7 Sky Thieves and 1 lawpeaker of the Tang family? The Tang family has thrived for thousands of years, their foundation rich enough to rival third-rate sections. Otherwise, how could the vast Beishan mountain range possibly be under their control? The land of Shuzhou is incredibly fertile, one of the primary grain-producing areas of the Dragon Martial Continent. Such formidable strength, the Tang family indeed possesses some prowess. However, as a designated disciple of the 5-element sect, why should I fear a mere Tang family? Your information is certainly accurate, but it is somewhat outdated. I shall not elaborate further. Let me ask you once more, will you submit or perish? The overwhelming force of his soul surged forth, encompassing a radius of 100 meters. During that month, he had not merely improved his true energy and martial skills. The refinement of his soul was an essential subject. With the 3rd layer fully perfected and having entered the 4th layer of soul manipulation, he now possessed 3 core energies, which placed his true strength on par with a genuine innate realm expert. Moreover, his soul had long since solidified, and the range of his aura was considerably broader than that of other martial artists. Everything within his aura was under his command. Though not as absolute as mastery over a domain, it was hardly less effective. Flying was not his trump card. Rather, this extraordinarily potent aura was his true weapon. Submit or perish. As Lu Meng's aura enveloped the area, Qian Damao hesitated once more. With the protection of an innate aura, the likelihood of killing Lu Meng was minimal. Most importantly, within this innate aura, he could sense no trace of true energy. Was this still an aura? It rivaled a domain in its potency.